Brandon Hunt going off against Justin Crum, fairly known in the community as Jack's Shadows. He's a very talented Illuminator sleeper. And if you look on his chest, you see that deputy badge. I have deputized this Illuminator. He's on my team, by of which my team is completely stacked as well. I don't know how you guys let me get the Disney Challenge World Champion and the runner-up to the World Champion on the same team. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, Katie.
Absolutely. And on the other side, your favorite deputy, Twag here. And so I don't know if you can deputize people in a match, but either way, I think this is going to be an interesting pairing. We already see ink here of Amethyst Emerald, of Liam's pick, versus maybe your pick. Because that's the funny thing, right? When we see Ruby Sapphire, you don't necessarily know right off the bat, but there'll be hints along the way, whether he's going towards actions or items, a hybrid. We're about to find out, and these first turns will be very telling for both deck, because this one also could be discard or more mid-range.
But I do know the Illuminator on the right very well, and I'm confident that Justin will kind of lean more towards the Maui Half Shark. We got the actions. I think he's more of an action Illuminator as we are getting started. So get your seat back up in the upright and locked position. It is time to take off. We're going up to 35,000 feet for round number 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Indianapolis, in Findiana. Can I drop that in there?
In Findiana. I saw that and I was like, how did we not land there? When you see this wordplay, and I'm like, I try every day for wordplay, and these Illuminators, they went past it. But yeah, these two decks, like we talked about, it's been very interesting to watch these deck lists evolve, because obviously before rotation, we saw these decks kind of get identities, and then more sets came out. We had Fabled, and then every set, the question is, well, how much will the identity of these ink pairing change? And there are some new cards, but there are some classics. And I think both of these ink pairings are going to take advantage of some of the new cards. And Jack Shadows is one of those guys. I'm very interested to see what kind of mischief
and he's already pushing it to the limit. We have that one cost. Bob Parr, what are we doing? Let him cook in round number 1 as we get the Olaf, Snowman of Action, down into the Inkwell. And will we develop this, Bob Parr? And we will not. We're going to probably hold on to that one cost character for a little bit of reliable ink potentially.
And I think it's something where if there is an element of surprise he's trying to do, it might make sense where he's like, I'm not showing you the Bob tech this early. So Bob Parr hanging behind, then Twig Tech, same kind of slow start. You're looking for a Diablo on turn 1 of any type so that you could possibly shift, but in this case, not happening. He just inks and passes, and now it is time to heat up. Tipo being on the board. He's the first one there.
And he is a character, and you are going to get that very important ramp onto Ruby, and Sapphire needs to have that happen in order to facilitate their game plan. But Ursula, Deceiver, has entered the play, and she will not be able to use her unique ability to get a song from the hand.
The thing is that even when Ursula missed, she's still going to give you a little bit of information. In this case, he saw the 1 cost Bob Parr, and there probably is a question of like, why are you keeping a 1 cost Bob Parr in hand at this point in the game? And I'm not sure either. But there we go. He's being
if I see that Bob Parr, I'm asking a couple questions, because that could mean that you have that new shift Bob Parr available to you as well. The Bob Parr superhero Bob Parr. Superpower Bob Parr.
Yeah, and so now we're going to keep...
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, and so we're going to keep... One of the things that both these, or rather Jack Shadow's deck is doing is kind of shaping your hand to the end game, because it sometimes feels like, oh, this deck isn't that bad. It's not doing that much early, but you're just doing, like you said, getting that ramp. And then the next thing is making sure you get some kind of card draw engine. That's going to be very important for all decks, is make sure you're drawing cards. And Sail the Azurite Sea will allow you to draw a card, ending twice, so you're just preserving your hand size with some of these.
Absolutely. Just taking it nice and slow. You have what I like to call inevitability with this Ruby Sapphire strategy. You're going to be executing the control role responsibilities of the game plan. Just take it late, get to a nice deep ink well, and then you can start to clear the board, and then you win the game. You're not going to come out storming and try to win an aggressive battle. But what Brandon needs to do, you need to start establishing some board presence before you can get to that very powerful Be Prepared or that Sisu empowered sibling.
Yeah, no matter what flavor of deck, when you see Ruby, you just think of that Be Prepared as a card that we know and love from set 1, and it wipes every card on every character is at risk there. But there we go. We have a Spiteful Raven. So Diablo's a big deal. He's one of those cards that you want to get him out early because you want that shift potential. And sometimes they're playing as many Diablos as they can in this deck.
Right. This deck can play the most Diablo. You really want that Diablo to Devoted Herald to engage in the play early so you can start to draw some cards. As we do have this super strong Bob Parr is in deck, and Jack Shadows is actually cooking. I never thought, will we be able to see a Maximus team champion in this strategy as well? I can't believe the Mad Lad actually did it, as we are trying to figure out if we want to continue to add more to the board, as we will just manually play the How Far I'll Go. No singing required. It's still a very powerful card. Be able to send one card into your inkwell and one card into your hand. You get to choose.
Now, if you said before this DLC, Katie, will we be seeing Bob Parr, Maximus round? I'd say no, because I mean, you yourself are somebody that tried to make Maximus work, and we'll talk about maybe later, because we're seeing things, we see hints, right? Like when you're augmenting strength, you're like, well, why? And it could be for challenging. That's a very good reason to augment your strength, but there are other reasons, and I think we might see, maybe, but in the meantime, Twig needs to establish his deck. So his deck is, I am guessing here, that Brandon wants to do, like we see, card draw. Getting that online is so important. And so Friends on the Other Side, like we talked about chapter 1, had some good songs in here. And Friends on the Other Side is going to replenish that hand. And like you said, I am kind of like a timer's going in my head of you got to go a little faster here, Brandon, because you might lose your whole board starting next turn. But if you take it slow and you can keep your hand full, you have
that's true. You have this Diablo Obedient Raven in play now. You will be able to replace yourself when he is indubitably banished at a certain point. And if you keep your hand healthy, maybe you can outlast the control strategy, because sometimes they can run out of resources. As Justin is starting to get a little bit low in hand size, 4 cards left in hand. We do see that Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam, is in hand as well, as now that is going to be one of those resource engines. And we will go ahead and develop the Tamatoa now, as he has entered the play, and we use his unique ability to return the items back to the hand, and we will continue to play that popsicle to draw a card. This is a great way that this Ruby Sapphire strategy can do exactly what we said, Katie, and get those resources into the late game.
Exactly. The popsicle is such a powerful card. We talked about, oh, well, are you items or actions? No matter what, you're probably putting popsicles in that deck, because that popsicle, like you said, it draws a card, and then it's just the engine that keeps going, because Tamatoa is going to keep replenishing it. And you can banish it at any time. You can use it to remove damage, but so many people are like, listen, I'm just going to go ahead and get that card. I don't even read the second part of it. But now Brandon is a tricky. There's not a lot going on that he can interact with on Jack Shadow's side. Amethyst has the ability to force interaction with things like Elsa, Fifth Spirit, but there's just not a lot of tempting targets right now. So he's taking his time deciding how he wants to play this, because like you said, he is, no matter what, he's still in that be prepared country, and he probably just wants to play it cool because it just will get the most value. But
we are going for it.
We're going to talk about it.
We won't talk about it. I won't talk about it. You can talk about it. As we don't talk about Bruno, again, will be manually played to put that Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam, back in hand. And you really want to see if you can get that Tamatoa out of hand now. It is a random discard. And you do nab the Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam, from hand, using the We Don't Talk About Bruno to put into the discard pile. So now that is going to slow down that draw a little bit and reset Jack Shadow's tempo. But just like that, Katie, I think that might be a good sign for you, because Baker somewhere, I think he has prepared, because Be Prepared Now has been deployed, and we will rid the board of all of these glimmers, and you will in fact get to draw a card with that Diablo Obedient Raven.
And at this point, I mean, we talk about this Amethyst Emerald deck, and there's a few different identities. We talk about discard. This one feels like a little bit more mid-rangey, meaning some people might call it tempo, but basically it's getting to the middle of the 5 or 4 ink, and it can really live there for a while. So right now we've got that Genie, which, like we said, preserving that hand size. He goes for 2, he's got evasive, he does it all. But there's so much removal on Jack Shadow's side in that ruby color where I'd be afraid, and playing just one character seems not so bad right now.
It seems, but you have to take it slow. You have to pace yourself, as the Genie Wish Fulfill will continue to accelerate your hand a bit, as Jack Shadows does get into a new card coming in from Wilds Unknown. The Firefly Swarm will be able to banish this Genie, because his strength is within that two range that Firefly Swarm can do naturally. Or if you can manage to send 2 characters to the discard pile, you can banish any card from your opponent, any character on your opponent's side. As we will just take this as an opportunity to develop another How Far I'll Go. No singing this game so far.
And I think that second ability, it's like, well, 2 more cards in my discard. He is taking full advantage of putting cards in discard popsicles. He can put in his discard at any time. He can run actions. The Snowman of Action is a big fan of that. So Firefly Swarm is something that is pretty easy to pull off in this deck.
For sure.
But it looks like he's kind of at this decision point right now. When you have a couple Be Prepareds, you want to be careful about being a little shy with it. You don't want to necessarily be too aggressive. Right now, there's just one Genie. Not worth it. So sometimes it's kind of fun to just be like, oh, yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to worry about over here. Don't worry.
Katie, I might have to fan out a little bit. I see him. I see him.
You heard a
Maximus
Winnie?
Team Champion is in hand. So I can see the vision that Justin is cooking here, because we can go Bob Parr, or we can go Bob Parr, Mr. Incredible, super strong, and then we can play the Maximus. And if you have another character, you're going to trigger that Maximus at the end of your turn every time. So this is a combo, and you can kind of see the pieces are starting to come together as Justin is maintaining that poker face. Brandon has no idea what he's in for.
He can't be done. 10 strength on a character? JD, I don't believe it. But like you said with that Bob Fire, it could very well happen. And so now it's that thing where I feel like it's kind of like a little trap here, where it's like, all right, because he's getting all these puzzle pieces, and to solve it in real time, I'm not envious of what Brandon's going through. Be prepared, taking care of two of those evasive two questing genies off the board. So now we're in the final phase of let's see what this deck can do. Brandon is able to get up to 7 lore, but now Olaf comes down for a deep discount, because there's a discount of one ink every time you have an action you
have
discard.
An action in play, and he is a very formidable singer, and he has pretty decent stats, and he can quest quite nicely, and he is an additional character that you can play to support your Mr. Incredible technique. So I can see the vision. This deck is really spicy, and I really enjoy that this is something that you have to work incredibly hard to get to this point. And you can tell he's been practicing, putting these reps together, and now here you are at the Disney Arcana Challenge, and you are going to unleash this onto the community, and I absolutely love him for it.
But wait, there's more. He also lost 2 lore.
Oh,
but wait, there's more pain here.
And if your opponent wants to get very aggressive and try to get to the finish line before you, you can then take them back and keep that lore at a nice close call. As Elsa is going to hit the play. Now we will exert that snowman of action, and the Merlin Crab, fan favorite, is active again to increase the challenging capability of the Elsa, giving her Challenger 3 to take down that Olaf. So a nice little back and forth here.
I love it. The ready or not ability is so funny because you're usually caught unawares, especially with this Elsa combo, because she's coming in, crystallizing you, exerting, and then pinch. You got that plus 2 strength. So it's very funny.
Pinched, exactly. As we are popsicle healing the Merlin Crab to get another Tamatoa. So it looks like we got a crab versus crab off here as the 6 calls. Tamatoa, happy as a clam, is going to be able to get those popsicles rolling again, and the engine is online yet again. Mr. Incredible Bob Parr now into the inkwell.
Yeah, the shifting, now we're at the part, because shifting's so important for ink economy, but now we're at the point where he is living in the upper 1% of ink, because they've been inking every day, and he inked early and with the ramp, so he has access to do a lot of things now, so we don't need to shift. We can go ahead and get that taken care of, and now he has 3 cards in hand. There's only 2 cards on the other side, but it's at this point where Brandon is having to do some response and control. He's stopped the lore gang part of his deck, and he's got, like we said, he's got a pretty healthy hand size here, but he just needs to. You've seen 2 be prepared. Statistically speaking, there could be 2 more, so he just has to be careful.
Exactly. You just don't want to play into it, because once you commit, I know we have the 2 teams of make them have it and play around it and those types of identities, and I think sometimes you got to force them to have it, as we are going to play the Diablo, the Devoted Herald. Beautiful and Enchanted is in play. I do love the bird. I am a bird gamer myself from time to time, as he's evasive 3-cost uninkable character in play, and we will deploy the pull the lever, wrong lever combo in the deck, and we will send that Tamatoa to the bottom of the deck where he belongs.
Yeah, in the game we talk a lot about removal, and removal is just pretty much getting rid of characters, and Amethyst Emerald has to get a little creative with it. We saw that we don't want to talk about Bruno, but wrong lever is another great option. You can get some cards with the pull the lever, then wrong lever gets you that very important piece of removal, especially with some of these big characters. So Maximus, he's online. We got a card read. That means that he's saying, I don't remember this card. And you might not. It's from set 5, and it didn't see a lot of play. And now the machine.
And hold up, Katie. We might be full combo here, as now Mr. Incredible has 2 additional characters in play. So you will get 2 strength for every additional character you have in play. So now, if you can do the math, 6 plus 2 plus 2, that's 10. That's 5 from Maximus at the end of the turn. So now Brandon is going to be in a position where you have to engage with this board somehow. Maybe if you get another Ursula. Maybe if you can get to a way to bounce this Maximus back to the hand, or Mr. Incredible, you have to do something, because now if Justin doesn't do anything, he will just win the game in a few short turns. So the full combo is set up, and look at Brandon.
Yes, and
this is my face, what I would be making right now.
And I love it because we talked about, like, oh, well, that's a shift target. You might not need it. But then suddenly it becomes a tool, because he's allowed to use this little 1 cost to get the trigger off the ability of having other characters in play.
Exactly.
And then, like you said, it's at the end of the turn. It's non-interactable. So a lot of times lore, you have to wait a turn to get it. That's generally how it works, unless you have this bursting kind of type thing happening. And so he just has to watch and be like, I need to do something about this. He was patient, so some of the removal's gone. So now he has to kind of use the pieces he has left, starting with the Elsa, exerting. He's a 6/4, so that's pretty hefty. But then
he will trade with whatever you would like to challenge with. He does have another ability. We call that one the Let's Do This ability, which will allow your supers to be able to draw a card as well. So he is a super pseudo draw engine within himself, as we will have to get that Mr. Incredible off the board before this game is actually over, as Elsa is going to take down the Mr. Incredible using her unique effect. Well, excuse me, the Madam Mim Fox is going to take down the Mr. Incredible. 4 willpower is not enough for that Glimmer.
Yeah, teamwork's required now with some of these bigger characters. And that's what you're going to see at the top end of these kind of control-type decks. It's just some menacing characters that are not easy to deal with. But we'll go on a little vision of the future. We're looking at 5 cards, picking our favorite, and sending the rest back to the bottom of the deck. And usually, it's punishing, because you're like, what are you looking for? Why was it so fast?
And it was so quick, because here he is. You got rid of 1. Can you do it again? As Robert thought he was out of the woods, but you're right back into the forest. As back at it again, Mr. Incredible, super strong, and he is super strong again. And Katie, that is interactable lore gain at the end of your turn. There's nothing Brandon can do about that, because the turn ends, you just gain 5.
Right? And that's got to feel kind of like, wow, 5? Because there's not that many times it's easy to gain 5. Most characters are not having 5 lore pips on it. And in this case, yeah, he is just going to go ahead, and that Maximus keeps on going. And how interesting is it? Because Ilsa was only allowed to target one thing. Like we said, removal is hard in Brandon's deck. So he used it. He's like, okay, Mr. Incredible's the problem. And now he's like, I think the horse might be the problem.
The horse is the problem, I believe, because the Mr. Incredible, he is strong, and if you, as long as you don't exert or challenge into him, he only quests for 1, and maybe just let him sit there. But the horse, Maximus, team champion, is going to sit here, and I am so happy, because I remember the day this card came out in Shimmering Skies. I was like, this is going to be great. This is going to be great. Your kids are going to love it. And just like that, the scoop is in.
He says, I'd like to see game 2.
Brandon's seen enough, and he has to be shocked and surprised to see that that is how this round is going to go, because anything can happen in the Digital Lorcana Challenge. Anything is possible in Lorcana, and I really love the deck building decisions, and to put your opponent in a situation to where they're reading your cards and they're shocked and they are surprised. That gives you a tactical edge on them, and I think that is just so clever. Jack Shadow's deck is actually doing exactly what he built it to do there.
Yeah, we had the pleasure of seeing Jack Shadow across many different tournaments, and it was kind of interesting watching his deck evolve, because like you said, he's pretty much like the shark part of it, but he's been evolving around it. Now, game 1, Brandon didn't know what was coming. Game 2, he has a bit more clues, and he also had a slow start. He didn't have a turn 1 character. A lot of times, like we mentioned, having a turn 1 Diablo, turn 2 Shift Diablo is very, very powerful in this deck.
Right.
He can even sing Friends on the second turn, so he didn't have that explosive start. So I think now he's probably going to change his game plan a little bit, if he can, alter maybe a little bit differently here, to adapt to this very oppressive top end that Jack Shadows has built.
Right. If I'm Brandon, I'm looking for the Elsas. I'm looking for the pull the lever, wrong lever stuff. Like you said, a very early Diablo shift could get there, but there is some very primo removal in the Ruby Sapphire colored root. We're talking Firefly Swarm. Maybe there's some copies of Brawl in the strategy. Maybe you have, obviously, the Be Prepared, very strong. You have the Maui Half Shark as well that can counter the evasive game plan that Brandon might want to put together. So you have some tools in your deck if you're Brandon. Now you have the identity of what Justin is trying to do. Maybe you can play a little bit differently to counter that deck.
And I think that one of the things that's kind of scary if you're Brandon is any deck that can dig through its deck, meaning something like Vision of the Future, it means that there is some probably more surprises coming his way. Because when you have Vision of the Future, you can go 5 cards deep. So I think there will be more surprises this game. But either way, we have off to another kind of slow start, no turn 1. That's Spiteful Raven coming down, and he's pretty good. Like we said, he can shift, and then he has that challenger ability. So he's a good stability for the beginning here. But now here is the Vision on 2. That's a little interesting.
That's rough there for the Ruby Sapphire player. Typically, you want to be what we like to call ramping on 2. That is when you accelerate your inkwell by playing an additional card per turn. There are cards like Celia's Right Seed that allow you to do that, as well as Tipo, the Growing Sun. Typically, is what this Ruby and Sapphire strategy want to play. We call it ramping, and he did not hit it. We call that miss-ramping, but we have Celia's Right Seed in hand now, so we can go ahead and ramp next turn. You probably won't miss too much of your timeline.
Better late than never. And that's something that you will see is they miss the ramp, we gas, but luckily Brandon didn't have a super fast start either. So it's one of those things, if you have a bad start, the only thing you can hope for is your opponent does too. But there we go. We're discarding an action, shifting that Diablo, and singing Friends. This I talked about.
Power play.
It's a really good thing to do because
that is a powerful play.
It's expensive to have that start. And by expensive, I mean you have to pay the ink and then you have to discard an action. So it's really important to refill your hand. And Friends is keeping that economy in your hand pretty good.
But you will have to hope a bit if you're Brandon, because you really don't want to get this thing hit by a Firefly Swarm. And you look into your opponent's hand and you see that it's there, and you just have to take a deep sigh because you know you would like to see Diablo be around. But we also have some spice as well. Syndrome and Mr. Incredible in the same deck. What are we doing? Syndrome, the evil inventor, this character has alert. So that is another answer to these evasive characters that this Amethyst and Emerald strategy can put together.
And there you go. There's that Firefly Storm you warned him about. You said, hey, he runs us. And Diablo is out of here. 2 cards because he shifted right into the discard. So, yeah, any kind of control that can feel so frustrating because you get something out and it's like, are you sure about that? But now we're going to go ahead and try to get, like we said, some kind of card draw, sometimes a Dumbo or a Genie, depending on how he wants to order this, to just kind of keep filling his hand back up. And there's that Genie. Let's draw a card. And it's nice to play a Genie before Dumbo because of that making history, breaking records, where you can take advantage of other evasive characters.
And also, this Genie represents 2 lore. So there is a world where you can potentially just aggressively quest, get to 20 before the Olaf start to stack, and the actions can build in the discard pile, and you can just win the natural way by just questing aggressively. As we are going to take this as an opportunity to ink the Hideaway, play the Sail the Azurite Seas, so you will be able to get that bit of acceleration that you desire. 3 costs, and here is the boy is back. Syndrome, Evil Inventor. And I'm thinking Brandon is like, what is going on here? No read, though, coming in from Brandon.
No, he's like, listen, I know that, but if Bob Parr is here, he's not affiliated with me, but he's got that alert, which is very important because alert, you only get evasive on your turn, but it so matters when, especially you're against a deck like Brandon's that has this Genie. If a Dumbo's coming, now it's kind of checkmate. And so he goes ahead and he inks that Dumbo because he has 2, but it's just suddenly evasive becomes a little less powerful, and he reads it right away.
And so much so, you have to use a very powerful removal piece. We don't talk about Bruno on this Syndrome Evil Inventor, just so you can potentially get the chance to set some tempo back and get the Syndrome. And you got the Syndrome. Good. That's 2 for 2. Brandon is actually cooking here, as now you're free and clear to quest, as that Syndrome would have matched up nicely against this Genie Wish Fulfilled. So Justin now in kind of a tight conundrum, as you have 3 lore established on board, you have no characters in play, and you have combo in hand, but you're still quite far away from this Sisu empowered sibling, as the Mr. Incredible is going to be established.
Yeah, that empowered sibling, she's pretty expensive. She's got that 8 cost, uninkable, but so important, right? When you talk about board wipes, it's one-sided, and so many of Brandon's characters are going to fall under that 2 strength or less. So it's something where he's probably saying, well, that'd be good if we can get to it, but we still have a couple more turns. He's only at 6 ink right now, and there comes that Mr. Incredible, and now Brandon is like, okay, you're going to do that thing you did last time, because that was scary.
And we're going to go for this evasive approach, as we are going to make some history here, as the Genie Wish Fulfilled will elect to exert for 1 lore to draw a card.
Yeah, and it, like you said, 2 lore is better than 1, but 1 lore in a card, you're kind of splitting the difference. And like we said, with that Dumbo and his making history, you get a lore off of it, which feels kind of like, okay, you get both. But now we're going to go ahead, and we have the Maximus, we have the Sisu, we also have a Vision. So Vision is a card that if you have the time, you will play. Because like I said, if you're looking for something that you don't quite have yet in your combo, it's the perfect card to play. And like we've seen, he's a little patient with his deck because he knows he wants to draw out Brandon's removal, draw out things that he doesn't want to have to deal with. And there we go. He will go ahead, do the visions, find something, and just say, I'm not stressed yet. You're only at 5.
We did see that you were able to use we don't talk about Bruno very early, so that might be an indicator that Brandon has another one, because if you saw the Mr. Incredible, you saw the Maximus, you were probably going to hang on to some of that type of removal to get that combination off the board as soon as you possibly can. So I think Justin, being a talented player, he understands that that's a possible outcome, and you want to make sure that you have a nice answer to that. But you need to continue to fill your inkwell in a way. How far I'll go is going to be played, and that will allow you to do both of those things, give you some card draw, and also accelerate your inkwell a bit more, as we will elect to hang on to that popsicle.
Yeah, or did he take the Olaf there? I'm not sure.
I believe he sent the Olaf down to the ink. How far ago, and kept the popsicle in hand.
Yeah, and that popsicle, like you said, I mean, it's good. It draws that 1 card no matter what. It just kind of keeps the engine going. So now he has a little bit of options here. We are at 7 ink, so now we are just 1 ink away from being able to get rid of 2 out of 3 characters. And now it's going to be like, all right, Brandon, how much are you going to play into this board? Because he doesn't know what Justin has in hand, and it's such a tricky thing, right? You don't want to overextend is what they call it.
Oh, this is a really nice board, though, from Brandon. We have this Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe. He's active, and he's able to draw some cards. Now we're going to include another evasive character into the field. We have Peter Pan Shadowfinder is there, along with the Genie, who will just get a full, we're going to make some more history with this Genie. Gaining lore, draw card, using the Dumbo's unique ability, paying 1 ink, Ursula now will be interested to see if we take this glimmer on the quest, and we won't because we have to play around this Mr. Incredible drawing a card for Justin.
Yeah, and there we go. And that's what the punish, right? He said, okay, I won't exert it, but then that was the last time he ever saw that Ursula before it went to the discard because Sisu comes down.
Boom! Big Sisu, first time of the day. The empowered sibling will send all those glimmers to the discard pile, leaving nothing but this Dumbo, ninth wonder of the universe, in play. I think Brandon is still kind of fine with this. You do have a pretty reliable draw engine. You can't challenge into this character because it has evasive and can only be challenged by evasive characters, of which Justin has none at this current time.
He's done exactly what he needs to do by having a card draw. He has cards in hand. And as long as you have cards, you can keep responding and responding. It's when you get to the point where you have no more cards and you keep being the victim of the control deck here. So in this case, Justin, finally, we got one lore on the board. Now we're going to ink that Elsa. We're not interacting with these scary guys on the other side quite now. And we're going to see how wide he goes on this turn. 5 more cards in hand. It'll be interesting to see how he decides to navigate around some of these very menacingly large glimmers.
Right, you're still threading the needle, trying to not get completely taken out of the game by a Be Prepared. Sisu, Empowered Sibling, is in fact a character that can sing Be Prepared. Let's not forget to Be Prepared is a song. And if this board does get a bit out of hand and Sisu is not good enough to get you to that win condition, you can just sing Be Prepared and start this whole thing back over again. So Brandon is taking it very slow, and I like this methodical approach of how much you want to include into this board. Maybe you don't want to go outside the lines too much. Maybe another character can be played here because at worst it'll be a 2 for 2. So we are going to go 3. We're going all in. Here's the Merlin Crab, and we will not do anything else, just kind of increasing the board just a little bit.
Yeah, we saw him to great effect in game 1, and now he's just hanging out, kind of ambiently saying, look, this might pay off later, because it's when he leaves play 2. So you have 2 chances to take that challenger. But there we go, a horse, of course, coming in, Maximus, maximizing the value of that Bob Parr.
And we are full combo again, and Sisu quest for 3 as well. So this is already your the second piece of lore you've gained this game so far. And right now there's a clock established as you jumped all the way from 1 to 9 in 1 turn. This is speed. You are moving up the lore total as Brandon now has full combo. I think you should have it out in hand with all those cards you have access to. There's got to be an Elsa available, and maybe you got to get at least this Sisu off the board. But now you know that Maximus Team Champion is the true character that needs to be removed to break up this combo.
Yeah, because we talked about, like, oh, if you have a 10 strength or more, even that 5 strength is 2 lore per turn. So it's a clock no matter what. But there we go. She does have one more Elsa. He inked one last turn, but there's another 5th spirit here. And we will have that exerted Maximus. But he has to be very careful because we have to time this crab ability here of going ahead and giving that 3 strength. So he is being very careful on this sequencing, starting with 3 into Sisu.
You have to sequence your turn effectively, and we do so as the Merlin Crab will be banished, giving Challenger 3 to Elsa, the 5th Spirit, and now we can take down the Sisu and the Maximus go in one fell swoop, as we will then use Dumbo's unique ability. We're going to break some record now.
Yes, we can do it all. And that was a lot of work to do in 1 turn, and he was able to keep 2 characters. Oftentimes you kind of have an unfavorable trade, but in this case, we were able to kind of keep a little damage control. But we have seen that Justin has access to some pretty interesting things in his deck. We're going to do another Vision of the Future where it can be one of the most painful things to sit across from because you're like, what are you looking for over there? But the answer is probably some more ways to make this this Mr. Incredible work harder. I keep using his government name.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I shouldn't know who he is.
Yes,
he's Bob Parr to me. I know him personally.
It's a secret identity.
I know him personally, but I think we should call him Mr. Incredible because he's got his costume on.
Yes, right.
That's only fair. As Mr. Incredible, I see we're going to keep popping the popsicle. So the Firefly Swarm will be played now because you did use popsicle and it did go to the discard pile, and you are and the Vision of the Future as well. So Bob Parr questing for 1 as you're trying to just keep it even in this lore race. And now that we know that Justin has his Maximus, we have this Mr. Incredible combo. If you can just stay close, you can get right to 20 in 1 failed push to the end. And I think that's a great way to close this game out if it stays close enough.
Yeah, but I think he has 2 more Mr. Incredibles. Triple Mr. Incredibles, not something we've seen the technology before. But there we go. We have that Merlin Crab coming in, giving that 3 right away on play. So now we have a clean start for
Yeah.
Justin. He has nothing on board, but I have a feeling Mr. Incredible will come back looking at his hand. And now Brandon is establishing his board again. He's feeling a little less scared, but not going too far, getting a Diablo out there who can possibly exert next turn to get that card draw.
And we have another Firefly Swarm, Katie. This card is looking incredible itself. I know we got a lot of Mr. Incredibles, but Firefly Swarm is actually incredible to keep that Devoted Herald off the board. If Diablo can run away with this game, especially in these low resource late game states, that's when the Diablo Devoted Herald becomes even more powerful because you can just draw, draw, and draw. If you look at Brandon's hand, it is still quite healthy. I mean, you are kind of neck and neck in this lore race, and you have more resources than your adversary, so maybe there's a world you can just continue to play this slow game with this Emerald and Amethyst strategy.
Yeah, I think it is the most improvisational deck ever. It's very flexible because now here we go. We're going to pull the lever, go ahead, and he's doing discard, which is very interesting because he only had one card in hand. So he's like, whatever it is, get it out of here. And then we talk about Bruno. And then that's my favorite part. He goes, I don't have to roll the dice. You got no cards in hand, right? To the discard.
There's a very powerful card from Chapter 1 called Dragonfire, and we don't talk about Bruno can do its best Dragonfire impersonation from time to time as Mr. Incredible is back again. And Brandon's like, I am tired of these Incredibles. Please, what are we doing? And you have the Maryland Crab, who still is in play, looking quite nice. If you can find a way to bounce, maybe you can get the Madam Mim Fox back into the field and maybe take down his Mr. Incredible. Maybe Justin will not exert. You're looking for some card draw. Ruby Sapphire, you're kind of stuck in the mud right now.
Yeah, and we see a card that is so powerful under the sea, not so powerful against a deck like Justin that's trying to be the strongest deck possible. So, in the meantime, we'll go the old-fashioned right. We're going to go ahead and be challenging. We're doing a Merlin Crab out, Madam Mim Fox in, and she's able to challenge for 7, but unfortunately she does go ahead and get banished herself in that challenge. But he had to do it because he just, if he can keep Justin at 1 card in hand, no cards in hand, and just playing 1 card per turn, that feels quite good. He can outlast him.
I believe Justin draws and passes. I wonder what that card could be in hand that you just could not play because you passed super quickly as Elsa now exerted, going on a little bit of a quest. Maybe you're thinking about putting more characters into the field and you will elect not to do so as Mr. Incredible again is going to find his way into the inkwell. Interesting.
I love it though because I think he has a B prepared, so I think he's just kind of playing like, oh, I don't. I mean, because it could be anything. I mean, mind you, you're thinking it's something expensive, something he doesn't want to play. So if I am Brandon, I'm losing my mind because I'm like, what are you... I don't want to play characters. I think you're going to play Be Prepared. But at the same time, you need to play characters to win.
And let's see if we just say you don't got it.
Yeah.
Again, make them have it.
Yes.
Sometimes is the philosophy as Brandon is looking at all these characters in hand and thinking, maybe I want to play more. Maybe I got to put the pressure on. And we do. So you are all in. And Justin's Gambit does pay off as Be Prepared is surely going to be played this turn. You got another one.
Yeah, he says,
backup, Be Prepared.
Yeah, he's like, well, I don't want to play. But now that he has 2, it's much more tempting. But I love that play there because one of the things you can do is even if you don't have a card, you can make the other player play very differently, right? You can get in their head and be like, because you're trying to slow the clock. And so he might be trying to go fast, and now he has to go slower. Playing that genie, drawing a card. Brandon's hand has been very healthy this entire game.
And I really love that. He's really taking it slow, maintaining card advantage. As we are going to put 2 more glimmers in play, that's 5 lore as we have a second Be Prepared, and Brandon is going to hit a little bit sideways on that one. You really wanted that Cricky, and you really wanted that genie to do a little bit more questing for you, but secondary Be Prepared is usually more powerful than first Be Prepared because you think they'll never have it. As we'll take this time to pull the lever.
Yeah, and this time he's like, I need some card draw. I know I went for your 1 card last time, but it is time to make sure I have answers. Because every time you see a Be Prepared, you go, okay, well, that's 1 down. I survived that. So 2 Diablos coming down, a Diablo. And now it is what can Justin do? Starting with a Tipo.
Tipo!
A Tipo the Iceberg here.
My favorite
Your
character.
favorite.
Okay, he's my favorite. The Growing Sun, we have since made amends. And now that he's close to rotation, I'll shake his hand if I saw the Growing Sun.
He's grown on you.
Yeah,
that's what it was. The Growing Sun grown on you.
You don't deserve Katie. As the Snow Fort now is deployed. This will help you a bit. It will take some of the pressure off from the Firefly Swarm and the Brawl type effects, although these Diablos still would be banished if one of those actions were to be played. But still, I think this is a nice little tech choice coming in from the Amethyst and Emerald strategy, and it can come up as both of these Diablos are evasive. Tamatoa, happy as a clam, has returned again only for just a single copy of Popsicle, which will be played as our brain is also developed.
And then he says, you know what I just saw? You're going to love this. Where's my third? Be prepared. And so now he's, like we've seen, he's going to be probably pretty coy with it. He doesn't have the ink right now, but he doesn't have to be quick because Brandon is only at 13 right now, which it's getting closer and closer, but I love the way he's been playing with that. It's just kind of like, well, I'll see what you're... Oh, no! He says, I won't get fooled again.
Not this time. You got me once, shame on you. It's never happening again, says Ursula, deceiver, and says, you won't miss it.
I think
you might miss this one. I need that one a little bit.
But we've also seen that Sisu empowered sibling, and the question of mine is, well, how many does he have in deck? Is this closed deck list right now? So, I mean, Brandon doesn't know. But in the meantime, we don't need it, because at this point, he has Maximus. He's not that far behind on lore. If he get an Olaf out here next turn, he's feeling very good, because he's going right up to 14 lore, putting the pressure on, and then cashing in Vitalosphere.
For free. And we are going to use the Vitalosphere. And hold up, Katie. Now we're over 5 strength on the Tamatoa. That's 2 lore from the Maximus. So that's a huge swing, and again, you're just trying to stay as close as you can in this lore race. We've used a ton of Mr. Incredibles, super strong. If you can get one here on this next turn, you can win this game. Just what we were saying. So it all comes down to the top of the deck, as Brandon now has to do some heavy lifting. Granted, we're going to probably see these Diablos engage some challenges here to take down this Tipo and possibly this Tamatoa. Happy as a clam. Maybe if there is we don't talk about Bruno or something like that, you're back at parity and you continue your questing campaign.
I cannot express how much I love seeing how Justin has played these cards, because oftentimes you read these cards and you get kind of set in your way. Vitalosphere gives rush. Vitalosphere gives rush. Now, it does also say +2 strength, and that's good for challenging, but he read it in a completely different way and says, you know what I'm reading?
Yeah.
Vitalosphere gives me 5 lore per turn. And I think that's very, very cool. He could have rushed into one of the characters. He doesn't need to. He keeps that a horse standing upright because, as we've seen, that horse is worth his weight in gold here. So now Brandon's doing his thing. He's had to do 40 times where he has to do the math to say, how do I get around this? I don't want to be the control deck. You do it way better than me, but he has to respond because he knows the clock is on. It is 1 turn. He has to prevent it from winning this turn.
I think if I'm Brandon, anytime I see this Maximus team champion on the board, it has to be removed. I don't care about anything else. You gotta go. And we don't talk about Bruno. We'll do just that, as the Maximus will just be sent directly to the discard pile. It does go back to the hand, but it will ultimately end in the discard pile because there's no other cards in hand from Justin, as the Diablo Spiteful Ravens will start the challenging and take down the Tipo. And here it is, the shift. Diablo Devoted Herald, and finally you have a nice low resource Diablo and a pretty comfortable board of evasive characters, and the Snow Fort is in play. So you got to be feeling quite good if you are Brandon. You need to exactly be prepared. And Mr. Incredible Bob Parr, he's a pretty strong guy as well.
Yes, finally we're back down. We've been calling Mr. Incredible now. This is where the Bob Parr started, and he's just a 1. We've seen him use to great effect, but right now he is just able to hang out. That Tamatoa is doing a ton of work here, going ahead and able to clean up the board a tiny bit, but now if he can... I think he has... I haven't seen any bursts of lore abilities, things like goats, things like that in the deck. So it is just can he keep Justin off for 1 more turn while developing his board a little bit more? That's going to be very difficult.
Right. You have to kind of be concerned. I think you have to even take a chance and go for the wrong lever here. And you might have thought, maybe I can save this for something else, but it's time to send the wrong lever to put the Tamatoa off the top of the, back to the bottom of the deck. And I think it's very important to keep this board as narrow as possible. If you have 2 characters, you play another Maximus team champion, you just could lose immediately right there as well. So I love the way that Brandon has played this, keeping the board narrow, keeping the Tamatoas off the field, and being able to continue to quest yourself as you now put yourself at 19. Popsicle needs to be something good, and it is the Maximus. So your play worked out nicely, as Maximus would have won that game for Justin on that turn, as Brandon has knotted it up. We're 1-1 in round number 1, Katie, and I'm telling you, this is the best way to start a DLC, with an absolutely uncut spice going to a game number 3.
I think this is... We say this so much that probably people are like, we know, but we love a game 3. And the reason is we got to see both of these players do what they came to do and see why they picked the deck. Because Justin has showed that his deck is very powerful, very, very strong at that top end of his curve, meaning when he has the most ink. But Brandon has shown, as long as I have cards in my hand, I am still in this game.
Right. And Brandon's methodical approach. I mean, sometimes you see some Amethyst and Emerald players, they tend to play it a bit more low to the ground. They tend to play it a bit more aggressive, and they kind of put their characters out to try to start questing a bit early in the early game and get these evasive characters to start questing. But I love the way Brandon is playing the game. He's taking it nice and slow. You're drawing some cards. You're not trying to get into this super aggressive questing battle against the control deck. You're almost like you're assuming control responsibilities, and you're like, I'm gonna take it slow, and I'll get there when I get there. As I really like that approach, being able to switch on the fly,
and being able to out control the control deck. That's a lot to say. And one of the reasons people will play a kind of mid-rangey deck because you can flex and try to be more aggressive. We haven't seen him play aggressive. We haven't seen a turn one play for him yet in this round here, and I don't think we will. Well, actually, no. I think we see, and we're inking that Madame and Fox, and there we go. Finally, that shift target Diablo.
Diablo Maleficent Spy, the Emerald icon. Back at it again. I love Infinity format, seeing some of these glimmers we haven't seen in a while, as we will be able to take a little sneak peek of the hand, just to kind of set the tone. Maybe your Ursula gets a lot better, and obviously your Diablo Devoted Herald, best shift target, I think, in the game. You'll see if your opponent has an answer to it, as we are going to get that very important Sail the Azurite Sea on your turn 2 to accelerate that inkwell. We're ramping, and the Vitalosphere down now into the inkwell.
Yeah, sometimes you'll hear the term toolbox a lot around this Ruby Sapphire, and it's because you kind of have all these little puzzle pieces, and you get to choose your own adventure, which is why it can be, you want an artisan with the building of the deck, and you want somebody that can pilot it, because you have to be very, very, see all the lines forward. Right. But Brandon, like you said, he has that ability to see his actual hand, which makes it a little tricky. So he knows what is in the hand to a certain degree. He chooses to ink one of the Ursulas and say, I'm coming back for that.
I'm spinning back. I saw that, be prepared, and you're not going to get me this time. Shame on you. As we see that there is a Sisu, I believe there's a Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam. We saw that Syndrome, Evil Inventors, and we get another Be Prepared as a backup, as a little treat. And those are the ones that shock you there when you see the Be Prepared. You send one to the discard pile, and you draw one immediately.
Yeah, and it's like, as another player, it could be something where this is why I cannot play at the pro level, because I would go hippie when I see it come back. Now, it is not inkable, and that is something very important to note, because there's a lot of what I think consider heavy uninkables, where you're like, this will be so good once I can play it. Sisu, this Be Prepared. But we've seen that he's very patient. We have this Syndrome down that can kind of manage the evasive side of things. A lot of players are so afraid of a shifted Diablo that they'll do anything to make sure they can respond. And the Syndrome is a very good response if it so happens.
And he has decent stats, and I love that 4 because there is a card that's kind of taking over the metagame right now. We're talking about Snowfort, the item, and being able to use a card like Syndrome, it still can take down the Diablo even if there is a Snowfort in play. So that was quite nice little tech include coming in from Justin C. But to your point, Katie, Justin is kind of in an ink-deprived situation. You have 2 high-cost uninkable characters in hand, and one character that you definitely do not want to put into this inkwell, that Tamatoa Happy as the Clam, because that is going to be your extension piece. And we have Bob Parr. Tamatoa now is going to quickly go down inkwell, as Bob Parr is going to take down the Ursula. Deceiver, I'll be interested to see if we get a heal off with this popsicle as well.
If I'm Mr. Incredible, I'm so mad because I got told I'm not affiliated with you, but unfortunately, Syndrome, they're working together now. You know, sometimes enemies to friends. But there we go. Brandon is not having the greatest start, but he has so many cards. That's the one thing that we keep saying. Okay, but Brandon has cards in hand. And I think that's been his priority of how he plays this deck, is just keep options open, and he can adapt, overcome. But right now, we're gonna ink that Diablo, or sorry, the Dumbo. He hasn't been able to shift the Diablo. I don't know if he even wants to, because he's just like, oh, is it
not
worth it?
Shifting that Diablo into the face of this Syndrome seems like it's going to be an uphill climb, because you know for sure you're going to waste no time to make that change. And since you're not evasive, you only got alert. Madame and Fox will do the heavy lifting for you, as we will play that Diablo again, seeing that your opponent is on this brick scenario. You're only at 5 ink. Tipo, the Growing Sun, is in hand now. We're taking a quick little vision of the future, probably trying to find something to give you some more resources. I'd love how far I'll go here potentially to continue to ramp and draw some cards to get closer and closer to that Be Prepared and Sisu.
Very, very clean playing here from Justin. I love seeing him. I have 5 cards. I show you 5 cards. I look, I keep. This is my hand. So he does keep one of the cards I can't quite see, but I think it might be Merlin's card.
That might have been a Merlin's card back, Katie. Keen eye, as this is a great way to get some of those draw cards we were talking about, a little bit of resource. Merlin's card bag is 5 cost uninkable item that says when you hippity hoppity.
Hockety pockety.
Hockety pockety.
I was waiting. I was like, I told somebody, I was like, I will say hockety pockety on stream, and you said it perfect.
I'm sorry.
Hippity hoppity, hockety pockety. I'm drawing a card.
There it is, and it will be able to basically recycle an item from your discard pile, and you can put it back into your hand, and you can play it to the field. It works almost perfectly with the popsicle, and that is a pseudo draw engine on its own. And the We Don't Talk About Bruno is deployed yet again, as we'll send the Mr. Incredible back to the hand, probably trying to break up any type of Maximus one-cost character into an immediate lore burst.
He's rolled 6 so many times. There we go. We have that Sisu, and that is not so bad because as we've talked about, Sisu is 8 cost, uninkable, not happening for a little bit. So he's probably not too sad about that, and he's kept the identity of his be prepared secret one more turn. So as we can see, Brandon not doing a ton, but he is being the control deck, and that has to be kind of stressful for him to have to be a control deck. But there we go. Merlin's carpet bag doing that recycling. There's only 4 popsicles maximum in deck, but it feels like infinite with these kind of cards.
Right, and this is something that I'm sure Brandon hates to see, especially if you don't have that shifted Diablo Devoted Herald in play, because each time you go through this cycle, the pop cycle, I call it,
Oh.
you'll be able to draw an additional card with the Diablo, but unfortunately you don't have that available to you, and you can only use this ability once per turn. You do have to exert and pay 1 ink to do so. So that's what's happening. Maybe sometimes when this happens, the players do kind of do this a bit quickly, and they might do some shortcuts. So I'm fairly confident that Justin will do this every turn. So if you just see a popsicle go up and come down rather quickly, that's what's happening. The Merlin's carpet bag is being used. The popsicle is being added from the discard pile back to the hand, played to the field. The card is being drawn, and all that is going to happen probably in the blink of an eye.
It's a circle of pops.
Wow.
And I think that's why this card is so popular, because it just feels like this, like, is the engine, like we said. But there we go. So now Brandon doesn't know. But at this point, there's 2 be prepared. Brandon's been very, very conservative here, just choosing to just kind of slowly build that board. But we're in that kind of danger zone. But that is interesting. 2 very strange cards here back to back.
That is the Great Stone Dragon, inkable 3-cost item. It comes into play exerted, but now you can basically ink a card from your discard pile. It comes into play exerted. So now you have this double, you had no resource engine, now you have this double resource engine in the form of Merlin's carpet bag and now the Great Stone Dragon. So we are so back, says Justin, as we are going to continue to develop our brain a little bit more. You have double be prepared in hand. You have this Mr. Incredible. You have this another popsicle in play. You have to be feeling confident now with your opponent when sitting at 5 lower.
Yeah, Justin is just establishing the foundation of the house here. I love so much. I have to imagine they named the ability Awake, and they said, well, we call the other one. They're like, I guess Asleep. Because, yeah, he comes in exerted, but we're not too worried. We're taking our time because Brandon has just been, like we said, acting as a control deck. He does have that snow fort, but I just feel like it's almost to the point where it just feels like Justin is not doing the challenging in this matchup. Yeah. It's been Brandon always initiating these challenges. So I'm very interested to see how far he decides to develop this board, and he is. He's just going to be conservative with it, playing 2, and then saying, can you have one of those huge card draw turns? Because my Diablo's sideways now.
Right, just taking it slow. Brandon has been taking it this nice, slow and steady approach, putting out the snow fort, probably trying to play around a Firefly Swarm or a Brawl, get your draw engine online. I think is incredibly important. But unfortunately, there is a be prepared, and you didn't know it was there, and your Ursula didn't have one earlier, and now the Great Stone Dragon is moving and grooving, and you're putting cards in your inkwell as well. So that's basically a 2 card draw per turn, I guess, because you put 1 in your inkwell, 1 in your hand, and you are absolutely feeling it. You don't have to continue to ink from your hand anymore.
And I love it because sometimes, like we talked about, like, well, Cece's not inkable, but suddenly it changes the math because, well, she's a character, so she is now inked. So it feels very, very good. It is recycling efficiency here. So the foundation of the deck has been established. We have the card draw engine. We have making sure we have resources. But Brandon is, like we said, just keep drawing cards. So he plays a genie. He has 6 cards in hand, which is pretty incredible at this point in the game to have that many cards. But he's playing it conservatively because he's been rewarded in it.
Right.
Usually because he just knows that these be prepareds seem to be infinite.
And keep building. The Genie is another very great quester. He's a character I'm for sure going to miss when we get into our rotation. When Attack of the Vine, ! Comes out here in a few short weeks. I love this Genie Wishfield, and I will miss his glimmer when he is no longer a part of the core constructed format. We are in Infinity, and he'll be here forever as we are going to ink that Spiteful Raven, just trying to get our inkwell a little bit deeper. Now we have 2 popsicles in play. You actually hate to see it if you're Brandon, as the resource loop will continue. Play 1, ink 1, exert 1, draw 1. Great Stone, wow, we're popping on. He's doing it so quickly. Oh my goodness.
I think this Lumineer has practice, and we've seen him practice. We've seen him all over North America, making sure to get these reps in, and we are seeing what the end result of this planning goes, because there is this Olaf snowman of action for only 3, I think, Inky paid for that.
Yeah, he's got a steep discount for every action in your discard pile. You're able to play this Glimmer for free. About time they made a card like this. About time is this character's ability name. And remember that was the time, Katie, when we looked at Justin's hand, he had 2 cards. And now that thing is actually stacked with this Merlin's card back, Popsicle, Loop established, and the Great Stone Dragon, not forcing you to ink from your hand anymore.
I love the creativity because I think that there's certain inks that you're like, oh, that's the card draw one. But Sapphire, if you put all the machine parts together, look, this is a very item, and so it is like you're building a machine. Suddenly, you don't feel the pain of not having Amethyst. But Amethyst, very easy card draw. Just playing a card gets you the card here with this genie. And so we'll see what he wished for here. We've seen that Under the Sea isn't super effective in this matchup, so he's kind of been like, he definitely probably brought that for the dogs and other things that could be the smaller. But in this case, we've only seen, when you get to this top end, he's only playing giant cards.
And I think that's, I'm sure drawing that Under the Sea is something that you absolutely don't want to see. When you got a character with 6 strength, oh, by the way, my deck is all around strong characters. My Under the Sea with the 2 strength might as well be the biggest brick that will probably be Under the Sea if it were up to me. As we are going to go hockety-pockety one more time as we draw, exert, draw, pay 1. Another popsicle is in play. Now another snowman of action who is going to probably interplay at another reduced cost. Mr. Incredible gets a quest in, and it looks like we are singing the Be Prepared here. Olaf, 9 cost character, even though you only had to pay 3 to play it, he still is going to represent that 9, so be able to sing all these high cost actions.
Yeah, and then the discounts just keep coming. Because every time you play an action, you're essentially discounting the next Olaf should it come.
Right.
And thinking, like we see, it's so good at preserving the economy. Because after doing a board wipe like Be Prepared, you're like, well, that was it. But wait, there's more, because I use the Singer ability, so I can use my ink, kind of build back after that board wipe. We see 2 Olafs in hand. And I think, they would only cost, what, 1? He's making sure his actions in his discard are laid out in a way where it's like a wallet.
And there it is, coming in for only 1 ink. I don't think we've inked yet from hand, so if you want it, you can play or ink this Maleficent Dragon and play another Olaf. But again, you also taking the very slow approach, and I do not hate it at all, as we have the Olaf Snowman of action and Mr. Incredible in play. That is 3 lore being represented. Brandon has to respect that, and you have to start to get back into now your control bag. You've lost the initiative, and you've lost the board. You don't have a card like Be Prepared in your strategy to be able to clean up the board on your side. Your opponent also has this very powerful resource loop that is generated. We have the Great Stone Dragon, the Merlin's Carbon Bag. We have several popsicles. Tomato happy as a clam. We haven't seen one all game, so you know one of those cards is coming. So Brandon has to find some speed here to get back into this game.
And I find it so funny because at the top end, there's also, we talk about board removal, but there's also spot removal, where you talk about just getting 1 thing at a time. So Justin has this or Brandon has a decision to make where it's like, if I play 1 character, you might just get rid of that 1 character per turn. If I play a lot of characters, you might get all of my characters gone. But I'll just start with doing a We Don't Talk About Bruno on that Mr. Incredible. At the very least, it might get rid of Mr. Incredible, but it could get rid of something much more worse. In this case, he gets rid of one of those Olafs, which is very nice for him because it is a very cheap card for Justin. So now it's time to find out. He didn't even play a character this turn. He's like, I won't go wide or narrow. I'll go none.
We'll keep it simple. Do nothing and pass. And that's sometimes that is the best play. As we are getting the Great Stone Dragon to trigger, we're going to send 1 character from our inkwell to our from our discard pile to our inkwell. We're going to take the Merlin's Card Bag for a loop, and then we're going to take the Tamatoa for a loop as well to bring 2 more of those popsicles back from the discard pile back to the hand. We can continue to draw even more cards. This deck is firing on all cylinders. You actually love to see it, and your inkwell is getting so deep that you can potentially get to 11 ink and play the Maximus and the Mr. Incredible in 1 turn, and that is just going to be immediate returns on your lore investment.
I love to see this. The players are playing a little bit expeditiously here because there's 6 minutes left in the round, and once you get to that timer, then you start going to turns. So I think Justin just wants to go ahead and win this. So he is going a little bit fast, and I think, like you mentioned, that Maximus, if he can get that out, then that clock starts feeling not as stressful. So he's establishing the baseline, like we said, drawing cards, getting out that Olaf, he can quest. So now it's a question of, Brandon, what are you going to do? Because Justin is very, very interested in just cleanly getting to 20 lore, and we know he can do it fast.
And it's going to be happening very, very quickly. I'm talking 5 lore turn, plus you have two questers in play, and you basically have infinite resources at this point. As the Tamatoa happy as a clam is going to be exerted. Peter Pan, Shadowfinder, has entered the field as well, and we will, or interplay as well, and we will go ahead and take a nice opportunity to challenge into this Tamatoa happy as a clam. Or Elsa now for damage. I think you have to keep the board narrow. You can't allow Tamatoa to quest to use these I'm beautiful baby ability to put them on the play for free.
I am beautiful baby, which one thing I'm like, he's had a monstrous dragon in his hand this whole time. And that has to feel so fun because that card, you talk about Dragonfire. It is Dragonfire on the dragon. So he's been kind of coy with it. I don't know if we'll see it, but in the meantime, he's going to go ahead and go that Maximus route because as we talked about, 5 lore per turn, not so bad.
Yeah, and you can also quest as Olaf, so that's going to be an additional 2. And now you're in a position where you can just sit back and just collect your investment. You know, collect your interest, and Brandon has to be in that position where you need to answer this board. You need to get the wrong lever. You need to get the pull lever. You've just used it. We don't talk about Bruno and the Mr. Incredible on the previous turn, and you have to just keep these characters off the board. Oh, by the way, Olaf is still free and clear to continue his questing, and he can get himself up to 20 lore, no issue at all.
And it's been so fun watching. I mean, I am not a patient person. I love playing fast decks, and Justin is like, oh yeah, you can use some of your spot removal on my characters. It's not a big deal, because then he gets to this part of the game where it's like, I bet you wish you had that. You don't talk about Bruno. And Brandon's in a very tricky spot, right? Because he has to get rid of these things when he sees it, but then he also doesn't have the beauty of a board wipe like Justin does. He does, but not for this matchup. That Under the Sea won't do it.
Okay, that's game, and there it is.
Oh,
We're going to get it done
fast?
because that is 10. You got 5 lore being represented from the Maximus, and you also have the questing power from both of those, all 3 of those glimmers, and that is going to end that game. And Justin is going to get it done in round number 1 with a very, very cool, unique strategy. You actually love to see it.
Wow. I mean, that's all I have is wow. Because, I mean, we read these cards, we see them, and then sometimes you're like, oh, man, I hope that pays off one day. Justin said, that day's today.
Right now. That day is here. That day is now. And I'm telling you, the Maximus community cannot be happier to see our boy is now a DLC winner. Glimmer. We all knew it could happen. The potential was there, and we got it done. Huge congratulations to you, Justin. Again, taking nothing away from Brandon. I mean, he played incredibly well. He did everything that you could want to do, but unfortunately, the Maximus was just too strong.
Yeah, but the good news is we get to hear a little bit from Justin to hear about the method behind the madness here. So I'm excited to hear this interview coming to you right now.
Hey, Lumineers, I'm here with Justin Crum, who just won his round 1 match with what I would describe as, honestly, it was a really fun deck to watch. It was a twist on a favorite. You worked in Maximus Team Champion, Mr. Incredible Super Strong, and it was just a pleasure to watch. And so you participated in Dortmund last weekend and made top 16 with a version of this deck. Why make this switch coming into this weekend?
Yeah, so last weekend I was playing, or 2 weekends ago, I was playing the version where we had Shark, we had some Liquidators in there for the Dogs matchups, and the issue was that then the weekend in between, Ben, also known as Superior Synergy Online, he went and won the WCC CCQ last weekend with a modified version of that list.
Ben, what are you doing?
Exactly. And so when we saw that happen, we're like, all right, 1, the mirror matches are going to get more prominent, and 2, the mirror match is really abysmal with the base version of the list that I ran in Dortmund. And so we were like, we need a way to finish the game. Manners was one possible route to do that, and I know a lot of people are going to sort of end up going that route. Another route to doing it was Dime. I didn't really like Dime, and it's kind of susceptible to being like hideawayed, and you can't run, you know, like 3 to 4 of them like you could with Manners, right? And so the other route that we thought of was Maximus, Mr. Incredible. And so I think it was actually Ed that brought this up to me. He was like, hey, what if we ran Mr. Incredible shift lines to take out Dogs? And I was like, well, all right. And then another buddy, Anthony, brought up that he loves Maximus, and we have this Christmas horse miracle theology in our group of once upon a time wanting to do that for the first NA Continentals. Didn't end up happening, but we broke that back out this weekend and thought, all right, maybe this is a way that we can actually finish these red-blue mirror matches.
That's right. I love that that idea was stored away and you saved it for the right moment, and here it is. And to me, that's one of the fun things about this format is there's so many twists that you can put on beloved decks, taking items and working in superheroes and horses, and here you are. Is there a matchup that you're scared of?
Yeah, it has mostly the same matchup spread as the regular red-blue shark deck. And that deck really just doesn't want to see like discard sitting across the table from it very much. So,
well, congratulations on an awesome performance in round 1. I can't wait to see how far you take this. I hope to see you on stream again. Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And we are back in the booth. What an interview from Justin Crum, phenomenal Illuminaire. He's been on the absolute grind trying to make his way to the Digital Arcana Challenge North American Championship. And I think he's got every tool required to be one of those Illuminaires that make. What do you think about that game, Kate?
I thought it was such a fun, because I mean, it was two decks. One that we saw win the entire DLC over in Dortmund, but then we got to see an Illuminaire who's out there. And like we said, we've seen him. We saw him Wilds Unknown released, and that weekend we saw him play a deck like this. And like he talked in his interview, he just kept honing that craft.
And building. And you know what? He probably had this in his back pocket and was like, because you get what we call doom spiraling sometimes when they go into picking the deck you want to bring to the tournament. You're like, you have so much doubt. There's something that had to switch to say, this is what I'm doing. I'm sticking with it. It's good enough. And to show it be good enough and be played here on that first round was absolutely stellar. So that is a great way to bring this event to life. I love to see it. But Katie, I want to talk to you a bit more about your picks, okay? Your picks to win this thing. You picked Amber and Emerald, Eleanor, Royal Dolls. Why are we picking that?
Because good. And the thing is that we saw that we talked about like the beauty of being in a mid-range, and that Amethyst Emerald deck was kind of operating in that middle where you just get a few ink and then you can do lots of cool stuff. And Amber Emerald's one of those decks where it can kind of pivot. It can do the Under the Sea. It can do going aggressive. It can go a lot more aggressive than we saw that Amethyst deck do. So I just think it has converted quite well in this season. Now, it hasn't won every tournament, but it can be pretty good. But you picked deck, so you're happy. That's why you brought it up. You're like, so why'd you pick a deck that we didn't see win?
Katie, you know me too well.
I know. I was like, wait a minute. That was a setup.
I wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, that was a setup. All right.
Katie, I picked that deck to win.
You did.
And on my caster team prediction, I picked that Illuminaire. If you didn't notice, he had a nice little deputy badge on.
Am I being set up?
He's been deputized.
Where are the cameras?
Okay, so here it is, Ruby and Sapphire. I think me and Brent might have to take a little 50-50 because he did have a ton of items in that strategy as well.
Did.
There was a ton of items in that strategy as well, but I still would classify that as you have Olaf Snowman of action. It's an action deck. Okay, so boom. I'm on my way, and I'm up. And we're feeling good. But Katie, we're going to get back over to the lounge to hear what Rebecca has to say about that round and what's going on in the rest of this event.
Absolutely.
Thanks, JDZ and Katie. What a round one. But welcome back to the lounge. I'm joined here by Liam. Hello. And we're going to have a little chat, Liam, about some Wilds Unknown cards. As you all know, if you've been watching, we actually have some card reveals from Attack of the Vine that are going to be coming soon.
Will you tell me what they are yet?
No, not yet, Liam. No, you have to wait. You have to stay tuned for Attack of the Vine, ! But right now, we are still in the Wilds Unknown meta, and there are a bunch of cards that have made a huge impact in the game, not just in core, but in Infinity. And this is an Infinity tournament, Liam.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I love about this event in particular is Wilds came out very recently, and people have been playing around with Infinity for a while. It's been around ever since Fabled came out. But now there's a lot of decks which people thought, hey, this deck is really good in Infinity, this is the answer. But with these new tools that we have coming out just weeks ago, we're seeing people work them into tried and true decks and to do some fun new things. And there's all sorts of room for creative expression with these Wilds Unknown cards in this event.
Yeah, so we have some cards to look at. We have one that we wanted to highlight from each of the ink colors. So we're going to start off with Amber and look at our game-changing card from Amber, and that is the one, the only, Dale, ready for his shot. This card, Liam, I remember when this card got revealed, people were so hyped about it, and the hype is real. This card is very good. That spike suit ability, where your characters deal damage with their willpower instead of their strength, is really fantastic. What are your thoughts about Dale?
It's just a really... Could it be any other card from Amber?
Oh, there's a lot, actually.
That's true. Well, that's fair. But there's so many cards with high willpower that people like to run because they are more resilient. Cards like an Infinity Rapunzel, gifted with healing, which has 4 willpower, or let's say Daisy Duck, which has 4 willpower. These cards are resilient, and all of a sudden now they can come across to your opponent's side of the board and challenge characters for their willpower. It's incredibly strong, and the thing is, you have to plan for him.
Yes.
You have to respect that he's in your opponent's deck and always be ready for him to take his shot.
Yeah, and he is definitely ready to take his shot. But I want to move on to Amethyst. Now, Amethyst is a little bit of a tricky color. There weren't a lot of cards from Wilds Unknown that were making a huge impact in Infinity. I think more so in Core, but one of the cards that is super fun and that I've seen in play a lot is Dash Par Lava Runner. This card is super fun. He has Rush, and he can quest the turn he's played.
This card is particularly fun to me because
okay, I
it's
see
the
what you did
first
there. I
time
see
we're
what you did.
It's the first time we're seeing the ability for a character to quest the turn it's played in Disney Lorcana. It's an appropriate ability for this fast character. As you pointed out, we haven't seen it a ton, but it is a card that gives reach. And again, that you have to plan for, because if your opponent is playing Amethyst and they're at 18 lore, you know that any turn Dash could come running in and steal the game.
Yes, he really could. But there isn't the next card though that we're going to look at, Liam, is one that has been making huge waves ever since a few weeks ago. It made its first appearance at a CCQ. It's Emerald. It's uninkable. We know what it is. It is Eleanor. Eleanor, renowned diplomat. This card has been such a huge player for Infinity format, especially in that Amber Emerald Lady in the Tramp Dogs deck. She has this incredible ability that is just, I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, it's good. It's good.
If you're playing against Eleanor, she can be a royal pain. All three of her activated abilities, the three things that she does are all particularly good. You can set her up very, very easily so she activates the turn that she comes into play. The ability to damage your opponent's characters once each turn, the ability to draw an extra card each turn. It's just really good.
And gain lore.
And gain lore.
At the same time.
And the thing with Emerald is you can pair it with a lot of different colors in this format, and so she's liable to make an appearance not only in Emerald Amethyst, in Dogs, but Emerald Steel as well.
Yeah. Have you played some decks with Eleanor in it?
I have.
It's so fun.
So fun.
I really enjoy it, you know. And not only is Eleanor great in the Infinity format, in the Amber Emerald decks, but I also have been playing with Eleanor in like a Brave theme deck that is really fun. Of course. I mean,
of course.
I love a theme deck, and I love that Brave finally made its way into Disney Lorcana, and Eleanor is a great addition to any Emerald deck.
Yeah. One of the strongest characters in the movie, I would argue, and it's great to see her be one of the strongest Brave characters in the game as well.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to ask you a question, Liam, and that is, moving on to Ruby, you actually don't know what card is going to be shown next. Which card do you think is going to be shown for Ruby? I bet this gentleman right here knows.
Thankfully, there is something of a Ruby connoisseur in the building, so I'm going to tag you out, Miss Bo Peep, and I'd love it if you went over to the desk and prepared for your first cast of the day.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Bo Peep. Don't forget your sheep. Hi, Rebecca. How you getting on?
I'm wonderful, Baker.
I heard Ruby, and
yes,
it was
you had to make an appearance for Ruby.
I had to zone in straight away.
Yes,
okay, so I am ready to look at some Ruby cards.
Okay, there's one Ruby card.
Yeah.
And it's from Wilds Unknown.
Okay.
And it's one that is making a big impact. What card do you think it is?
Is it by chance a machine?
It is.
Is it perchance a 10-cost character?
It is.
Does it perchance have the ability to wipe a board?
Perchance it does.
Are you talking about the Leviathan?
Absolutely.
It's a machine. 10-cost inkable character. Oh, uninkable, actually. Yeah, but it's pretty good. But this has the potential to banish characters up to a total of 10 strength. You have to have put 2 cards into the discard already.
Right.
But that's not always the hardest condition to fulfill.
Especially in the Ruby Sapphire deck that you often see it in. You have lots of ink. You have lots of cards that are putting cards into your discard.
There you go.
You've got Vision of the Future. You have all sorts of things. You can banish popsicles.
You sure can.
Put them in the discard.
And one combination that's working really well for this deck is Ruby Emerald.
Yes.
And a lot of players taking advantage of that action card. The Return of Hercules. When this was first revealed, this was a card that was very interesting, allowing both players to play a character for free. Hasn't seen a lot of meta or competitive play, maybe some fringe decks, but with the birth of the Leviathan coming in Wilds Unknown, we seem to have the pieces of the puzzle sorted.
It's so fun.
And you play this, the Return of Hercules, that does count of one of your 2 cards to go into the discard pile. So like you say, all you need is to develop your brain, pop a Popsicle, something like that. Although if you're playing red-green, you can't play Popsicle or develop your brain. But there's plenty of other ways of doing it. And this card has just proved itself to be very impactful. And most specifically, it seems to be eating the Dogs deck alive, that Lady in the Tramp Amber Emerald deck.
Definitely.
So I'm a big fan of the Leviathan. I think it's going to make a huge splash for a long time to come.
A long time. All right, let's move on to Sapphire and check out the game-changing card from Wilds Unknown.
I'm ready.
Sapphire.
I'm zoning in.
This is going to be a good one. Are we ready for it?
Ready. Let's go. Hit me with it.
All right.
Prepared. I'm so prepared.
You are so
you
prepared.
couldn't even imagine.
It's a feisty fairy.
A feisty fairy indeed.
It's a feisty fairy with ward.
Yes,
Baker,
and that's
the thing.
That is the very significant key word. Ward meaning opponents can't choose the character except to challenge. So some of those spot removal cards like Let It Go, like Hades' Infernal Schema, and even we were just talking about the Leviathan.
Yeah.
Lurple can be one of the worst matchups for that because they have so many warded
all
characters.
All of the steel songs, all the steel actions that are choosing characters. You cannot choose Merryweather Feisty Fairy.
You cannot, and as a 4-cost character in Sapphire, meaning traditionally if you're playing Ramp, and if you're a newer player, when we talk about Ramp, we're just saying you're putting extra cards into your inkwell per turn, something that Sapphire is very good at doing.
It's quite good.
So with that traditional turn 2 ramp in the form of Tipo or Saudi Azar at Sea, this on turn 3, a 4/5 beat stick with ward is pretty incredible, pretty feisty overall. It's not bad. So you can see why a lot of players are choosing to play it. You mentioned the Amber Steel, like all those songs like Let the Storm Rage On, Strength for a Raging Fire, already mentioned the Hades, etc. So many top tier cards that see a lot of competitive play. They can't touch the feisty fairy, so it has proved itself to be a very important piece of that deck.
Yes. Another card that has some really cool synergy from Wilds Unknown that we're seeing. It has some villain synergy, which I know you love. It's in steel. It's got wings. He flies. And it is the new Diablo Stone Servant. This card is so fun. It's just a little 2-cost 1/3, but guess what? When you have villains out, he becomes a 3/3 in Quest for 2, which is kind of ridiculous.
So if I'm on the board, Diablo becomes a 3/3 Quest for 2, and you can't challenge me.
No.
I know I'm a Ruby Amethyst man, but I may have to enlist the services of this Stone Servant. I don't want to be challenged, Rebecca.
You know, that it's kind of like having a bodyguard just for your villain characters. And in this deck, or this card is played often in the Emerald Steel deck, which has tons of villains. Because guess who's a villain? Ursula's a villain. Prince John is a villain. You've got tons of synergy there. So a really fantastic card from Wilds Unknown that we've been seeing in a lot of decks in this Infinity format.
Not to mention, you said Emerald Steel is a great place for this deck. If those decks are playing the Diablo Devoted Herald, this is just another shift target along with the Maleficent Spy, etc. So, yeah, we love that stat line. It reminds me of the old Mr. Smee, Bumbling Mate, that 2-cost character, 3/3 stat line, Quest for 2. There's a couple of extra steps with the Stone Servant, but they're pretty easy to fulfill, and we know this can be a very significant stat line.
Yeah, so lots of cards from Wilds Unknown that we're seeing, again, both in Core Constructed, doing a lot of fun stuff over there, which we do have some really fantastic Core Constructed side events going on this weekend. But for the main tournament, we're all about Infinity, and it's really fun seeing some of these decks that have been around since the beginning, but getting these new tools to play with from Wilds Unknown. I have to ask you, do you have a favorite card from Wilds Unknown?
I'm going to be honest, it's Sid. It is the toy surgeon. You may have noticed the casting crew. We're doing a little Disney bound. I've got all my toys. I'm going to banish them all later. Don't you worry about that. But yeah, I love the introduction of toys. Sid, toy surgeon, is a card that very much speaks to me. I remember when they first announced that Toy Story was coming to the game, I was like, I'm so excited to play with my toys. And then they revealed Sid, and it became, I'm so excited to banish my toys. It's a good time. Yep. Toys aren't seemingly doing a whole lot of the moment, and it just speaks to the power level of Infinity. But going on into, we've got rotation coming up. I think toys are going to be extremely powerful, whether it's Ruby Amber or Amber Emerald. I think toys are going to make a big splash, but Sid's my boy.
Sid is your boy. And I do love the look. I hope that everyone in chat is appreciating the Sid look today. And we have to get a group shot of all the casters because we are doing a little Toy Story Disney bound today, which is super fun.
When you're in this outfit, do you have a sudden desire to approach Claus?
Right, yes.
Is this like taking you over in your soul?
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna talk like this the rest of the time. Welcome
you have been chosen.
to Disney Lorcana Challenge.
You have been chosen.
Take me to the game.
You must go.
Yes, and we are ready actually for some more gameplay. We have some casters in the booth. Look who it is! It's Rex and Bo Peep.
Rex and Bo Peep. How you guys doing?
What's up? Yeah, where's your sheep at, Bo Peep?
Where's the sheep?
Sheep.
Oh no!
We're missing
If anybody
the sheep.
sees sheep,
has anyone
let
seen
me
the
know.
sheep?
You had one job, Liam. One job.
Attention, Lumineers. We
Sheep
are
wander.
losing 3 sheep. Please find them as soon as possible.
Okay, well, we're gonna let you two take it away, and I hope you can find those sheep.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Welcome back, Illumineers, from the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Indianapolis. My name is Brent Mukai. I'm joined by Disney Lorcana casting legend,
Liam. I'm here too.
What a tee up and what a knock out of the park.
Sometimes you lob them up and you're slam dunking, and sometimes it's like you just watch the ball drop.
Sometimes you just hit. It's a light tap.
It's like that's true. It's all it needs is a nudge.
Yeah,
you set me up so well. It's just
a tip tappy.
Tip tappy in. Tip tappy in. No, I super excited to be here. Super excited to be here with you, Brent. Super excited to be here with all of you watching at home. This tournament has been so fun for me so far. These early rounds have been really, really great. I know anytime there's a format that you're going into a DLC, people are studying the format, they're looking at previous CCQs, they're looking at previous DLCs. People tend to think that they know the answers, that there's certain decks that are going to rise to the top and everything else. But I have to tell you, I've been watching a lot of early round games. I've been talking to people yesterday. There is a lot of spice out there. Even if it's just a few really fun cards being worked into decks, like Maximus being worked into the items deck that we saw in the previous round. So there's all sorts of room for creative expression right now, and these early rounds have just been so fun as we see people trying to separate themselves from the pack in these first 2-3 rounds.
Absolutely, and in this Infinity format, it's so cool to watch all of these cards interacting with each other. I've been playing the game since first chapter, and now that we're in set 12, Wilds Unknown, to see some of my favorites, my old friends. Exactly. You knew exactly where I was going with that, man. And because we have over 2,400 unique cards, there's a lot of potential spice throughout the day. I was saying back there, that Ruby Emerald Kendall match was insane. Who saw that coming? Who saw airfoil as one of the big draw engines of the format? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, sure foiled his opponent.
Yeah, he had a chance to win.
That's right. Do you think we'll see some spice in this next round?
I sure hope so. I believe that we are ready, so let's throw it down to the players and see what kind of a match we are in store for. We have Emerald Amethyst on Emerald Amethyst by Nathan on the left there. Justice, who is on the right, two players that are well known within this community. Shout out these beautiful puppy sleeves here we got. Justice will be on the Amber Emerald Dogs. I believe he is playing the Eleanor version, the Royal Dogs, if you will. Some people are calling it that. And it looks like Nathan has some interesting spice already, speaking of.
I do. And so this is, first off, I love to see players that I love to see rising stars. We also love to see players that we know from the Disney Lorcana community. As you said, both these players very well known. These deck colors, also deck colors that are very well known. Justice playing that, as you point out, Royal Dogs, very popular right now. Nathan, though, on Emerald Amethyst, my pick to win this event, I'm going to say it right now. I think that it stands a chance. But to the spice you pointed out there, I think it's those Annas that we saw in there. I think I saw the little sister, and I'm not sure if I saw the Floodborn there in his hand. I got a very quick look as I was trying to peruse both players' hands.
The Soothing Sister. I believe he did also send that back in the altar.
Super fun.
Yeah, the Shift Zero, a little bit of Winter Spell action here.
Yeah, and the fun thing about Emerald Amethyst to me is there's multiple different directions that you can take this deck. We did see it win in Dortmund last time, Alessandro taking it down last weekend, and that was kind of a tempo mid-range version, playing the very strong Amethyst core, but you always want to throw in Diablo because it is, I think, the best card they've ever printed in Disney Lorcana, and we see it in his opening hand there. But there's other things you can do with it. There's all sorts of tools you can work in, from the discard package to cards like these Annas. So I'm really excited to see which way Nathan's taken. And now we are off to the running with Maleficent Spy.
Yes, Diablo Maleficent Spy comes down, which means that we get to look at the hand of Justice here. And Nathan knows, because we do not have open deck lists right now. Nathan now knows exactly what Justice is playing and what his opening start is. Nathan is no stranger to the Dogs deck. We'll see how he adjusts.
Yeah, and so one of the things with this deck, I talked to Alexi, who finished top 16 in Dortmund, and he said between the Maleficent Spy and the Ursula, which you often play on turn 2, I think every Emerald deck is running that Ursula Deceiver to pick a song from your opponent's hand. He said, I'm going to see my opponent's hand in like 88% of games by turn 2. And so I have the upper hand because every single game I play, I know what my opponent's lines are, I know what their plan is, and I can adjust my game plan accordingly on the first few turns.
Lady Decisive Dog coming down, one of said dogs, maybe one of the most important to get down on turn 1. Whenever a character is played, she will be able to get +1 strength. Ooh, and now we have the Diablo shift line. Diablo, Devoted Herald. Usually you pay ink to shift. However, he's special. Whenever you discard an action card, you can shift on top of any of the Diablos in your deck. Typically in the Emerald Steel version, we only had one shift target, right? But now we have multiple in an Emerald Amethyst package. I mean, and this is a powerful card. Whenever it's exerted, whenever your opponent draws on their turn, you also draw.
Yeah, and this is one of the strongest openings in all of Disney Lorcana. And I usually like to couple that with another card on turn 2. I didn't see anything else come to the board there. Clearly it's empty, so just the Diablo shift without a turn 2 play. That feels it's kind of a bummer, but he will get that draw off Diablo immediately on Justice's turn. And Diablo, a card that has seen some success in Infinity, because I think it wasn't, I don't want to say it wasn't respected, but in the old days, people used to have to run 2, 3, 4 different cards in their deck to answer Diablo, because leaving a Diablo unchecked is such a problem. But in a format where not a lot of people are running early Diablo answers, the Diablo player can establish such a strong advantage by getting this evasive character on the board and then leaving it unchecked for several turns, giving you a huge card advantage in the opening.
And now Emerald Amber, showcasing why it's so powerful. You're able to cheat out characters. What I mean by that is the Grandmother Willow comes down. She costs 2 ink. However, the next character you play costs 1 less, which means we get this Aurora Holding Court for free. And I do believe we are going to see the Shift 0 line, perhaps, because this Anna, little sister, as a quick reminder, costs 2, 2, 3. When you play her, you're able to put a card from your discard into the bottom of your deck, either player, and when any of the cards from the discard leave one of the player's sides, this Anna, Soothing Sister, is able to come down. This 5-cost 5/5 quest for 1 is going to be able to be cheated out on turn 2. Look at this, Liam. And we were wondering, I mean, in the back of my head, I was like, I wonder if this Anna shift line is coming, and that's why Nathan didn't want to play anything down. He wouldn't have the discard. You wouldn't be able to do it all in the 1, but now he's able to.
Yeah.
Play.
No, it's a really great combination. These cards from Winter Spell, they're clearly meant to work together with the Little Sister sending a card from a player's discard into their deck, and then Anna Soothing Sister coming out right on top, shifting for 0. And the biggest thing this does in this scenario is establishes a 5/5 on the board, which is going to check any early questing from Justice. And so normally, sometimes you like to out-aggro mid-range or control decks, and you can do that if you're running a more aggressive package. And even if you're not, being able to scoop up 1 or 2 lore early is something that you're looking to do, and not going to be able to do that here, because that Anna is a really threatening presence across the board. Just a reminder, her other ability, Warm Heart, says whenever this character quests, you may look at lore, gain lore equal to the lore of a character card in your discard. And if you do that, you can put that card on the bottom of your deck. So a little bit of an extra benefit there to close, but right now it's just a big body sitting across the board, threatening anything that Justice turns sideways.
Oh, and now Justice, I mean, he has played down the Nani Stage Manager, which allows you to look at the top 4 cards of your deck and grab 1 character that costs 2 or less. However, the other 2 cards are Tramp Street Smart Dog as well as Eleanor, right? And those are 2 cards that we really actually want. So sending those to the bottom of the deck is a little bit of a double-edged sword here.
And Tramp, one of the strongest cards in this deck, it's a card you play on, but instead taking that 1-cost Daisy Duck, which is a fun card to see in this deck, because there's a lot of Dogs decks which are built, which want to do like a mid-range thing where they build up a wide board and then use combos and synergies to close things out in a couple turns, especially when you use that Mulan, which a lot of people are running now. So Daisy Ducks are not being run in all lists, but here Justice running that Daisy Duck, not running it out on turn 1, but dropping it on the board here on turn 5, or turn 3, courtesy of that Nani, and now the board is starting to stack up with lore, not turning anything sideways. It's back over to Nathan for a response, but this is what Dogs wants to do, is it wants to go wide in the early and the mid game, and then nowadays it wants to close things out very quickly, or perhaps build up to a really threatening Under the Sea to shut down your opponent.
And I was incorrect. I thought that Nathan was going to hold on to this Sudden Chill so that he could play down the Prince John and discard Justice using the Sudden Chill. However, we're going to discard a different way, which is we don't talk about Bruno. What this card says is you can send 1 character back to your opponent's hand, and then you randomly discard 1 of their cards, which means that this Prince John is going to be able to draw a card off the top of the deck here. It's Eleanor!
Eleanor, no!
Oh, not the Renowned Diplomat!
Oh, man, if you had to pick a card to hit, that's probably one of the ones you want. It's either that or a Tramp, and getting that discard. We saw him rolling a die here. That's because the discard is random, and of course, the Prince John there, greediest of all, will see that discard and draw Nathan a card. So it is a 1-card swing, as well as getting that lady off the board. board, and that feels like a particularly impactful turn for Nathan.
Justice is on the back foot here, Liam. I mean, we might be 4 characters to 3, but Nathan has 2 draw engines out, essentially. Anytime he's able to discard Justice, he's going to be able to draw a card, and anytime Justice draws, he's going to be able to draw a card. Let's imagine Tramp Street Smart Dog, what that does. He has to draw cards in order to do it, which means you get all of the card draw from Nathan, and then when he discards all those cards, he gets to discard he gets to draw for all of those off of Prince John. This is an anti-dog strategy here with the drawing ability.
No, it's a great point. I said in the opening, I do think that the discard variant here is the stronger version in this meta. It's my opinion. And it's partially because the discard ability of Prince John and the ability of Diablo to draw a card when your opponent draws a card shuts down a lot of things that decks in this format are trying to do. Most decks are trying to draw cards in the mid-game, whether you're fueling yourself with popsicles or whether you're in the old days you have Rabbit running around. That's what you want to do, and you're being punished for that by giving your opponent resources. Speaking of resources here, Justice dumping all of his resources onto the board.
And says, I'm not going to activate the effect.
You can't. That's a great point. Look at that. So you can't do it.
The main power of Tramp Street Smart Dog is now being handcuffed by both Prince John and Diablo.
Yeah, you cannot do it. And so it's a great point. It's a May ability, and Justice saying, I am not going to give you literally all the cards, because the drawback for you is you're drawing and you're discarding cards. But Nathan doesn't have that drawback because he's drawing for the discard and he's drawing for the draw. And so you just can't do that. But he does establish a pretty wide board here. Speaking of which, he's going to quest pretty wide. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going to go quarter of the way to victory here. And Nathan, not a lot of strong challengers on that side of the board. Does have that Ana, that Diablo can come in for a cheeky challenge if you'd like. And I think that might be the call here. But Nathan's going to want to have some answers to bounce other stuff here, because all of a sudden, Justice is threatening game in a couple turns.
And if you were wondering why it was Nathan flipped over a card, it was because of Daisy Duck Donald's date. Her big prize is for the opponent. If the top card is a character, Nathan would have been able to put that into his hand instead of putting the wrong lever at the bottom of his deck, which is another powerful card that you don't want to see go down to the bottom. Yeah, Justice is saying, I'm gonna spread the board wide and outrace you here. What will you do about it? Not necessarily the most powerful challengers on Nathan's side here. I mean, you're counting out the lore. Do you have a lore count of how much that is? 4 or 5.
There's 10 lore on the board, but that lady, of course, has the ability to gain an extra 2 if he does play an enterprising dog. Now there's 8, but that lady still has the ability to gain another 2. So we are going to see that. Was that a Bruno sung here?
Bruno was sung by Ana, and now we'll see what else there is. I do believe in Nathan's hand. I see one of the newer cards, Chernobog, Unnatural Force. It will be on turn 5 that we are able to play that, though, because he costs 5 to play. That will be able to shuffle one of the cards back into Justice's deck. But for right now, I guess Nathan is saying, okay, I'm just going to dismantle you little by little here, and I can take the turn off to draw a couple cards and draw a few threats that might give you some problems in the future.
He's doing what he can. He says, pull the lever to draw 2 cards, looking for some answers here. Inking going to play that Diablo here, but needs to find a way to remove more characters. I think that Willow is a prime target for that Diablo. There we go. Going to put that off and take that off the board, and will turn that Diablo's card draw back on. And, Nathan has drawn quite a few cards off that Prince John, off that Diablo, but Justice, with all of the board here, left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 now, able to go up to 13. With that lady, it could be as much as 15. But one of the things for Justice is he's been forced to keep no cards in hand. Obviously, he wants to dump them all on the board anyway, but he's kept his hand pretty empty to avoid fueling that Prince John. And so now this is a bit of a tricky spot, because if he quests, he will lose another 2 characters, I think, plus whatever removal Nathan has in his hand, and he's getting more ink available to deal with threats on that side of the board. So trying to calculate, do I draw this out? But you kind of have to go for it, because the longer you give Nathan, he's drawing multiple cards a turn, the more cards he's going to find to remove your characters, and at some point you just have to go.
Yeah, rock in a hard place for sure right here. I mean, if you're Justice, this is a little bit of a sweaty position here. It's a little tough to decide exactly what to do. You can see it written in his body language all over his face. I mean, do you quest every single thing and get up to 12 here, right? We still don't know what he has in hand. I mean, He still hasn't played what he has in hand, which makes me think it might be something like Under the Sea, which would be very difficult. And as we see the challenge in with the Nani, we trade the Nani into the Ana. You know, this tramp, street smart dog will survive, but only barely.
It's a great play here. It takes that singer off the board, which can sing most of the songs in the deck, including, we don't talk about Bruno. It also would have removed anything anyway, so you may as well trade the Nani for it and then force him to do some challenging. So great play there. We'll go all the way up to 10. Now with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 represented, plus that extra 2 could be 19. So Justice really pushing things. And I have to go back to, the key play in this game is clearly, I think, hitting that Eleanor off the We Don't Talk About Bruno. If that Eleanor is Justice can establish that, the extra card drop, plus being able to pick off that Devoted Herald would have been incredibly powerful, but now forced to do without it, and putting him in a bit of a tough spot. Does Nathan have more answers? Yes, it looks like Nathan will be able to shift this Diablo. Yeah, which makes me think it's got to be, there's a couple cards, right? Lady, Miss Park Avenue, cards that you just won't have, but you could even shift that, right? So it's like, maybe an Eleanor, you're one card shy because you don't have the Willow there, but then you could quest the Aurora. I think it's exactly Under the Sea. It might be Under the Sea, it might be an Eleanor. If it was Eleanor, you could play it because of the Auroras holding board. Oh, it is. Chief Powhatan! It's Chief Powhatan! Oh no, it's probably the worst card he could have had. You're right, there's very few cards he could have not played. That's one. You don't want to have it because you fuel Prince John, and if your opponent has a second one like Nathan did, then Nathan's going to get to draw 2 cards, and here we go. Doing a little more removal, and now Justice's board shrinking quickly. We're making all of the trades here, and we didn't even have to use the Chernobog here. We were just able to, and if you're Justice, it's just a straight racing game now. Like, you are trying to get to 20 before Nathan can really start drawing off of this Diablo. But to that effect, not a bad card. Not terrible. Not terrible. Another Daisy Duck Donald's Date hits the board. We're representing 6 lore on board, which means that Justice can turn sideways and represent a game on board. But, oh boy, all of our challengers are gone. The On is gone, right? I think it's just you turn sideways and and here he goes. Hope for the best. As if you manifested it. Justice here questing out, questing for 4 all the way up to 14. Draws another Diablo. Yeah. So not a terribly great job, but Nathan doesn't need it. Plenty of cards in hand. He's got friends. Brent, recently I had an exercise where I tried to rank the top 20 most powerful cards ever printed in Disney Lorcana. My number 1 was Diablo, and Prince John I think was my number 3 or 4. So 2 of the best cards they've ever printed, both in Emerald, on the board right now. They're both draw engines, and one of the reasons you used to run discard. People think it's because the purpose of the deck is to discard your opponent's hand down and put them into top deck. That's one of the purposes. Is it gives you almost an alternate win con where you force your opponent into top game mode as quickly as possible. But the other thing is this deck is a value engine, and if you think back to when we first saw this Emerald Steel discard deck burst onto the scene back in Las Vegas, DLC, which Zansea took down, and then it won Seattle as well, courtesy of Wonderland. When we saw the end of those games, it wasn't uncommon for the discard player to have like 20 or 30 cards in hand, because there's so many cards in this deck that draw you multiple cards every single turn, 2, 3, 4 cards a turn. And that's what we're seeing here, where Justice is at an empty hand, and Nathan just has so many resources and so much card draw available that he's just able to overwhelm his opponent in the late game. It's not even about the discard at this point, it's just about the value that you're getting from these cards. Yeah, and I mean, speaking of value, Nathan's going to have to do something about his lore. He's going to need to be able to find some questing value soon, because Justice, if he just turns sideways, sure, he might be giving you 2 character cards, but he's going to get to 18. And as far as I know, nothing in Nathan's deck is going to lower the lore of Justice, which means that Justice is only a turn or 2 away, even with that beautiful start, with the little sister into the soothing sister, Anna, with the We Don't Talk About Bruno, with all of the draw and all of the value engines you just talked about. Ooh, and you miss! Misses with his no small blessings. Go for it hits. Okay. Ursula's coming to the hand here. Even with the Chief Powhatan getting discarded and just barely having enough ink to play him as a bodyguard, that would have caused a lot of trouble for Nathan. He was able to discard it. But this is showcasing why Emerald Amber Dogs is one of the most powerful decks in the format. Yeah, it just does. It does so many things well. It doesn't have a terribly bad draw. It's adaptable. It's versatile, and it is. Yeah, it's why it's so popular. But it is not infallible, and hence we see Nathan here able to do to control it a little bit. And it's back over to Nathan here. Now Nathan is still at 3, so it's going to take several turns to close this out. Justice all the way up to 18. So Nathan will be able to deal with these daisies, perhaps. At least without Anna dealing with one cleanly, but is now going to have to prevent Justice from establishing anything.
Yeah, I mean, is there another way? I mean, maybe we can shift the Diablo on, we trade, take out both of the Daisy Ducks, but Justice still has a card in hand, and I'm wondering what it could be. I imagine we're going to get Sudden Chilled here. We're going to maybe take a look.
Yeah, I think you got it first.
It is, yeah, draw the 2 cards. It was Dale ready for his shot. He was not ready for his shot.
Not ready to be discarded in this case.
Ready for his discard.
There. Ready for his shot with his spike suitability. So we are going to dig here. Oh, no, we're going to shift that Diablo in play, and that's going to give us just enough strength to deal with one of these other, with both daisies now. So now it's some challenges. Unfortunately, you will lose the Prince Johns, so we'll see if that's the line here. We do have other Diablos in hand, though.
Going to ink the Ursula, and then do we play down the little sister so that we can? I don't believe he has the Soothing Sister. I don't think that there is another Soothing Sister there. He can put a card in from the discard at the bottom of the deck.
One of the things he's looking at here, though, Soothing Sister, I believe, can choose either player. And so he's trying to take the highest lore quester there. Unfortunately, I think there are 2 dogs, which is a problem, but he's trying to target the high lore questers because if he uses a Chernobog later on, he doesn't want Justice to pull a 2 lore quester out of the discard pile. And so the Soothing Sister right now dealing with that a little bit, but it won't matter because now both daisies are in there. There you go.
And we'll say goodbye to 2 of our 2 questers, Prince John. This is what I'm talking about, though, because every turn, even though Justice looks like he has his back against the wall here, every single turn... okay.
And you do not want to draw and discard. Now you don't. Well, there's no reason to, actually. Although, you could fuel your discard with a Lilo Escape Artist or something like that. So, not a terrible option to draw and discard if you can.
Right.
Except that if those Diablos are turned on, that's the reason that you don't do it. But anyway, so back over to Nathan. We'll see. He does have the Bruno in hand. He has a way to deal with that Bobby, but we'll have to have an answer almost every single turn here. And this is going to be quite the end game here as we watch Nathan try to claw his way up while keeping Justice off that last 2.
One way or another, this game is going to be over in about, I want to say about 3 or 4 turns, because Nathan is about to... Oh, is he about to wrong lever?
Wrong lever!
He wrong levers a 1 questing Bobby Zimmerowski?
Sending it to the bottom of the deck. Wrong Lever is a really fun card. It does have a setup. If you have Pull the Lever in your discard pile, it's one of the things these decks are looking to do early is get that card in there. Rather than bounce a card back to hand, it sends it to the bottom of your deck, which is particularly impactful in this format. Not only is it removal, but it gets around certain tricky things like boosted cards where you do not want to bounce them back to your opponent's hand. Cards like Ethereal Voice. So it's a great card in this deck, in this format. And now...
that's what
the
we're
Anna.
triggering Anna's ability, which is that when she quests, you can take a card from your discard, put it on the bottom of your deck, and gain lore equal to that character. So even though he's had to say goodbye to the Prince Johns, Nathan is going to be able to utilize them in the discard here to gain 2 lore. So this game is actually going to be over a little bit quicker than I thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8. So... Yeah, so we got exactly 3 turns for Justice to be able to find something. He draws the Eleanor off the top and just did not have 4 ink.
Did not play it.
Justice was 1 ink away, 1 ink shy from being able to optimally play his deck that game. That was... Wow, how close was that?
It was a lot of fun. One of the things I like about Nathan's build, these discard decks traditionally have a very hard time closing. They do gain a ton of value, and what they generally end up doing is you go fairly wide. You just control your opponent's board like that, and then you have 4, 5, 6 1 questers, and at that point sometimes you unlock your Prince Johns and you're questing for 2. The biggest closer in this deck is sometimes Cricky, which you run for anti-aggro, but it also quests for 3. But effectively what you're doing is turning Anna into a 3-lore quester, so she's incredibly valuable in the early game. So some of the best cards in Disney Lorcana are the ones where they have a purpose in all points of the game. These are cards that if you draw them in the early game, you're happy to see them. If you draw them in the late game, you can do different things with them them perhaps, but you're happy to see them. Really, really bricky cards are ones like, let's say, One Jump Ahead, which is super valuable on turn 2, but you draw it in like turn 9, and you're like, thanks, deck. I didn't need that in this moment. But the Anna is one that you're happy to see at any point in the game, because in the late game, she's questing for 2, or 3 even, to close things out. In the early game, she's shutting down your opponent's aggression and singing cards like We Don't Talk About Bruno. So really fun tech from Nathan here. And we saw the work that she could do there against Justice. And the other thought coming out of this game, Brent, is this is why we watch TCGs, or we enjoy TCGs. If Nathan isn't lucky enough to hit that Eleanor, and if Justice doesn't, like 2 turns in a row, draw cards he can't play, which fuels the Prince John, different game.
I love that analysis, man. I could not have summed that up any better. As we are going to see Daisy Duck, Donald State, hit the field here, always tough to see a 2-quester come out that early, especially one with 4 willpower. As a Chief Powhatan, Grandmother Willow, I mean, we got the Bobby Simaruski. I'm assuming next turn we're going to ink the Powhatan, play the Willow into the Bobby.
Probably.
Draw, discard a card.
Oh, no, you're not. You're not seeing him with Daisy.
Don't want to ink
Bruno,
there.
not like that.
And you're giving Nathan to Prince John. Greediest of all is hitting the hand of Nathan.
But that's okay. Justice, like in this game, go fast. That Daisy Duck, he was super excited. Look at him. He's so happy to get that off the top deck here. Grandmother Willow, one of the strongest cards in Amber in the game right now, comes into play. What she does is she discounts the next character you play by 1, enabling you to play that Daisy Duck for free. And now we're seeing 5 lore on the board early. This is one of the ways that this dog's deck can be built, by going aggressive, and that's Justice's game plan here. We do see the Diablo shift, though.
We do see the Diablo shift. We got a Nani, we got an Eleanor, and we got a Powhatan. All of these powerful cards. We have the Anna, but do we have the shift? Do we have the shift 0 Soothing Sister?
Oh, you really want to have this?
It doesn't look like we do.
Well,
this game might be over real fast, Liam.
He can still find it next turn, and he'll get some help here, drawing an extra card off that Diablo. One note, you do see him, he draws a Chernobog there, but you do see him discard the pull the lever to the Diablo. That's one of the setups that you love to do in this deck, because we do see a wrong lever in hand, and so you're fueling that right there. It's a great card to discard to Diablo, so a great 1, 2, 3 sequence there. But you're right, that Soothing Sister would have felt really good right there, but Anna does challenge for 2, and so between that Diablo and the Anna, we'll be able to banish a Daisy Duck, so a little bit of control there. Fast start from Justice, but Nathan here doing just enough, I think, to keep things in check.
I don't know if you saw, I took a peek at Justice's hand. He's got the Under the Sea there.
Oh.
And a lot of Nathan's characters, when I'm looking back at it, this is an uncommon build of Emerald Amethyst. We're missing on the Daisy Duck. Don't miss again. We're missing a second one.
Twice.
Nathan is just having some poor luck here. Oh, there's no big gift for Nathan here. Other than this Diablo drawing extra cards. Sorry, I cut you off.
Daisy Duck, again, also one of the best cards in the game. And the drawback, as you pointed out, is you generally give your opponent a card, especially when they're running character-heavy decks here. So it feels really good when you can establish those in quest and you don't give your opponent anything. Last game, Justice's deck seemed to be working against him. This game, Nathan's just not giving him the cards that he needs.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this Nani Stage Manager is going to hit the Inkwell so that we can play out the Chief Powhatan, a 5/5, but with Bodyguard. He can't challenge. However, his Bodyguard ability is going to allow him to take any of the damage, and Nathan won't be able to take out one of these Daisy Ducks like he would like. He won't even be able to take out the Powhatan. He'll have to trade in 3 for 1, basically.
And that... Oh, no, it's the Eleanor!
Oh, we are hitting the Eleanor.
Again, there's a reason she's one of the best. Now, she does have to have 3 characters exerted in order to activate her ability, and there Justice goes. He's doing a little bit of calculation, saying, do I want to lose the Willow? Saying yes, but that will turn on Eleanor's ability. Eleanor will ping that Diablo for 1, putting 1 damage counter on her. Justice will get a card and a lore.
And Justice says my characters being protected is not nearly as important as this Diablo getting a little bit in some hot water here. Now it becomes tricky because even if we challenge in both of our characters into one of these Daisy Ducks, it will now be a trade with the Diablo, which means we turn off some of the draw engine here. This is tough. I mean, what a brilliant find here by Justice. For sure, I would have been like, Powhatan, I don't want my Daisies getting challenged into, but he's right. I mean, it's much better to get this Diablo out of here as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Now, there are some lines available here. We do have that wrong lever in hand. There's that Anna can challenge in. We can deal with that Willow. The question is, do we want to get that Willow off the board, leaving the Daisies, or remove that Daisy? I think that wrong lever on that Eleanor is the clear, obvious first play. That's going to go to the bottom of the deck there, courtesy of that pull the lever, discarded off that Diablo early on.
Showcasing why this Diablo works so well with that pull the lever and the wrong lever combo here. I mean, just perfect. While we take out the Grandmother Willow, so we're still going to be able to quest up to 12 next turn if Nathan doesn't have any answers here. I don't believe he will. Probably get a quest in here. Yep, we'll go up to 2. Justice will be up to 12 though, and we'll see if Nathan misses off of both of these daisy triggers again. That would be just brutal, I think, as the Powhatan hits the Inkwell in order to play another Powhatan.
A tribe of Powhatans there, and so Powhatan coming in there, that 5/5.
1 and 2, and we missed both
my
again.
Goodness, that's so brutal. Digging. Nathan's like, just give me a soothing sister. Can you give me a
Soothing Sister, please? But the problem is with Soothing Sister, a discard, one of the cards from the discard has to leave. So unless you can play it on the same turn you play the Anna Little Sister, when is the discard leaving, right? Like, when is a card leaving your discard? It's going to be tough, even if he draws into it here. That Shift 0 is powerful, but the conditions in order to play her have to be pretty perfect in order to do so.
They do have that Chernobog there, which can help.
Yes.
Which can help. But, yeah, Nathan here, the problem is there's not a lot. Well, there's some stuff to deal with big characters. We do have, I think we have the Bruno in hand, which could deal with that Powhatan. So, able to do something. Instead, we're going to establish the Prince John, which will fuel that next turn. There was a line. Yep, and instead we're going to
challenge in
quest.
Or we're just going to quest.
Yep.
And we're going to let Justice get up to 17.
It's going to be tight. Nathan, calculated risk here. And now over to Justice for the response.
Oh,
the Rapunzel.
Nathan drew into a Cricky, which will give all of his characters +3 next turn, which is one of the best cards he can draw. He didn't draw it off of the Daisy Ducks. Actually, this is a hidden blessing because now Justice doesn't know.
Has no idea.
He has no idea. The element of surprise is here. He drew it off of the Diablo.
That's a fantastic top deck.
Absolutely.
Great eye, Brent.
But will it be too little too late? That's the question that we have to answer here as we challenge in. And then Rapunzel gifted with healing. Hello, old friend, all the way from the first chapter. Gleam and Glow. Her ability will allow her to heal a character up to 3 damage and draw a card for every single damage healed. My goodness, Liam. I mean, what a match.
So fun to see. And one of the ways that this Dogs deck struggled in the early days was with card draw. And they weren't meant to draw a lot of cards. They often won the game with 2 cards in the Inkwell. But with cards like Nani and Infinity being able to play that Rapunzel, it gives you that card draw that this set needs. And getting those 2 cards could be what really pushes him over the top. And really insulating himself, too, against that challenge from the Cricky, taking the time to remove that shift target, recognizing the danger of that Soothing Sister coming in. And being able to challenge into that Powhatan. So insulating himself against that awesome play that we were about to see from Nathan with that Cricky, and now establishing a decisive dog on top of it. So there's just so much on the board over there. I don't know that Nathan has the tools to deal with this wide board.
Justice in a firm command of this game, and it shows exactly how powerful Dogs is on the play. I mean, it's tough to get away from a double daisy start, especially. I mean, how many times have people just dropped double daisies and you're like, I basically want to concede right here, but you gotta play it out. You gotta see what's going on, especially here when the stakes are so high. We are here in round 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Indianapolis, as the Cricky Lucky Cricket is going to come down, give +3 strength to both of these characters. But will it be enough?
I mean, you only have 2 you can challenge with here. They're powerful challengers. That Diablo taking out that Powhatan, that Prince John going to go in, remove a Daisy Duck, not leaving any damage on the board for Justice to do anything with. So there's a little bit of control. It does just enough. But now Justice into an Eleanor off the top deck. That feels pretty good as well. Now, we'll not be able to choose that Prince John to remove it with Eleanor's ability because Prince John does have Ward. We are going to see a quest from Baby Anna.
Baby Anna, the little sister. Please continue your point. Eleanor will be great. I mean, we will be able to ping a damage. We'll be able to draw a card. We'll be able to gain a lore. I mean, all 3 of those things combined, pretty crazy. As the lady is going to challenge in, those of you confused why a 0 character was able to banish that Prince John, greediest of all, is because anytime a character is played, her ability triggers, giving her +1 strength. The Eleanor came down. There was just enough to take out that Prince John. And now, I mean, we're 18-4, and does Nathan have any answers? without a board wipe, I don't think so.
Yeah, there's just not enough removal, not enough resources in hand to be able to do all the things, or on board in his inkwell to do all the things he needs to do. And there's the fist bump. We're going to be 1 even going on to a game 3, and just showing why, as you pointed out, double Daisy Duck Donald's date is the best alliteration in all of Disney Lorcana. It's really, really difficult to overcome, and that Daisy Duck top deck is probably like the surge of adrenaline when he got that, able to play that on turn 2 with that Willow must have been incredibly exciting.
Yeah.
But now here it comes down to this.
Absolutely. Nathan having the worst of birthdays. No big gifts for him on that last game. We are going into a caster's favorite, a game 3, Liam. We're going to see how this game plays out when Nathan is back on the play here. He was able to squeak out the victory out of nowhere the first game. Now Justice will be on the back foot starting out as we see the Mulan Resourceful Recruit. Some people are playing this Mulan Resourceful Recruit. Some people are opting for a longer strategy, a more mid-range deck. That's the way that these Emerald Amber decks can be built. The Dogs deck, as the community knows it, has a lot of flexibility. We're able to play things like the Eleanor and the Mulan for cheaper because we play the Aurora Holding Court. Every time you quest her out, you get to pay 1 less for the next princess character you play. Also has synergy with the Rapunzel gifted with healing that we just saw Justice draw into. I mean, so many threats that Nathan has to kind of tiptoe around. Yeah. Liam, I mean, if you're Nathan here, what kind of opening are we looking for?
I mean, I think you always want the Diablo opening if you can get it. I think you want that extra card draw. I mean, discarding to pull the lever like we saw is really great, but you do want... Yeah, I think that's really what you're going for. Perhaps into Prince John on turn 3 to start to punish your opponent's hand. The problem is, or actually, you know, in this build, I'm not going to lie, I'm not used to that Anna tech. That is a great turn 2 play here. So if you can Diablo on 1, shift into Diablo, play the Soothing Sister, or play Little Sister, followed by Soothing Sister, and establish the 5/5, that's probably the best opening Nathan can hope for to shut down any early questing.
Nathan's doing his best poker face here, but this is not the opening you want. You have a Magic Broom, the Illuminary there, but there's no turn 2. There is no honest.
Oh, this is a rough hand.
We do not. I know. Speaking of dogs, like
look at you have an uninkable problem. You have a card, a curve problem here. A lot of expensive cards in there, Cricky, etc. You have 2. Now you have the Diablo, but you don't have the shift target for it. But there's 2 uninkable Prince Johns there, really restricting your options. So that friend's going to go in, and there's no character. You'd like to be able to look for cards. You'd like to be able to banish that Magic Broom to look for cards, but you can't because there's no character play on turn 2. This is rough. But on the other side,
yeah, the Dogs want to play something on turn 1, especially on the draw, and Justice missed. However, he's going to find this Daisy Duck. He does have the Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor in hand, so he will be able to ink something, play down the Ancient Advisor, and then get out that Daisy Duck. So while it is pretty bad for both of them, I would say that it is worse for Nathan here.
There's just so many openings and so many ways to smooth things out. And just like that, we're on curve again with a 1 cost and a 2 cost on board. Doesn't get the quest out of that Daisy Duck. But now we'll see if... Nathan's like, here's my Diablo. Thank you. Thank you now, deck, for this Diablo.
Just several turns too late.
Several turns too late. But now several options here. You could establish the Diablo for the shift next turn and use it to banish the Illuminary Sweeper. I believe in order to draw a card, look for more options, you could hard play the Diablo or establish that Prince John to start setting up that discard. But I don't see... No, nothing really to pair with the Prince John just yet. So playing that Diablo on board here. And it looks like, are we reserving the Magic Broom there for some challenges?
For some challenges later. We do have the Cricky in hand, and I'm sure Justice is calculating that. I do want to correct you also. I would say Illuminary Sweeper sounds right. It's Illuminary Keeper.
Keeper?
Illuminary Keeper. But he is a broom. You would think he would be sweepered.
You're right.
He could be sweepering. As the Daisy Duck is going to come, and the Ursula Sea Witch Queen, which we have not seen in either game.
Fun tech here.
Yeah, really fun tech, but I think it's going to ultimately just be some ink. I think Nathan's like, I'll take whatever ink I can get at this point.
Yeah, it's a card that's worked in here for mostly against the Steel Song matchup. It does pair well with that Ursula Deceiver, but you're right, not particularly impactful here. Likely ahead to the inkwell. Justice here, finding it. Oh goodness, there's that Mulan Resourceful Recruit coming into play. And that's one of the things that makes Dog so strong is there's just so many different lines that you can take. And so we saw him win a game without playing any Mulans, and now we're going to see this Mulan come into play early, and we'll get to see if Justice can leverage that for a giant lore burst here early. going wide with another Daisy. Oh my goodness.
I don't know if you saw, he has the Tramp Enterprising Dog in hand. What that card does is it boosts strength for every single character you have in play, which goes hand in hand with this Mulan Resourceful Recruit. With her ability, Rigorous Training, she has 1 strength, but when she quests, she gains lore equal to the amount of strength she has, up to 6. Now, Justice did the math perfectly because we got 5 characters here. He'll be able to play that Tramp Enterprising Dog next. It's going to be an instant 6 lore burst on top of the fact that we already have 2, 4, 6 lore represented without the Mulan Resourceful Recruit. That means that we're going to be able to get up 10 lore next turn if Nathan isn't able to do anything about it. I mean, I am seeing that we have the wrong lever in hand.
There is the wrong lever. Unfortunately, with no pull the lever in the discard pile, it delays things a little bit. We can bounce a character back. You know, Nathan, knowing that lore burst is possible, if one of those 2 cards is an Enterprising Dog, may choose to deal with that Mulan, but sometimes but that would be his whole turn.
Exactly.
So it's just tough.
Wrong lever only works in combo with the pull the lever. If the pull the lever is in your discard, you can send it to the bottom of your deck, and you can essentially send one of these characters packing all the way home. However, because we don't have that, last time we started out with discarding it in order to play the Diablo. This time we haven't done that. We can only bounce back a character. Oh no! He's gonna bounce back the Ancient Advisor, the Grandmother Willow. He says, you know, unless one of those cards in hand is Tramp, I'm gonna be fine. And unfortunately for him, it is Tramp, and he's not going to be fine. We are going to get a considerable lore burst here. The good news is that Justice drew into an Under the Sea, which is not going to be helpful right now. But even then, if we get enough characters on board, Nathan has a lot of characters that are 2 strength or less that will be vulnerable to that Under the Sea. I mean, the lines here, Liam.
Yeah.
The lines.
So many options here, and let's see where we go. We do establish this Diablo, discounted 1 courtesy of that Grandmother Willow, and there's that Enterprising Dog, which will see that Mulan 1, 2, all of the characters in play. So we'll get 5 all the way to 6 these other characters.
More! Yeah. We're going to go up to 8. This one Mulan. And there's not much that Nathan can do. He doesn't have any characters on board. I mean, we can't even get we can't even get a character off of the Daisy.
I know. It's
twice! We missed twice, Nathan! Oh, no!
He doesn't like those Daisy Ducks, but it is other characters, so we will see 5 off that Mulan, plus the quest from the Daisy, so all the way up to 12. And again, there's just not a lot of wide removal in Nathan's deck. I don't know that he's running Under the Sea, even if you were. These decks don't often, even if you were. Not enough ink, not enough characters to play it. So just again, a tough spot, and Justice going wide here, courtesy of those Willows. And we're seeing the power of this deck in this format. The Willows enabling you to overcome some rough starts where you're behind curve, and just a lot for Nathan to deal with. Let's see if he has any answers.
I mean, we have a Lonely Diablo and a Magic Broom, the Keeper Sweeper, a Luminary Keeper on board. I mean, even with Cricky, right, we're going to be able to take out a Mulan. We're going to be able to take out the Daisy Duck Donald's Date, banish them both, put it into the discard of Justice, but he's still going to be able to win in a turn or 2 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So much. So much.
Oh, boy.
It's just so fascinating, too, because the start from Justice was slow. No turn 1, and it's like, okay, it's going to get off to a slow start, and all of a sudden, just all of these characters bursting onto the board here, and all this lore available. It is rough. And I will say, Nathan, I think, has had lines to deal with it, had options, but the thing about a lot of decks in this format, everything is incredibly powerful. There's a lot of decks which can do busted things, and whether it's actions or whether it's the items deck, the Ruby Sapphire items deck, whether it's this Emerald Amethyst list, but you there are certain draws that you really, really want, and if you don't have those draws, sometimes the deck just doesn't do the thing. Dogs generally can do the thing, even if it has a rough opening. It's all very low to the ground. There's a lot of different combo pieces, and there's a lot of different lines. And so, in this instance, Justice, perhaps without the ideal opening, without a 1-drop, able to overcome it. And Nathan's deck, just a really, really rough hand, and not able to overcome that, perhaps. But we will see for the first time this Chernobog coming into play here.
The unnatural force. When you play the character, you can shuffle a chosen character into the player's deck. but you can play a card from the discard. So I'm curious why it was Nathan decided to challenge the Grandmother Willow before doing that, because now that Grandmother Willow is going to be able to return to the board. Maybe a sequencing error here.
Perhaps a sequencing error, just playing to his outs here, and probably didn't have the turn plan out ahead of time. It's okay. It happens in these long games sometimes, but again, just kind of playing through the outs here. Likely to see, either the Daisy Duck or the Mulan sent away. But a fun card there. One note on this artwork, Kendall Hale is one of the OG Disney Lorcana artists all the way back from the first chapter. Told me way back in the day when the game first came out, if he ever got to pick a card to do, he would love to do a Chernabog. It's his favorite Disney character. And if he ever did, he would go hard on the artwork. And he did on this. So I was really excited to see him get this card.
How fun. And look at these players. When we talk about a wonderful community, this is what I'm thinking about. These guys know each other, I believe. They're talking it out like the game's already over. They're going through the lines trying to figure out, okay, what's the best? If I saw these two guys, I'd assume that they were playing at a locals right now.
Yeah.
The friendliness, this is why we love the game, right? It's the cards, it's the game itself, but it's also the community, making it so lovely here. Nathan, if he does not draw two characters right here, I'm just going to call it that he got frightened by a black cat, stepped on a broken mirror, and then walked under a ladder this morning, because, man, he has been put through the ringer in terms of luck here. He won't even take a look, and Justice shows him the under the sea. We have a winner of our round 2, and it is Justice on the Emerald Amber Dogs. Whew.
Man. What a fun early matchup. And, here's the thing. I predicted Emerald Amethyst to win. It's in the room. It didn't win that match, but there's still plenty of time for Nathan to come back and take it all and prove me right.
Plenty of room. I like that. I like that little... There's a lot of room.
That's how you do.
You're making the point.
You're engaging with the folks online. It's the lean and tilt.
And it's fun to watch these decks. The Anna Spice, the Little Sister and the Soothing Sister, the Chernabog, right? The Unnatural Force. It's just been fun to watch the amount of spice that people have shown up with. These players have been busy crafting and redrafting what their cast of characters is going to look like in their deck, and to see even now at one of the highest level competitions, a Disney Lorcana Challenge, players are still coming up with new strategies and new card synergies. It's exciting to see.
Yeah, and again, it's one of the things that makes Infinity so exciting to me. And we said at the very beginning, there's plenty of spice to mix in and plenty of ways to take these decks in. And in Swiss rounds, you can catch a lot of opponents by surprise. There are not many people sitting down across from Emerald Amethyst who expect to see the Ana combo, boom, on turn 2. And all of a sudden, you've got a 5/5 on the board, and it's like,
Justice
all of my lines. Just the card read, right? The super, this is one of the highest compliments to me in all of Disney Lorcana when your opponent goes, hey, can I take a look at your card real quick? I gotta read what you're doing here.
And speaking of reading what you're doing here, let's throw it over to the interview with the winner, Justice. Let's throw it.
Throw
it over.
Lumineers, I am joined here with Justice, who just won 2-1 after losing the first game. So you were on the draw going into game 2. But the question that I have to ask you is, tell me, Daisy Duck. You included Daisy Duck, Donald's Date, which is a card that we haven't often seen being played in that deck recently. Tell us why you included it.
Yep, so I've been testing the Kita Under the Sea version of this deck that's very popular this weekend, and I hate it. I've really struggled to play it. I took it to Dortmund, I did not great. And so one of the problems is it loses a lot of its aggressiveness in all these other matchups. And so the Daisy is this great card that gives you the ability to close out your games really quickly. The 4 willpower is really important just for making it difficult to challenge into a lot of decks, and then it pairs well with your Dale and other stuff. And honestly, just all around superstar in that entire match, right? All 3 games, Daisy showed up, and just like an incredible back and forth through all three of those, right? Like loads of fun. And yeah, Daisy, MVP, for honestly.
Yeah, MVP for sure. And I would love to hear broadly, how are you feeling about the current meta coming here to Indianapolis and your deck in particular, because it is Amber Emerald, but a little bit different build with those daisies, a little bit more aggressive. How do you feel going into the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, so if anyone saw me tweeting last night, I was obviously freaking out. I was feeling very unprepared after the last tournament and coming into this one. But I think Infinity overall has been like phenomenal. It's been a lot of fun. It's a really feels quite broad. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of established decks in terms of the common thing you would expect everyone to see. So there's a huge amount of variety. All the green-yellow players are like racing to the bottom, playing like this 4 Kita, 4 Under the Sea build that, I just talked about how I didn't like that. And so instead, I think there's just like all this opportunity to play something that like you are comfortable with and that you've been working on and brewing well. And I'm really glad that I decided to just do that and just trust my instinct that I was like not going to have a good time on the other build. And so far, 2-0 start, I think it's paying off. I'm feeling a lot better now.
And you're having fun.
I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That was one of like the best matches of all time I played. For just like, when I saw me and Nathan get paired, I was like, oh no. But then I saw the stream judge standing at our table, and I was like, okay, that's like, we saved it a little bit, and a lot of fun.
There are tons of fun to watch. Good luck to you the rest of the tournament. Before I let you go, is there anyone that you want to give some shout outs to?
Just shout out to everyone, in the UK testing with us, and obviously Nathan and the Global Content Podcast, and pause up for all the dogs players out there. We're going to take it home this weekend.
Well, we can't wait to watch the rest of your run. Thanks for sticking with us, Illumineers. We'll be back with more Disney Lorcana.
Pause up indeed. Shout
My
out,
sheep.
Justice. Your sheep, they found you.
They found my sheep.
Liam.
Where did you go?
They've been bad, I think.
Good. You just stay here. Don't go anywhere.
Can you guess who I am? Anyways, Liam, what did you think of that match, man?
It was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed that interview too. It's one of the things I love about this event. These events is getting to hear from the players afterwards and kind of dig into what they're doing a little bit. The Daisy Duck tech again is something I was really funny or interesting to hear, because a lot of these lists, as I mentioned earlier, had moved away from Daisy Duck against the aggressive lines into more of a mid-range line where you're just building up characters, relying on Eleanor, doing things like that. And so now they never disappeared, but seeing them work back in here and having Justice say that they have been the MVPs for him so far yesterday and today is really interesting. And so that's one of the things about these tournaments is when you look at deck lists, when you look at color combos, and later on when we're all examining top cuts and we're saying this color, has this many in the top cut, keep in mind that all of the decks in those color combos are not the same. And even certain tech cards, even if you work in 4 or 8 of different cards in this deck that deviate from the standard list, that can make that deck play very differently. And so there's so much variety within each one of these color combinations.
Wow. I love talking to you, Liam.
Oh, sorry, I just get exciting.
You just give me the best. You make my brain start making connections, which is what I love. Speaking of making connections, we're going to throw it over to the lounge where we got a dynamite cast for you, just waiting to show you something fun. Let's throw it over.
Welcome back to the lounge. I'm Lorcana Villain, and I'm joined by some first-class casters. We have Katie, we have Brent Mackay. Guys, are you excited to be back at a Disney Lorcana Challenge?
It is always an honor to be in the room where it's all happening, and I'm so excited to see what these Illuminators have brought.
So much excitement out there. I mean, you can feel the energy.
You can feel it.
You could cut it with a knife.
You can tell these players have been waiting for this day. It's been a while since the last DLC in North America. This is the last one in North America for Season 2. We are approaching the North American Championships, and then it's not too far into Worlds.
One door closes, one other opens.
Absolutely, and these players are looking to secure their invitation to those events, and they have built a plethora of interesting decks to try and take down this Infinity format event. No rules, well, I was going to say no
Some
cards.
rules.
There are some rules. You can't play Flabbership. But other than that, the entire card pool is open to these players. Sets 1 through 4 are legal, allowing some in combinations that maybe haven't been as prominent since rotation to come back into the limelight. And that's what we're here for now. We're going to talk you through 3 decks that we think are going to be all right over the course of the weekend, that we think are going to do quite well. Katie, there's one deck that is high on the community's mind.
I'd love if you told us all about it.
Some might call this deck the top dog, and that is the Amber Emerald Dogs deck. Now, we call it dogs because it's got our favorite dogs from Lady and the Tramp. So primarily, we're starting off with the Lady Decisive dogs, but you have a lot of options in this deck. It hinges around this Tramp street smart dog. So basically, you have your early game, you can get to your Tramp, and then you can kind of wiggle with it. And what I mean by that is, depending on the matchup, you might decide to go for a board wipe with something like Under the Sea. But you also might decide to go into a challenge mode, which is where somebody like Dale, ready for his shot, is going to be very, very pivotal.
Yes, very impactful new card from Wilds Unknown.
Yes, and
Tons of flexibility.
And that's the whole thing of this deck, is you're flexing as a player to build the deck based on what you find most important, and then you're flexing within the game. But there's been a new, Aurora has this Royal Welcome ability that has welcomed in a little bit of a change to the deck, and that is Eleanor, the renowned diplomat.
Yes.
She does a lot.
This has been very impactful, a card that was discovered, popularized, shall we say, at a CCQ in Canada. Why is Eleanor so good, Katie?
Well, so it's one of those things that when you read Eleanor, she does 3 things, but there's a condition. You have to have 3 exerted characters, which seems...
Is that hard to fulfill?
It turns out it happens all the time. It turns out...
no, it's not hard.
Yes, so in this Amber Emerald deck, you are likely going to have exerted, especially because Aurora can discount this Eleanor. Grandma Willow, so you're able to get in this Eleanor, and what she does, it's a 3. If you meet her condition of 3 exerted things, she is a renowned diplomat and can pull off dealing 1 damage, drawing 1 card, and also gaining 1 lore. And then if you have 3 Eleanors, you get to do it 3 times. So it is a very popular deck, and it's changed the texture of this deck a lot.
And those are 3 super strong abilities. Please, Brent.
I was just going to say, it made it very far in the Dortmund Friday tournament, didn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's one of those decks we will see. It's a deck that oftentimes can make it to the top cut because a lot of the top players know that they can really use the flexibility of this deck, looking for certain cards, playing them at the right time. Or
consistency as well, right?
Yes, it can consistently rise to the challenge of the different decks in the room. But it might be the top dog, but it's not the only deck in the room. Baker, or Brent, you have a deck that you've been kind of having your eye on.
I do have a deck. I mean, we've been seeing this deck since I want to say set 9 Fabled. It really got popular.
That's where it really started to hit its power level.
It really started finding its stride. You know it. You love it. It's Amethyst Sapphire, what the community has deemed blurple. And it's just fun to say.
It is.
Right?
It's fun.
It's hard to reject it.
Look, that was fun. But please, tell us about it, Brent. Why has it been performing well? Why might it be a choice for people this weekend?
You're looking at the Jacob Frank list that he brought to Dortmund. He finished 5th on Friday in the tournament and was able to have a great run. I mean, from Jacob's own mouth, he said that it's just a great mid-range deck. It does all of the things you want. We have the Sapphire cards that are going to allow you to cheat out ink a little bit sooner, ramping, right? Tipo, Sail the Azurite Sea. We also have tons and tons and tons of draw. Do you remember this little old card called, what was it? Friends on the Other Side?
A staple from the first chapter, and again, another example of sometimes the fewer amount of words on a card makes it the most powerful card. You look at something like Be Prepared, banish all characters. In the instance of this card, draw 2 cards. Drawing cards is apparently quite good.
It's very good. Yeah, and it kind of powers the end, because I feel like Blurple's one of those decks that's easy to be like, oh, it's not doing that much. But then you get to this point in the deck where it feels pretty impressive.
Absolutely, especially against some of the discard strategies. Very hard to discard it. We got cards like Popsicle. We got cards like Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. We also have the Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam, to be able to recur that from the discard, replay it down. Now you start to fill up the hand. Good luck discarding a Blurple player.
If you've got all those Popsicles in your deck, which again, we are in Infinity format, so players are going to be sleeving them up. And another card that I'd love to hear you talk about a little bit that seems to be making a huge impact in Blurple is Merryweather, the new fairy.
Quite feisty.
Character, a feisty fairy, you could say. Tell us about it, Brent.
Well, she has given the deck a lot of consistency because on turn 4, you're able to drop another character that has ward, which is very good against...
Or turn 3 if you ramp.
Oh, exactly. Turn 3 with the ramp because you're able to... the ward is going to allow you to dodge all of the steel songs, right? Which is going to be pretty popular. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Baker, but I believe Amber Steel Songs was the most popular deck.
The most
in
popular
Dortmund.
deck in both days of Dortmund, performed incredibly well, seemingly very powerful into the meta. And yeah, with that ward keyword, Merryweather kind of laughs in the face of that targeted removal, right? And even things from other decks, like we saw Ruby Emerald Leviathan doing powerful things, but if you've got ward, you can't touch it.
You can't target it.
There you go.
This Merryweather is very powerful. I mean, some versions will include Scuttle, things like that, but yeah, I mean, you just drop a lot of powerful characters down. You also have, of course, Hades Infernal Skimmer.
Great targeted removal.
You're going to be able to, take out your opponent's side of the board while you widen your own. It's a great deck to go fast when you need it against decks that are going to be longer, such as Ruby Sapphire items, but it's a great control deck when you need it to be, when you can ink your opponent's characters and remove them efficiently with all of these large-bodied, large will-powered characters.
And you say, Brent, that, you like to draw a lot of cards. There's another deck that I'd like to talk about where I don't want you to have any cards.
Absolutely not.
I want you to
Who would do that?
I would like you to throw all of those cards into the discard pile. This is a deck list that came third place at the Friday tournament of DLC Dortmund. We're talking about Emerald Steel, typically a discard deck, and this is one of those decks that really gets to lean into the Infinity card pool, right? We get the likes of Diablo, Devoted Herald, who basically ruled a format for such a long time. If you didn't have the immediate answer for this Diablo in the form of a Storm, a Cannons, or an evasive character of your own, this Diablo was just going to run away with the game. So that's an incredible draw engine, and there's even a new shift target for it in the Stone Servant in Steel, along with the Maleficent Spy that we're already playing. So I'm expecting to see some Diablos this weekend, but really we're a discard deck. We're playing Prince John Greediest of all, where if you're going to discard a card, lovely taxes. I would like to draw a card for each card that you discarded. We've got the likes of Beast, Tragic Hero, an incredible draw engine, and the Muses, Proclaimers of Heroes, with that incredible ability. Whenever you play a song, you get to bounce back a character of 2 strength or less. And funnily enough, 2 strength or less is incredibly significant to the Lorcana metagame. A lot of characters already fit into this, and to top it all off, it's got that ward keyword, so any sort of targeted removal from Blurple, from the Amber Steel decks, or indeed just the mirror match, because we're a Steel deck too. We can run Let the Storm Rage On, we can run Strength for a Raging Fire, or even that newer action card, Keep the Ancient Ways, because we're already playing Pete with the blow the whistle ability to stop opponents playing actions. Now we have 8 ways of making our opponent not be able to play that B prep, play that Under the Sea, play that, you had to Let the Storm Rage On from a Diablo. How about if you just didn't play that? I would love that for me.
And we talked a little bit about the top dog of the top dog deck of dogs, and Tramp Street Smart Dog interacts so funnily with this because of the discard and the draw engine of Diablo and Prince John, where if you decide to play your Tramp and you draw 7 cards, discard 7 cards, your opponent has ability to draw 14 cards.
Yeah,
so
7 on the draw from Diablo, 7 from the discard.
And it's a great counter against the Street Smart Dog. Like, I want to play the Street Smart Dog, but I don't know about how I feel about giving you 14 cards. So we could rant all day about these decks and all the incredible things they're going to do. I expect to see many more on stream over the course of the weekend. So let us know in the chat, on social media, of these decks that we've spoken about today. That's Blurple, that's Amber, Emerald, Lady and the Tramp, or affectionately known as Dogs, or Emerald Steel. Which of these decks do you think has the greatest chance of being champion of Disney Lorcana Challenge right here in Indianapolis?
Yeehaw! And howdy, cowpokes. We are here.
I was not prepared for that. You gotta warn me when you
going into round number 3, and what an amazing round number 2. We saw some cool decks. Liam, you were there. Tell me about how are you feeling. So happy to see you again here in the booth, live at another DLC.
I'm gonna tell you something. I've done a lot of DLCs. I got to do Worlds. I have never, and all of that did not prepare me for a live JDC on camera.
You got to do it. You got to do it, okay? You got to play your part, play your role. But, oh, my goodness, what an amazing tournament so far. The energy is absolutely electric, and you guys really want to make sure that you stick around, because after this round, Liam, we got some very special new card reveals coming in from Attack of the Vine, ! So you guys are not going to miss that. Make sure you tell your friends that we're also live here on Twitch. Share the stream and let them know. Get out here and get active with us.
Yeah, 100% organic panic. Thank you all for watching this morning. Thank you for hanging out with us. We I've seen some incredible Arcana already.
Oh, yeah?
Some really, I wouldn't say really spicy builds, some interesting builds with some spice sprinkled in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, including some decks that are not perhaps the ones that people predicted to be the highest meta share. Emerald Amethyst making an appearance, Emerald Steel making an appearance. Like, there's all sorts of fun decks that we've seen so far.
Absolutely. And to that point, I think it's very important to keep your edge. You need to make sure that you're playing cards that are unique, but also give you that advantage, because you're playing cards that aren't played too much. Your opponent's going to be doing a lot of card reading, a lot of card checking, and they're not going to know what your strategy is all about. So that's really cool.
That's a really interesting point, because oftentimes in the meta, you are so practiced against certain archetypes that after you see a card or two, you generally know what that opponent is going to do for the next 3, 4, 5 turns and what their game plan is. In this meta, in this tournament, that is not the case, because there's so many different fun lines sprinkled in that you have an idea, but you can be caught off guard very easily, and we've already seen that.
Oh, absolutely, Liam. I agree, but we're about to see it right now, because round number 3 is underway, and boy, do we have a spectacular match for you guys coming up as we're about to jump right on in. Let's do it. Round number 3. Oh my goodness, you know who it is. On your left, fan favorite Illuminaire Pierre is back in the building. You might know him as Sailor around the community, one of the most prolific Illuminaires. But Liam, he's on Emerald and Steel. What is that all about?
Yeah, Pierre is a well-known player in the community. He was a Worlds competitor last season, but he really made his name as a Ruby Sapphire player. That's really how he I don't know, became well known. He did all of it. Claim to fame. Did all of the things early on with those colors, and so seeing him here shift into these colors is really fascinating. Now, he's no stranger to these colors, of course. A fantastic player, is good with all Lorcana cards.
Absolutely.
But one of his playtest partners and good friends, Wonderland, actually won a DLC with this color combination, and so he has a lot of information there from him.
For sure, and he's on his way trying to get back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship where he was last season. And we have the Illuminaire Thor is going to be on your right. Got a little bit of uphill to climb, playing the Amethyst and the Emerald strategy. I know you love to see that one, Liam. So we're going to see if you can usurp this insurmountable object of Sailor, or will Sailor be taken down by the up-and-comer Thor? You absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun matchup here. It's no secret. I make no secret about it. Emerald Amethyst is the colors that I picked to win. I know, and so I love to see it here, fighting back again. And again, Pierre, a great opponent here. So I'm really excited for this matchup, and I'm looking for tech. I see Eleanor there.
Eleanor in Emerald Steel is a good tech, but going first might be the better tech, as winning that dice roll is going to be a little bit of an advantage. Going first in Disney Lorcana is always going to be the preferred method, although I have seen some situations where going second could be optimal, as the Hypnotize will find its way down into the inkwell.
Yeah, one of the things that is important to pay attention to in this matchup is the Diablo awards that we're going to see rage across the table here. Back in the day, it was always Diablo on Diablo, and people trying to figure out how to challenge, and in this instance, we don't see that a lot in Infinity, because the Diablos haven't been played a whole ton, and so generally Diablos are unanswered by the Diablos. So now we're going to see these two color combinations kind of bring that into play. Maleficent Spy coming in here, allowing Thor to see Pierre's hand and getting an indication of what we're likely to see in the next few turns.
It was really funny because you said Diablo, and Thor inked the Diablo Obedient Raven and played a Diablo Maleficent Spy, as we got to get a counter, keep the counter going of all the Diablos you see. But we saw a little sneak peek of Sailor's hand, and was that a Kita Royal Warrior in hand, the 2-cost inkable 2/3 bodyguard in the deck? So maybe a little bit of tech coming in from the Canadian Illuminaire, who's trying to get his way back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship. He is already qualified to the Disney Lorcana North American Championship, so bypass that, go right to Worlds. You love to see it.
And here he comes now with that Deceiver, a great turn 2 play here. Most Emerald decks run it. It's one of the reasons you play Emerald, taking a look at the hand, trying to figure out what is going on. Taking a read of that Helga there, another interesting tech card. We'll talk about her in a second, because we'll resolve the rest of Ursula's ability here. She will get to pick a song card out of Thor's hand to discard. It's the Friends or the Bibbidi, and we are going to discard the Friends.
Yeah, that Helga Sinclair, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this strategy that Thor's playing. Because Helga Sinclair is not a card that's typically played in Emerald and Amethyst, but this card coming in from Wilds Unknown, 4 cost, 5/4 with the ability Crisis Management. If 2 or more cards were sent to your discard pile, very flavorful from the Atlantis cards from this set. You may pay 2 less to play this character. So if you do shift that Diablo, you can play this character quite early.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's in here for. It's that Diablo shift, and then it threatens early aggression from dogs. Diablo shift, of course, you discard an action, and then you'll be able to sing with Diablo, putting another card in your discard pile, which allows you to play that Helga early. It's a really fun tech. Speaking of Diablo, Pierre establishing here full cost, full retail value, not shifting that that into play, not having the target. But now we have that draw engine on the board, threatening to turn it on next turn. It's back over to Thor for a response.
And this is that Diablo battle that we have talked about. Sailor is going to be the first to break serve, set up the Devoted Herald. It's not exerted yet, so you can't quite get the benefit of his unique ability. However, Thor has a nice call and response as the Elsa is in hand. It will take some time to get there, but Thor is also hanging on to a bibbity bobbity boo. What is this Illuminaire cooking? And there it is. It is going to pop off right now, and Ursula gets another sneak peek at the hand, and you will miss. There are no songs being added into Pierre Marc's hand.
Yeah, and so fun play here. This allows you, there's multiple things you can do with Bibbidi. It's a really fun tech card. But in this, when the card goes back to your hand, it is some TCG stuff. It's considered a hidden zone. And so you can play that same character back to the board for free, allowing you to make use of its enter play ability. And in this instance, also getting a quest out and then protecting it from the return challenge.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful explanation. I love that. And it really will kind of catch people by surprise from time to time as the Diablo Devoted Herald is now exerted. We have this Eleanor in play as well, along with the Ursula, and that Kita bodyguard Kita is now making a lot more sense because it comes into play. Exerted works quite nicely with this Eleanor. So Thor takes a quick turn, plays the Dumbo, passes it back to Pierre almost immediately, as you are now in a position where Diablo can sing the storm rage on potentially, if that's what we want to do.
And that shift target looks a little tempting here, but instead we're going to put 2 damage onto that Dumbo and draw a card that will turn on Diablo's ability, drawing a sudden chill off that card.
And just continuing to mount. Maybe we can get a Prince John as well to set up a Prince John, sing Sudden Chill. 2 cards left in hand for Thor, 1 being that Chernobog. Chernobog coming in from Whispers in the Well, 5 cost when he's played. If you have a character on the field, you can send it back to the deck, but your opponent will get to play a card from their discard pile. Prince John play.
Great play here. There's that sing, and this is the third or fourth turn combo that you really like to see from these discard decks. Sometimes you run chip in the 4 slot as well to get a little bit extra discard, but playing that Prince John, immediately singing, that's a 2-card swing. Punish your opponent's hand by also drawing a card. I'm not surprised to see Prince John in this deck, and this is. Everything's clicking for Sailor right now.
It worked out quite nicely, and you see that. So the Let the Storm Rage on play worked out nicely because you got the Eleanor set up to ping the 1 damage onto the already damaged Dumbo, 9th one in the universe, to get that character banished. Now we have the Chernobog has hit the board. Sailor with the rare and indigenous Reed. This Illuminaire is very talented, but he even had to put some eyeballs onto this unnatural force.
And again, that Dark Dance ability allows you to shuffle a character into your opponent's deck. And then the downside is your opponent can play a character from their discard for free. But looking at Sailor's discard, nothing in there. And so really important to sequence this card correctly if you're going to do challenging, if you're going to play Chernobog. Make sure that you keep the options out of your opponent's discard pile. So in this instance, just that Diablo is being sent away. And Pierre will get nothing in return.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice card, and it also seems like it will pair nicely with that Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, as Thor coming in with a nice patent pending chin rub, trying to make sure you're not missing any movement. Maybe he's setting up a way to schedule some challenges into this board, but that Kita, keep in mind, she is a princess. She is only a 2 cost, but she does have the keyword of bodyguard, so she is protecting this board quite nicely, and that pairs so well with this Eleanor, because a lot of times you want to send some characters in to maybe challenge that Eleanor. So Pierre seems to be in complete control of this game so far, and Thor is going to need to find some type of resource generation here soon.
Well, the board's fairly even. The problem is those 2 draw engines right there, that Prince John that Pierre has set up, and keep in mind Prince John has ward, and so I think that Chernobog would have loved to send that Prince John away. Unfortunately, can't. So it's going to sit back there. And then Eleanor, which also will draw extra cards per turn. Now, Pete, games referee coming down here. One of the cards making Steel incredibly palatable in this format. It's really in here to protect yourself against certain matchups.
Right.
Steel Song is one, and it can also protect against rare Be Prepared, but not super impactful in this matchup, except Thor is running some weird, sneaky cards like that Bibbidi. And as you pointed out, you can Bibbidi that Chernobog and immediately banish something. So it's fun to see Pierre play that here. Not surprised to see it, and that is going to shut down everything, or all actions on Thor's turn here.
Oh, for sure. And Pete also representing that 3/3 stat line. It's no slouch, man. You can really take out a lot of characters that Thor could potentially actually play and potentially finish off this Chernobog in a trade if that is what you wanted to do. Thor now low resource. We are going to top deck the Elsa, which is not quite nice to engage with that Diablo the Devoted Herald slightly above your screen, but he is there, I assure you. And now Elsa, still, you cannot engage with the Devoted Herald until you remove this bodyguard. So I was talking about this Kita, and now it looks like she's carrying full weight in this unique strategy. You love to see it. Sailor picking up the hand shuffle.
Yeah, it's a great point. Kita, kind of an innocuous card, a 2/3 bodyguard, little, tiny, but forcing your opponent to, in this case, I mean, we're seeing exactly why it's in here, as you pointed out, protecting that Diablo, and now Pierre is going to get an extra card off of it after it activates this turn. So really fun tech there. I didn't get a look at Thor's hand to see if that Pete impacted his lines at all, if he did have any actions he wanted to play. But one of the reasons you do play Amethyst, though, as we're seeing here, is that the Amethyst does have one of the strongest mid-game cores in all of Disney Lorcana, with the Dumbo, with the Elsa, with the Bells if you're playing them, Genies. There's all sorts of things you can do, and it's one of the reasons you're always tempted to play it, and we're seeing the power of those cards here. On the other side, though, the Diablo Stone Servant coming in.
Big Diablos. The Diablos are raging, and now Amethyst, or excuse me, Emerald and Steel have access to multiple Diablos now as the questing has begun. And Thor, I believe, Liam, is rubbing hands together. I think we are bare in terms of advantage, and you have nothing. You're coming off the top of the deck, and you need something good here.
It's not that. No,
and that is, it calls me. I don't know if that's the one you're going to want in this spot.
It gives you another card.
You can draw one.
Yeah, it gives you another card at least. It's not nothing. Oh.
Yeah, It Calls Me is a song. One cost, when you play this card, you can send 2 characters from a discard pile back to its owner's deck, and you get to draw a single card. And this also pairs nicely with this Chernobog. So I see, three characters will be able to send back to the deck. And I think this pairs so well with this Chernobog because you will keep that discard pile you keep the discard pile empty, and then you can use his ability a little bit easier.
Whew. And that was game. Apparently. that finished quickly. Yeah, Thor just looking for answers, didn't find it. Pierre able to close that out. And those Diablos, let's talk about them real quick, because as you pointed out, there are shift targets again here in this Emerald Steel build. And one of the reasons that Emerald Amethyst really loved Diablo before is because it has so many nice, convenient shift targets to kind of smooth out that opening if you miss the Emerald one. But getting access to it here. The other thing is, though, for the longest time, the stat line 3/3 on turn 2 has always been very strong. It's always been very good. It protects your board. It can perhaps get a quest out without your opponent being able to answer. If you can find a 3/3 with 2 lore, that's even better. That's one of the reasons why Smee Bumbling Mate was so popular for so long. So a 3/3 with 2 lore on turn 2 is just good, especially if it's inkable. Now, this Diablo only gets that stat line when you have a villain in play. But when you're running the Prince John and you want to play that card on curve, which sometimes you do when you establish a Singer on turn 2 for that sudden chill, all of a sudden that Diablo becomes an incredibly powerful card on curve. And so it's really fun to see Pierre work that in, and I'm interested to see if that's a line that we find here. Yeah.
And yeah, I concur mightily, and it fits so nicely into this strategy. It seems like we have a lot of these bodyguard type effects. Granted, this Diablo Stone Server does not have the keyword of bodyguard, but it does serve a bodyguard-like function, and it pairs nicely with the Elnor as well. So there's a lot going on as we will play our own Diablo, the Maleficent Spy, checking the hand. Judy hops now down into the inkwell, and we'll return fire with our own Diablo Maleficent Spy, as both of these Illumineers are trying to get a perfect idea of what the other has access to. Ursula Deceiver, Helga Sinclair, also the Under Deceiver on the other side, and our Shift Diablo. So Diablo should be coming online next turn, potentially.
Diablo, a terrible card to have in hand in this matchup. I mean, it is good. There's a lot of cards that can be banished with it, but that's a brick in the hand for many turns, while Pierre has Deceivers available perhaps in the next few turns. So unhappy to see that there. Both players, though, showing the Diablo shift line. We're going to see that here. Bruno heading into the discard pile. Diablo shifting in.
Interesting on the turn 1 shift. Maybe you're trying to play around that Ursula to get that to protect your hand from being discarded. So heads up play coming in from Pierre. You can shift that on turn number 1. It still won't be exerted, but now, and you also have a nice defender for your Diablo shift as well. But Diablo shift, seeing friends on the other side, very powerful play from Thor, who's
great play. It's a great play. The problem with Diablo is it puts a lot of pressure on your hand, especially when you're on the play. Having to shift onto a card effectively robs you a card on board. Then you're discarding a card, and so you really can struggle with inkables. And so being able to then, in this color combination, sing into friends to refill those resources is incredibly powerful. And here we're seeing that Helga come in. So being played for 2 because of the song and the discards. Now we have a 5/4 established on turn 2. Incredibly powerful opening. And that's exactly what Helga's in here for, is exactly this curve.
Oh, for sure. It's very strong. I mean, and we have a 5, like you said, a 5/4 is in play. And if you have a card like Under the Sea in your deck, which you saw one get sent to the discard pile a bit earlier, now you can have the opportunity to sing Under the Sea significantly earlier than you would normally like to. So Helga Sinclair is a nice, sneaky tech choice, probably very good against Amber and Emerald strategies as well. That 5 strength goes a long way. Now Sailor deep in the Thought Vault, thinking of what you want to do on this powerful 2-ink play, and you will go ahead and lean onto the bodyguard Kita, but she's not going to be in protective mode. She's going to be in hang out in ready position.
Yeah, interesting play here. I mean, the problem is, again, that Helga is an incredibly strong challenger. You pointed out it's good against aggro, but it's also good here in this scenario, able to clean up that Kita in order to allow that Diablo to challenge in if Thor wants to pursue a trade. But the problem is there's just not much else in Pierre's hand. He's got an Eleanor in hand, but needs to establish, needs to set it up for another couple of turns. There is a Pete as well, but just not much else to do here than put that Kita on the board, try to build up a board state, and hope that your opponent doesn't have anything to really go wide. That Deceiver will come down now. Check the hand.
And it is going to be a nice little whiff coming in from the Deceiver. Diablo now find himself to an inkwell, and the questing has begun for Thor, who doesn't mind. I mean, even if your opponent wants to sit back and maybe take a trade with this Diablo, you've already got a nice bit of return on your investment with the Diablo, the Devoted Herald. So having him be exerted and forcing Sailor to potentially go in for a challenge, you don't mind. As a second Kita, we're seeing double vision. Kita hits the board again. Like you said, Liam, take it nice and slow. Just maybe you keep building, and then you can get to your Eleanor in due time.
Yeah, and it's another reason that Thor is offering that Diablo trade, because he knows that if Sailor's hand is under a bit of pressure, that Eleanor is one way to get back into this game. And not only you ping your opponent's characters, but you're drawing cards.
Right.
And so offering that trade with the Diablo effectively shuts down that Eleanor next turn, and so knows that Pierre is likely to protect it.
But unfortunately for Pierre, I mean, with the no challenge and also your Diablo not being exerted, you're not gaining any cards for yourself. So your Diablo is sitting while Thor's Diablo is super active, and you're able to draw a card each turn as you just kind of sit here and wait. Also, Thor has all the tempo because they're continuing to quest as well. So this I think you get to a point where if I'm Sailor, you got to start making something happen, as Thor is running away, and it's all predicated on that Helga Sinclair that came out very early. It's anchoring this board down together quite nicely and putting a lot of pressure on Sailor to get something done.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. So one of the challenges with Emerald Steel, you ask a lot of players, hey, Emerald Steel is good. It was good in Core Constructed. Why not run in Infinity? It is a very strong deck, and there's a lot of players that are on it, a lot of very good players that are on it, including one that I drafted in my team. Not going to say names.
Oh, we know. I know.
You know. But the problem is that it can be, as the players describe it, bricky, and that means that it does oftentimes have opening hands that are just not great, and they require you to really struggle to establish board presence and to get into the game. It has incredibly strong openings, and then it has openings that are a bit challenging. The other problem is that there's a lot of great Emerald cards out there, a lot of great Steel cards. You have Diablo, you have Prince John, you have Eleanor. What do all those cards have in common? They're all uninkable.
Yep.
And that means that these decks oftentimes run in a very high uninkable count. And although you want to be playing these cards, what that does is it really restricts your options in the early game. It forces you to send away cards that you'd rather have in your hand, and it kind of takes away the variance. It takes away the choice that you have.
You don't have as much room to maneuver here. So I agree. But it looks like we have this finally. Sailor realized you got to get some type of initiative back. It starts this huge quest, and you are going to get that
Eleanor.
To get the Eleanor going, to maybe draw some new cards to get yourself out of this bricking situation.
Sorry, I just saw Pierre draw a fun card, a Sailor drawing a Deceiver of All, a card that I used to love to play. I haven't seen it on the board yet in this challenge. I hope to see it later. We may, but in the meantime, Elsa coming down here, exerting that Eleanor, and I think we're likely to see some challenges.
Probably. I think you got to get it done. I believe Thor has to recognize that Sailor is kind of in a very slow position. You don't really have that access to that card draw. Your Diablo is looking quite weak in this situation, so you have to continue the momentum, as we are going to take down both of the bodyguards. It did cost you a ton of resources there to do so, as the Helga now has 2 damage, and you are not going to be able to get through that Eleanor as well. But you now have won the evasive game, and your questing it continues, as Thor is looking still super nice in this spot.
Yeah, and another card, you do get a card off that rabbit as well. One of the strongest cards in all of Disney Lorcana at the time. Still a very strong card. Merlin Rabbit gains a card, or draws you a card when it enters and leaves play. And so on that banish, we'll get a card. We are going to get the hand check again with the Ursula Deceiver. I don't see any songs there, but look at those Elsas. At this point in the game, I mean, they're really rough to see because you know that most things that you play, you know, are able to be answered by that Elsa and that Helga in Union. Both Elsas
for sure.
So
and if you look at Thor's hand as well, there is a Cheshire Cat in hand as well. So all that damage that is floating around with these Elsas, with the Helga Sinclair and the other Elsas you have in hand, that Cheshire Cat will be able to inexplicably remove this damage from your characters onto Pierre Marc's side, and it's just going to create a lot of trouble for the Canadian Pierre Marc. So hopefully we can figure something out sooner than later, as Thor now has all the energy and momentum. Thor doing everything he can, uphill, climbing, running the race with these evasive characters. You actually love to see it.
Yeah, and it's just, again, Pierre has all the answers, or Thor has all the answers. Pierre down to 2 cards. We will see Hypnotize here. That's draw a card and force your opponent to discard a card, but Thor with plenty of options there. And at this point, I do think, you know, both players know that Thor is likely to take this one down, although Pierre are going to keep looking for answers. He has some sudden chills in hand. But one of the things in this tournament is you want information.
Yeah.
There's so much spice and different decks being run around, and especially in Emerald Amethyst, there's so many different ways to take the deck. You want to figure out what your opponent's doing. In this case, though, we figured out enough. We're going to go on to game 3.
Sailor's seen enough. He's like, I can sit here and I can play this game for a bit more time and kind of see, you see where this thing was going. And I think another factor that a lot of times you don't really talk about too much is the time. Time is a factor. Time is a resource. Your mental faculties are also a resource. And sometimes you just don't want to dwindle too much. But I agree with you, Liam. I would like taking a little bit more time to see some of the components of Thor's strategy, because he's doing something that I personally, and I've seen a lot of Infinity, I've played a ton of Infinity myself, I haven't seen anything like what Thor is cooking here.
I mean, what he's doing is he's bringing together a really powerful Amethyst core. All these cards in here are no stranger to those who've played Core Constructed. We saw Dumbo, we saw Elsa, we saw Cheshire Cat, we saw Merlin Rabbit. And at one time, these cards were all staples in Core Constructed, and some of them still are. Amethyst just has one of the strongest mid-games because of the way these cards work together. With Elsa being able to challenge, and then you remove the damage with Cheshire Cat, you draw cards with Dumbo, off the evasive Elsa. All of these things synergize, and so any deck that can work that solid mid-game in, if you can get to the mid-game, gives you really solid answers. You also have card draw in the form of Dumbo, card draw in the form of Rabbit. The trick is, though, in these mid-range decks, you have to somehow survive the early game. You have to make it to the mid-game where you can bring all of those tools online, and then you have to have a closer. So we kind of saw the game plan from Thor. The early game, generally, his preferred opening seems to be that Diablo. He does have the Ursula, where he can slow down his opponent's momentum, but he wants to get to the mid-game. On the other side, Pierre also pursuing that Diablo opening. There's some fun cards with used to either bodyguard and protect the Diablo on Pierre's side of the board, or that Helga on Thor's side of the board. But then Pierre wants to get to his value engines. He wants to get to the Prince John. He wants to get that Diablo online, and get the Eleanor online as well, drawing a lot of cards, outvaluing his opponent. And that's really what the game plan is from these two players.
Righteous. But Liam, most importantly, what we got here is a game number 3, in round number 3, and boy, are we spoiled. So if you're out there, make sure you're getting active, and let's do this as the Maleficent Spy is back at it again, checking the hand and staring down the board and seeing what we can do. We see there is that Ursula there you spoke so highly about. We have that strike good match. It'll be interesting if we hang on to that strike, or will we put into our inkwell, because you know your opponent sees that is there, and they're more than likely to throw their Ursula into the fray in order to take your song away. So interesting ink choice. It's the Cheshire Cat. Inexplicable down into the inkwell.
Yeah, not going to use it for several turns. Protecting some other strong cards. We have the Deceiver, protecting the Elsa there. Keeping that online for later, the Dumbo as well. So yeah, we will see. We do have the shift line available and the strike a good match to shift it. At this point, and any time you're running against Deceivers, you're tempted to send it away, but no, Thor not going to go with the turn 1 shift like Pierre did. Back over to Pierre here. We'll see if he turns his Diablo Devoted Herald online. And again, he can turn that online and then protect it immediately with that Kita.
Yeah, that's a very solid line. I think if I'm Pierre, I might try to go for it, but I see that strike good matches there. I'd be super interested to see if we deploy this Ursula now to take the song while we can, or is it worth protecting?
Oh no, he has the strength. That's even better. This is one of the strongest openings in all of Disney Lorcana. It's why people ran this deck.
Diablo saying "Let the Storm Rage On" is a reason why. That's a reason why we're playing Emerald Steel. It's a very powerful play.
And that combination is why the play-draw disparity in the Diablo Wars is so important. It's because you've now taken Thor's Diablo offline, you've set back his momentum, you've given yourself a card, and now we can even answer with a 2-cost to your point. That Striker Good Match is sitting there, and just insult to injury. Here comes that Deceiver, and there it goes.
There we go. It does. And now, even if you had it, you wouldn't be able to shift your Diablo in anyway. So if I'm Thor, maybe you were holding that action and hoping that you can get that shift off. But that Inkable Song against his Emerald Steel, I would love to see that in Inkwell.
And either way, you lose. Well, yeah, it's true. Ink would be nice, but even. You lose it anyway. Even if you shift the Diablo into play and take the rare turn 1 shift, you still lose everything.
For sure.
To that Diablo. So at least Pierre had to work for it here.
Agreed.
And this just feels like this is one of the best starts in all of Disney Lorcana.
For sure. I do agree with you, by the way, Liam. I think Diablo, as we are in Infinity format, we can play all the cards from every set of Disney Lorcana. It is the Infinity format. You say that Diablo is the best card ever printed so far, and I would tend to agree with you on that take, because this character has been, he's won several DLCs, and he has had a wonderful, wonderful showcase of how powerful this card is, and now the Kita has returned yet again, and the questing has begun for Pierre Marc.
Yeah, and setting up here, what we're doing, we're setting all 3 characters, protecting that Diablo. We're going to put that Snowfield Strategist? No. Snowball Patrol.
Snowball Patrol, there you go, Liam.
Snowball.
Nice.
I love that card. You don't see it played terribly often. But we are setting up the Eleanor next turn if we happen to find it. In the meantime, Thor establishing his own Diablo, but it only works when exerted. So going to sit there and stare across the board at Pierre as he draws his card. And we did. Was that an Eleanor off the top?
I think he had the Eleanor.
He had the Eleanor the whole time?
Maybe we go double bodyguard again. And those Kitas, that 2 carries so much weight. That 2/3 stat line is so significant. Royal Warrior is looking nice. We are going to play the Queen, Eleanor, the diplomat, renowned diplomat Eleanor. This card came online in the Infinity format a little bit later in the development of our first Infinity competitive season. And this card has completely taken over the metagame, as now we're singing Strength of a Raging Fire, taking down Diablo. Thor is stunned in this position, and the Eleanor is online as well. You're drawing a card, you're gaining a lore, and you're sending 1 damage to one of your opponent's characters.
And this is Emerald Steel at its finest. Everything is clicking. Now we went with the Eleanor line. There's also the Prince John line, but this card became a menace in dogs. Here we're seeing it worked into Emerald Steel, and no answer from Thor. He's just going to ink. He's going to pass. That Diablo staying upright, and Pierre here, everything is online. Now, what do we have here on turn 5?
Turn 5, you probably could continue to flood the board. Maybe you can set up more of these bodyguards. Maybe you could play another Eleanor.
Oh, double Eleanor is just awful.
And that is, I think Thor's seen enough.
Yeah,
wow.
Just, look at his hand. Unfortunately, 2 Bivinies, uninkable. Diablo, uninkable. There's just not enough. And man, rough draw there on Thor's side of the board. And Pierre with, I think, like the textbook opening for his deck and everything he wants to do on curve.
Again, taking nothing away from Thor, that is just the name of the game. I think that's all trading card games. Sometimes you're just not going to have the cards you need. You're going to have bricking. You're going to have inkability issues. That's just the game we play. And I still think you did everything you could, but a huge shout out to Pierre, who is one of the game's greatest and best player. I think we both can agree on that. We've seen this Illuminator on the last season. He had great success there, and now he's back at it again, staying consistent in season number 2, trying to punch his ticket to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship, and I think he's good enough to do it, Liam.
I think so too. He's one of the hardest workers in the game.
Absolutely.
Incredible deck builder, and just studies the game like very few others do. And so I'm interested to see this tech coming in here. If he brought it in, he believes in it, and I'm really excited to see how far he goes with it.
Right now, speaking of, I think he's over in the interview room, so we're going to throw it over and hear what he has to say about the strategy.
My name is Baker, and I am joined by a man who just took a huge victory here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Indianapolis, the legendary Sailor of the Azure Sea. My friend, it's always a pleasure to see you and get to have a chat. First of all, how's your day going?
Pretty great. I'm already qualified for a North American Championship, so I decided to come with a little bit of a different take, a little bit of a off-meta, really trying to capitalize on this Eleanor, but with a different angle than what the dogs are doing with the Emerald Steel color combination. And just faced Diablo mirrors, and luckily won the die roll, right? You always just a little bit easier that way.
Of course.
Specifically in the Diablo mirrors. But game one, he was able to Chernobog my my Eleanor. He had the choice of Diablo and Eleanor, right? But I was able to just get it to the finish line even with him not having too many cards in hand, and basically being able to storm the Dumbo on my turn 5, so that I can Eleanor finish it off.
Sure.
And he could never get the traction. And I had my Diablo protected with Akita. This is the bodyguard, which is really good in this matchup because there's a Diablo Wars, but then he has Elsa's to take it down. But if you're able to have the Kita or multiple Kitas, it really helps fighting for that. And so having your Diablo survive for longer, and you have obviously the seal removal to be able to take his down, and the Eleanor also triggers, right? So on game 3, for example, I was able to double Eleanor, and so really like the speed of being able to go first and to like Kita to protect it, any removal off the top to keep them off, being able to have enough of a whiteboard to be able to challenge the Kita first, and then the Diablo that is protected behind those pins.
Many walls up in front of this bird.
Yeah. Game 2, he had it all. I kept 7, but his perfect hand beat mine, specifically on the draw. Yeah, exactly. He was able to Diablo shift, discard the Under the Sea, sinks the friends, right, and go from there. And even in game 3, where I had it all, I had the removal for his turn 1 Diablo. I knew he had Ursula, so I had to remove the Diablo first, even though he had the shift, right? And the following turn, if I didn't have the removal for his second Diablo, he could have gone for Chernobog, take out either the Eleanor or the Diablo, shuffle it into my deck. I don't have
nothing in the discard.
Nothing in the discard, and then bibbidi bobbidi boo with his 3-cost Diablo to replay the Chernobog and then do it again and get rid of my Eleanor.
Wow.
But I had strength into double Eleanor and deal basically 4 plus another 2, draw cards, and with the Eleanor you're drawing at the end of your turn, at the beginning of his turn with your Diablo, so like there's a lot of card drawing, there's a lot of snowball effects, a lot of board control with the damage, right? And so it's a really fun deck that I decided to bring, and it's been working well here. And even though Emerald Amethyst is actually not that easy of a matchup, pretty 50-50 because of how the Diablo interact with each other, the Elsa, as I was saying, and his list was specifically harder. Even like my Kita wasn't that great because on his game 2, he was able to play the 4-3 that cost 4, the Elga Sinclair, on turn 2 because he's saying friends, discarded to shift, sing friends, put 2 things in the discard, ink, play the Elga Sinclair, and now my Kita bodyguards don't do their job because there's a 4-3 already on turn 2, right? So it was
the story starts to seem to align for you in this match.
Yeah, exactly. And his were aligning in game 2, but I got it done in the 3rd game.
And we love to see that. And I must ask you, you are one of the, back before our original rotation, you were one of the creators of the Sisu on Ice build, as it came to be affectionately known by the community, Ruby Sapphire. And you mentioned that you were already qualified for the North American Championship. So the pressure is off a little bit for this event, but I know you still take this game seriously. There's incredible prizing on the line. So just talk us through a little bit, why did you end up settling on Emerald Steel? And if you were not qualified, would you have still played that deck, or would you maybe have gone to your roots of Ruby Sapphire? Just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I qualified playing the Emerald Dog strategy, right, at one of the CCQs. One of the big CCQ we had in Baltimore, right, at Inking. So it was pretty successful for me, the Dogs deck. So that's one I brought to Dortmund to a 9th place finish on Friday. And I was going to play that, but a lot of things shook up since Dortmund. There was some lists adding like even more Kitas, even more Under the Sea, and I was already afraid of it in Dortmund, but I was really not comfortable to add more Under the Sea because I thought that Ruby Sapphire matchup would get worse by doing that. And so now that some people are just like almost throwing the Ruby Sapphire Shark matchup to add more Under the Sea, it feels not great to play the Dogs anymore, right? And so for me, it was either to go Ruby Sapphire to punish those players for going heavier on the under the sea route, or pick just a different line. And we worked on that Emerald Steel deck that had a good matchup into the red-blue Ruby Sapphire Shark, into the dogs, right, because of the steel, right, and the Diablo, right, is really good. And then a fairly positive matchup into Amber Steel as well. So we thought we were really well positioned in those 3 decks, but the purple decks were a bit harder, right? But those I anticipated to be a bit less present, and maybe because Ruby Sapphire would be better, they're kind of feasting on those purple amethyst decks, right? So the further I go into the tournament, the more likely I'm facing my good matchups. And basically what that meant is that if I can get through the Swiss rounds, I'm more likely to perform better in the later stages of the tournament. And that's basically where I want to perform, because the goal here is actually not to qualify, it's to actually like win my first golden Mickey Brave Little Tailor, right? And maybe win the tournament, maybe go back to Worlds, right? That's the goal. So I take a little bit more of a risk, right, reward approach into the deck decision, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it seems to be going well so far, and it's great to see that Eleanor, who has been doing incredible things in dogs, there are other decks that can take advantage of her as well. Do you think she's going to be a main character into the future?
Yeah, she's really, really strong. She really rewards you for curving out, which with something you want to do, right? So you're putting pressure on your opponent, you're drawing cards, you're getting more lore, right? So, and your opponent is really punished if they don't have answers right to her, and sometimes they will do, but then you have the Kita to just make sure you are triggering her again, right, even though you have only 2 characters left because they took out one of them, right? So the bodyguards obviously being helpful to activate this Eleanor, right?
So we're going to see her a lot more as time goes on, you dare say?
I mean, even with Aurora not rotating out, right, and the Aurora interactions with the Eleanor is great because she's a queen, obviously. So being able to play her ahead of the curve is also really good. I anticipate Eleanor to have a bright future for our queen.
So there you go. You're going to see a lot more of that card. Before I let you go, Sailor, any final shout-outs, thank yous, anything you'd like to say to the community?
Well, thank you, Baker. I love you.
I love you too, man. It's a pleasure to speak to a world player, Sailor. I wish you the best of luck over the rest of the day, mate. I'm sure you're going to perform well. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Disney Locana.
Wow, Sailor, one of my favorites in the community. He's always so intelligent. He always has a really cool deck to play, and I loved everything he had to say in that interview. Hopefully you all at home learned something. But Liam, what did you think about that matchup? Anything that shocked or surprised you?
So I want to talk about one thing, and we were kind of, after that match, you know, JD and I, as the interview was happening, we do this thing where we obsess over what happened in the game, and we were digesting the early decision not to ink strike a good match. Because like sometimes in Disney Lorcana, there are moments that happen that we recognize in the end game or in the mid game where you have a bunch of different decisions and you're trying to figure out what your avenue is, and the player's agonizing over that, and we feel that in the moment. But that moment happened from the very first ink decision in this game, because the decision to keep strike a good match made it vulnerable to the deceiver, which reduced the ink decisions in the hand. But the thing in that moment was, as he was thinking through his outs, his hand was bricky. The play that incredibly amazing people to show you what's coming out. First, in Attack of the Bomb.
Welcome to the lounge. We have something very exciting. I am here joined by Liam. How are you feeling about the weekend first?
It's always an amazing experience. It's always magical. I'm seeing so many of my friends out there, and it's wonderful seeing people
experienced their first DLC as well. It's just a great vibe.
Yes.
And I'm here for it.
Well, I am here for, guess what? Some card reveals, Liam.
It's amazing. I'm so excited.
Attack of the Vine!
With exclamation point.
Exclamation point. Attack of the Vine, which has pre-release on July 17th, and it's available everywhere on July 25th. But we have some first looks at some of the cards for you this whole weekend. So be sure that you're tuned in all weekend long because we have some card reveals, and we're going to give you the first one right now. I am so ready to see it. Are you, Liam?
I am. It's always an amazing moment meeting one of the first people in the world to see a new card.
Let's do it. All right, let's bring it up. Here we go. All right, read it off for us, Liam.
Mother Gothel, evil as ever. This is a 2-cost uninkable. Her stat line is 3 strength through willpower. She quests for 1 lore. And her ability, Mummy's Back, says during your turn, when you discard this card, you may play this character from your discard, but you pay all costs.
And the flavor.
And you mustn't ignore the flavor tags. Well, I'm glad somebody let me up, which is so fun.
I love this. This is so fun. A fantastic emerald card. Right off the bat, Liam, what is the first thing that sticks out at you?
I mean, I could talk about the art, I could talk about the ability, because let's talk about the ability first.
Yes, Mummy's Back. I also love the name of that. It's so Mother Gothel, right?
It is.
Mummy's Back.
Mummy's Back. So the thing about Mother Gothel is she's at the same time a nurturing character and a villainous, sinister character.
Yes.
And the phrase Mummy's back carries with it both of those things. And so it's perfect for this card and this character. But her ability is really cool because I think this is the first time we're seeing an effect in Lorcana, in Disney Lorcana, where if you discard a card, you can then leverage that card for something immediately. In this case, paying the cost to play it out of your discard.
It's like your discard now is becoming like almost like a second hand that you can play cards from. And there's tons of cards, obviously, in Disney Lorcana that have you on your turn discard cards, like things like Strike a Good Match, Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid, and then the one that immediately comes to my mind especially is Angel.
Yes.
624, Experiment 64, where you can discard a card from your hand to deal 2 damage, and then guess what? You can just play that card from your discard.
You just snowball her right on the board.
Yeah, you're snowballing Mother Gothel.
That's really fun. You know what I love? So the game developers often do this thing where it's like they give you a card or that has some sort of drawback.
Yeah.
I'm thinking back to like Merlin, where it was like if you play this character, you have to return a character to your hand, and then you say, well, wait a second, is that drawback really a drawback? And here it's a perfect example of where something that is a disadvantage on another card, a card where you have to discard something to do an ability, now can benefit you as well.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how players will work this into their decks. I think it's such a cool ability and something that, like you said, Liam, it's new. It's something that we haven't seen yet in Disney Lorcana, and I think that's super fun that we're seeing some new game design elements.
And seeing new game design and also seeing some new artwork. I'd have to talk about this for a minute. I was just noticing, like, when she says somebody let me up, what she's referring to is the vine, because normally Rapunzel lets her up, but here you can see her stepping on it. She's climbed the vine, and so maybe she's working with it. I don't know, but clearly some synergy here. Villainous,
very
villainous, evil as ever.
And the vine is all over the artwork, and I'm sure because it's Attack of the Vine that the artwork is going to be all
over the tower,
over the artwork everywhere, and she's coming through the doors. She's gorgeous.
With that light behind her. It's very well framed. It's just it's a beautiful card, a sinister card, and one that I can't wait to see what Emerald Steel players, I think in particular, do with it, because there's all sorts of fun utility.
I'm excited for this card. I hope that you're all excited too. Let us know in the chat what you think about Mother Gothel, evil as ever. And don't go anywhere though, because guess what, Liam? Like I said, we have more reveals coming all weekend long, so stick with us, Illumineers, and we're going to be back with more gameplay.
We'll get us art more.
Welcome back, Illumineers. Oh, what a match that was.
Yeah, I mean, all these matches, there's little surprises in all of them where I'm like, where did you get that tech? And the answer was, in their deck because they kind of saw this meta play out and they said, I'm waiting for this day to show off what I have. And I can't wait to see what we're going to have in this deck round because I bet there's going to be a surprise or two.
I know. We're heading into round 4 here. I mean, who knows what players we're going to see? Who knows what decks we're going to see? I guess we know, but we'll wait until we throw it to the game.
Yeah, right.
To give the little reveal here, I do believe that the game is ready. Are you ready, Katie?
I am. More Disney Lorcana.
Coming right at you right now.
Oh, this is a familiar face.
A very familiar face to anybody who's been paying attention to the Disney Lorcana challenges. That is Dale Bolito sitting on the left. That is Spencer on the right. Dale will be on his signature deck. For those of you who are unfamiliar with him, it's going to be Emerald Steel with the discard package, of course. A little bit of added spice. And Spencer on the Emerald Amber Dogs.
Woof, woof. And I like this matchup because I actually got to interview Dale when he was up in a tournament in Canada. And I said, you brought Emerald Steel, why? And he said, I wanted to play Diablo. That was it. That was the reason. And if we look at his record, I mean, season 1, he was known for this deck. He even secured a serialized Golden Mickey Brave Little Tailor with this deck. So I think it's very fitting that he said, you know what? I'm going to play that Diablo.
You know what? There's somebody else who has firsthand knowledge of how good Dale is, and that's my wife. She played him round 1.
She's like, this guy's good.
She said, yeah, this Dale Bolito guy, I think he's got a future in this game.
Yeah, and he's undefeated in round 4, so he's doing good, but he is against the top dog, which is, we call it dog's deck. It's not all dogs. There's myriads of other types of glimmers in this deck, but it does kind of pivot around some of those characters from Lady and Tramp, primarily that Tramp Street Smart Dog that everybody talks about because you get to go ahead and draw cards, look for stuff. Both decks are going to be looking for key pieces of the puzzle throughout this match.
I'm interested to see how this matchup goes too. Emerald Steel, I mean, I was just commentating a match with the Prince John, with the Diablo, and it's tough for the dogs to navigate around as the Diablo Maleficent Spy is going to come down. Dale says, let me take a peek at your hand real quick, and Spencer has, I mean, a lot of great cards.
Yeah, I mean, he says, let me show you the deck profile of this deck, and it's got a lot of the hits. On this deck, you do kind of want to put pressure early, and that Nala Mischievous Cub is going to be great at that. But then it kind of shows that if you have a song, you might want to ink it before we get to that Mowgli. That might be something you do on turn 2. Dale has to navigate around everything he just saw in that hand.
Mm-hmm. Typically with the Emerald Amber, we want that explosive start. We want to see cards like the 1-drops that we're seeing, like this Tramp coming down with the Bobby Zimmerowski, the Cheese Spray Kid. But I did notice that there was one card missing that you usually want in these dog decks early on, which is the Grandmother Willow. We'll see how Spencer sort of navigates around it.
Yeah, that Grandmother Willow is such a powerful card because it provides we talk about Sapphire having ramp or giving you extra ink. In this case, it just kind of gives you that floating. You get to do a discount on the next character you play. But Bobby Zimmerowski is not bad. A lot of decks run this on turn 1 specifically for this reason, to look for something. It's good, but it could be better. So in this case, he's going to go ahead and discard that Tramp Enterprising Dog. But he might come back because there are cards that basically say, well, if you're in the discard, you'll come back later. But we'll see if that's how he's running it. But on the other side, more Diablo.
Ooh, double Diablo, the DD. We're getting hit with the Stone Servant here. This character is one of the newer cards here from Wilds Unknown. It is a 1/3. When a villain character is out there, he gains +2 strength as well as +1 lore. And his villain characters, all of Dale's villain characters, cannot be challenged when the card is exerted.
And it does take advantage of the fact that there are already some villains in here. When we talk about discard decks, Prince John, greediest of them all, you can't have that name and be a good guy. The greediest of them all. But on the other side, so now Spencer has to navigate. Every time you draw a card, we draw a card. So let's go ahead and stop the panic here. Play a Mowgli and see, what do you have?
Wow, and Dale played around this. He knows that Mowgli's and Ursula's are a common sight in the Emerald Amber combo decks here. So he said, I'm going to probably alter all of the songs. A useful strategy. A lot of people, I mean, I've played people who have used this strategy against me, and it's like, no, Mowgli, you had one job and you can't even complete it. Meanwhile, Dale already got the Devoted Herald. He's now getting an enchanted Ursula Deceiver of All down. I mean, that Ursula Deceiver of All is not going to be able to be challenged. The Diablo Stone Servant now has the added perks, the 3/3 as well as the 2 quest, but he's going to wait a turn. Dale's going to want to find a song here, I think, as Ursula is going to come down from Spencer. And Spencer says, oh, he's able able to grab the, oh my gosh, the Let the Storm Rage On from Dale's hand that he just drew into. This is some exciting stuff, Katie.
It is, and I think that one of those things is when you say, okay, I got rid of my songs, this is kind of a songs deck. You're going to find them eventually. So he said, don't worry, I'll get rid of it. And I do love the double look at the hand because he knew, statistically speaking, a song is coming. So he did get that. And that's not only a song. It's got song, damage, and a card draw. So Dale's like, all right, I was going to sing that twice, but I guess now we have to dig for another song. We saw him discard a Strength of Raging Fire to shift his Diablo. So now he is kind of hoping for a song because this is how the deck works best, is when it's doing these discard or draw things, but doing it twice.
Yes, and especially because of the Ursula Deceiver of All, you're able to play the song once and then play it again from your discard, then put it on the bottom of your deck. What a powerful card, and Spencer, heads up, Ursula is not the most powerful card you can play here.
So he does it again.
So it's an Ursula versus Ursula versus Ursula here, as Spencer smartly used the Deceiver to take away a song, and now Dale is saying, okay, well, I don't have any songs, might as well just play another Ursula Deceiver of All here. And are we going to get the quest in with the other Ursula? I mean, it's not like we can challenge it anyway. On top of which, most of the time in the Emerald Amber, what the community calls the dogs deck, we don't want to challenge in because it takes away from our ability to play out the Tramp Street Smart Dog.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, and so he had asked to. There's two layers of Disney Lorcana where you're like, this is what I think you'll do, but this is what I think you think I'll do. So he has to kind of play around. Like, you wouldn't challenge, you wouldn't throw everything you have into one Ursula, but he might. And like you mentioned, with that enterprising dog, anything is on the menu, and you have other characters that can get that added strength. So now he will go ahead. He's thinking about if there is going to be a double song or quadruple songs with this many. There we go.
Dale, ready for his shot, was ready indeed. What this card does is when he hits the board, all of your characters, all of Spencer's characters, now when they challenge, they're not using their strength, they're using their willpower. So that's how Nala was able to cleanly take out that Diablo Stone Servant, because she now has 4. She's swinging for 4 instead of for 0.
Yeah, and he's like, you want to see something really bunkus in the conkus? My favorite flavor text is we're going to go ahead, let the Storm Rage on, not once, but twice. So that is so smart to do because Dale is kind of holding up the tent of these challenges for these lots of, with that willpower. So Dale's out of here with that song, and there we go. We said, what have you gotten?
For a second, I thought you meant Dale Bolito. I was like, what are you talking about?
Dale's not gone. He's right here.
Double Dales, right. The double Ds here. As we get Diablo challenging into that Nala, I was wondering why he didn't want to quest that Ursula, and that was exactly why. He was playing around the Dale ready for his shot, of course. How do you not play around that? Dale's so smart. He knows these streets.
Dale knows Dale tech. It makes sense. But I think that's funny, though, because this list, this Amber Emerald, has shifted. There's some people who are like, you don't need Dale. And I think in Lorcana, you hear the term a lot, you have to respect it. You have to respect that little chipmunk. Because you don't know when he's going to drop it. It's when he comes in, it's immediate. All your characters. Suddenly, Ursula's challenging for 3. Bobby's Maruski's challenging for 2. So it changes the math. And we finally got to see a song sung twice with that Ursula. And there probably is going to be more songs. The fact that he saw so little songs in the beginning half makes me think the second half of this game is going to be
a lot of songs,
symphony here.
Which is why you want to protect these Ursula Deceiver of Alls. I mean, what more respect can you pay to Dale than using Ursula to
remove your namesake?
Let the Storm Rage On, to banish the Dale, draw 2 cards. I mean, now Dale Bolito, I gotta use last names, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Dale Bolito in a commanding position as the Eleanor is going to come down. This renowned diplomat is going to say that when you have 3 exerted characters at the end of your turn, which it just so happens Spencer has 3 characters he can exert here, it looks like he's trying to decide if he wants to, you will not only be able to gain a lore, you will not only be able to draw a card, you will also be able to deal 1 damage to a character. And Spencer says, I'm going to pass on this for now. I'll let you worry about trying to draw into some removal to remove this, but I'm going to push the brakes a little bit.
It makes sense because that Eleanor, I think we saw there was 2 in the hand, and 2 Eleanors are better than 1 because you can hit each 1 damage, but there we go. We were not going to see that happen.
And we let the Storm Rage on to the Eleanor, as Dale is going to once again be able to draw twice, and he's running away with this game here.
And there we go. There's that second Eleanor and Grandmother Willow. And then he says, okay, well, there's not any action to stop, but you know what? Pete is a great singer. So that Pete Games 3 for free will come down, stop any more possible actions. Under the Sea is still something that he has to worry about. You don't have enough singers right now, but potentially. But Dale is playing this masterfully here.
I mean, Spencer's he's in a very, very rough position here. No puns intended, as he draws into a card he probably doesn't want to see right now, which is the Under the Sea. Okay, so and now we pass. If we Under the Sea next turn, we would be able to wipe everything except for the Pete. However, is Dale going to have removal once again for this Eleanor, or some form of discard in the form of Ursula Deceiver that will allow him to grab the Under the Sea? Surely he must be counting out and see, okay.
Yeah, it's a tragic hero, but a great card, because this is going to allow him to, best case scenario, draw 2 cards at the start of next turn. But also, if there's some kind of damage that comes from Eleanor, then he's going to be this beast of a challenger, challenging in for up to 7 total with that challenger ability. So now Dale is going to say, I don't really want to know if you have Under the Sea, because he has Keep the Ancient Ways.
Keep the Ancient Ways, which will prevent. That's the word I was. Thank you. Which will prevent Spencer from playing Under the Sea next turn. So Dale just knows this deck.
Yeah.
Just knows the deck he's playing against and was prepared, ultimately prepared. But he can't.
He says, you must keep the ancient ways. Yeah, he does the tap on the sign, as JD says, and says, read the sign, pal. And that's why this card is so powerful. Pete is a card that was very popular when steel decks were reigning, because you stop the steel removal. So Keep the Ancient Ways is like, well, Pete can sing it too. So it's the repeat, basically. Pete the Ancient Ways is another thing I've called it. And so he has to decide, I need to start dealing with this board, which means that Dale... The Dale, the ready for a shot, not Dale ready for this match.
Yeah.
He's gone, so challenging becomes a lot more untenable. So this is just an unfavorable place for Spencer to be. All of it seems difficult to do right now.
And the difficult part, too, is now he's accidentally revealed it. And, of course, we have the take-back rule, but we wouldn't be able to play it anyway, so the take-back rule isn't even in effect here.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
You don't want your opponent to have information about your hand, and now Spencer has given something away critical. Let's say that Dale now, with this Beast Tragic Hero, draws 2 cards. One of them is an Ursula. He'll know exactly what to do.
And that feels pretty rough, because, yeah, I mean, information is so valuable. That's why this the Maleficent Spy is so good, because just information is enough. You don't need to take anything for it to be good. He plays a Rapunzel gifted with healing. No healing.
No healing. We were thinking about turning the Eleanor sideways, going into the Pete, and then using the Rapunzel. I'm wondering why Spencer didn't elect to do that. Maybe saying, I want to keep my singers on board so that I can Under the Sea you and make you have it. Make you have some form of removal of the Under the Sea, or some way of dealing or of preventing me from playing it again. Another Pete, another Keep the Ancient Ways comes to mind, but we'll see what Dale's answer is now that he knows that the Under the Sea is in the hand of Spencer. Another Pete! Oh!
Yeah, the 3 Pete now. I mean, we had a Pete, Keep the Ancient Ways, Pete, and it just feels miserable when you're playing a deck with one. There's not that many actions in Spencer's deck. It's literally only Under the Sea. He can't do it. Dale knows he has it, and like you said, he used that greatly to his advantage and able to have a very commanding board presence here.
And if Dale has another song, let's say, that he can use with the Ursulas to sing, I mean, it's just going to get worse. We'll see. We'll see what happens, but let's see. Looks like Dale is doing a little bit of math, trying to figure out exactly.
Yeah, this is when you get to the point where you're doing like the play clock, where you're saying, how many turns do I have when I win? And can I, because you get to the point where sometimes you get distracted about trying to control your opponent's board, where you're like, wait a minute, you have to deal with me. So it's to the point where he's just kind of deciding, should I wait, should I quest? In this case, he knows Under the Sea is not coming. He can afford to be patient here, and he does. Drawing off of that Diablo, he went ahead and exerted to get that ability off of the Obedient Raven, but other than that, he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, this Devoted Herald is going to be able to keep drawing cards, and Spencer says, I've had enough. You're drawing cards every time I draw cards, and I don't want to see it anymore. It's a scoop. Dale takes game 1, and we are about to watch Dale ready for his match into game 2. Will Spencer be able to pull off the explosive starts that he wants? I mean, Katie, if you're Spencer here, what do you want to do?
Well, I mean, at this point, I'm a little frightened for 2 reasons. Because he didn't
First off, get frightened.
Get frightened. Stop being scared. Because what I'm saying is that he didn't really do the discard thing. When I say discard is Dale has played a discard deck. He wasn't doing that in the first round. So, I mean, first thing I'm going to do is, like, I want to build my board a little bit wider because he has some synergies he didn't get to use. Aurora, Holding Court, and that Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor. Those are two things I'd want to get out because if he can outpace the steel removal with a wider board, he's feeling better. Dale does not have a board like Spencer does. So if he uses that to his advantage, get out those value characters where he can play things, big things faster, primarily that Tramp Street Smart Dog, dig for Under the Sea, and do anything before Dale can get to a Pete or keep the Ancient Ways. He should be good. But that's really hard because he has, I think, several Pete's, several Ancient Ways. So there's a lot of ways to stop Spencer from that beautiful plan I just described.
Up to 8. I mean, you used to be worried about
4
Pete's,
yeah.
3 or 4 Pete's. Now you're worried about possibly 8? You got to be kidding me here. As Spencer, I do believe I saw the Grandmother Willow, Keeper of the Ancient Ways, in his hand. So he will be off to a pretty decent start here. On the play, the Emerald Amber decks do have a tendency to be able to go wide enough, and Dale does not, I believe, have any wide removal. I mean, at least I didn't see anything played. Obviously, you know, we can't give away the deck list, but from that last game, I didn't see any Under the Seas at all. As Spencer's going to go ahead and ink and play Lady Decisive Dog.
Yeah, and it can be a decisive start. We've seen that this card can get some lore early because she is something, if she has 3 or more strength, she can quest for 3. But in this case, I have a hard time believing he's going to want to quest in front of anything right now because if Dale has so much ability. But here we go. We're looking at the board here. We got the Tramp, we got the Ancient Advisor, and we have Eleanor. So there's some good puzzle pieces here. And we also have the Horseman Strikes, which is notable. I'm trying to think. Actually, no. Does he have any evasives? I don't think so. So that's actually a card that's checked in for other matchups usually.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, well, the Diablo Devoted Herald.
Oh, he's
the one.
He's pretty evasive there. I have Diablo blindness.
A lot of us have trauma around
right.
Diablo, right? No, so the Grandmother Willow is going to come down. We're going to give the lady the 3 strength. Now, people might be wondering what's going on here. Lady Decisive Dog reads that for every character that gets put into play, you gain +1 strength. When you are at 3 strength or more, you can quest for 3. Now, we only played 2 characters. However, this Tramp says, you might be wondering, how do we play it? His ability, Hey Pidge, allows him to be played for 1 because there's a lady on board. His other ability will allow him to give strength equal to the number of other characters in play. So 2 + 2 = 4. That lady's questing for 3.
I recommended he do this, and I think it's really cool when people listen to my suggestions. And it's good for 2 reasons, right? Wider board. So if you have something that steel removal we talked about, it's harder to hit, and early lore lead. So it does 2 nice things for him. And both players have to, respect the full profile of cards that could be in there. Sometimes that lady can shift later in the game, but she's not afraid in the face of this Maleficent Spy. He really can't do a lot on his own. So now it's time to see, what is Dale going to do? Is he afraid of any songs? Does he want to look at the hand? He already saw it once. There wasn't anything worth it. So he will shift this Diablo here. And still he has a target, and he got that very valuable
We're
Ancient
going
Advisor.
to draw, but Dale did see the Horseman Strikes. He won't be able to take it out, but this Diablo will be banished on the next turn. Maybe Dale is saying, I think what Dale is saying is, you can take a turn to Horseman Strikes my Diablo, but that puts you further behind establishing a wide board, and I'm okay with that. Drawing the 1 card, being able to get off the Let the Storm Rage on.
Yes.
I haven't seen that card in so long.
I know.
Let
the Storm Rage on now, but
it's gotten out of my brain. Anyways, please, Katie.
Well, one thing that what you mentioned, kind of like you have to spend your whole turn. That matters so much because I said you want to try to go wide. You want to do this, and in Disney Lorcana you have actions and then actions that are songs, and songs are so much better usually because you don't have to take your whole turn off to spend all your ink to do it. But in this case, Diablo, we've seen how powerful it is. But I have a feeling like you might be playing to Dale's master plan. He's one of those people where I talked about this, like where there's a thing I think you're going to do, but would you do the thing I think you do? In this case, I don't know if he wanted Spencer to do that, if that was all an elaborate illusion to make him do it. Either way, he knew it was there. He's not going to be able to discard it yet, so he just goes ahead, takes that, and then he just has an Ursula, but it might pay off.
It makes me wonder if Dale has like another devoted Herald in his head, and he's about to put down 1 more ink, just play it up and be like, all right, you didn't have 2 Horseman Strikes last time I checked.
And I think that's when you commentate these games, you get to the point where you're like, if he did that, what else does it mean? But we're going to find out together. There we go. Benja.
Benja.
Interesting.
Okay, yeah, the protector of the dragon gem. There is no item to break here. Usually his ability allows him to banish chosen item. However, Spencer has not played one.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of funny because he might have Snowform. He might have it. In this case, he played his item removal already. So we have a turn 4 Eleanor. Now, Eleanor, she can come out with, like I said, with that Aurora and then the Ancient Advisor Grandma Willow. But in this case, he had to pay full 4 ink. We only have 2 other characters on the board. We need them all to hang tight because we need Eleanor to have 3 or more characters exerted, including herself. But still, it is tight margins here for Spencer. But Dale hasn't had the textbook start to Emerald Seal. It isn't like you're like, oh yeah, you always want to hit Benja no item removal on turn 3. That's what you do here. So I think he has to maneuver around a pretty slow start for himself.
A lot of times what decisions the players are making allow us some insight into maybe the state of their hand,
yes.
right? And throwing down a Benja when there's no item to banish just tells me Dale does not have the right start. He's taking his time. Look how methodical he's being with every single decision here. As the Queen, Devious Disguise is going to come down. This new card is a 5/3 that quests for 1. When you play the card, you allow your opponent, let me rewind. When you play the card, you can draw a card. If you draw a card, you give your opponent 2 lore. And when your opponent has more lore than you, this card quests not for 1, but for 3 instead. And it's unfortunate because I don't think Dale's even going to be able to get full value out of all of the questing, even though he is behind on the lore. This Queen is getting put down in order to make some challenges. I'm assuming Spencer's going to be turning sideways relatively soon here. I mean...
Yeah, and I asked him, he says, what are you up to? And this is valid.
Oh, no!
So they make sense, because, I mean, that Queen, I asked some players, why do you run it? She's a great singer. So she can really help with this Beyond the Horizon, which will go ahead and refill his hand, disrupt the opponent's hand. So he smartly gets rid of that, but there's still another song.
Speaking of disrupting a hand, the card that Dale just discarded off of this Ursula Deceiver is Beyond the Horizon. This card is a Sing Together 7 card. This is what Dale was setting up for. When the card gets sung, you're able to discard your hand and draw up to 3, you're able to discard your hand and draw 3 cards. You can also make your opponent discard their whole hand and draw 3 cards. That's not necessarily what you want to do when your opponent has less than 3 cards, right?
Yeah, and I think that was... The Queen is interesting because all of it kind of synergizes together, right? Because Dale knows he's probably going to be behind on lore. He's okay with that. He has this Queen. Go ahead. Oh, and then we go a second Ursula taking us on
into the Under the Sea. What are we doing? And now we're going to have all of these characters exerted. We're going to be able to ping 1 damage onto the Queen. We're going to be able to gain a lore and draw another card. I mean, Dale has been forced into a corner here.
Wow. That was a lot. I keep being like, let me go back to the Queen. But it's going so fast. And the Queen is the only one standing, so that makes it easy for me, actually. But one of the reasons people play her is for this reason. You cannot send this Queen under the sea very easily. But now she's standing by herself. The good news is she's going to be able to get 3 lore, but I wouldn't want to quest in this position.
No,
but he has to go challenge, yeah.
Yeah, the Eleanor is going to be gone. But is it too little too late? I mean, we're only at 7 lore here. But if, let's say, Spencer's able to play 3 characters out, give this Lady Decisive Dog, doesn't look like we're going with that route, but
it's an option.
We're still going to be it's an option, everybody know, but we're still going to be able to quest for 4 and get up to 11 here. So Spencer in just a vice grip of a position here.
And he goes and he grabs another Ursula off of that Nani stage manager. He says, hey, I heard you like Ursula Deceiver Evolved, but have you heard about the prequel, Ursula Deceiver? Dropping down 1 more card here with just more Lady, because as we talked about, the wider the better against the steel board. Wide removal is so hard. So now we just have a stone servant. We don't have a wide hand. He says, this is the Ursula match. We're just going to keep playing Ursulas back and forth forever. But no songs. He just didn't hit anything. If I'm Dale, I'm thinking about game 3 a little bit right now. It's not over, but it's getting close.
Yeah, we are going to challenge into the Lady Decisive Dog. Typically, you want to be a little bit wary of the fact that you're turning a 3 strength character sideways because of the Rapunzel in Spencer's hand. The good news for Dale is that no characters have 4 willpower or more to do the quote-unquote Rapunzel trap, which is challenge into the Diablo Stone Servant. Oh, but we are going to be able to take it out now that the Dale ready for his shot comes down, and it is Dale on Dale now.
I've tested so many many matches that I've never had a player had a card on board with their same name, but there we go. Spencer uses the Dale to beat Dale to go to a game 3.
We just took a ride to Scoop City.
Yeah, the fair was pretty. I mean, I want to mention we saw 2 games. One where Pete or Keep the Ancient Ways was played every turn for 3 turns. One where we didn't see it at all, and I think we've seen that Dale needs to get that Pete and Keep the Ancient Ways because we saw how important it was. He didn't have it. His board was gone. He used up so much cards to be able to set up that perfect discard engine. He had Prince John, and then he lost it. So I think we've seen the script. Dale needs to stop Spencer from singing Under the Sea, and Spencer needs to get to the Under the Sea before he can stop it.
I mean, he did everything he could, right? He was able to use the Ursula Deceiver. Spencer didn't have it then, but he was able to draw into it, and that's the danger of the Emerald Amber Dogs decks. At any point, when you have 8 Singer Strength on board, you got to be wary.
Yeah, you start to be like, are we going under the ocean, perhaps? But now I'm excited to see this 3rd game because we haven't seen necessarily like all the things. Like we haven't seen. We talk about the devoted herald Diablo, but he has a buddy, Prince John, and they work really well together against this deck. And I think we talked about it in that deck tech that if you have that engine online of Diablo, Devoted Herald, plus Prince John's Greedy of Us All, then Tramp Street Smart Dog, one of the best cards in the deck, becomes kind of a liability.
Liam and I were watching, and one player played down 2 Tramp Street Smart Dogs without triggering either of the effect.
Wow.
Because you just
didn't want to give it to him.
Yeah, it's like, oh, do I want to give my opponent 18 cards? Probably not.
Yeah, and so that's at a Tramp because you're allowed to draw and then discard. And if you do that, then suddenly you've triggered both, or you've had both the abilities take
both
place.
At the same time. Draw when I draw and draw when I discard means that Tramp Street Smart Dog puts you in a weird position. As we are going to start off with another Diablo.
Yeah.
Maleficent Spy, spying the hand here of Spencer. Are we for the 3rd? Oh, Dale is on a hot streak.
Yeah, they might change the card to Diablo Dale Spy. They'll just say, listen, we saw it. It works for him, not Maleficent. But it's very important because we saw that there's Aurora Holding Court, which is super powerful for that Eleanor. So if he's able to do that Aurora into Grandmother Willow, in this case, he looks for the same route he did where he won. He won game 2, and he started just this way that we saw here. She's a decisive dog, and will we get the benefit? I also saw Grandmother Willow, so he has the ability to also play Grandmother Willow and Aurora next turn. He can do a few things here, but we'll see how he chooses to play it out.
If we see Dale reaching for an action card, putting it into the discard, we will know that it is the Devoted Herald. Will he have it 3 times in a row? Surely. You can't have the 1-drop Diablo, Maleficent Spy, the Devoted Herald, and an action card all 3 times, all 3 games. Can we? Is that what we're about to see? Well, we're inking, so maybe we don't.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't.
He's like, I'm devoted, but sometimes I got to take a day off. You got to use your PTO before you lose it. But yeah, so Dale is thinking the hardest we've seen him on this turn, which makes me believe it. Yeah, I mean, he was very decisive. We saw decisive dog, but he was decisive Dale with those choices. So now
You're just attributing some names to Dale. I love it.
Yeah, Dale actually.
Yeah.
It's a very important.
He's ready for his game.
But there we go. We're inking that Ursula that we've seen so powerful. He's questing.
He's questing Diablo, Maleficent Spy.
What else is he gonna do? Does he have any?
Here it is! It's the Diablo Devoted Herald 3 times in a row. No way! Dale is going to be able to draw. He's got the optimal play line. What many players call one of the best lines in the entire game. 3 times in a row, Katie.
I think he did that on purpose to time it like that, so he'd be like, he does it, he does.
To psych us out, right? Yeah.
But this is what I said he might do. That Grandmother Willow comes in for 2. She discounts the next character you play, so that Aurora was $3.03.
Holding court.
Yes, and like we mentioned, she's so good with Eleanor because you have the Grandmother Willow ability, the holding court where she can do a welcome and welcome in that Eleanor. But no, we unfortunately are not going to see that happen.
We are not, because Let the Storm Rage On comes in. However, Dale can't do 2 unless he inks and plays hard casts another Let the Storm Rage On, for example, because we will get to 3 ink next turn for Spencer. He will be able to quest that Aurora and then play the Eleanor. Another Devoted Herald! Oh, Dale has twice as much draw engine
I think we learned why he likes to play this deck.
I think so.
We learned. He's like, listen, guys, this deck is good.
It turns out with card games, drawing cards is really good.
It is, especially when the cards draw more cards. So I think at this point, I love the enchanted on this. I mean, he has literally glowing little amber eyes here. And it's menacing. It makes you play your deck a little bit different because things you want to do, because Spencer wants to draw cards too. He thinks that'd be fun. There we go. We're going to have Horseman Strike, but now he still has, but that Diablo's not exerted.
Only one.
Oh, but it happens. It resolves.
Right. It resolves at the same time. So Dale will be able to draw off this Horseman Strikes. We are going to have the other Diablo, though. But the problem is Spencer still took a turn off here. So he's only delaying it. Dale is doing a great job of making Spencer have it here, throwing down the second Diablo, fully understanding that Horseman Strikes might be on the way. But Dale says, go ahead. I got another one out there. And, I mean, the slower I can make you, the better.
And I think that's one of my favorite things is watching people do the best play for themselves, but also the play that might make your opponent make kind of not the best play for them. Like, it's right. It makes them make choices. And the more you make your opponent make these choices, they might make ones that you're like, ooh, wrong choice. And we'll find out if it's a wrong choice.
You can pressure your opponent into making suboptimal plays in order to deal with it. Look at us helping each other out.
Suboptimal. And I love that term, right? Because it's like, you have your optimal. That was suboptimal. It sounds more elegant. But there we go. This is one of the cards that people are like, when this comes back, I'm scared. It's the Muses.
Oh, these Proclaimers of Heroes are here to stay in the Infinity format. This 2/4 warded character. Whenever you sing a song, you can bounce back a character with 2 strength or less, which means that whatever Spencer plays, these Emerald Amber Dogs decks, not known to have the most strength ever, you're going to be able to keep bouncing cards back. And Dale smartly chooses the Holding Court Aurora because he realizes if you get full value out of this, you can play another Eleanor. Or play one Eleanor. I don't want you to do that.
And I think that's so smart because, I mean, the thing that's fascinating is Dale and his testing partners up in Canada are the ones that were like the first ones on the Eleanor scene. So any kind of Eleanor science that Spencer's up to, he's like, oh, trust me, I was there when it was invented. And I think once this Muse is on board, she's got Ward. I guess. It's 3 of them together have Ward 4. So that matters because now it's going to be very hard to get the Muses offline. You have this evasive where you've already used the Horseman Strike. And if we get a Prince John on here, it's like a very unsolvable puzzle because we don't have the singers. So it's just one little lady out there against the world. And things are looking very good. Like the foundation has been laid very well for the future of this match.
Dale's going to be able to keep drawing cards with the Diablo Devoted Herald. He's going to keep being able to find songs and using the Muses to bounce back whatever it is that Spencer throws down. Kind of makes you want to throw down an Eleanor here. The renowned diplomat once again graces the board with her presence. 3/4, and unfortunately we just don't have the board to be able to use her ability, and that card is uninkable too, so it's just going to be stuck in your hand if you don't play her down. Will Dale have another song that he will be able to bounce the Lady Decisive Dog back and keep Spencer off of even triggering the Eleanor? That is the big question here. We'll see.
Okay, so now you're like, all right, there's a lot of Diablos in there. Here we go. Along came Diablo and along came Zeus.
To manage the Eleanor and bounce back, and now Dale is looking at an empty board on the side of Spencer.
I promised there was no board wipe, but then he said, I'll cook one. I have the recipe at home.
Oh, perhaps you forgot the Bolito special.
The Bolito board wipe. But yeah, so all of these puzzle pieces are coming together, and I think I talked about the fact that Diablo makes Tramp not as optimal, that one, the 7-cost Street or Enterprising Dog, or Street Smart Dog, because basically, when you have those uninkable like that Eleanor, in a normal game, you can just say, I'll go ahead, I'll discard, and I'll get rid of it. But in this case, he can't. All these uninkables have to come out because he doesn't want to trigger that Diablo trigger. Now we have 2 Diablos. Every draw, if there's 2 exerted, that's 2 triggers. So now it's feeling pretty rough. But it's not. Listen, he has to draw more Steel songs. He's been doing a pretty good job at it. But if I am Spencer, I'm just hoping 2 characters pick.
Beast Tragic Hero, one of the worst cards that you want to see. As we look at Spencer's face, his heart sinks a little bit. This card will allow you to draw an extra card every turn as long as this beast remains undamaged. If the beast does take damage during the turn, he will have +4 strength instead, making him a 7/5 that quests for 2. I mean, it's going downhill. And it's going a little downhill.
And we talked about how, like, oh, well, if he has damage, then he doesn't get to draw the card. But if he has Oh, man.
Let the storm rage on again. We're going to take out the Pluto. We can't bounce back the Eleanor, but man, we're just going to keep drawing cards and eliminating threats. Is Dale Bolito here?
And he's only at 2 lore, but it's just that we talk about like, well, yeah, you have 2 lore, but what about everything else? He has a healthy hand size, he has a 5 ink, and he has 4 characters on board, and they're all some of the greatest hits in Disney Lorcana history. They all rotated out. Dale said, oh, I just got them out, and trust me, they're foil or enchanted, and they're really powerful.
And the Muses really showing why they are so effective against the Emerald Amber dog strategy. So many of the characters, or any deck really that has many characters that are 2 strength or less. I mean, Spencer in a rock and a hard place here. And even this Rapunzel that we haven't done anything with, and this Lady Decisive Dog are bounce targets. As we're going to draw twice again off of the beast. We're drawing an extra 2 cards every time we pass to Spencer. I mean,
the word of the day is suboptimal, and Spencer's having to make some suboptimal plays because I mean that Rapunzel, you want to draw 3 cards. That's the goal. No. And there we go.
Strength of a raging fire and all the force of a great typhoon sends Eleanor down into the discard pile. We're going to bounce another card back to hand, and Dale is just playing keep-aways with Spencer's characters.
Yeah, and there's so much. It's so hard. I'm trying to talk about everything that's happening. There's so much. We have Max Goof.
Look at this. A double Tramp Street Smart Dog in hand, and we can't even use it. There's nothing we can do here. If you're Spencer, what do you even do? Even if you get up to the amount of ink that you want, you're not going to be able to draw and do the discard stuff that you were hoping for.
Now, the advice I gave Spencer was, don't panic. That was my advice for game 3 or 2. But I mean, if I'm Spencer, I am panicking. Because like you mentioned, this Tramp, it all hinges on, well, I have characters on, but both Eleanor and Tramp are like, the good news is I'll have a lot of characters. And at this point, he doesn't. And that's why you don't really have a lot of inking in this deck, because you're going to have all these discounts. He doesn't. He plays these 2 ladies. He said, please, please, please let me keep these 2 ladies. But man, Dale's been drawing so many cards that it's going to be so, all it takes is just another song, and these 2 ladies will be either banished or back to the hand.
We get a little wince from Spencer. We look at his body language.
Yeah, he's like, please, every turn. I mean, would you want to pass after these turns that he's endured? We didn't even talk about this Max Goof that's able to go ahead and get the song back. There's so much, and there we go.
The rebellious teen is not, I mean, do we even really need to grab the song back? I mean, we're going to sudden chill and take one of the Tramp Street Smart Dogs out of the hand of Spencer. We're going to draw off of the Prince John, which, meanwhile, this is the first time we've had Prince John all in any of the games here. Oh, boy.
He says, I seen enough. Wow. That was, I mean, for Dale, it makes you see, like, well, why would anyone ever play any other deck besides Emerald Steel? It's Dale's deck.
What a showing from both of these Illumineers. I mean, Spencer did a bang-up job, but Dale was just so extra prepared with the Emerald Steel deck. I mean, what do you think, Katie?
I think Dale was ready for a shot. Like, I mean, I know we made that joke, but I mean, how it's so funny when you see players, because we've seen a lot of players pivot to like a different deck because they're like, oh, Infinity, things have changed. But I also love a player that says, no, this is my deck. I want to play Diablos today, and now we saw why, because I think Dale in the Diablo, he speaks Raven.
He speaks Raven.
Yes.
What more do you need? We're not even in Baltimore. We are in Indianapolis right now, coming to you. That was round 4. Dale Bolito is the victor. I mean, I was talking to Liam about it earlier, about this Emerald Steel package, and something smart that he said was that you don't even need the discard package. It's just a very powerful draw engine, and we saw it there. He didn't even need, he said, Prince John, who?
He's greedy, but he's not that greedy. There's been more greedy. He's the greediest of them all, but right now he's fine. Yeah. He's fine. We're good. We got all their
greediesters.
And I love a match where you're like, man, there's still more stuff he didn't even Pete in that last game. Like, we were talking about how powerful Pete was. He's like, well, I don't need it. He's not going to have any cards to play.
Yeah, I mean, Emerald Amber, dogs.
It's good.
As what people are saying is one of the top decks. It's
I don't know if anyone would pick that
deck
in the room, though. I've never heard anyone say it's going to be favored in the room.
Right, but we're seeing that Emerald Steel is a very smart strategy against it because it really turns off your ability to use that Tramp Street Smart Dog. That's what gives the deck so much consistency. I mean, Spencer just was not able to get anything going on that game. Sure, it is a little bit of play draw, a little bit of play draw, but Man, Dale just masterfully handled that deck.
Yeah, and I keep thinking about the Horseman Strike, where it kind of just was like, how do you deal with Tramp Street Smart Dog? They're like, there's nothing you can do, and I was like, well, you could get rid of all the cards, and that is what Dale did. He said, if you have no cards, then it's not that good anymore.
Well, Katie, I hope you have 4 ink available to turn sideways, because Dale is not only ready for his shot, he's ready for his interview. I hear we have a very handsome interviewer. Let's throw it over. Huh?
And I am here with an interview with a community player that people know and love, Dale Bolito. How are you feeling after that match?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome. You're 4-0 right now. You were just telling me that you went 7-0 yesterday. I mean, why did you bring this deck? What is the magic sauce that's working here?
I mean, whenever I get the chance to play Diablo, I'm going to, but Green Seal is pretty well positioned in the meta right now with a lot of dog decks. Like in the top 3 decks, it's favored into the top 2. So, and its bad matchups are 5% of the field. So I'll take it. I'll take the numbers.
I really like your number breakdown there. Game 2 got a little bit scary. It went the other way. Talk to me a little bit about the 3 games. Like any standout moments for you?
No, he played it very well. I knew what he was setting up for. I mean, that Eleanor dog deck is our team's pet deck that started it, so I have a lot of practice into it. And I mean, I could just read the lines that are coming. Some stuff's inevitable. I let game 2 drag on as long as possible so I could see a little bit more cards.
Oh, that's why you were doing it.
Gotcha. That's the only reason why, like, you should never scoop up game 2. If you already won game 1, do your best to see as many cards as possible and scoop up when you know you've seen enough, right?
That's a good tip. And last but not least, I'm wondering, what was it like beating my wife in round 1, Dale?
It wasn't great. It wasn't great. But
she put up a fight at least?
Yeah, she's sweet, and just like you guys are great people.
You're great, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. I would love for you to give any shout-outs that you have. Right now is your moment.
Yeah, shout-outs to Slap Sharks, my team, my sponsors, everyone back home. All the Toronto players, GTA players that keep the game alive. Every one of you guys that are watching right now, you guys are keeping this game alive. And yeah, SLTC loungers, all the homies, everybody, ICL, people that make this game a happy place to come to.
It takes a village, doesn't it? All right, well, I'm going to throw it back to myself in the booth. Teleport.
Oh, and we're back. I know. I have some teleportation abilities that, it's just something you pick up as you cast for a little bit.
That's showbiz, movie magic.
Katie, there was something you wanted to say?
Well, I heard you guys like Diablo, so we got a match. We said, let's get more Diablos in here, because we're going into game 3 of another match here. I've seen a little hint. I think there's going to be bird is the word.
Bird is the word?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's all we need to say. We're here at round 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Indianapolis. We're going to throw it over to game 3 between Petrus and Timothy. Let's throw it.
And the game 3, this means both players have shown why they brought this deck. The question I still have is Petrus going to be on discard or not? Because we know when we see Emerald Steel, probably discard, but maybe not. That's one of the things, right? Is you don't have, like you mentioned, this card is nice, but you don't necessarily need it. We do see this alter going on where we're deciding if we, what kind of, they've already played each other, so we're deciding we need to get some removal, some characters. I'm interested to see if we're going to be seeing Diablos all the way down again.
It looks like it's Diablo versus Diablo here. The 2 different kinds of discard decks. Petrus might be on the Alessandro from Dortmund winner, right? The discard, yes. I believe there is a discard pack played in through there. We'll see.
Yeah, Alessandro actually, strangely. So I made like a video and I said, it's a discard deck. And then I looked. I've seen Diablo with Prince John so much that I imagined him there. But he wasn't, because like you said, you're like, you don't really, if you're just drawing cards. Now, there are some removal elements in there. There might be, wrong lever. There could be, we don't talk about Bruno, but I don't know. The winner I don't think had Prince John.
We'll see
if he's going who knows if Petrus is on that discard or not. And By now, I think Timothy has a pretty strong inkling, but you never really know 100%. That's one of my favorite things is, like, you can get into game 3 and you still don't know your opponent's deck list. It's closed deck list and you only see the cards they play. But here we go. It is now time to see which player will advance through with those coveted 3 points in this round 4.
And there are even Emerald Steel decks to that point that aren't playing the package, right? There's the Mickey Mouse shifty stuff. Shout out real quick to these fabled sleeves, the eye-to-eye sleeves of these Disney Lorcana. Oh, it just looks nice.
It does. One of my favorite sleeves is the sleeves that have the back of Disney Lorcana cards on the back of the sleeve. It's very, very sleeveception. But there we go. Obedient Raven, which is kind of investing in yourself because chances are this Raven will leave at some point. If he doesn't, you can shift him. And if he stays, then eventually when he's banished, you can draw a card.
Yep, Fly My Pet is the ability against this Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. Very popular card in the earlier sets. We haven't seen him in a minute, but he's back in full force as we get the Ursula Deceiver. And are we taking the Friends on the Other Side? It looks like I can't make out what that last card is.
It looks like Pull the Lever.
Pull the lever. Not a song at all, but we won't be able to take it, but information nonetheless, yeah.
And now he has to navigate around everything that he knows is coming. So Pull the Lever still draws cards because Friends on the Other Side draw 2 cards. Pull the Lever draws 2 cards, not a song. But now, like we saw, will he be coming back with the Ursula? I imagine. We've seen why Ursula Deceiver is played on turn 2. She's not the most powerful card as far as stats, but just having information and getting a song, especially against a steel deck, can be worth it, and is often what they do. He does it.
And now we Ursula Deceiver right back and say, we want to take your Let the Storm Rage on. Get rid of that removal. Ooh, Timothy not with the strongest start here. I mean, we do have the Diablo, Stone Servant in hand, the Relentless Spirit, Headless Horseman. We're drawn to another Diablo Stone Servant, but what we're mainly looking for is the cards that allow us to draw. If we're Timothy, we're in a little bit of a pickle here, especially going up against a deck like Petrus's, which the Amethyst color, known to draw. We know that we have, I mean, we might have discarded the Friends on the Other Side, but many options that Petrus can draw into that will allow him to keep drawing.
Yeah, a lot of times in these matchups, we think about what's similar and what's different. And like you mentioned, Amethyst can draw, and Steel has to work way harder on that. We talk about tempo and making sure you use all the ink available to you each turn. In another scenario, I would imagine he'd want to fire that cannon because he has the ability to. But in this case, he's like, I really don't want you to draw a card. But he's going to do it anyway because it's time to pull the lever, and he can draw 2 cards and then cash in on that later with the wrong lever. So things are coming up pretty good in Petrus, and I think the Amethyst might give him a little bit of an edge in this particular matchup.
It will if Timothy isn't able to draw into some of his more powerful draw engines and more powerful removal. That's one of the things that Steel has over Amethyst is you have some great removal cards that will allow you to deal a lot of damage. And he says, I'm going to go ahead and turn sideways. I have my 2 villains here, right? Captain Hook and Ursula. We'll go up to 5 because that Diablo, again, Stone Servant, allows you to quest for 2, and now that is a 3/3 because there is a villain in play. But Timothy just passes, doesn't even play anything down. A lot of the removal in his hand, he's probably waiting for Petrus to play something like the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. Oh, Merlin Crab is going to give +3 challenger. Hello again, old friend. We're giving it to Diablo. We challenge in, and after that crackback, we draw a card off of Diablo's Fly My Pet ability. Petrus is off to an explosive start here as to boot, we get to take a look at Timothy's hand and see exactly how bricked up he is. 2 Fire the Cannons and a Headless Horseman with nowhere to go and nothing to do.
Yeah, and this is where ink ability, it becomes so frustrating, right? Because, I mean, you're supposed to ink, ideally, you're inking a card, playing a card, sometimes 2 cards. But in this case, he is just like, this isn't good. And I love that Merlin Crab because it turned this 0-1 that I'm like, ignore it, nothing, don't worry about it. And then the Crab comes in, Merlin Crab gives that 3 challenger. And I love, it's the unexpected. Ready or Not is his ability, and it just, I don't think he was ready for that one.
He was not. I guess it was not.
Yes.
But as we can see in Petrus's hand, he's got a Friends on the Other Side. He is not hurting for draw. Meanwhile, Timothy is between a rock and a hard place here because do you play the Pete down, not ink anything, find some ink later on to be able to play the Headless Horseman, or do you just play the Pete here? Or do you do the 2 Fire the Cannons? I mean, there's a plethora of options here.
I am tempted for the Fire the Cannons on the Diablo, or rather, Because, I mean, at the end of the day, that we know that the draw engine, is it kind of, oh, he's going to go with a Pete. This feels terrible. And I think he's just saving up those, the Inkable Headless Horseman, saying, if I can get to that turn, this is going to work. I just need one ink. I'll play the Pete. You can't do friends on the other side, but so much card draw is just built into the characters anyway. So now he just has to hope that it doesn't get worse, but it just got a little worse.
Snowfort comes down, and what this card does, one of the cards from Winterspell, all your characters get +1 strength. So one of the big weaknesses of Emerald and Amethyst is a lot of your characters have less than 2, have like 1, 2 strength. Now we're adding 1 to that mix, as well as on your opponent's turn. They all gain resist +1, so Timothy is going to have a hard time challenging these in. If Petrus is able to start questing out, I mean, there's not much that Timothy's going to be able to do.
Yeah, so, I mean, the math is becoming very, very unfavorable to Timothy. He's staying calm and cool and collected, but we saw that Emerald Seal was working quite well for Dale, but it's just working a little differently for Timothy here. But notably, I mean, the elephant in the room is we haven't seen the Diablo shift that was so powerful for Dale. It's not here. And also, not being able to anchor play cards. Pretty bad in every matchup I can think of. So now he just has to decide. He drew into that strength. Pete can sing. He actually is pretty good at it. But it's just, do you want to use it now? Do you want to save it? I think at this point he needs to start doing something. But I mean, Petrus doesn't have any lore. It's not so bad.
Petrus smartly threw down that snow fort and prioritized it over everything else, because he was able to see the hand of Timothy and knows that there's 2 Fire the Cannons, typically a very good card that deals 2 damage, costs 1, but now both of those are only going to deal 1 damage apiece because of this snow fort. Katie, this game might be over before it's barely even begun. I mean, Timothy needs to find some kind of item removal, if he has it, to be able to get rid of this snow fort. Otherwise, we might be looking at an uphill battle here for Timothy to be able to beat Petrus. Petrus, meanwhile, will be drawing cards that whole time.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness. I mean, we've talked about suboptimal, and this is very, very suboptimal. We're going to be able to get a bodyguard down, no bodies to guard. He's choosing to keep everything upright, saving them for more explosive plays later. The only thing he can hope for is to draw into some item removal. We saw Benja in the last match. There's options for item removal, but he has to get to it and then keep that tempo up. But the card draw is just so good for Petrus. He draws 2 more cards on friends on the other side, able to sing it, so he still has 5 ink on board. It is going to be a harder and harder hill to climb.
And now this Elsa 5th Spirit will exert one of the characters, and she swings for 3 strength because of the snow fort. I mean, we take out the Pete, we take out one of the singers that could potentially get us back in the game, but even then, Timothy just inked the strength of a Raging Fire. I mean, Petrus in just a commanding position here, getting the board wide and saying, you go ahead and find what you need. Doc might be a great card.
Call a doctor. Call a doctor, please. And I think that is so true. I mean, at this point, he is going to go ahead and fire 2 little tiny cannons, half the firepower, but it's enough. If you put 2 together, that's still 2 damage. And there we go. He found the doctors in the house. He can go ahead, discard his hand, which is 0, draw 2 more cards, and say, I hope this time my deck is a little nicer than me. And it is. There we go.
In strength of a Raging Fire, the crab. I mean, we are.
This is stabilizing. I feel like if I'm a doctor, I'm going to prognosis is critical but stable.
True, but look at what Petrus has in hand. He's going to be able to use. We don't talk about Bruno onto the Headless Horseman if he wants to hard cast it. I mean, just a few different options available here. Instead, he decides to ink it. Let's see what he plays. He plays the Peter Pan Shadow Finder as well as the Dumbo.
Wow.
9th Wonder of the Universe, and talk about draw. We are going to trade. We're going to trade the Dumbo. And Petrus says, I got enough draw in my deck. I don't need that Dumbo. I just want to take care of your board. And he says, you thought you had control of the board? Now I do. You only have 1 card in hand. So Timothy, you got to start answering me.
I love this play because Dumbo, we talk about, oh, it's so powerful, you got to stick it for a turn. He's like, I don't worry about that. Where I'm going, I rush, because I think he has another Dumbo, right? Double Dumbo?
Double Dumbo? Yes, it does look like that. Did you see what Timothy just drew into?
Hope it's good.
It is the Eleanor.
Ooh.
The renowned diplomat. So it was very smart of Petrus to get rid of the board, knowing that an Eleanor exists in the deck. I mean, that would have been brutal. That would have been a way that Timothy could have gotten back in this game. And now without the characters to exert in order to activate her ability, coordinated efforts, it's just It's just looking bad.
I think he is, in the word of Aladdin, one step ahead here, one jump ahead, because he's able to just go ahead and manage what Timothy's up to while retaining value. Like, he had the Dumbo, he knew that was coming. He's able to retain his two characters because of the snow fort, and now he's just going wider, redeeming that pull the lever into wrong lever.
We're going to put the wrong lever on the bottom of, or the pull the lever at the bottom of the deck. Wrong lever will then trigger its ability and put Eleanor at the bottom of Timothy's deck. And now Timothy, you see him take one of the biggest inhales of the game as we put down 2 1-drops and pass. This is not what we need. Katie, it's 7-6, but Petrus is in a firm command of this game, and that snow fort is proving why it is so good into this steel matchup.
It is, and why people, I mean, we talk about item removal coming in and out of the game. It came in for this snow fort because people were so tired of the math being just untenable, but we're going to go keep questing up. Now he is feeling free and clear because we have that evasive on that Peter Pan, evasive on Dumbo. Timothy has no cards in hand. It is at the point where it's like, listen, Petrus, I don't know if you run discard, but if you do, you have nothing to take from me at this point. And he's going to keep the hits coming. He has so much in the Fifth Spirit. Take your choice. Probably, there we go. We're going to go with the Doc.
Interesting.
Short work. Yeah, I thought
Not
you'd go
the
for
Captain Hook, but I mean, you know, at this point,
yeah, he's feeling pretty good.
What can we? Yeah, what more could we ask for? I mean, Petrus has his reasons. I'm sure. I'm not thinking of something. As the Diablo Stone Servant comes down, Timothy takes a big exhale. This has not gone his way. Now, credit to both of these Illumineers, but Timothy on this game 3 has just not been drawing into the draw packages that he's needed to. It's a powerful deck that we just saw win with. We were just talking about how powerful.
Everyone should bring this deck.
Why would you ever not play it? Exactly.
But I do think this shows that how you build your deck can also really matter. I feel like Timothy's deck we've seen is just, we haven't seen any Ursula Deceivers of all. We haven't seen the Muses or Prince John. So it makes me think that Timothy's deck is just structurally different. And Petrus's deck just has more Amethyst draw power, and that has served him so well. Now, he does appear to be kind of stalling a little bit because, I mean, he's just like, what? Does it matter? Can I quest? Is there any value keeping these characters upright, or should I go ahead and exert them on a quest? And he does get 2 lore. But if I am Timothy, I'm kind of going, I can't think of what card in this deck gets me back in this game easily.
Right. I mean, a few turns ago, it might have been Eleanor if we didn't wrong lever that. But Petrus just drawing the cards that he needs at the right time here. And
exactly.
I mean, it's easy to when so many of your cards say draw a card.
Right.
When the Dumbo is in effect and you got 3 evasive characters out there, I mean, wow. I mean,
the puzzle comes together. It all gels. In the word of Kronk, oh yeah, it's all coming together. And if I'm Petrus, I'm feeling good because yes, I mean, he could draw another Eleanor. There's lots of things he could draw, but ultimately, he's not going to be drawing a lot. And Petrus is going to be drawing a lot. Now, that Diablo can shift. That's one thing I was thinking. I was like, oh, that Diablo you didn't hit. He could shift them. He could draw some cards, but I just don't think he's too worried. In this case, he goes ahead, finally gets rid of that Forceful Duelist, who can challenge for 3, but technically 2 with the Snow Fort. It's just bad math if you are Timothy. And there we go. He's back.
Card is so be it, and so be it indeed, as the Diablo Devoted Herald is going to take the breaking records and making history from Dumbo, gain a lore, draw a card,
etc., etc.
Another Peter Pan, Shadow Finder coming down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's look at Timothy. Timothy's face says it all, I think.
He's had to deploy a second row of glimmers. He's had to say, all right, you're in the second row of my characters. You can go back here, Peter. But he had Rush, so he was able to go ahead and get active immediately upon play. Now, the other 2 cards were like, whoa, this is a crazy board. It's not that great. I mean, he's got wrong lever, he's got an Ursula and Snow Fort, but he's just got such a good lead right now where he's like, I can pretty much do anything. Now, this is sometimes interesting, but this is go-go, little bit of time.
Yeah, this is not the time or place you want to see Go-Go Tamago, as Petrus is going to ready all his characters. I mean, he has 6 on board.
Yes, he's counting.
Yeah.
He did the thing I love where you're like, wait a minute, I have it, but there we go. Petrus goes ahead and takes down game 3 and shows that Amethyst, drawing cards, pretty important.
Congratulations to Petrus. What a game. What a game 3. I mean, I can only imagine how good, how fun those last 2 games were. I guess we will have to only imagine it because we didn't get to see them. But congratulations to Petrus. I think both players played exceptionally well. It was just the person with the draw that was able to get it.
Yeah, and that is the make. We talk so much is set up your draw engine. It's the engine that powers through the middle to the end of the game, and we saw his smile at the end like that. If I'm in the opponent, I'm like, okay, pretty happy. But I can imagine why. I mean, he brought a deck that won in Dortmund. It doesn't look like it was a discard one, so it's pretty similar to the list in Dortmund. And he says, I like it.
Katie, speaking of things that we like, I would like to throw it over to the interview booth.
I hope he's cool.
I hear somebody really handsome, even handsomer than the last guy I hear.
I can't wait to see him.
Let's teleport back. Whoopee!
Teleported once again to the interview area because I can't wait to talk to our Illumineer, Petrus, on the Emerald Amethyst. How do you feel after that win?
Very good. I was very nervous.
Oh, really? How have you been to many DLCs before?
Yes, I have. I was at Richmond and Milwaukee.
Wow, okay. Did you have any feature matches then?
No, actually, this is my first time.
First time ever. Okay. So you got to be feeling great having it all recorded right here. You can watch it back. Is that playing into the emotions at all?
Kind of. It's more like my friends just critiquing my work and be like, this is what you should have done. I'm like, okay. I never thought about it that way, but because you're just zoned and locked in and you don't think about other play lines, so...
Absolutely. And speaking of play lines, I mean, you're playing Emerald Amethyst. Talk me through some of the winning play lines, especially against this Emerald Steel deck, which I honestly did not see coming into this weekend, but we've seen a fair share of so far.
Well, I actually got this list from the DLC Dortmund winner. Oh. And so I play Amethyst Emerald all the time at home. And I've been playing since set 6. So I wasn't feeling it, but then something clicked when I saw the winner, and I was like, okay, this actually works.
Shout out Alessandro, our Dortmund winner. Is that the reason why you decided to bring it today?
Yes, exactly. Because I'm a green-purple player.
It's always fun, and it's like playing with our old friends, right, that are about to see the in the Infinity format offers us that.
Yeah, and my core deck is also Emerald Amethyst, so I'm bringing it back home.
Absolutely. We got to a game 3. I wasn't able to catch it. I was doing another interview. What was one of the big moments of game 3? Because game 1 and game 2 were so swingy, back and forth. How did game 3 go? Talk to me about any big moment.
The big moments is I knew what was hand in his hand for most of the turns, and he was stuck with a lot of uninkables. So, and I had Snowfort, and he had no way to get around Snowfort to take it away.
Difficult card for Emerald Steel, especially to deal with. And Petrus, I don't want to take up any more of your time. This is your time to shout out anybody that you would like. Take your moment.
Yeah, go Ottawa. I'm from Canada, so it's great to see a lot of other Canadians. And I have a friend here who's also from Kingston. His name's David, so he's also on Emerald Amethyst. So yeah, we're just Team Emerald Amethyst.
Let's go. Team Emerald Amethyst for the win. Thanks so much for your time. You have a good one. All right, gonna teleport back to the booth.
All righty.
This guy's good.
Yeah.
He's good, but shout out to Canadian Diablo players as well.
Yeah.
That's like the theme is, listen,
2 in a row
round
there.
4, if you're Canadian, play Diablo. That's my only advice I can give you guys.
I also want to say shout out to all Illumineers who traveled from out of the country and within the country to be here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Indianapolis. I mean, the room is alive. It's full of energy. Have you gotten around to talking to some of these wonderful Illumineers so far?
Yeah, and it's very, very fun because you see these stories evolving. That's why I love doing the draft. I love picking our decks because, I mean, we get to see all these cards that we kind of miss and we get to see back in the Infinity format. But then we get to see the story evolve. There's players that have had heartbreak in the first few rounds, but they're coming back. Or there's players that, started strong and they're like, it's slipping. And so I love the plot of it all. And I'm a little surprised. I'm surprised. I mean, discard is shown to be a pretty powerful deck here. But sometimes, like you said, you don't need discard. Diablo's enough.
One of my favorite things of this Infinity format, I think, is seeing the interactions between the older sets and the newer sets. I mean, cards like Pull the Lever and Wrong Lever were in set 8, Return of Jafar. And we didn't get a lot of time with that set because we went right into rotation right after. So now getting able to see it with stuff like this Snow Fort, all of these wonderful cards, right? Like that we're gonna eventually have to say goodbye to. It's kind of fun to see it as rotation comes up.
Don't say goodbye. It's see you real soon in Infinity. But what I really wish I knew, Brent, what I can't stop thinking about is like, what are the people? What did they bring? Like, what could people possibly bring? I can't stop thinking about it, but I guess we'll never know.
Oh, but you know what? We might know because we are about to throw it to JDZ and Baker in the lounge to talk about the meta breakdown. You guys ready?
Lumineers to Disney Lorcana Challenge. We're in Indianapolis, Indiana, where players have crafted amazing decks
with access to over 2,400 cards going all the way back to the first chapter.
Tune in all weekend long as our Lumineers compete to summon, challenge, and quest their way to the top.
We've assembled the dream team of casters to bring you all the gameplay,
all the moments, and all the excitement of Disney Lorcana.
Now, prepare yourself for Infinity Constructed. Where are your rebel friends now? Oh, hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the lounge. I'm Lorcana Villain and I'm joined by everyone's favorite sheriff, the Lorcana Sheriff, apparently.
Oh, Villain, it's good to be back at a DLC, and I'm telling you right now, the energy is fantastic. I'm having so much fun at this DLC, and there's nothing like a DLC to get you right in this world, Baker.
You're absolutely right, and again, as always, players astound with incredible decks, incredible gameplay, but it's not over yet, JDZ. But we know that the audience, they're keen to know what decks are the most represented in the room, what is the meta share, what is performing the best in Dortmund, the three top contenders, Amber Steel, the most represented deck across two different tournaments, of course the Amber Emerald Dogs deck, that Lady and the Tramp deck, and Ruby Sapphire coming in all guns are blazing, basically.
Right. And it's been really nice to kind of see this development over time with the Infinity format. And Baker, at the beginning, I had my ideas of what I thought was going to be that top contender before this Infinity format came about. And then now with these new sets, some of these new strategies have gotten these power boosts and they've pushed themselves to the top of the meta. Now we see Amethyst and Emerald being a contender, and we've seen it perform very well in this tournament. Emerald Steel is back with a vengeance as well, Baker.
Yeah, I mean, Alessandro taking down DLC Dortmund with that Emerald Amethyst deck, and you got to think a lot of people saw that and were like, okay, well, see, it did well. I think those are probably the pet colors for a lot of people.
Right.
So let's run it back. Let's give it a go here at DLC Indianapolis, but we're going to stop speculating. We have the meta share for you for day one, and there you see it out in the front, leading the pack. Amber Emerald, 21.2% of the meta share. Are you surprised, James?
I am a little bit shocked and surprised. This is the highest I've seen this deck probably be used in any of the Disney Lorcana challenges we have up until this point, because the deck is rather difficult to play, and a lot of people kind of tend to stay away from that play style. But to see it jump all the way up to 21%, I am shocked on both echelons, Villain, because I think it could be even higher because of the power level of this strategy. However, 21% I think is a fair amount. Amber Steel being at 19% kind of jumps off the page.
Especially when Dogs Amber Emerald has such a target on its head.
Right.
If you're not running the Dogs, you've got to feel prepared. You've got to feel confident into that Dogs deck. You know it's going to be well represented, but Illumina is saying it's consistent. It can have good matchups into pretty much the majority of the field. 21.2% decided that was the deck for them. But yeah, Amber Steel, the most represented deck in Dortmund, and here we see it 19.4%. We can speculate, obviously Amber Steel being one of those decks that can be fortuitous into the Dogs deck. Anything else that you can highlight of why you think this deck is doing well?
I think it's doing well another because of the Ruby Sapphire number being what it is. We see that there are two Ruby Sapphire strategies you can play, one leaning more towards item, one leaning more towards actions, and they both have pretty decent matchups into Amber Steel, but not so much into each other. So seeing that number at 19% 14.1%. It is a bit low for me, Villain. I thought I would probably replace Amber Emerald with Ruby Sapphire. That was my #1 pick coming in as the most represented deck, and I'm shocked to see it drop all the way down to #3.
But still well represented in our metagame, and I would be surprised if we don't see a few of them make their way into top card. But moving a little further down the list, Amethyst Sapphire, affectionately known as Blurple. This is the deck that in Core Constructed has been smashing all sorts of tournaments and breaking records, taking home dubs, and doing the most, absolutely. But in Infinity, my speculation, the speculation of many, was that maybe it just wasn't going to be good enough in comparison to these other decks with the Infinity card pool. Of course, Dogs, Amber Steel, Ruby Sapphire, but Blurple doing pretty well at DLC Dortmund, still having good matchups into a lot of things, and a lot of Illumineers saw that data and they brought it up here today.
Right, I am a bit shocked as well. All these results are quite shocking to me. As Amethyst and Sapphire, as you mentioned, all these strategies you see at that top echelon, they have something that they can do that is just very, very powerful. Sapphire Amethyst, it is quite consistent. It is a powerful deck, but it doesn't have that really, really over-the-top maneuver that it can do.
It's fair.
It's too fair.
In Infinity, it is the fair deck. We think of Ruby Amethyst as the deck that's too fair in a lot of formats, but seemingly Blurple is the one here, but it's doing well. Also, Emerald, Amethyst, again, you mentioned it earlier. It won DLC Dortmund. I don't think there's much more to say. Like, look at the proof. Look at the proof in the pudding. Look at the record. 9% of players brought it out, and it does break my villainous heart. Only 5.9% of players bringing my pet colors Ruby Amethyst. But I'm going to be honest, JDZ, I can't blame them.
Honestly, I think that might be 2 times too high. 5.9% on Ruby Amethyst. I think their better days are behind them, Villain. You got to rally the troops to get that color combination back.
Just need some more pilots, man.
That's all you need. People, a little bit, some bravery, I think, is what it takes to play a strategy like that. It is still quite good. There are some cool things that it can do. However, it suffers the same fate as the Sapphire Amethyst strategy. It only can do so many things, and the powerful plays just are not as powerful as they used to be because this Infinity format is over the top.
I think the problem is with Ruby Amethyst is you can either build to beat the aggro decks and then you just hard lose to anything control, or you can make your control matchup a little bit better, but then you just lose your ability to beat these Dogs decks. I think if you want to beat Dogs and Amber Steel, you need to be playing these tech cards like Madame Medusa, Sisu Daring Visitor. Great in those matchups, not particularly useful in the majority against anything else. So it doesn't surprise me. And we saw right at the bottom there, Emerald Sapphire, which is another deck that's been performing extremely well in Core Constructed. Philip Sweep combo with Malicious, Mean, and Scary. It is the second least represented deck in the room this week.
Right, and I think it's just too slow. I mean, you got in Infinity format, you need to be fast, you need to be consistent, and you need to be powerful. If you can't do all 3 of those things, you're going to have a hard time. Not saying that there can be some brave Emerald and Sapphire pilots out there. I'm talking to you, whoever you are, if you're hearing this. It has a tools in Infinity format, but it's just too slow, Villain, to get to the point. And even if you can get that Prince Philip, Malicious, Mean, and Scary combination off, you're still going to have probably no cards in hand, and the opponent's going to continue to do their powerful plays against you. And it's just, again, I think that's the issue that it's at. But is there any other decks that people might be sleeping on out there?
See, that's what I was going to say as a final point, because I know our casters are ready, so I'm keen to get you back into gameplay. But I have been looking all day, JDZ, to try and feature some Emerald Ruby. This is a deck that did quite well in Dortmund. It has a fantastic Dogs matchup, and it was quite well represented at that event. A lot of players bringing it, and I've been checking down the standings, JDZ. I've been like, I want to show some Emerald Ruby, and now I understand why I'm struggling to find any. It is like the 3rd least represented deck in the room, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. I think you can have very good matchups into Amber Steel, into Dogs, and can be reasonable into some of the mid-range decks as well. So I think that maybe is a little bit slept on today. How about you?
I'm looking at Ruby and Steel. There's a Ruby Steel strategy that exists in Infinity. No, seriously. Okay, this is not cope. This is not hope. This is legit. There's a Ruby Steel strategy out there that leans on the whole new world, leans on the new Hercules to lean and it's able to deck out the opponent, is able to create these large boards and Olaf the Snowman of Action. It's a very powerful strategy. I'm surprised no one's playing that one either, Baker. But we don't have enough time. You can't do it all.
You can't do it all, unfortunately. So yeah, that is the day 1 meta breakdown. Let us know in chat. Are you surprised? Are any of these numbers not what you expected to see? Let us know in the comments. But we are going to be throwing it back to our casters. I'm going to continue to interrogate this Sheriff Woody, right? Oh, hello, Rebecca. Sorry, Rebecca. I didn't do nothing. We were having a lovely conversation. That's all. Any surprises for you two from looking at that meta breakdown?
For me, I would have said that Amber Steel was going to be the biggest represented deck in the room. It's not surprising, though, that it was Amber Emerald.
Yeah, I think those two being flip-flopped is the one big surprise, but to be honest, not a ton of surprises to me. I do think we're seeing a higher meta share of Emerald Amethyst in response to how it did in Dortmund, so that's gratifying to me. But no, I think it's a...
I have to say one thing, though, is we were having a chat among us casters last night saying... I went around the table and I said, okay, give me your prediction. What percentage of the game, what percentage of the room do you think is going to be Amber Emerald? And what did I say, Liam?
You said 21%.
I said 21%.
This happened.
So there you go. Rebecca is a prophet of the Disney Lorcana trading card game. But we
Boy, do I feel sheepish.
Liam, we love your one-liners, and you've heard enough from us. We're going to send it over to Rebecca and Liam. Have a great time, guys.
Thanks so much, Baker and JDZ. Always so fascinating to see that metagame breakdown. I know the players out there are always so curious to see what is the makeup of the room. And like you said, it's surprising, but also not.
Also not.
Yeah.
But it is one thing to keep in mind, of course, and JD and Baker got at this a little bit, but within each one of those colors, there's multiple archetypes represented. Yes. So that list doesn't represent like single individual decks. Each one, there's nuance there. There's variance within each one of those color pairs.
Exactly. Well, I am so excited to get into our next match. This is going into round 5. So we are getting ready for some gameplay. I know I'm ready, Liam's ready, you at home are ready, and we are going to be jumping here with our 2 players. And you might recognize this fellow on the right. He is known in the community as Knive, and he looks like he is on Emerald Amethyst, facing off with Matthew, who is bringing an Amber Ruby deck, Liam.
Yeah, really funny. Matthew, also known, I believe, as Wonderful in the Lorcana community, a player that's known for this color pairing, played it back when Mufasa was popular, and now bringing it back in here. What's notable, coming off that meta share list, Amber Ruby representing 1% of the meta in this room, and perhaps so Matthew only. I'm no mathematician, but there aren't many of them out there. Matthew carrying the banner for his favorite color pair here, and we'll see how it does.
Now, what are your thoughts, Liam, on this particular matchup? We don't know what version of Amethyst Emerald that Knive is playing. There are a couple different variations, but facing into this possibly Mufasa kind of deck, what do you think this is looking like?
So, one, it is difficult to answer because I don't know exactly what Matthew's trying to do. There's a bunch of different ways you can take it, although I did get an indication from some of the cards we've seen in his hand. It does look like a very old-school Mufasa build with a little bit of ramp and some high-cost characters. On the other side, it depends on what version Knive's running, because you can run this as a discard version, you can run this as a tempo version. I think either way, I would give the edge to Emerald Amethyst here, only because I think that color pair can be very consistent. It oftentimes is built, has a solid mid-game strategy, and it just grinds out the game. On the other side, Matthew's deck can be very high-rolly, but when it clicks, it clicks.
It clicks, yeah. And of course, we do have in the Emerald Amethyst deck, we have Diablo Devoted Herald, right, which is just such a good card. And we have the fist bump here to kick us off. We are getting ready to get into it. Cannot wait to see what these players have in store for us. Deep breath from Knife there as we're getting into the game. And we do see that Diablo Devoted Herald in his hand, so we're sure to see a little bit of a discard shift into that Diablo.
One of the strongest openings in all of Disney Lorcana.
Ink and pass, it looks like, from Matthew. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he has something for turn 1. Look at his hand.
No, that's, I mean, one of the things, this deck may not run a turn 1 play. This deck is filled with big, beefy characters. It does have a little bit of ramp with that Ruben. Now, that Ruben in play, meaning we most likely have that Injured Soldier, which you like to pair, the Mulan Injured Soldier.
Yes, which is a 1 cost.
Is a 1 drop, so perhaps you're right. Missing that there is a little bit of a setback.
But that is that Ruben Sandwich Expert. That's kind of a little bit of a ramp light, I'll say, right? It's a way to cheat out characters, being able to heal your own characters.
Yeah, and that's what this deck does. This deck, as it's generally built, is built with big top-end characters, cards like Maleficent Dragon, or Sisu, or Maui, who's a mid-game character, or Medusa, who's a 6-cost removal.
Yes.
And what you're trying to do is play some early ramp cards, which Amber has some, which make your characters cheaper, in order to get to these big, beefy bodies on the board and just overpower your opponent with haymakers.
Yeah, and we do see that Sandwich Expert being played, and Devoted Herald is coming into play with discarding under the the sea, and that means we are going to be able to turn that bird sideways this turn and start that draw engine.
Really powerful opening. Now, there are better openings. You like to be able to sing something with Diablo, perhaps Friends, to recharge your hand, but playing that Diablo, getting a character on board is decent. He does get that card draw immediately off that Devoted Herald, and now the longer Diablo stays on board, the more advantage Nive has. And talked about that ramp. These are both the ramp characters that two of the ramp characters you often see in this deck. Ruben, who can ramp off injuries, or injured characters that have damage counters. This Gaston, though, able to ramp for 2, make the next character cheaper by 2, simply by exerting. And so now we're going to get to some of these big characters. Oh my goodness.
Oh, a second Diablo Devoted Herald. That is incredible. And we are gonna, wow, we got the levers, we're pulling them, and we are gonna say goodbye to that Gaston. Too much of a threat there with being able to cheat out of those characters. Like you said, you can reduce the cost by 2, getting kicked back to Matthew's hand. He's gonna go ahead and look like Mother Gothel is coming into play, which does come in with damage. She's a 3/4 and enters with a whole 3 damage, but we're gonna use Ruben Sandwich Expert's ability to discount the cost then of bringing Gaston back out.
And yeah, just he could have played the Gaston already, but here just choosing to get the Gotham play, discount Gaston by 2, playing Gaston. So we are getting some ramp there, and we have a little bit of extra ramp set up with that 1 damage counter remaining. So trying to get to those big characters. This deck does run, I think, is that a Sisu in hand?
Oh,
sometimes you run Sisu.
Sibling,
I think that's a Sisu. So if that's the case, that would be one of the outs here. But in the meantime, Evan, with those evasive Diablo Heralds, are drawing 2 cards a turn, and off of Matthew's draws, and this is a rough opening.
Yeah, this deck, the Emerald Amethyst, has lots of birds. We see one going into the Inkwell, followed by a Genie, Wish Fulfilled, getting to draw a card. We're going to go ahead and challenge into Ruben. We're not going to let him do that anymore, and we are taking...
No more sandwiches.
No more sandwiches for you. The lunchroom is closed. Those Diablos do take 1 damage each, but they are evasive. And Matthew, what evasive answers do you think actually could be in this Ruby Amber deck?
I mean, there's some early on. There's all sorts at the top end. We have like Mana Medusa, and sometimes you run Lady Tremaine in this package. You have that top end stuff. But one that you could run is the Horseman Strikes. It's often run in Amber these days. Takes care of evasive answers, and it's particularly impactful against this deck that Evan's running, because we see not only the evasive Diablos, but also the Genie running around there. So yeah, Matthew just wants to draw this game out a little bit more, try to get to his wide removal.
Yep.
Could be running Be Prepared as well. We never know.
You never know. It is because it's Infinity, Liam. We do have access to it. We've got a Snow Fort in hand over on Knives' side. I also thought that I saw him maybe draw into an Ursula. But she's going into the Inkwell. I was like, that was a fancy Ursula. That's the Ursula Sea Witch, I believe. Sea Witch Queen, yeah. Mm-hmm. Going into the Inkwell, and we're bringing out that Elsa 5th Spirit. Such a wonderful card. She has Rush, she has Evasion, and taking care of that Gaston.
And not a particularly impactful card off the top deck for Matthew. It's another Mother Gothel. And, you know, one of the reasons why Emerald Amethyst is so good, there's so many different ways you can take it. And it gives you access to this really, really powerful mid-game core. Yeah. Anytime you can Genie followed by Elsa, or have a Dumbo followed by Elsa, or a Belle in there, Cheshire Cat shifting damage counters around, like this sequence of turns from 3 into 5 is really, really powerful in Amethyst, and you allow it. This deck opens that up to you.
Look at this, 2 Sisu empowered siblings in hand on Matthew's side of the board, and not enough ink to play them yet.
But Gaston.
But Gaston, you're right. So if we can ink next turn, then we would have 6 ink, and we can discount with Gaston to bring Sisu into play. But my goodness, this board from Evan is looking quite wide. We have some nice questing going on here, pushing our lore total up, putting on the pressure, and that Snow Fort is going to give some nice resist to his characters when he passes back over to Matthew.
The resist, though, in this case, Rebecca, not as important as the extra strength.
Yes.
Because that extra strength is going to insulate you against that empowered sibling, which is absolutely devastating for Matthew right now. That was his out.
Yes, you're right, because all of these characters now are 3 strength. They were 2, now they're 3. Sisu, empowered sibling, not going to be able to do 1 bit of damage. It'll get that 1 lonely Diablo. A spy off the board, and that is about it.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons Snow Fort is so good. We see it a lot run in the Dogs build and Royal Dogs in Amber or Emerald, but it's also really impactful. to be honest, it's impactful in any deck that it's in.
Yeah,
but also here, any deck that runs a lot of low to the ground characters, all of a sudden your 0-1 Diablos, your 1-1-2 Diablos become a little bit more powerful, and then it insulates you against strength-based removal like that, and that's the game.
That is the game. We are done with game 1. Matthew said, I cannot get out of this. You have too many basic characters. My Sisu is going to do no good. Let's go game 2. And we are on a clock, Liam. We're on a clock.
And the Snowfort makes all the difference. Disney Lorcana is so fascinating because your entire... When you build for a particular meta, you build with particular numbers in mind. And so when you have Sisu in your deck, you're looking out across the entire meta and saying, all right, what are all the 2-cost characters that this impacts? What can I banish with these? And especially when you're not in a Sapphire Ruby deck where you're able to be assisted by things like Ice Block or Sapphire Coil, which is the really more popular option to manipulate your opponent's character's strength. You are looking at everything that you can do with that. And things like Brawl is another example that are strength-based removal. That one strength changes all of the math.
All the difference, yep.
And it matters so much, not only with the strength-based removal like that, but also with certain challenges, things like Elsa and Genie, which lines up very cleanly with Genie. It's just, anyway.
Snowfort's good.
Snowfort's good.
Snowfort's good.
Snowfort's good.
We're going here into game 2. In round 5, of course, our players want to get up to those 18 points if they can to get to day 2. Mulan, injured soldier, she is coming into play here on turn 1 for Matthew. And also in his opening hand, which we do get a look at now, he was able to find a Rapunzel this game, which is going to be real nice if he can bring her into play to heal and draw and find some more answers.
But no Ruben, and that's really that Mulan into Ruben line. It's a very specific line. Is one of the reasons you play that Mulan on turn 1. But establishing a Mother Gothel here as well. These are well statted. The reason these come in with damage counters, it is a bit of a drawback because these are very well statted characters for the turn they're being played.
Yes, a 3/4 on turn 2.
Which is very good.
That's very good.
And so what this deck tries to do, and what a lot of Disney Lorcana decks try to do, is take a look at what are supposed to be disadvantages in cards and turn them around and make them advantages. And that's what Matthew is trying to do here with cards that draw cards off removing damage counters or ramp off cards that remove damage counters.
Now I do see in Matthew's hand, he has the Sisu Emboldened Sibling, or Emboldened Warrior, excuse me. So a nice shift target possibly for the Empowered Sibling, a shift character, if he can get to that point in the game.
Absolutely. He's also running the Horseman Strikes. We have confirmed it is in hand, and that will be a nice answer for that Diablo, or a Genie, or an Elsa. Unfortunately, though, Evan peeking that early, and so he knows that's in there and able to play around it.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he has, I can't quite see every card in his hand, but Knive does not have the Shift Diablo in hand, I don't think. He does, however, have... Oh, he's having
There is.
There is. Okay, it was hiding in there. The bird was hiding. He does have him. He also has Peter Pan in there, which is super fun.
Peter Pan Shadow Finder?
Shadow Finder, the one that gives all of your characters that have evasive, they get Rush. So that is a super fun inclusion in this deck.
And here comes that Rapunzel all the way back from the first chapter, healing those damage counters and drawing Matthew cards. Really with this deck, Amber... Oh, good. And speaking of card draw, there's another card all the way back from set 1. It's Friends on the Other Side, being sung by Diablo. This Ruby Amber deck, again, it's a lot of top end, and there's not a ton of card draw. Really, rather than draw cards consistently, like Knive is going to do here, drawing 1 card a turn here with Diablo, with Genie, whatever, you're looking for those bursts of card draw, trying to draw 2 or 3 cards at a time off things like Stitch Surfer, perhaps, or Rapunzel. And so that's going to be a nice boost here heading into the end game.
Yeah, Knive just drew so many cards, Liam. He sang Friends on the Other Side. That's 2 cards. He played Genie. That's another card. And then turn over to Matthew, and he drew off of his Diablo at the beginning. That's 4 cards that Knive got in hand.
And Matthew here questing up, trying to push Evan into the control role. Knive wants to sit back, continue to draw cards, develop his board, control Matthew's board, but Matthew trying to put him in a position, forcing him to respond every turn. Knive digging for more cards.
Digging for more.
He has so many friends.
And we do now have Mufasa on the board. You know what that means. That means we've got some high roll stuff going on, that betrayed leader can do some really fun things when he's banished.
Yeah, it's a really, really fun card. When he is banished, you can reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character, you may play that card for free.
For free. Anytime something says for free, Liam, it's pretty good.
That's true. Free is best. And that's one of the things this deck is trying to do. It has kind of a high roll situation where you can do incredibly busted things by cheating into play a Chernobog or a Maleficent Dragon, really high-end stuff, or perhaps removal options like a Sisu, which can come from surprise off the top of the deck and banish your opponent's characters. So that's one of the things this deck can do. Sometimes you can do it really early, sometimes you set it up for later, but in any case, when a Mufasa gets banished and you're playing against it, you kind of hold your breath a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, this deck has a lot of really strong top-end characters, and if you flip one of those over from Mufasa, it feels pretty good. And we did have a little challenge there with Diablo and Peter Pan into Rapunzel, and there is the Horseman Strikes. Like you said, a nice evasive answer. We have a few options here because Naive has quite a lot of evasive characters. What would you think he's going for here?
It's a tough choice. I think the Diablo. Is kind of what you want to go for, but Genie, the problem is there's not a lot of answers for evasive characters. Well, there's a decent amount of answers, actually. I take it back. At the top end, you have Sisu. You have all sorts of ways to answer that Genie. So I do think shutting down that card draw is really palatable at this point.
Yes. Yeah, I really want to see something big off that Mufasa, though. I think that, like you said...
You hold your breath, you're like, oh, what is it?
What is it going to be? You want it to be something good. You hope it is. So that is going to be a lot of fun to see what that Mufasa is going to be.
And let's take a look here as Matthew's still trying to figure out which character he wants to banish here. And I will say Horseman Strikes is a fantastic card. It's really, really great in certain matchups. But in this scenario, spending a good chunk of the turn and about half your ink dealing with one character on Knive's side of the board, not developing much else, Knive isn't super unhappy about that.
Yeah, he is electing to banish the Genie. So, like you said, there's a couple of good options. Diablo would have been great to shut down the card draw, but getting rid of that Genie and the lore. Matthew now questing, and he's going to go up to... What is he up to now? 13?
Yeah, and part of the calculation there, Matthew is driving his lore total here, forcing Knive into the control role. Genie a lot more resilient. So Matthew, the lore is scary, but perhaps Genie just being the better challenger, able to challenge in and survive that challenge, is the calculus here. So just getting that off the board. Knive now with, oh goodness, a full grip, as we call them.
He has so many cards in hand, but really thinking here. He's got an Elsa, I see a couple Diablos. Lots of Diablos in this deck, of course.
Yes, so many Diablos. I mean, it opens up the Amethyst Diablos, and it opens up this dual-color Diablo here that we see. So plenty of shift targets for it. Evasive character there as well. So another evasive character Matthew to deal with. Speaking of evasive characters, here we have Peter Pan Shadowfinder, this card you pointed out earlier.
Yep, Rush and Evasive, and that wonderful ability that gives all of your characters that have Evasive get the Rush. That is the Fly, of course. Fly.
And Knive playing so many cards now, playing Diablo, shifting Diablo, playing Peter Pan, playing So Be It.
So Be It. This is a fun tech option here. This is a 2-cost action. All of your characters get +1 strength for the turn. You can also banish a chosen item, which I think is a great card to have because there's a lot of snow forts running around here this weekend, but being able to give his characters that 1 extra strength and really clean up.
Oh, it's a Bambi.
Okay.
Not a bad hit.
Not bad.
Not the best, but not awful.
Not the worst.
Not the worst.
Yeah.
So Be It, a really fun card to highlight here. When you were in Dortmund last weekend, it's a card that Alessandro played in his winning deck list. And I'm not going to lie, Rebecca, I had to look it up as soon as I saw it on the table.
I think a lot of us did. We went, what is that card? So Be It was printed in set 12. But yeah, a card that we haven't seen a lot of, but it's showing up. Here it is.
But we talked earlier about how it does, like, 1 strength can make all the difference, especially in a format where you're facing wide dogs boards, players that are building up a whole bevy of characters in order to do things with. When you have these big challenging turns, it's incredibly impactful. And to boot, being able to banish an item, it makes this card useful in a variety of matchups. It gives you options.
Yeah, and 2 ink is not bad, right? Like, it's not 1 cost, but it's not 3. So...
And Knive doing a ton of control there. That Bambi did not stay around long to do anything.
He could not even use his ability 1 time. And we have Madame Medusa, one of these wonderful ladies in chairs. I have missed Medusa and Lady Tremaine, which I don't know if he's playing Lady Tremaine, but Madame Medusa, the boss, is going to bring her ability, that terrible woman.
Yeah.
That terrible woman ability, which allows you to banish an opposing character with 3 strength or less.
A card that was very, very popular back in the day, especially in Ruby Amethyst builds. Shout out to Baker.
I know Baker's been really wanting to see some Ruby Amethyst here this weekend, but Ruby Amber. We've got some Ruby.
There's a lot of classic Ruby cards in here.
Yes.
So, but leaving that Diablo online here, of course, afraid of that. At this point, he's in full control mode, saying, "I'm willing to give you cards to avoid having you rush in with evasive characters to control my board," because he is all the way up to 17. And Knive here is going to have to answer almost everything that Matthew plays. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he could possibly, banish both those characters that are turned sideways, Mother Gothel and the Sisu, then he would last another turn. We do have Genie coming down, Genie of the Lamp, right? This is a 2/3 character, and I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be... Oh, we had wrong lever.
Send a character away, get rid of that Sisu Emboldened Warrior. So we bought ourselves a little bit of time.
A little bit of time. The 2 lore that was sitting there on Sisu is back in the hand. We are inking Maleficent for turn. And Prince Eric. I love this card, Liam. Prince Eric, expert helmsman. When he's banished, you get to banish a chosen character. I have always loved including him in my decks because that's just fun. Yeah, go ahead and banish Mike. I'm going to quest for 2, banish him, and then I get to pick a character to banish.
Yeah, any character. And the fun thing in this deck is he pairs well with Mufasa, actually. Sometimes you're looking to get that Mufasa off the board, especially if you're digging for outs, and it's a fun way to do it. And just like that, speaking of outs, Knive didn't have any.
He did not have any.
And now we're on to game 3.
Matthew taking game 2, and we are going to... I love a game 3.
Me too. Fast games.
These are fast games.
A tale of 2 games there. In the first game, we saw how Matthew's deck didn't really click. We didn't have that Mulan early. We weren't able to get where we wanted to go fast enough. Knive with the early Diablo pursuing his game plan in that match. We saw what happens when Matthew can get to his top end and start to play some of his big heavy hitters.
Yeah, I think Knive missing the Diablo shift was big. You want to get the draw engine online. Knive is going to be on the play here in game 3, and so it's going to be that alter, right? Altering aggressively for that Diablo.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about Matthew here on the play against Knive's deck? What is he's going to be good doing? Mulan.
I mean, you want to get to a Diablo answer. Yeah, Mulan Ruben would be a fantastic opening. I think that's probably the best opening in this deck. You want to get to a Diablo answer as fast as possible. You could do that by having a Horseman Strikes. The downside to that card is if you play it on turn 3 or 4, you're spending an entire turn doing it. And if Knive is going wide, that doesn't feel great. So really the answer is ramp into your endgame characters as fast as possible. That includes ramping into like Madame Medusa to banish your opponent's biggest threat. Maybe it's that Diablo. But then really, you want to get that empowered sibling online or available as fast as possible.
Yeah, and I just want to make a note here. Knive he kept the Obedient Raven, the 1-drop Emerald Diablo, and put all other 6 cards back. So
almost a full send.
Almost a full send, but a very aggressive alter there, and he did find the Diablo Devoted Herald. So I think we are going to see that shift line on turn 2.
Yeah, and to the other line Matthew could be looking for here, it's one of the stronger openings in this deck, is rolling the dice on that Mufasa. Because you can get to him incredibly early, and if you can flip a Chernabog onto the board or a Maleficent Dragon onto the board on like turn 5, it can be incredibly impactful. So that's another route available, is to pursue that high roll opening if you can find it.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what Matthew had. Oh, there in his opening hand.
I didn't see it.
We are knocking over Matthew's deck.
Yeah.
I did see a Stitch Carefree Surfer in there, though. We do have Rapunzel. And here we are starting off. So be it in the inkwell. Obedient Raven is going to let us take a look at Matthew's hand. We do have a turn 1 Mother Gothel.
So we do have the Ruben on turn 2, and we do have the Gaston, so we have some ramp available. One note on these Emerald Amethyst decks. I talked to Alexi, who played in top 16 in Dortmund.
Yes.
And
the
discard version, yeah. And one of the things he said, I was like, why do you play this color combo? And he's like, well, between Obedient Raven and Ursula Deceiver on turn 2, I'm looking at my opponent's hand like 85% of the time.
Yeah.
And so every single game, I have all the information, and you have none of the information.
Yeah.
And that gives me a huge edge.
Yep, and apologies, the Emerald one is Maleficent Spy. There are so many Diablos, but we do have Obedient Raven being played here, which of course is the Diablo where when he's banished you get to draw a card, and we did see that shift. So we have Diablo online.
This is a mirror of game 1.
It really is. We have Ruben here on turn 2, and we are going to say, no, you do not get to have Ruben on turn 2. In fact, he's going to go to the bottom of your deck because of wrong lever.
Wrong lever.
Wrong lever, pull the lever. I love those cards. The flavor on them is so fun.
Now, oftentimes players are used to setting up wrong lever as kind of closer to an endgame card where you do pull the lever early and leverage wrong lever, stronger ability later. But here, Knive leveraging it as a tempo play, really disrupting Matthew's game plan, getting that ramp off the board and just keeping his Diablos online just a little bit longer. And so the longer that Knive can keep Matthew off of those endgame cards, the better he's going to be as he establishes a strong board. And second Diablo in play.
Second Diablo. I did also want to know, like, I don't know if you already said this, Liam, but the pull the lever was in Knives discard for that. That's the card that he discarded to play the Diablo.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
So that's why he was able.
Even better.
Yeah, that's why he was able to do wrong lever to put Ruben on the bottom of Matthew's deck was because, and I'm so curious to maybe whoever's doing the interview will, if he wins it, that they can ask him about that. I'll have to ask him later.
Yeah, and so there we have the Horseman Strikes coming in, drawing a card for Matthew. And you did see Knive take a card off that banish because that Diablos is still in play when that card is played. So Knive will get to draw a card off that Horseman Strikes even though it banishes that Diablo. And so just getting a little extra value out of it on its way out the door.
Yeah, and then, of course, having that second Diablo Devoted Herald in play, so being able to
Diablo insurance.
It is Diablo insurance. There's a lot of birds. And you know what's interesting? We're here Infinity format, right? Diablo is one of those cards that was rotated out. It's back here Infinity. I know that there's a lot of people who love that card. It's because of the card pool now, Liam, I feel like Diablo Devoted Herald has not felt as, wild as it used to, right? It used to be that Diablo was just such an impact, the huge impact, and it's still an impactful card. It's a very good card, but do you know what I mean? It's not as it's been tempered.
Well, the problem is, I agree with you, because it's not as ubiquitous.
Yeah.
It used to be everywhere because it is one of the best cards in the game, and you can put it in several different decks. But when you look at the meta share, 9% are playing Emerald Amethyst, and then you have another, 6 or 7% on Emerald Steel. Certainly somewhere in the range of 15, 16%. I forget the exact number, but that's only 15 or 16% of the field that are making use of this card, where back in the day, it used to be a lot higher.
Oh, look at this. Okay, Mowgli, I'm going to interrupt you, Liam, because Mowgli just was played. And we're going to have a better look, and we get to take a look at Knive's hand. There is a wrong lever and 2 copies of Snow Fort. No character cards. All 3 were non-character cards. Knive got to choose. He chose one of those Snow Forts to go into his discard. But yeah, Matthew taking a look here. That was super nice that he had 2 Snow Forts in hand.
No, Snow Fort insurance. and it feels really, really good to get rid of a Snow Fort.
Yes.
But Knive having a second one is incredibly important because, again, we are 1 turn away now from the Sisu shift turn, which would take care of a good chunk of Knive's board. And so being able to play that Snow Fort and insulate that Diablo and that Peter Pan against that Sisu is incredibly important.
Yep. Oh, and we're going to pull the lever. We did draw 2 cards.
Or just get rid of the shift target.
And then,
yeah, that's the other thing you can do.
My goodness, the wrong lever is immediately going to be played. Sorry. Your character is going to the bottom of the deck, and Knive just being able to quest, put the pressure on all the way up to 10 lore already, to Matthew's 0. What a difference between game 2. This is, like you said, it's kind of a repeat of game 1 here. Is Matthew going to be able to find the answers that he needs?
Well, and that's what I love about this version of Emerald Amethyst. I love all Emerald Amethyst. I love the discard version. I love this version, though. This is a tempo version. It can and a mid-range version. And by mid-range, when we describe that for players out there, what mid-range means is if you're playing against a control deck, you can go aggressive, and you can try to win the game fast. If you're playing against an aggressive deck, you can take the control role and keep your opponent under wraps, keep them from winning the game while you progress your game plan. And what you do in this particular version of this mid-range deck is you're doing that. You're controlling the board in this scenario while you're incrementally gaining lore each turn and slowly advancing your game plan. And then there are oftentimes cards with reach with instant lore game that can push you over the edge if your opponent manages to gain control of the board.
Yeah, I kind of like that because it allows you to be really flexible in the position that you take depending on the matchup or even the game state, right? Mm-hmm. That Maui Hero to All, another fantastic player favorite card from the first chapter. He has Wretch, he has Reckless, and we do see Snow Fort coming into play. Now all of our characters have that at +1 strength. I know that Matthew does have that Sisu Empowered Sibling in hand, so unfortunately, again, we're going to be stuck with that giant Sisu in hand and not much to be able to do. Madame Medusa still able to hit, though, because Diablo only has 2 strength, and Snow Fort bumps it up to 3, but she can easily take care of that bird off the board.
And just a great play there. I mean, have to get that Diablo off the board. It is 1 card per turn, but it's also evasive. And at this point, Nive is 8 lore away from the game with 2 evasive characters. Without that Sisu being able to answer them, Matthew has to pick them off one by one.
We're
Getting
exerting
one
a lot
there.
of ink.
Oh, there's that Sea Witch Queen!
Wow, we are exerting so much ink. Ursula, Sea Witch Queen. I love the inclusion of this card. She quests for 3. Which is fantastic. She's a 4/7, and whenever she quests, you get to exert a character, and other characters can't exert to sing songs, which is not something necessarily that Matthew's deck is going to do. But I love that in this current meta because Amber Steel is everywhere, right?
Yeah, but it has high willpower, it has 4 strength, so it isn't targetable by Medusa, and it quests for 3. And that 3 lore is incredibly impactful right now.
And we're at 13 lore over here on Knives' side, and again, Matthew's still only at 1. He just did play a Wreck-It Ralph, though. This is where you get to return a character from your discard to hand. If it's a princess, you gain some lore. We did not return a princess, however. Matthew in a tough position here, facing down that Ursula.
And this Wreck-It Ralph, my favorite character or subname in the game, it's Admiral Underpants.
I love
Admiral
that.
Underpants.
Yes, yeah. This is a 2-turn clock here for Matthew because Knive can quest up to 18 this turn if he likes. There's 5 lore on the board, and that presents game next turn unless Matthew can find an answer. And we have a Dumbo. We're going to go ahead and get lore and draw a card using Dumbo's ability. All your evasive characters can exert. You pay 1 and you get a lore and a card.
Yeah,
2 things that I love, Liam.
I love lore. I love cards. I love removing opponents' characters. All the greatest hits here from Amethyst showing up. Ursula is a card that did see some meta play back in the day when she was printed in Ursula's Return. And Crab and Dumbo, and I love this format. We're seeing all the greatest hits. Knive now, wrong lever, sending that Admiral Underpants
back to hand.
Back to hand. No pull the lever to leverage there, but just so much lore on the board here, all the way to 18. This is going to be tough for Matthew to overcome. And unless there's a Be Prepared. Now, there may be Be Prepared.
Right? Yes, a Be Prepared would be great right here. I don't think you drew it. No. Is that a Maleficent Dragon?
It is a Maleficent Dragon.
I mean, Maleficent Dragon is great, but you got 4 characters on the knife side of the board. We're going to ink that dragon, and there is a Sisu, but with that Snow Fort there, like we were talking about.
The resist is...
We're going to challenge with our Mowgli and our Maui into... Oh, yes, there's the math. There's, like you were talking about, Liam, right? The Snow Fort makes the math hard because not only does everybody have 1 extra strength, but on your opponent's turn, all of your glimmers gain resist 1. And resist, honestly, is one of my favorite keywords in Disney Arcana. Resist is so powerful.
It is. On your turn, they're outside the fort playing. On your opponent's turn, they're inside.
Yeah, yes.
Hiding. And he does have the Maleficent Dragon, so he can answer 1 strong character, but one of the things making things difficult is that evasive character, because the only way to remove that Peter Pan is that Maleficent Dragon, but you want to use it to remove that really big Ursula Sea Witch Queen as well, so really, really tough options here.
We are playing Wreck-It Ralph. We're bringing back a Mowgli to hand. Going to challenge in with Maui Hero to all it looks like, and we're going to fist bump. Yeah, Matthew, unfortunately not able to find the answers there, facing down that Emerald Amethyst deck being played by Knive. I love, though, seeing that Amber Ruby deck in action. Congrats to Matthew for doing really well in the tournament so far with such a fun deck and a classic. Amber Ruby, Mufasa classic, but congrats to Knive, though, for taking the win there with the birds.
Yeah, a lot of history there. Can I share just one piece of Disney Arcana history just for fun?
Do, share.
Knive has been a content creator since the game first came out, and Knive was the person who was picked to reveal to the Disney Arcana community that every Disney Arcana deck has to have, or can only have 2 inks.
Oh,
We had no clue that rule existed, and Knive was the one who revealed that to all of us. So a big part of Disney Arcana's history, and it's really fun to see him here in this Infinity, this very first North American Infinity format event, taking it down on stream. So congratulations to him. But congratulations to Matthew, too, for a really fun build.
Yeah.
And good luck to both players.
Yeah, remind me again, Liam, what was the percentage of the Amethyst Emerald deck in the room? Do you remember?
9%.
9%. Okay, so, I mean, that's fair.
That's a pretty healthy dose.
Pretty good.
Turns out you win a DLC, and a week later, people like...
chances are it's going to bump up that number a little bit. I think that deck is super fun. It's super fun to watch, and seeing Diablo in play, I think, is always always a lot of fun.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's really challenging if you're playing against it in this room this weekend, because we've seen now, I think three versions of Amethyst Emerald.
Yeah.
All of them have been different, and all of them have run certain unique removal tools or end game cards or early game surprises. And like in this room, when you sit down against an Emerald Amethyst deck, you have no idea
which version
they're running.
Yes.
You know, am I going to get hit with Prince John or not?
Yeah.
Do I need to insulate against that discard strategy, or can I take a few more risks? Like, it's such a challenge in Infinity because there's so many options.
So many options. Well, I'm excited to hear from our winner. We do have an interview for you, so let's go on over and hear a little bit from Nive.
Hello, everyone. I am here with the winner of the last round, Nive, and I have to say, in this room, there's a lot of decks you expect to see. How did you feel sitting down and seeing Ruby Amber?
Yeah, so on the very first play, he inked Horseman Strikes, and I'm like, I'm not entirely sure what you're playing, but I'm glad you inked that. Then once I realized that it was Amber Ruby, I had a good idea of what to expect in the gameplay with my experience, and so didn't really test it that much, but what little experience I had with the matchup came through.
I love that. But another thing is, I know personally that you're a fan of Diablo, but one of the things you had to make as a deck builder is to decide whether you want to do a discard type package with Prince John or to just say, I don't need it. So what made you decide you didn't need Prince John where you're going?
Yeah, so with the Prince John discard package, it's strong into several matchups, but it's also weak into a lot of others. So me and my team, we kind of talked about it a lot, and we decided that the discard package isn't really needed. We can just go high. We also have a couple of Silver Bullets, which are just cards designed specifically for certain matchups. 7-cost Ursula for Steel Song, Under the Sea for pretty much everything, and then some item removal for Red Blue.
I love that very much. And I am very excited. That was round 5, and now you just have to keep on winning. But before we go ahead and get you out there to play more matches, do you have any shout outs or anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, absolutely. So shout outs to my team. Shout outs to my friends and family for supporting me. What's up in Missouri? I'd also like to thank everyone who's helped me get here. Thank you.
Well, we love to see that, and we love to see winning, and we get you back. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, all of the Diablo lovers I know are rejoicing out there to see Diablo take a win there. But Liam, we have more Disney Lorcana.
I know. Bonus Lorcana.
Bonus Lorcana, yeah. I am excited to get into the next match. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I was browsing around the tables earlier, and there's a lot of well-known players sitting there at the top tables. I'm excited. We're in round 5. Everyone right now is working towards those 18 points. But you know what else I'm working towards?
What's that?
Points on my draft team.
Oh my God.
I know we're going to have an update later for you all on our caster draft, but that honestly, it's become one of my favorite things to do, and it's so fun talking to the players that we put on our teams because they get excited about it too.
They're like, "Oh, you drafted us.
You drafted me." Yeah.
I want to it's a lot of fun it's fun for everyone.
It is fun for everyone. Well, I'm ready to have more fun with more Disney Lorcana, so we're going to jump into game 2 of our next feature match. So let's check out the players that we have and see what is going down. We have, I believe this is Eric versus Matthew. You'll see what they are playing, and I'm not sure who took game 1, but we are going to get into it. We have Eric. Oh, look at that. Baker somewhere is very excited because we have Ruby Amethyst on screen on the feature match. Eric with the Ruby Amethyst taking game 1, it looks like. Matthew running Ruby Sapphire. Of course, this is a deck that has a couple different variants. One that's more action heavy, one that's more item heavy. So we'll see what he is playing. But we have Churnabox followers kicking us off from Eric, and a Popsicle followed by a Sail the Azurite Sea.
We do have that ramp on turn 2, so we will have a game. It's one of the things that Sapphire wants to do every time it can. One of the strongest things you can do in all of Disney Lorcana is basically skip turn 2 and start playing 3-cost or 4-cost characters on turn 3, and that's what all Sapphire decks do, and Matthew doing that here. Popsicle into play early indicates this might just be an items build, which can be super fun to watch. Makes for some very long turns, but makes for some fun turns too if we get Oswald's clicking if they're in here.
Yep, and those Restless Souls, Churnabox followers, they did go ahead and quest, and then he was able to banish and draw a card, followed up by another Churnabox followers. controls. And honestly, Liam, Ruby Amethyst has been one of my favorite decks in Disney Lorcana from the beginning, and it hasn't been the strongest here in the Infinity format, but it is so fun to see it in action, and I'm excited to see what Eric has in store. Grammatala coming down, the keeper of ancient stories, a great one, also a great singer.
Yeah, and it's, again, this is a great opening here for Matthew. Great singer, because sometimes you follow this up with How Far I'll Go. It was the classic line from this deck, so all the way up to 4 ink, strong body on the board, great singer. Eric now, one of the keys, I'm not sure what Eric's finisher is yet. We've yet to see how this deck's going to play out, but one of the things that he definitely wants to do if he can, especially against this item build, we have a carpet bag in play indicating this is an item build, is gather lore incrementally throughout the game. He needs to push his lore total higher and higher and higher and force Matthew into a control role where Matthew has to devote resources every turn to answering his threats. Because Matthew basically wants to do his own thing for a while.
Yeah.
Matthew wants to do his own thing, build up an antique shop worth of items.
He does, yes.
And then win the game in one turn.
Yeah, we do have the baby head.
I know you love this card.
I love this card. Baby Head. It is a new card from Wilds Unknown. 4-cost, uninkable, and he's 3/3. You know, so a fairly good body. But his abilities are so fantastic. If you pay 2 or less for a card, then you can give texture 2 strength. But on your turn, whenever any of your characters are banished, you get to draw a card. And guess what he just did? He banished Churn-to-Box followers. He got a draw for Churn-to-Box followers, and then he also got a draw off of Baby Head.
Drawing a lot of cards here. Really great combo. I'm willing to bet that is the combo he wants to see when he plays that Baby Head here. And really drawing a lot of cards here, getting some lore. But on the other side, we see Matthew starting to get things clicking.
Yeah, he just did an ink and pass, though, on that turn. So, yeah. The other thing I want to say about Eric real quick is he did not have anything on turn 3. And for a Ruby Amethyst deck, you'd really like to see something like Scrooge that you can boost right away, maybe.
There's all sorts of options. There's all sorts of things, and yeah, this deck. Eric wants to maintain constant pressure. He needs to maintain constant pressure because if Matthew is left free to just continually develop his board, build up his items, develop his inkwell, this game is going to be over. And at some point, there's just no way that Eric can deal with what's going on over there. So Eric, though, has established 3 characters on the board here. He does have a free lore off that go.
Oh, wow.
An early Be Prepared.
An early Be Prepared.
Where's Baker? Somewhere he's singing.
Somewhere
he's like something there's a disturbance in the force. Be Prepared has been played.
It has been played. Yep, that Ruby Sapphire deck just able to ramp so fast, and he just was able to clear Eric's side of the board. Immediately followed up by a Queen's Castle, though. Would have been great if we already had it on the board, but that is what Ruby Amethyst wants to see in the face of Be Prepared on the other side of the table.
This card is fantastic in this deck. Not only does it draw you cards, but it's a finisher. It is one of the finishers for this deck, and it's also a clock. There are not a lot of cards in Disney Lorcana that efficiently deal with high willpower locations. And 7 is pretty high. It's not as high as Library, it's not as high as McDuck Manor, but 7 is pretty high, and it's insulated from cards like Maui and other things that can challenge it. So this sets up a clock. There's a strong card that can deal with it, but only after a couple turns. So love to see this as a response to the Be Prepared. Sometimes it's a card that you use coupled with your own Be Prepared.
I love to see this, Liam. This is Lady Tremaine. I was just talking about this last turn, but
this is a blast
Lady Tremaine, Imperious Queen, coming into play, and you say, you get to choose. So, it's not so bad. You get to choose one of your characters to banish, but guess what? Matthew only had one, so he had to choose the one on the board to banish. I love that lady.
What's so funny is that the Be Prepared into Queen's Castle with Lady Tremaine to banish the single character answers is a line that Ruby Amethyst likes to do on its own. In this instance, Eric forced Matthew to play it early and just had the response. He's like, I don't need to play the Be Prepared and clear things out to set up my kind of end game if you're just going to do it for me.
Right, that is very true. The other thing that's great about Lady Tremaine is she is a Floodborn character with Shift 4, so you could shift onto Lady Tremaine if you wanted to.
That's true.
Which is kind of
Floodborn on Floodborn
a sneaky way to be able to banish another character on your opponent's side of the board. We got some popsicle action going on here from Matthew. We do have that carpet bag that's in play, which is a really nice draw engine. Maui coming in to do 6 damage onto the... Oh, wow!
Oh, my goodness.
Next stop, Olympus. You can already chosen character, and guess what? He can challenge again.
Yep, can't quest, can challenge, and that's the answer. And Queen's Castle was always a great card in the meta it was in because it was insulated from a single challenge from Maui, which is how you like to answer locations. And fun seeing that combo here because I'm willing. I don't know if he put that in there for locations, but coming to play here.
It came in very handy. You know what else is handy? Is Hades. He's looking for a deal, and Eric targeted Maui there, but Matthew said, go ahead and draw the 2 cards. I'm going to keep this guy on board.
Yeah, and I'm kind of not surprised because, again, Matthew's whole game plan is literally to win the game in a single turn.
Yes.
He just needs time to get there. So all he needs
to build that antique shop.
Exactly. So that clock is ticking. Every turn, Eric should be able to get a lure or 2. Matthew needs to keep that clock ticking as slow as possible. And it is not uncommon against these item decks to see an opponent get all the way to 17, 18, even 19 lore, and then lose the game when the opponent comes from 0 all the way up to 20.
Yeah. Oh, and Matthew taking a look into the future, vision of the future. I did see a spooky site in there, which I just want to note, not really applicable in this particular matchup, but with all the dogs running around, spooky site is a great inclusion in this deck.
Those popsicles being banished here, brought back with Tamatoa happy as a clam. You like to see that, and then playing the popsicle again.
You eat the popsicles, and it makes you happy as a clam.
Popsicle is such an incredible card. It fuels a lot of the item decks. Rebecca, I keep saying this because it's fun. I don't know. I ranked recently the top 20 most powerful cards in all of Disney Arcana, and I think I put Popsicle at like number 6.
Amazing.
It is such a small, innocuous card, but that cantrip ability, and cantrip is a word that you'll hear us use sometimes in card games. That means the card draws a card when you play it. It replaces itself. Yeah. And so being able to play it for 1, to draw a card, and then being able to bring it back from your discard pile to play again and again and again and again, I think those Popsicles have been played now like 4 or 5 times, is such a powerful ability, and it makes these item decks go.
Yep, we are going to sing here with Hades, Friends on the Other Side. Again, that staple from the first chapter back here in Infinity since it was rotated out. 3 words, draw 2 cards.
Draw 2 cards. Is good.
It is
One
good.
card for 2 cards is good.
Yep, we're going to go ahead, and I love this move. This is something that we love to see. So we're going to quest with Lady Tremaine, bounce her back with Madam Mim Fox, and now we have that Lady Tremaine in hand where we could do it again. We're also going to bounce back our Hades looking for a deal with another Madam Mim that protects them from getting challenged. We do have that Maui Reckless, and also we can bring them back into play.
Now, I'm really excited because what we did, Eric just spent a turn. He could have challenged in the Maui, right? But he spent a turn bringing back 2 characters with strong interplay abilities that banish single-turn characters. Because you know what he has in his hand?
What does he have in his hand?
He has a Be Prepared.
Oh,
that I think I saw. And so if I did see that, what he's doing is trying to set up those powerful answers to single. And again, if that's what he's doing, if he's setting up that Be Prepared here, it's beautiful because one of the finishers now, Matthew, playing that Maui Shark. So we're seeing actions. Action.
This is actions, yeah. Maui Shark has that wonderful synergy with actions. Whenever you play an action, you gain a lore. And when he challenges another character, you get to return an action from your discard into your hand. And because of Eric doesn't know, Matthew doesn't know that Eric has that Be Prepared in hand, but now might be the right time, Liam.
It might be. When you see that half shark over there, it's usually a good time. And I should correct myself, because I've been sitting here talking about popsicles and carpet bags and talking about items builds and all that. This is not. This is an action build. And the action builds do leverage these items for card draw, these popsicles and stuff. But with the Maui half shark there, we're liable to see that Maui half shark as a finisher. So that single turn win, kind of available, not quite 20 lore in a single turn, but it can do bursts of lore. But we're going to see a different finish here.
It's like actions. It's like actions with item support.
That's right.
Or it's items with action support. It's a hybrid. We are going to quest.
You know what that means?
That means we're going to turn seven cards sideways, and we are going to be prepared. Eric was prepared with that, and now, like you said, Matthew is going to be able, if he puts a character out, we could see Hades looking for a deal, or that Lady Tremaine coming down again, and that has to be something that Matthew is cognizant of because he knows that he bounced those characters back, so you have to be careful here what you put out onto the board.
Yeah, that's the nice thing for Matthew. He knows they're there. He can play around them, and this deck just draws plenty of cards, and so hopefully options out there to get something cheap onto the board to insulate against that Madame Medusa, or the Madame Medusa or the Lady Tremaine.
Yes. And Eric is sitting at 10 lore. Matthew does have 4 on the board. We're going to go ahead and pop our popsicles. We have a Tamatoa, bringing those pops back again. We're going to go ahead and play them out. Yeah, it's just the cycling of the popsicles. They just keep coming back.
Yeah, there's popsicles reused. It's very thematic. You freeze the popsicles, reuse them, eat them again, send them back. And this engine is clicking here. Liquidator coming in, and that's the installation we were talking about.
Yes. Now, if we get something like Lady Tremaine come down, you go, okay, sure, I'll banish Liquidator. I don't mind at all. Instead, we are seeing Hades. We're going to target the Tamatoa. Now Matthew needs to decide, and he is thinking about it here. What do I want to do? Let you draw 2 cards, or do I want to put Tamatoa? Did he let him draw 2 cards?
He did.
Maybe I missed that. Sorry, that was fast. Let him draw 2 cards. Okay.
Again, trying to insulate those characters. And so what's the finish here for Eric? I think we're looking at, this is an old school build with some newer cards. And one of the ways this deck used to finish is by you spend the entire game, or a good chunk of the game, continually drawing cards. Sometimes you did it with Rabbit. Here you're doing it with Hades, with other mid-game cards. Then you get to a point where you be prepared and you play multiple locations in a single turn. That your opponent just can't answer instantly. And then you use your removal to guard and insulate those locations. And so what you used to do is get sometimes 2, maybe even 3 Queen's Castles in hand, build up a bunch of lore, be prepared, and then drop them all on the board.
Yep.
That was the play. And so I'm willing to bet that that's kind of what Eric is leaning into here.
We do have Maui Half Shark coming down again from Matthew. We have Sail the Azurite Sea also being played, but that Maui Half Shark being in play means that we could start seeing some synergy here with our actions, and it's definitely a card that Eric is going to need to answer. Oh, Firefly Swarm, taking care of Scrooge McDuck. Such a fantastic card. Now, it would normally just banish a character with 2 strength or less, which Scrooge had more than that because he was boosted. Well, he's a 3/3 anyway. But if you've put 2 or more other cards into your discard during your turn, you just get to banish.
That's true. And this deck loves to put cards in its discard by eating popsicles, etc. So it's almost always, in this build, a banished chosen character for 3, which is very good.
Yeah, we do see a Queen's Castle in Eric's hand. He does have it there, so that might be something we want to see soon. We have a baby head. We have our baby head.
Yeah,
such a fun card. We're going to bring out a magic broom.
Hades is going to challenge in. That's going to banish the Hades. We're going to draw a card off the baby head. That feels pretty good, but that Maui shark sitting over there is going to be really oppressive.
Yeah, the half shark makes you always think, okay, when do I want to turn a card sideways? You have to be really careful about turning a card sideways because of the Maui shark. And we have a goat. We're going to bounce, maybe.
Now we're going to activate that Luminous ability when it comes into play, draw a card, and it's also going to trigger the baby head again to draw another card. And this is this deck in action. It's actually a very old school Ruby Amethyst game plan, but leveraging some newer cards like baby head to draw multiple cards a turn.
We've seen baby head, we've seen Scrooge McDuck, but you're right, like the card draw.
This is old school Ruby Amethyst from like a year plus ago. And it's really fun to see it in action here. But the end game again, let's draw attention back to Eric's hand. I think what he wants to do is find 2 or 3 Queen's Castles and get Matthew in a scenario where he's just slightly overextended, be prepared, and then immediately drop multiple locations on the board, and then control the board with his removal.
Yeah. Now, Eric's at 11. Matthew is inching up his lore total to 8. I know that Eric probably would like to see a little bit of a lore lead here. How do you think he's feeling about this now? Matthew up to 9 because of that action being played from the Maui Shark ability.
Yeah, I think Matthew's feeling pretty good right now. He's shut down any questing or leaving anything over there open, forcing Eric to just gain instant lore without leaving anything exposed. The other thing is, I was about to say Pirate's Life. I was literally about to say Pirate's Life.
There is a card. It's called a Pirate's Life, and here it is. We are going to gain 2 lore, and you're going to lose 2 lore, Eric.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because a lot of these decks' game plans are built around a very specific clock where Eric is saying, hey, by this turn I want to have this much lore, by this turn I want to have this much lore. I want to get to a point where I'm X amount of lore away from winning the game before I pull off my big play, and the Pirate's Life changes all of that math. And the bummer is now that it's in the discard, you can pull it back in the right scenario. And so I talked about earlier. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. It's fun seeing these decks in action. We did also see a Firefly Swarm banishing that baby head because we had so many cards that went to our discard. You get to banish a card. But yeah, that Pirate's Life is a card you have to be really careful about.
And it's just, you got to get that shark off the board. That's the problem. And Eric, at this point, you want to use the Be Prepared as part of your finish. At this point, happy to use the Be Prepared to get rid of a single shark. I'm not going to lie.
If you could do something to get rid of Liquidator and Grammatala, right? And you could...
Yeah.
You could play Lady Tremaine to get rid of the shark. That's the thing, is he's too insulated right now, and it looks like, from what I can see in Eric's hand, is that Lady Tremaine is kind of the only answer he has for Maui half shark right now. But with those other characters on the board, it doesn't make a difference.
We'll set up an Elsa. That is one of the evasive answers here, paired with a baby head. Okay. The goat will go into the Tawa.
We're going to gain 1 lore and draw a card because of Baby Head's ability. Goat, of course, gaining a lore anytime that he enters or leaves play.
I really like, and has he inked this turn? Because you'd love to ink and establish that Chernobog's followers. There we go. Okay, that sets up a nice draw for next turn. But Matthew, back over to Matthew again at 13 with plenty of actions to play probably, and Matthew just ticking that clock up.
We're going to Popsicle, we're going to Merlin's Carpet Bag, that's cycling, all of those items.
Merlin's Carpet Bag just filled with popsicles.
Right?
You reach inside, you're like, what's in this thing? It's hockety pockety,
hockety-poppity
all the
popsicles.
Hockety popsicle. It's gotta be cold in there.
Yes. Cinderella dreams come true. Not 1, but 2. We've got some Cinderella twins coming in, and the Maui is going to go ahead and quest here. We are counting our cards all the way up to 14, passing the turn back over to Eric now. Eric needing to do something here, otherwise we're like about probably a 2-turn clock.
But plenty here. We're digging for that be prepared. Lots of cards right here.
Yep.
Here it starts. We're going to quest with the Chernobog's followers, banish it, get a card off the Chernobog's followers, off the baby head. And then we have an Illuminary Keeper, which we can establish and then play another character to banish to draw a card off the baby head. So we plenty to dig here.
Yep, we are going to play
two.
2. We've got 2 magic brooms. We're going to run into our Maui half shark. So what's great, so anytime you pay the 2 or less, again, this is Baby Head's fantastic ability. You give +2 strength to a character. So he just boosted up Elsa, who is evasive. Then we're able to run in and take care of that Maui half shark.
Fantastic play.
Excellent. That was excellent. And then, of course, like you were saying, we have the ability there to play a character. We can banish that Illuminary. The Illuminary Keeper it's helping Eric sweep up here. And man, we're gonna bounce with Madam Mim's snake.
Bounce the goat! Oh my goodness, he's gonna bounce.
Oh, you're right. This does feel like old school Ruby Amethyst. This feels like old school Ruby Amethyst. Now we're gonna banish our other Luminary Keeper. We are just bouncing. We're drawing cards. We drew into a couple of I think there was a brawl. We have Hercules coming into play, and we are passing turn. But like you said, he did find that be prepared. But gosh, being able to get Maui half shark off the board by pumping up with those Illuminary Keepers, pumping up an Elsa to take care of that shark, that was fantastic.
Now we have to do math, because we do have 3 lore represented on Eric's side of the board. We also have a goat in hand, and where there's a goat, sometimes there's a bounce.
Yeah.
And so that's 2 lore off of that, and so that pushes him all the way to 18. With all that ink in play, I'm trying to see if we have for maybe 1 more goat. I think we do. That would push him up to 20. You're seeing the lore adjusted there, Pirate's Life.
He's got 11 ink, it looks like.
Olaf's.
2
oh, no.
Olaf's. Wow, which is 2 characters that take away 2 lore. That is 4 lore that Eric just lost from those 2 Olafs.
I was doing math and I missed the Olafs, and as I'm staring at the lore tree, it goes backwards.
Yeah. And there we do see, this is the moment. This is the moment for Be Prepared, because those Olafs, those snowmen of action. Now, Matthew up to 16 and Eric at just 12. Like you said, he was kind of getting into that close territory with goat bounces, but unfortunately, with those Olafs,
there's a follow-up.
There's the follow-up.
That's it. That's the plan of this deck. I'm sorry, I'm so excited.
No, that Queen's Castle is exciting. I love this. The 2 lore is, like you said, it doesn't have 8 willpower like library. Oh my goodness, but 2 Maui's. Heroes to all coming down, followed by another free Olaf Snowman of action, because there's so many actions in Matthew's discard that Castle not even able to get 2 lore, and Eric luckily had another Be Prepared in hand, able to play that and establish another Queen's
You answered
Castle.
the first castle, answer the second castle.
Goodness.
Answer the third castle.
Wow. Oh, that is excellent.
That's worth pointing
wow.
out. Eric's gained another 8 lore at this point. He's lost like 8 lore
my
off Snowman's and Pirates'
goodness.
life. So he should be at 18 right now. And that should be the game winner. But Matthew keeping him back. Goat bounce is still in hand.
I'm flabbergasted. I am flabbergasted by that. We don't have 2 Olafs this turn. We just have 2 T-pos.
That's a lot worse. That's a lot worse if you're trying to do it.
Yeah.
Castle.
We don't. Yeah, the castle stays on board. We do have Lady Tremaine and Lady Tremaine. I see your 2 T-pos, and I raise you 2 Lady Tremaines, and I'm going to, because he played one and then he shifted. I talked about this earlier that you can shift. So we had Lady Tremaine, then we shifted Lady Tremaine, then we bounced them both back with Madame Mim Fox
running around in the library.
Oh my goodness!
With like perfect ink on turn, like all of those with just the right amount of ink.
Listen, this is the Ruby Amethyst deck that I think Illumineers love to see. I feel like Eric has cracked it. He cracked it.
He just said, you know what? I remember what it was like back a year ago. I'm just gonna do that.
Let's just do that.
Do that with Babyhead.
Yes, with Babyhead.
But that's the answer. So Matthew here looking for answers. There are some. I mean, again, you have the double Maui. There's so many Mauis in the discard pile now. There might be one available still, but it's certainly not over. Eric only at 12. It'll be 14 on his turn, plus 15 quests with a fox, plus a goat bounce. We just assume that the bounce is there.
Sure. So
Puts him up
that's
to 18.
Yeah.
But where there's 1 goat, there might be 2 spooky sight coming in here.
Okay, that was a card that I said maybe not great for this matchup, but great against dogs. But here, taking care of a little fox.
And it's important to note, because it went to the inkwell, I do not think that triggers the library. So, but now here comes the goat. We're going to get the 2 lore off the library. Goat comes in.
Yep, we're going to...
Both go in.
Both go in to the Queen's Castle. They're hanging out. They're hanging out in Queen's Castle.
This is essentially game on board, Rebecca, because that goat represents 1 when he leaves. So he will quest if there's any bounce card in Eric's hand.
You're right.
Any way to remove that goat, that is game on board.
Oh, you are right. That is 4 lore there. Plus the 1 when he leaves play. Okay. We are going to be prepped, so we're going to get 1. We're going to get 1 lore off the goat. So we're up to 16. We still have 2 lore represented on the Queen's Castle. What else does Eric have? What else does Matthew have? Does Matthew have what he needs to keep Eric at bay? He has taken so much lore away from Eric this turn.
And you see him drawing 2 off the Queen's Castle because of the banish. Those characters being banished. Now he'll play a Maui just for some insulation, play a queen. He'll gain 2 lore off that castle, just protecting it at this
Lady
point.
Tremaine quests for 2, sir. Okay, right? So even though we didn't get a banished character, we're establishing a 2 quester, and that is it.
Oh my
we are extending the hand. Matthew giving it up because he couldn't find it. Man, that was so close, though. That was so good. We've got the clap here from Liam. I'm gonna clap too. We're gonna look. I am a Ruby Amethyst enjoyer. I was playing Ruby Amethyst back in its heyday when Illumineers were running around with the goat bounce, running around with the Queen's Castles, drawing cards, banishing Lady Tremaine, be prepared, Maui, all that good Ruby Amethyst stuff. And it was so fun to see that in action.
I mean, it was fun. Like Ruby Amethyst has always been a thing. Ruby Amethyst, we know they're Ruby Amethyst fans, as you're highlighting. Baker's one of them. You're one of them. There's so many out there, and people love this color combination. Its identity has morphed over time, and one of the reasons, and has had a hard time really surviving in this Infinity meta for a variety of reasons. One might be that the deck has, for a lot of different people, it has taken more of a control bent. It has started to go into trying to pursue longer games, trying to do more control, or it tries to do this aggro thing. And this deck was always kind of a mid-rangey build. It required a lot of nuance to pilot. And what we just saw was basically, as we've been saying all game, Eric, go way back to the past, dust off an old strategy, put in some new tools, and say, I'm just going to do it. It was good then, it's good now. And it was a masterful piloting of the deck in that game, too.
And like you said, the Ruby Sapphire player took probably about 8 lore away between the Pirate's Life, and there was like 3 different Olafs being played. So not only did the Ruby Amethyst deck win, but it won with that deficit, right? Yep. It was able to come back, and that was incredible. This is the Infinity that I'm here for. This is the Infinity decks that I'm here for. It'll be exciting to see how Ruby Amethyst does, how this player does the rest of the tournament. We do have an interview with him, so let's go ahead and hear from our winner.
Here with me, fresh off his round 5 win, I have Eric. And now, Eric, I didn't get a chance to watch your round, so tell me a little bit about what deck you brought and why you thought it was perfect for this room.
I played Ruby Amethyst today, and the only deck I was really worried about was what I just played, red-blue a little bit. So I kind of tailored my deck a little bit to help that matchup because I felt like I was pretty good in everything else.
Okay. Now, you said Ruby Amethyst, correct? Because I know that Baker was saying, I must find Ruby Amethyst in this room. So, I mean, in this kind of matchup, what was one of the key moments of that game that made you kind of feel like, okay, I've turned the corner and I'm going to win this?
After I played Be Prepared in the castle, that turn, because I had 3 Tremaines in hand after that, so I felt like I just had everything on the wraps.
That sounds good. That sounds like a good thing to do. Be Prepared sounds like a good card. But we will let you get back out there. I know that you are now 4-1, correct? Yeah. So you got to get back out there and win some more games. But before we do, would you like to do any shout-outs?
Shout out to all my testing partners, Team Incredibles, based out of Raleigh, Carolina, and that'd be it.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Have fun and good luck out there.
Thank you so much.
Back to you.
Congratulations once more to Eric, and thank you for that fantastic game with the Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire showdown. That was a lot of fun, Liam.
Again, I'm gonna say it one more time. It's like looking at the past. So I hope you all out there enjoyed it, Ruby Amethyst fans. Let us know in the chat because I don't know, that was a treat.
It was a treat. But guess what, Liam?
What's that?
We have more treats. We have something very special. I know that you all are very excited. You're excited. I'm excited that we are doing some card reveals this weekend for Attack of the Vine! Exclamation point.
100% organic panic.
Yes, and so we have a card reveal coming up shortly. But before we get into that, we wanted to give you a little tour of what you're missing here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Indianapolis. So take us on a tour.
This is our beautiful tour. Welcome back to the lounge. I'm Lorcana Villain and I'm joined by the sensational Brent Mackay. How you doing, Brent?
I have no words. I'm speechless. I can't believe that we're here. DLC, Indy. We're about to make some magic happen. I mean, this is the place to be.
The last Disney Lorcana Challenge for Season 2 in North America. We're keen to make it a big one, make it an impactful one. And we've got something quite impactful to show all of you guys at home. Brent, I know that you haven't seen what we're about to see, so,
I'm so giddy,
are you
dude.
excited?
I'm giddy.
Are you ready for a card reveal,
I'm
Brent Mackay?
speechless,
All right.
brother.
I am ready for your gut reaction to seeing this card. So let's waste no more time. Let's take a look at a brand new card coming in Attack of the Vine.
Oh, okay.
Look what you've done. Brent, read it out to me, mate. How much does it cost? What's it called? What's it do?
2 cost, inkable, action, deal 2 damage to chosen character.
Okay.
During your turn, when you discard this card, you may play it from your discard. You pay all costs. Wait, hold on. So wait. So when I play the card, not when I discard the card. Wait. So I can play it from my discard only when I discard the card, not when I play the card?
So you can do it either or, basically.
Oh, you got both.
It can be one or the other, essentially. So you can just play this from your hand as a 2-cost card, deal 2 damage to chosen
It goes
character.
to your discard and then you play it again.
No, that's a separate instance.
That's a separate instance.
That's a separate instance. So you can just play it as a 2-cost action, doing 2 damage to an opponent.
This is like that Emerald Mother Gothel that we saw earlier.
Exactly right.
Where you can play her from the discard. You have to pay all the costs.
Still have to pay the cost. That's very important.
But when you discard her, which makes me think, are we getting some self-discard action synergy going?
It does appear to be that way. It's a very important distinction to say this is only during your turn.
Right, that's why.
This is not a counter to discard. If your opponent plays a Sudden Chill, reprinted in Set 9 Fabled, that would not trigger this because that's on your opponent's turn, right? But if you're playing cards that allow you to discard, there's a Mulan that says draw a card, discard a card. There's plenty of cards that already make you discard. There you go. There's plenty of cards in the Disney Locana trading card game that make you have to discard a card. But with something like this, okay, we're discarding it because we had to, but we can now still play it. You're still going to pay the cost, though. That's very important.
And this goes hand in hand with all of the Wilds Unknown discard stuff. And it has to be from when you discard this card. Because there are some cards that came out in the Wilds Unknown set that you discard off the top of your deck. So I'm wondering,
that is a question for the devs, to be completely honest. I wouldn't want to commit to an answer. Make sure you're keeping an eye on Discord/GG Disney Locana.
My brain's turning, man. I'm just like thinking of all of what
it could be. Players will be doing the same already. We know that you guys watching at home, seeing this card, the cogs are already turning, thinking about ways that you can get the most out of this. But yeah, this is something that we've not had before in Disney Locana, a benefit to discarding your own cards. So now we pay that, whatever reason you have to discard a card.
Mulan, Disguised Soldier, Bobby Zamaruski, my guy.
That can now synergize super well with these cards that, okay, you discarded me, but as long as you can pay the cost, you can also play me.
And it's crazy because there's Emerald and Steel, and those are 2 colors known for discarding, for draw a card, discard a card. So it even works with that synergy.
And it's a deck that's often known for making your opponent discard. But here, we're discarding our own cards, but we're benefiting from it. So
right.
This is super cool. I also want to shout out the art here. Beautiful by Juan Diego, an incredible artist. Brought us the likes of Sid from Wilds Unknown, the Snow White and all the 7 Dwarves. Just an incredible artist and absolutely smashed it again. There she is, pulling on the vine. I'm assuming that's the vine.
It's got to be the vine, right?
Oh, it's Attack of the Vine set, right?
It looks like she's the one attacking the vine, though.
Exactly. Well, she is a villain, so there you go.
True that.
But yeah, there you go, Locana community. Another upcoming card from Attack of the Vine. Brent's excited. I'm excited. How are you feeling about this new card? And have you already come up with some ways to break it in our competitive metagame? Brent, final thoughts.
My brain's just swimming, man. I'm trying to think of all the cards that say draw a card, discard a card. I mean, it's basically taking the thing that punishes you from that and then saying, nope, you can still play the card as if you play the card.
Infinity format, maybe you're playing a whole new world.
Oh!
There you go.
You got a full hand that you can just play right.
And who knows, maybe there will be more cards upcoming in Attack of the Vine which do something when you discard them or just let you pay the cost to play them. I'm very excited to find out. Are you excited to find out?
I'm stoked.
Stoked.
Let's go.
I hope you guys are excited. Let us know what you think about this card in the chat, on social media. We've got plenty more Disney Locana to come.
Well, yeehaw again, my fellow Lumineers. Those card reveals have got me all in a fluster. Katie, what do you think about seeing those Attack of the Vine cards this early?
They're the rootness, tootiness reveals in the Wild Wild West. All jokes aside, it is so exciting because we to reveal a card. It's one of those moments where you're like, I'm processing this, and then you start being like, I gotta start building some decks. This changes everything. Rotation's coming, but where we're going, we don't need rotation. We're in Infinity alone.
We're here, and it's gonna be there. And there's just so many opportunities. You saw Brent; his cogs were already turning.
Yes.
Baker, his cogs were already turning because we want to see these cards be played. And I just want to see the rest of the puzzle. But we got a little bit more time for that. Round number 6 is coming your way. We got another high impact match for you guys to see here as we are about to jump right on into this thing and get active for some more Disney kind of action. Here we go, here we go, here we go now. But Katie, this tournament so far has been nothing short of spectacular. The vibes in the room have been immaculate. And there's an Lumineer that you may recognize on the left side of your screen. That is Kendall Burdett, aka No I'm Not, as he's collectively known around the community. Phenomenal player. Took a little bit of a break from Disney Arcana for a while, but I'm glad to see this Lumineers back. But Katie, what do you see in that Lumineers color group on the side of his name there?
I don't know how to tell you this, JD, but we saw it round 1, and so it's fun to see somebody come back because you've seen a journey, right? You look at the points. This means Kendall has 2 losses under his belt, but he's still fighting here with this Emerald Ruby deck. But against it is Ruby of a different sort.
Ruby
Sapphire.
Ruby Sapphire, as I say, as this elegant types call it, as Ed now is playing that Ruby Sapphire strategy. And it's interesting to see what type of Ruby Sapphire strategy he will be playing, as it will allow this matchup that he's going to, it will make a slight difference in this Ruby and Emerald situation. If you haven't known, the Ruby and Emerald deck, it is playing the new Leviathan, the first monster we have in Disney Arcana. The 10 cost uninkable, usually paired with the Return of Hercules. If you can get that combination down and you can get 2 cards to your discard pile, you can play this character and banish characters on your opponent's side of the board equivalent to 10 strength. So that is a very powerful play. That is what Kendall's going to be trying to do here. And Ed probably is going to be shocked to see him playing this strategy this deep into the tournament.
Yes, it's a machine, a banishing machine. And on the other side, though, I mean, Ruby, that's kind of what it does. There's a lot of banishing. But the good news is Sapphire gets you there a little bit faster. So that's going to be the very beginning of this game, is getting to the big flashy stuff faster than Kendall.
Right.
Stop him from doing it with his possible discard. I see a sudden chill, so there's probably some discards. So he's going to develop your brain and shape that hand.
And it is starting. Round number 6 is underway as Ed takes a little bit of time to develop that brain. Quick decision there from Ed as the Jebediah Farnsworth cookie down in the inkwell. No 1 cost from Kendall as we throw it back on over to Ed.
And I think that's one of those things you always are like, oh, I'd like a 1 cost. So if your opponent doesn't, you're fine. But, ooh, set Champumo in the inkwell here.
Little flex there as we play the Sell the Other Right. See, that tells a little bit of the story of the composition of this strategy, as the Liquidator will follow up into the inkwell as well. And we're going to continue to develop our brain. 2 off the top. Take 1 to the hand, 1 to the bottom of the deck. Probably trying to find some of those late game pieces. As you see a Jebediah Farnsworth, Jebediah into the inkwell, you still don't know exactly what Kendall's cooking. He's a notorious Ruby and Amethyst player. We saw Ruby and Amethyst in the previous round as well.
Yeah, he has two voices on his shoulders, an angel and a devil. And I don't know which one told him to play this deck, but we'll find out, because here we go. Airfoil. This is an item you don't see every day.
Airfoil is a 2-cost inkable item that you can exert. If you play it 2 actions this turn, you can draw a card. And Ruby and Emerald typically, especially in Core Constructed, typically, struggles to have that card draw. Now you have that set up. This deck plays a ton of actions, as the Grandma Tala is going to continue to allow you to take 1 off the top of the deck. You're just trying to sculpt that hand to find your best play into the late game.
And I think it's very smart for him to try to get a stable, nice hand, because I think he doesn't know. I mean, it's closed deck list, but this kind of thing is going to happen, where you want to build the perfect hand and then discard. And now he gets to pick. He goes with that Be Prepared, because not a lot of characters will be around here. But that has me being scared if I'm Ed, because it's hard to keep your hand full, and it just got a little harder.
Oh, for sure. But at the same time, you have to ask yourself, if you're Ed, how many reps have you played into the Emerald and Ruby Leviathan deck? And you still there could be a lot of opportunities there for you to maybe play into something that you didn't really want to, as we are going to establish that Merlin's carpet bag. Kendall's strategy is going to come out of the gate a little bit slow, as we're playing this cat and mouse game. Who wants to play their characters to the board, and who wants to get that board wipe played against them first? So I really like the slow approach of both of these Lumineers.
Now, there is, like you said, this is not a deck that people are like, oh yeah, I play this deck all the time. But one of the hints we have is the fact that this Leviathan is talking about putting cards cards in your discard. And we already saw a discard card, which means we know that this is probably a pretty actions-heavy deck.
Right.
So I'm interested to see how he navigates this, because he basically has to stabilize. I think this is a fair matchup in the sense that both of them have a pretty slow start, but I think things are going to get very explosive very soon, starting with the Hypnotize saying, your choice goes for the Be Prepared again.
Another Hypnotize being played. So as we continue to get into this late game, we have that Merlin's Carpetbag down, but we don't have the Popsicle yet to generate that continuous resource loop that we saw demonstrated earlier in the broadcast as well. But Kendall now, you're still trying to figure out a way to trigger this airfoil. You need to play 2 actions a turn. You still have ink, and you have the Improvise in hand now, or you could potentially wait for the next turn, and no, we'll take the opportunity now to deploy the Improvise, gain us another card from hand, increase the strength of Grandma Tala, and then we will trigger our airfoil to draw another card.
And we talked about it so many times today, the card draw engine. So it's an airfoil versus a carpetbag, the classic matchup we always talk about here. But both of these are going to kind of...
It's the classic.
Yeah, and both of them are going to pilot their... drive this deck forward. So I keep saying, like, oh, guys, just wait, because I do feel like some big, we've already saw Monstrous Dragon on Ed's side go into the Inkwell. Both of them are kind of being coy with these characters because Ruby is very good at both spot and wide removal. So you have to be very careful about when you start deploying those characters and how big you commit. But Kendall can do it for a pretty deep discount. That Olaf Snowman of action, I feel like he might be coming. We might see a snowfall any moment now. The big character will be arriving, because Ed, I think, is thinking here, did he just pass?
He's just going to pass. I mean, there's no reason to kind of play into these giant board wipes. You're going to that 5 ink turn now, but Kendall has to be expressly careful. That's another Hypnotize. That is third Hypnotize, and we're going to discard the time until happens to climb there. And I think you have to be careful if you're Kendall, even if you do have full combo, of which you do not right now. You could get a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon and take out your Leviathan as well as both of them.
It just got worse.
Play one from the hand as we will play another action and activate our airfoil again. So we have a nice little slow grind fest happening here.
Yeah, the sudden chill. Why? This is where, like, no matter what deck you're against, they need cards. And I think we say card draw is the most important, but then the worst thing is that card draw, or discard. So Kendall's sitting here with 7. It's like the game just started for him. He's got 7 cards. Meanwhile, Ed is waiting for the puzzle pieces. He hasn't found a single of his 4 popsicles that I assume are there. That's why you run that Merlin's Carpetbag. He goes ahead and inks because he says, any card I have in my hand, you don't let me keep them. So I might as well ink it, keep it safe there, and whatever card I hope to cost 7 ink or less.
Yeah, I think Ed is just rubbing hands together. We are empty-handed, but we do have a pretty deep inkwell. So the game plan from Kendall is to set up that robust discard strategy, and then you can clear the board, and then you can subsequently win the game. Because when that Leviathan hits the board, when that Leviathan, Guardian of Atlantis, hits the board, he is a 3-quester as well. Let's not forget, and that can wrap this game up quite quickly, as now we will go ahead and Heffalumps and Woozles onto the Grandmother Tala, and now Grandma Tala, and now she will not be able to quest on the following turn, and you get to draw another card. Hand is super healthy, juxtaposed to Ed, who is rubbing palms right now.
Yeah, and this Return to Hercules is a card we didn't. This is why Infinity can be very cool, is because there's cards that we saw, but people didn't get to use it a ton, and it was kind of towards the end before we had rotation. But that Return to Hercules, both players get to play something, but like you said, that Leviathan changes the math a bit. He's going to go ahead, get that airfoil trigger. He's been playing lots and lots of actions. Ed is just hanging out, waiting for the next card to come, while Kendall looks at his more than a full hand of cards and says, what can I do here?
A bounty of assortments, if you will, as Olaf Snowman of action should be able to be played at a really steep discount. 7 actions in the discard pile, so you can pay 2 ink. You're kind of inked out right now, but next turn I expect to see that Snowman be played. We're thinking about what we're going to ink here. You have an abundance of resources. Airfoil is going to find its way down to the inkwell.
Yeah, and these item and action decks have people kind of going through the card library and saying, what items and what actions are there? I think at this point, Ed, the fact that he's only played this Carpetbag makes me believe that his is more action focused, but he just hasn't been able to keep the cards in hand to do the action synergies. But here comes one of those action cards, Maui Half
Shark. I think this is a good way to at least put some lore pressure in play, and you can get some return on your action investment. Will this be enough to potentially trigger full combo? And it will not. We will just take another Heffalumps and Woozle. Maui now can't quest.
Yeah, but sometimes Maui like to do a challenge, but unfortunately it's kind of an empty board there, the empty waters for this half shark. But we're going to go ahead and start the Hercules, Return Hercules. Now, this feels like a tricky situation because, I mean, both characters could play one for free. He doesn't have any cards in hand, so he knows not, and then he adds up the math and says, It looks like 10 to me.
But look at him. The Guardian of Atlantis is down, and it's a machine. The Leviathan is here, and everyone is running with panic as this big monster is back. We're going to finally hide away this airfoil, but it's already done everything you wanted to do. And now you have a 10-10-10 three-quester on the board with no cards in hand. What are you going to do? We need to be prepared, and we need it now.
Yeah, and this is a point of time where it's like, well, you don't want to be prepared on one character. For this one, I make an exception. Suddenly, be prepared looks like a very valuable. It's only 7 ink to get rid of this, like you said, 10-10. Huge stats here. In the meantime, though, Kendall has lots of ink, lots of cards, lots of things he can do while he's here, and he's just going to do Sisu to wipe the board. Just kidding, it's already wiped.
It's nothing left to be wiped. But Sisu, also the empowered sibling, is going to be a character that can quest for 3 as well. So now Kendall has enacted game plan number 1. That's discard the hand. Game plan number 2, let's clear the board. Game plan number 3, let's quest. And let's go ahead and get to the dub. So this strategy is very, very powerful at doing exactly what Kendall has done here. And I'm surprised that more Lumineers did not think about bringing a strategy like this to this tournament, because it maybe is a bit volatile, but it is quite powerful.
You have to be a patient Illumineer to play this kind of deck, because you have to, I mean, like you said, you have to do it in order. You can't do it, you have to, all these, the Return to Hercules wouldn't be as impactful if Ed had cards in hand, so you had to be very patient, play it out. And now look at this, the questing power is just a small 8 on the board right now.
Just a simple, elegant 8. We are going to take a quick vision into the future, vision of the future, to potentially find something that can get us out of this conundrum, but I don't think that character or card exists in this game just yet, except for Be Prepared. If we can find that, I'm sending that right away, but you don't have the ink, I believe, available to play it, and I believe this strategy does have a ton of discard cards available.
And so he goes with the pop. That shows like how he's feeling right now. He's like, yeah, Be Prepared clears the board, but I don't need to clear the board. I need to win this game. Kendall has way more cards than me, so he's going to go ahead, do this recursion with a hockety-pockety ability, keep deploying this popsicle, and so we can try to get some more healthy cards in hand. But like you mentioned, I mean, there's no one card that can both clear the board and then get him back in the game. He has to pick.
And we are indeed running out of time, because that's 8 lore coming your way. Kendall jumping up to 11 next turn, but we have the Firefly Swarm. You did send 2 cards to your discard this turn, so you're able to trigger its second ability to just take out that Guardian of Atlantis right away. And that's you're out of the woods, but you're not out of the forest just yet. I don't know if that's a saying or not, but that's how I feel.
Yeah.
You're still in trouble here.
If you're halfway through the forest, though, keep going, I guess. But I like this little piece of spot rule here, but I mean, it is just a little bit, like you said, a drop in the lore bucket, because he has another Leviathan.
Oh, no. The first Leviathan is bad. The second one might be worse, as Ed is shaking his head, looking down at this Guardian of Atlantis, saying, why? Can I please get to the Be Prepared and maybe crawl my way back into this game, as the empowered sibling, the Olaf, and the Guardian are back again?
And what a crazy parry. I mean, for people who are kind of tuning into the format, this is not a classic deck where you're like, oh yes, Emerald Ruby is a deck we see all the time, but it's because these newer cards of Olaf and Leviathan that allow you to do these things you couldn't do before. Meanwhile, Ed's still kind of in the middle of the game. He has to keep regrouping, gathering. There's Grandma Tala. We already saw her on turn 3, but we got to circle back here, because like we said, we was looking for some way to get him out of this game. He has 8 lore again on board. That would take him to 18. Or 16, woo. And either way, that's a lot of lore, and Ed has got 0.
And
or
we're
1.
digging
One
and
lore.
digging, and we saw those hypnotizers very early in the game. We saw those Be Prepared were being discarded, for the hypnotize, and now you really love to have one of those back at this moment. Maybe you can get a challenge in with this Mount Half Shark at a later point to return to Be Prepared back to hand, but it's looking hard, as the Olaf Snowman of Action will be deployed for free, so that is or at a steep discount, so that is a good sign to maybe slow down the questing power of Kendall a little bit.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a collision there where they take that 2 lore. We're seeing Pirate's Life where you gain.
Katie, if you look at the hand, I think there's another one. You can't
can't actually.
Third.
Yeah,
not third. Oh, we can't.
By then you're like, I think it's a machine. You've told me this.
It's a machine.
And the thing is like we talk about. Oh, if you discarded 2 cards, you get to go ahead, and now he finally has a board again. I don't know if he used that ability last time because there was nothing on the board, but now he can, and it's just.
But Kendall has to be careful. I believe Ed now has 1 card in hand, and Maleficent Dragon will be able to use the Dragonfire ability if that is the last card remaining in hand, because both Illumineers will be allowed to play a character from hand. So you got to kind of walk it a little bit, but maybe they have it, maybe they don't.
Yeah, so
we're ripping it. Here we are. Return of Hercules is going to be played. He discarded.
Okay. Whew. But someone's going to discard Sudden Chill and playing that Sudden Chill and making Ed say, one of your cards, give it to him right now.
And we won't take the Guardian of Atlantis play here. We will not go Leviathan. We don't talk about Bruno and remove the Olaf now. The questing campaign continues, and that's 8 lore onto the board. Kendall's feeling quite comfortable here.
I would be feeling pretty comfortable too, because I mean now he has game on board. He just has to keep this board. Now there, like we talked about, there's a lot, not a lot, but there's a few ways. I mean, be prepared. Namedly is going to be the most powerful one, but he has a way back in. I think that's why he was hesitant to necessarily do that Leviathan play, because I mean he has enough ink to just play Leviathan and quest for free.
Oh, for sure.
So it's just kind of those things. He's like, I'll be a little, and then he has an Olaf too. So things are. If I'm Kendall, I'm feeling pretty good right now. If I'm Ed. Grammatella generally is not the game-winning card on board.
That's not the one you want. I'm thinking, honestly, at this point, I'm doing my analysis on what I can do to potentially make my outs a little bit better for the following game, as this one may be tough to climb out of with no hand resources. And to your point from earlier, Katie, Ruby and Emerald, I am so surprised to see this deck here in this position. I mean, you're still very much alive and well in this tournament, and historically, it's been one of the decks that's kind of struggled in our metagame. I'm glad to see it finally gets a representation. I absolutely love to see it.
Now, I said one Grandma's not the card you want to see. Is 2 Grammatella the one you want to see? Probably not, but we're still going deeper in the deck, and that's enough, right? This whole deck is about digging just until you find what you need. How far I'll go? Well, let's find some more cards, but like we said, there's really only one out to stop. And it would be that Be Prepared. Olaf, that's...
Olaf, Snowman of Action, can slow it down a little bit.
Still got game on board, though.
Yeah, and that is going to get it done. As Kendall is going to take game number 1 in round number 6 with the Ruby and Emerald strategy. And Ed has to be shaking his head and saying, what can I do? I cannot deal with this Guardian of Atlantis. Leviathan is here. And that is such a cool card. My inner 6-year-old was so happy to see that card be revealed in this Wilds Unknown set, and I'm excited to try it.
I am too, because it's one of those cards that sometimes during reveal season you'll see a card and you go, impossible. It'll never work. Impossible. And I think that's a card that a lot, I mean, I frankly was like 10 in this economy, but I think immediately people started going, wait a minute.
Hold on.
We can do it.
It can be done.
We have the technology.
We can rebuild it. And here we are at the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Indianapolis, going into game number 2. It has been done. What does Ed need to do, Katie? What can he do to help even the scales here a little bit?
I mean, find popsicles earlier. I think the popsicles are so vital in this matchup, because it really, you can maximize your ink. It's just one if the math is off a bit. I think that would be very important. He only had Grandma. I don't know if he has the opportunity to go wide at all early. So I think this is kind of a rough matchup for him. I think he just has to hit the Be Prepared, and mostly, I mean, his goal is that Kendall won't draw. I mean, Kendall drew so many cards where it was pretty hard for him to come back into this. So I think in this case, he needs to get those popsicles out. We saw Kendall, though, send back 6 cards. So maybe Kendall doesn't have what he needs, but there we go. He did the first thing I suggested.
No, you're absolutely nailing it, Katie. As Popsicle is a great card in this matchup. Jebediah Farnsworth down into the inkwell. One cost character with quick pass over from Kendall. I'd like to see Ed really maintain a Maleficent Dragon in hand as a nice little insurance policy if you can, but the discard aspect of the strategy is so hard to work around, Katie.
It is, and I think that's why you mentioned, like, why aren't more people playing discard? I think because, like you said, it's a little bit delicate, but you can see when it really is working, it's so disruptive. Ed was spending his entire half of the game just trying to not lose. He was just trying to get cards back in his hand. But in this case, he is going ahead. He had his popsicle. We're developing our brain. We're shaping that hand. He hit our elusive ramp onto with that Sail the Azurite Sea, where you go ahead and ramp is increasing your ink. But there is a familiar friend, airfoil. We all know that now.
We saw how impactful the airfoil was in game number 1, and I'm surprised by Ed. He played the airfoil. That's typically I'm gonna grab it and read it type of card. Ed's like, I know airfoil. I know what it does. I'm in my bag as well, and I'm very impressed by that.
I am too, because I mean, I will say a couple weeks ago we started, because I mean, if you play attention to players, you start hearing rumblings of deck. And this is one where somebody said airfoil, and I said, okay, let me pull up the Ravensburger or cards.disneyland.com to look at this card, but you can see why it works, because it is basically the Merlin's carpet bag of Kendall's deck, but it's cheaper and inkable, and that's all better. But there we go. The first Hypnotize hits the board, and now Ed is saying, I've seen this one. I didn't like it, but we're going to do it again.
Oh, for sure. And it also gives you that card draw. It's like a pseudo Prince John almost, because when you are playing these discard cards, you're going 1-for-1 more often than not. But now you have the ability to extend and keep, as you're tearing down your opponent, you're building yourself up as well. So it's a really nice include in this deck, as we are still taking it slow in the early game. Both of these Lumineers just putting characters to the inkwell, not really committing too much to the board because both of them have access to board wipes. So Maui Half Shark now is going to be played, and let's see if Kendall has a response to this Glimmer.
We didn't get to see a lot of this Maui Half Shark because Leviathan came down and pretty much immediately after he was played, but we might get to see him do some things. Now, this board, Prince John doesn't help a lot because it is hard to target him, and he generally does not like to exert under any circumstance unless he's about to win. So Maui Half Shark, that engine is going to be fueled by challenging, and then having some actions in the discard. Luckily, Kendall's been very gracious at helping Ed get cards in the discard. But in this case, we have Maui singing How Far I'll Go. He doesn't always sing, but he did in this case.
A little bit of flavor there. Maui being from Moana, as How Far I'll Go is Moana. Usually Grandma Tala's singing that ballad, but it seems as if Maui is going to pick up the mic and do their best impersonation. We have 2 more for Celia has right C, so we can potentially just set up a shark action storm off type strategy. Exactly. You're just gaining lore residually as you got a Maui Half Shark in play. That could be a certified win condition. How many actions can you play together? And the Hideaway is played as well, so the airfoil is now cut off and you gain another lore.
This is very fascinating to see how many cards and lore can you gain by not questing, and it turns out a lot. Then the Maui has those double 2 abilities, like we said. I mean, while he challenges, he can get a card action back, but this lore is just enough where he's like, I need to get his lore early as often, which is hard in a deck like this to get lore early.
And we are going to pay 3 now. So we have the Prince John available, and we can deploy the Hypnotize. This time you're drawing 2 cards, 1 for the Hypnotize and also 1 for the Prince John ability. And we have our boy, the Leviathan, is back. We got 2 in hand, but we're still missing a critical component to our disc, to our strategy. We might find it with this Prince John here on this turn.
Yeah, and there's Sid and Jill because he says, I'm going to get another card. We saw Ed do a little solo of how many actions he could do, but Kendall says, well, here's my version. And it's not ramping. It is just making sure you discard cards. Ed is, I think, just sitting at 1 card, so he's in the same predicament he was in last game. So we look at Kendall's hand, he is not in that predicament.
And
he is sitting
just
pretty.
So much. It's so many resources, and you can attack from so many different angles. As we have Ed now still have hand resources. The Maui Half Shark is still available. We're popping the popsicle, probably indicating that the Tamatoa, happy as a clam, is inbound, and there he is. We're going to add 2 more items back, but I believe we only have access to the 1.
And that feels bad. He did a double check. He's like, maybe I put 1 in there and I forgot. But no, it's just that single popsicle. But that's enough. That's 1 card there. So he can go ahead, get one more card to his hand. At this point, he has to feel a little bit. Anytime you see Prince John, it's kind of like a flashing sign being like, beware, any card you have, you might not get to keep when the turn comes around. But there we go. A Maui just doing a quest.
I'm trying to gain as much lore as quickly as I possibly can if I'm Ed, because I'm so terrified of this Leviathan, Guardian of Atlantis, to come into play. And at any moment, he can come down and take over this game, as we will play the Inner Strength. We will play the Inner Strength to be able to gain an additional strength for our Prince John and draw another card.
He said, I'll give you a chance to double back and do 2 Inner Strength. And man, and that is 2 more cards. Kendall's hand is just looking untenable. And then he has a Return of Hercules. We know the Leviathan. So he's got all the puzzle pieces. So much of these discard decks are just assembling a little puzzle of like, how can I make sure I draw the most cards, you have the least cards, and then eventually I get the coolest characters on the board.
I think you might have to go for the Firefly Swarm instead, Katie, because if you go for the Return of Hercules play here, you won't be able to clear the board, because the Leviathan, as strong as he is kind of hard capped at that 10 strength, and Maui Half Shark has 7 for whatever reason, and Tamatoa, his adversary there, has 4. That's 11.
And Kendall says, all right, I'll be patient. And we've seen that Kendall has been very patient in these 2 games, because you have to be. Like we saw, if you can go ahead and parse down their hand, parse down their board, and then you can be you can be the greediest player of them all, and then start putting down the characters. So very good play by him to go ahead. And as we saw, Maui, he got 4 lore just by himself. So now Tamatoa sits, not a lot of items to play with here, but we'll dig with a Vision of the future 5 cards and see if he can find an exit strategy.
We're looking for, and that ward is coming in clutch. We have that Merlin's carpet bag, and I think that might have to be the choice, and Ed agrees. We're going to put that Merlin carpet bag in our hand, and another Hockety Pockety might be coming as the Popsicle Merlin carpet bag combo together. Never mind. We're going to take a little bit of time to set up another Popsicle 2 now in play for Ed.
Yeah, just choosing to go ahead and get draw as many cards as he can before he makes any decisions, and then he will
quest.
Yeah,
and we will quest, and we'll be able to use Tamatoa's unique ability to play the Merlin's carpet bag for free, which you absolutely love. And we can start the Popsicle Tango as Popsicle Merlin carpet bag. You actually love to see a Maleficent Dragon in the inkwell. I don't know about that one, Katie. I want to hold that Maleficent Dragon for as long as I can.
Yeah, especially because we know that when you have stats like 10, there's nothing I can do. Maleficent Dragon does not care about the stats. As long as you don't have Ward, she could absolutely send anything to the discard pile with a nice banish. But it's in the inkwell. So I think at this point he's like, I want to protect my cards, and I don't know if I'll see him knowing this deck he's playing up. There we go. Part 1.
Return of Hercules. I'll show you mine. You show me yours. Do you have a character to play? And you elect to play no character, and the Leviathan is back again. Prince John now free and clear to quest. You have Maui in your deck. Maui Hirotall could be the punish there, but with this Leviathan in play, there is no such thing. And the clock is on. You have 5 lore in play. Can Ed break it down? Is there Be Prepared from Ruby and Sapphire here to keep this game going and on the rails for yourself?
I think there's nothing more telling than a Prince John questing, because that says to me, well, if you have it, you have it. And he does. Be prepared, coming down, clearing the board. Prince John got the last 2 lore he could, but that is a pretty expensive turn for him. He had to pay 7 ink for that.
Yeah.
And now it's just, he has only 2 cards in hand. One of them's a Popsicle. That's good, but
you have to figure out a way to stop and cut off Kendall's resource engine, and another one is established with this airfoil that is back. Olaf, Snowman of Action, being played for free. If you can get Kendall's hand down low enough, you can play this resource game quite well with this Merlin carpet bag already established, but it's difficult to do so as Kendall's playing with a ton of discipline as well. Can't really do too much with those uninkable cards in hand, but still just maintaining that threat.
yeah, I think that is one of the things that Ruby Sapphire does best. It operates in the top end of the curve, meaning like the later turns in the match. And so now he has the resources to do pretty much anything with his deck, but does he have the cards to do it? And there is another Maui Half Shark.
Another Maui, and we will just pop this to heel to do the Merlin carpet bag Hockety Pockety Mambo, getting our Popsicle back to the hand yet again. We got to keep count, everyone watching at home. Make sure you keep tabs on how many times that Popsicle has been played on stream today. I got a special prize for you. It's going to be my love and affection forever.
You're going to guaranteed win it. But we don't talk about it enough. It's Bruno coming in, and in this case, we do get to have the effect. We don't always get to see this with discard decks.
Yeah, and we will pick, and let's see if we can have that Maui Half Shark be sent to the discard pile here, as it will not. It's the Tamatoa Happy as a Clam, and I'm sure Ed would have loved to have that Tamatoa here to just keep it going a little bit faster than the Merlin's carpet bag, as Inner Strength now is deployed. We have the airfoil to draw another card, and we're keeping that hand so healthy. It is very cool. This deck's firing on all cylinders.
I don't know if Ed would say it's so cool. He's like, that's kind of cool. But here's a little fun fact.
Yes.
On the Olaf card, those little guys on there, they're called Snokies.
Really?
Yeah, it's from Spring Fever. There is a short with Frozen, and Elsa kept sneezing these sentient snow people out.
It's very cute.
It is very, very cute. I want Snokies to have a card one day. But in the meantime, Ed's like, we don't have time for Snokies. Please tell me what I can do to get back in this game. A Be Prepared could be nice. We have 2 characters on the board, but instead, this is a kind of a Be Prepared.
Okay.
Be Prepared. Let's be a little prepared.
Yeah.
Sisu coming down and getting rid of one of 2 characters.
Be slightly ready, I would
Yes.
say, as the Sisu empowered sibling. It is beautiful. It is enchanted. It also quests for 3. Olaf Snowman of Action has been reducing your lore, but maybe this could be the pivot. Maybe you get some questing power in and you just try to win. Heffalumps and Woozles will say nay. No questing for you, Sisu, as we'll also draw another card. And now the airfoil is ready to trigger again, it seems almost.
Yeah. It's a machine. The airfoil's a machine? No, this is.
Oh, the Leviathan is back again, and Ed has to be shambled a little bit, but we're thinking we're going to play another character, and we, again, will not. As Sisu sent to the discard pile. And it's very rare that you see a Sisu get sent to the discard pile by another character. Usually she's doing the sending to the discard pile.
I think she's insulted, quite frankly. She was told she can't quest and then was immediately banished. You cannot quest, and by the way, you can't be here. Can't sing quick quest, can't challenge. So things are coming up, Kendall, here in this match. But we know Ruby is a comeback kid. It is able to go ahead and steer the narrative back his direction. And there it is.
There it is. The be prepared right on time is exactly what Ed needed to do to keep this party train rolling. Merlin's carpet bag into the popsicle. Name a better combo. We play the popsicle again to draw us another card, and we will hold out hope for better days. Tipo now into the inkwell. No, Kendall looking still super calm. Let's see if we can see this Luminaire cracks a smile at all. I don't think I've ever seen this Luminaire smile.
Well, it is. One time I saw it, quite frankly, and I was like, whoa.
Whoa, what is this?
But the thing is like, that's one of the things that makes him such a great player, is like, he's in this high situation where, I mean, he has to win this game. If he loses, he cannot make day 2.
Yeah.
So both these players, it's not a winning and it's a losing, don't make day 2.
Oh,
so
I call it your blade running. Okay, you are absolutely on the cusp of greatness, and that is where you got to do. Sometimes that's what you need to be. As we're going to play 2 actions featuring a Milo Thatch, we have the inner strength and we have the undermine, but also, and I think that is just a really cool little combination.
Especially with Leviathan, this deck is secretly, and then 3 airfoils seems a little silly. We haven't seen this technology before, but you can see why. 3 airfoil, 3 exertions, 3 cards.
That is insane. That is so wild to have 3 airfoils in play, and they all were able to trigger at one time to just keep that hand healthy. That's been the theme of the day. We saw the game plan be executed. We saw you clear the hand, you clear the board, you win the game, and that is a nice textbook demonstration of what this Ruby and Emerald strategy is trying to do. As another Grandma Tala, keeper of the ancient stories, is going to hit the board along with Maui, half shark. So maybe Ed can just hold out hope. Everything's just going to need a little bit of hope. You got to get a little bit lucky here and hope that Kendall just cannot do another Leviathan play here.
And he says, well, I'm halfway to 2 actions per turn and 3 card draw with my Hypnotize. So this is one of those things where Ed has been actually able to drive pretty far forward with the card draw on this carpet bag, but any discard feels terrible at this point in the game. I think that only leaves him with 1 card left, and then he's going to undermine him. Now he can draw 3 cards and also off the undermine. This is feeling very, very, very powerful for Kendall, and we can see why item removal people play it in this matchup right now.
You need it, and we saw Ed does have access to hideaway, so you do have cards in your deck that can engage with items, but how many can you possibly plan? And with 3 airfoils in play, that is just too much motion coming in from this Ruby and Emerald player. We have the brawl going down to Nick. Well, won't quite need that, as the Olaf Snowman of Action has returned yet again, and we have another full combo in hand, and Ed's going to hate to see it when you are able to set up another Return of Hercules into another Leviathan.
Yeah, and right now, 3 + 7 = 10. If he gets another character out, he does have to get a little more choosy with that Leviathan trigger, but we will see Ed is just playing actions and items, that popsicle drawing, activating, the Merlin's carpet bag kind of pointing that he's doing that motion we've seen a few times now, but he's not playing any characters yet, which just makes me believe he is just trying to stay in this game, give himself options. And then he's going a little bit wide. He's feeling comfortable going with a Tifo, but no heavy hitters here on the board.
These Olaf Snowman of Action have just been so impactful as well. They're like the sneaky win condition, because it's a condition of itself. It takes a little bit of time to set up Kendall's strategy, and just keeping Ed's lore total at bay has just been just stuck in the mud. This Maui has quested, you've gained so much lore, but here we are still only at 5, as Olaf Snowman of Action along by himself can't do too much. We are going to play the improvise to see if we can get another 3 cards. He also can possibly sing here, so you have so many different avenues that can be on.
And I do think that's one of the signs of a great deck, is that there's different decision trees, but all of them lead to pain and success, and here we go.
Here he is. He's back again. The Leviathan has returned. Guardian of Atlantis. We did have to set up ourselves a little bit. You do have to have 2 cards going to the discard pile to trigger his ability, and we set that up, and we were able to get 3 more draws with these airfoils. So you're gaining resources, you're clearing your opponent's side, and you're questing. This deck is very powerful.
But he has Tipo. And so he can quest and challenge for one. So that's
Tipo did win a DLC.
He did.
Let's not forget that, please.
Yes, he did. But now we need some backup. Hippo is saying, I'm growing, but I need some grown backup. We saw Maleficent Dragon. That's an option. But yeah, we're now going into it's looking like an items deck right now, but I don't think that's plan A. But plan B is draw cards, stay in the game. He's developing your brain, still looking for what he needs to go ahead and respond to 5 lore on board. And this is a good one.
That's a good start. I mean, this is a good start. We have the Olaf to just slow down the questing a little bit, taking some of that lore away. Olaf also is representing that singing capability, so you're not out of the woods yet. You're holding out hope. Kendall now, a ton of cards in hand, 3 airfoils in play. We have 2 actions that we can play as well, so there's going to be another 3 cards. And I believe you still have cards in hand for Ed, so you will be able to get some more discard happening here as Kendall is doing a quick, rare, and indigenous deck check.
That is, so we haven't had a chance to talk about this yet. You need to count the cards because if you run out of cards, you lose. Now, that's kind of the simplified version. There is kind of rules, and if we get to that, it'll come up. But it's very important to make sure that you don't get to the end of your turn and you have no cards left.
Yeah, you need to. The deck out rules have changed, but if you end your turn with no cards in your deck, the game is over and you have lost. However, your opponent, if they start their turn with no cards in their deck, they get a whole nother turn, and then they will lose at the end of their turn. So very important when you're playing these decks, you are drawing through your entire deck. Kendall has a ton of cards in hand, a ton of action in your discard pile, but you got to be very careful that you don't run out of cards. You got to try to find your way to a win condition. Maybe that could be an outside way that Edge can win.
You must check yourself before you deck yourself.
Indeed. Very poetic.
Thank you. I have it embroidered. But there we go. We are now doing a little bit. It feels like at some point he must run out of actions, right? But no, this deck is built on actions. It's really the powerhouse of this deck cell. He draws into another action. He's got discard. He's got card draw. You can't quest. He has them all. Inking a strike, a good match. And still more options. These airfoils have been worth their weight in gold.
And if you wanted, you could trigger those other 2 airfoils to continue to draw more cards. But Kendall says, I'm good. I think I have enough cards in my hand, and I don't want to eventually run out of cards as I have nothing but a Tipo staring me down on the opposite side of the board. Ed now wishes they had some of this powerful card drawers. We're going to continue to use this Merlin's Carpetbag with the Popsicle, and we're going to develop our brain right now. I wonder what we're looking for. Maybe it's that be prepared. Just nice, have a humble reset, and let's start this thing over.
And it's so funny. Greediest of them all, but he's like, but even I have my limits. And so this Prince John is going to be able to, but it's important in Lorcana to talk about may or you have to, and it's a may. So everything going forward, Kendall's going to be very judicious with it. In the meantime, Ed says, I'm drawing cards. I've like you mentioned, he doesn't have the same problem that Kendall has where he's like, I'm much too full. Yeah. He's still looking for answers. Be prepared could feel quite nice, but even anything like that's pretty much what he would need, I think.
Yeah, Tamatoa is a pretty good card draw engine of their own, and we will go ahead and give him the Vitalosphere to increase his strength to be able to take out the Olaf Snowman of Action. So that is a little bit of a reduction in lore on the opposite side. We'll just heal that Tamatoa as well, get those Popsicles back in the discard pile. That's kind of where they want to be. Tipo now taking a quest. No, we're saying nay. I won't quest. There's a giant robot over there, Mom. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, he said, once again, I am a child. So he goes ahead and stays upright. At this point, if there's a 10-10 on the board, you're like, well, I doubt you're going to be prepared. However, we have seen things like that Sisu, empowered sibling. We'll see what Kendall does here. He seems to still be counting because you do draw 1 card per turn. He's been drawing a lot early. He has, let's see, discard here, and he chooses to go that route, to go ahead, whatever Ed's answers are, let's get rid of them.
Yeah, just kind of taking cards out of hand, and we are going to continue to draw as Kendall does have to find a win condition. I believe I was counting along with the Illuminator in the game right now. I think we have 7 cards left in your deck, and we don't talk about Bruno. It's going to be the card drawn last. We have the ability to sing that character right now, but I want to start getting that lore up. I'm at 9, Kate. I want to get to 20 very soon, and I think the Leviathan can help you do that, but you're kind of running out of time there too if you're Kendall.
Yeah, and he's looking. There's 2 things we've seen here: looking at your deck to see how many cards you have left, and then looking at the discard to be like, okay, well, where are we at right now? We've done a lot of discard. How many be prepared? What are the chances that you're going to rush into my exerted character? In this case, he does go ahead and pay full retail value for that. We don't talk about Bruno, and now Ed has no cards. 1 Tipo. And Kendall, like you said, I mean, he's not having the fastest race to 20, but he can easily get to 14 right now.
And there's just so many hand resources. At this point, I'm sending all these glimmers, and there we go. That's 5 lore being added. The time clock is ticking ever so much faster for Kendall now as you're putting a lot of pressure in. Can you play another character? And you cannot. Ed now has to find these Be Prepared. You're going to need them off the top in rapid succession, and I still don't even know if that's going to be good enough with those hand resources Kendall has. But right now, you're kind of out of threats. Your last threat in hand is that Sisu Empowered sibling.
Yeah, and now you start looking at the ink, because even if he finds a Be Prepared, he needs 7 ink. Tebow cannot do a Be Prepared solo. So he has a Be Prepared off this Vision of the Future, and he has 7 ink. So he can. This could be his emergency eject button. Then he has to get back in the game, and Carpet Bag will probably be the route forward, but no card in his hand seems to be sticking. Tebow questing, that's a telltale sign.
And here it is. Be Prepared looks like it's imminent, and there it is. Be Prepared will finally take off this Leviathan, and the Prince John find their way to the discard pile. Ed now still 1 card in hand, and Sudden Chill is going to take that right away. It's just a small Tipo.
Yeah, what was I going to do with that? And then he plays this Sisu Empowered Sibling, and it does not do any banishing, but it is a healthy 5-4 quest for 3. And now Spiral is not the hardest thing in Ruby decks, so playing 1 character at a time can be pretty scary. In this case, he's only drawing 1 card at a time. Carpet Bag allows him to get 1 more. He's still looking. There we. Oh, it's okay.
Maui's not too bad. We have Vision of the Future to gain us a different, another lore, but this Sisu will only have 2 quests available, or 2 quests remaining to win this game outright. And Kendall probably wants to keep this Sisu around for as long as possible. Maui Half Shark, that's just so far away from a full shark walk-off. You're going to try it, though, as we are going to develop our brain, gain another lore here. You're at 8. I mean, it's still very possible to get through this. Maybe you're playing cards like Lady Tremaine, or maybe you're playing more Maleficent Dragons to get this Sisu off the board and keep this Maui around.
It is on the margins. There's all these players, they have to look at so many things. There's their discard, which is they're able to discount cards with their discard. There's how many cards you have left. It looks like about 8 or so. Kendall's going to do the same count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. So they're on the ropes here.
They are playing to the bottom of the barrel, and you kind of love it. This is We Don't Talk About Bruno being played at full value just to get this Maui Half Shark off the board. And this is very important, Katie, because now Sisu's free and clear quest, maybe there's a Maui hero to all that this Maui Half Shark can kind of turn into here and challenge this Sisu on with a rush. But this could be game here if we don't have a way to answer this Sisu.
Yeah, we saw him earlier deciding whether to keep a Lucky Dime. It's too late for that. Lucky Dime needs more action, so we went ahead. He's trying to keep in this, getting rid of that Tomato, which would have been really great to draw cards, but like we said, the clock is ticking. But Kendall says, wait a minute. I don't have any characters, and I'm really afraid to draw more cards right now. So he says, hopefully Sisu stays around for 1 more turn, and then he wins.
What Kendall was thinking, maybe think about drawing some more cards and maybe triggering some of these airfoils just to find another robust character in case this Sisu is removed. If Ed can potentially find, say, a Maleficent Dragon within the next couple turns to banish this Sisu, or way to remove the Sisu, here's Maui, who can do that, removing the Sisu. Kendall actually might kind of be in trouble, Katie, if he doesn't have any more threats left in the deck. You've drawn everything, and I think this could be one of those situations, as never mind we got someone, Prince John, but this could be one of those situations where you were just spoiled by abundance and you just don't have a way to win the game.
That would be a beautiful tale. I don't, because I mean, honestly, if greedy is them all, he's like, he was too greedy, he dug too greedily and too deep. But there we go. This Olaf could be quite nice. He can do both this turn, and then he just has to evade. A board wipe here.
Yeah.
He could have what he needs to win, but he has to be careful. You don't want to overextend in front of a Ruby deck, but you also want to win, which requires getting to 20 lore.
And that's what Kendall's running the numbers right now, and realize that the Olaf Snowman of Action and Prince John deployed right now could potentially put a lot of pressure on Ed. And if there is no Be Prepared, I haven't been keeping count of the Be Prepared that we've seen so far, but if there is not a Be Prepared here, this game will end as Prince, or no, you still have that Maleficent Dragon available to take down this Olaf and force this Prince John to exert. But you're looking at Ed's deck now, who I believe you have less cards than Kendall, so Kendall could be playing the deck out game.
It is truly, I've never had a game where I'm like trying to, there's so many dimensions where I'm like, there's the item math, the character math, the ink, and there is some good math, because that gets rid of 50% of the lore on the board and what he needs to win. Lore does not work when you target everything. So Sisu says anything on your side, which includes Prince John, who wasn't targeted, just impacted. And now Kendall cannot win this turn unless there's some kind of Pirate's Life or something like like that, but in that
possible.
case, he doesn't have many cards left. There's only like 4.
It's possible there could be a Pirate's Life remaining for Kendall. That is a card that they can play. And what a game number 2. This is intense. This is the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Indianapolis, and this is Infinity format, and this is all you could ever ask for. You see old, you see new, and it's coming down to the wire as both of these Lumineers are playing at the bottom of their deck. 3 cards left in deck for Ed, and we will just play the Leviathan. No effect required. Did we get any cards in discard pile this turn?
He didn't, because I think he is a little afraid of any drawing and discarding, so he does go ahead and just say, I'll play it. I'm fine. You can keep it. You're only at 6 lore, and he just needs to survive this one turn, and he has 1 round 6. But can he do it here? He sees 5 in here.
We're going for 6, it looks like, as you want to draw, but you literally only have 2 cards left. And if you remember what you put into the inkwell, you can kind of run the numbers and kind of estimate what those cards are by checking your discard piles. We're going to sell the Azurite Sea. You have to draw as well. I don't know if that draw is, I think the draw is going to be a mandatory part of the effect of that card, as, yeah, you're going to draw one of your 2 cards that hopefully it's something good. It needs to be a Be Prepared that you can sing with this Sisu, or the game will come to an end now.
This is incredible. I mean, it's very rare that you're like, how many cards in deck? And it's like, oh no, it's 2. That's not my hand. That's not my ink. That's my deck too. And now it's 1 single card. He is, I think, debating drawing it by going ahead and redeeming this popsicle. We got a Firefly Storm. He can't have no card. He has to keep this card here. Yeah. So it truly is Kendall going to win next turn? He can't quest next turn.
Yeah.
It was crazy to see. And I don't think Kendall has Shark. So yeah, he just has to stick something on the board.
Yeah, and just hold out hope. I mean, you have literally 1 more card left in the deck. As Ed, it's got to be the coolest card ever created. I wonder what it is. In Vision of the Future, Grandma Tala, all those develop your brains. At this point in the game, you kind of have an idea of what's at the bottom of your deck, and it's usually cards you don't want to see. And it's the luckiest of dimes. Not so lucky in this situation, as we're going to use the number 1 Bantu ink to gain a lore. And the fist bump is issued as Kendall. No, I'm not. No, I didn't lose in this situation. That's a Lumineer. It's going to be winning round number 6. And look at that. It's like I saw a little smile there coming from that Lumineer.
Smile.
A little cheeky grin coming in from that Lumineer. And Katie, what a phenomenal match in round number 6. We saw some really cool spice. We saw some cool things happen. And I'm excited to see that. What do you think?
I'd like to note that Ed, he said, you shall not beat me. I shall lose on my own turn. And he saluted, and then just fell backwards.
Go out on your own terms.
Yeah.
I didn't beat you. I lost myself.
Yes,
you didn't beat me.
I ran out of cards.
Yeah, there it is.
But then he still goes ahead and gets those 3 points. As we said, those Lumineers needed to have enough points to proceed in the day, and he got it. Kendall is going to keep, but either of the ones can keep playing, but one of them is still in the running for day 2.
Right on, and that's all it takes from time to time. But we got Kendall over in the interview room. Let's hear what this Lumineer had to say about why he brought this unique strategy to this tournament.
My name is Baker, and I am joined by a man who just came off of a huge victory, Mr. Kendall Burdett. My friend, it's always a pleasure to get to see you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
So I got to ask, man, you are one of the OG Ruby Amethyst players. You've kept to half of that. We're still playing Ruby, so you get a pass with me. We just saw a fantastic match. The Leviathan, it's a machine doing the business. So let me ask, why did you lock in Ruby Emerald for this event?
Ultimately, the deck's really fun. It draws a bunch of cards. As old Ruby Amethyst player, I love drawing cards. And then it's supposed to be pretty good into the dogs, which was like the deck to beat this tournament. Yeah. So, yeah, 2 birds with 1 stone, have fun, and try to beat the best deck.
What would you say are your bad matchups? What do you not want to run into with red-green?
Mostly Green Seal. Green Seal is very bad matchup. Combination of Pete plus Diablo plus Ancient Ways loop, if they get the Max Goof stuff going, even just a timely Ancient Ways and all the Petes. And then Amber Steel is the next closest, but it just comes down to if they're able to time a good Pete or how many Bare Necessities they might see. But other than that, it's mostly just Green Steel.
So tell me a little bit about that matchup that you just had. Obviously, you took the dub this time, but tell me through your thought trail, are there any particular turns where you were worried it might go the other way? What are your thoughts going into that matchup? Anything you can enlighten us with?
Yeah, so game 1 was pretty like cut and dry. It was like very slow. He had a slow start, and I was just able to do like the Prince John discard stuff. Game 2, I was getting a little worried because I established a bunch of airfoils. the deck is like kind of light on threats. So once he had prepped me a couple times or got some good trades with like the Vitalisphere and the Tamatoa, I was a bit worried because I kind of thought that the game was going to go to deck out because I just draw way too many cards and I don't have a lot of things to win the game. So if I don't get like a very early Leviathan to get like a nice 2-for-1 or something and like quest out quick, then it can. I've played against Sharks multiple times and I've decked myself out quite a bit. So that's why I had to like slow down on the card draw, try to just like deploy one threat at a time to force him to maybe, you know, just play a Be Prepared on the Leviathan or something. And it kind of, it did kind of go to deck out. My opponent did run out of cards, but I did have a Lilo in play as well that would have closed the game out.
But if there's anyone who knows about playing around the board wipe, it is most certainly you. We saw the metagame breakdown earlier. I'm not sure if you had a chance to see it yourself. Ruby Emerald is the second least represented deck in the room today. Does that surprise you at all?
No, historically, Ruby Emerald hasn't been like a popular color combination, but I think you know, combination of like Leviathan coming out in this previous set and Return to Hercules being there, and with it having a good dogs matchup, I think it's like it was a pretty good, you know, pick for the tournament overall. But yeah, not very popular right now.
If you're looking to just have a very favorable matchup spread, but could go the other way. But I love seeing you play some Ruby cards again, my friend. Before we let you go, any shout outs, any thank yous, anything you'd like to say to the community?
Yeah, shout outs to, you know, all my followers and stuff that support me, Team World Class Cards, my girlfriend lets me play a bunch of card games as well.
Shout out, girlfriend.
My brother at home, and my LGSs that I play at as well.
Amazing. Kendall, always a pleasure to see you and have a chat with you, mate. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon.
And you heard it there. I love me some Kendall. He's always playing some really cool decks. He's always very fundamental on his approach, and his strategy actually was firing on all cylinders, clicking away. But it's just a really elegant Luminaire. I'm glad he's part of the community.
Yeah, it's second least represented deck, and he's like, well, let's get it to the finals. And I hope to see that deck again because it was absolutely stunning to see in action. But a little bit more Disney Lorcana. There's more.
Just more. More Lorcana is better. We got more round 6 action happening now. And let's do it. We are jumping right on into some more questing.
Yeah, so we're oriented. We're going to switch to this match, and we are in the middle of the game. It is round 2. Or game 2. Yeah, there we go.
Game 2.
Round 6. Okay.
There we go. And we have another Luminaire that you guys might recognize. This is Melissa, a.k.a. Missy Enchanted. Okay, I see you out here, Luminaire, with your 12 points playing. Oh, my heart. Sapphire Steel is back, and people thought this deck wasn't going to be around for the Infinity format after banning of Hiram. But now here it is, and she's doing quite well in this tournament. And Ephraim is playing a very popular Ruby and Sapphire strategy in game number 2. Ephraim up a game.
Yeah, a little bit of hints here. You're looking at Melissa here, and you see the 50th anniversary Disney World coin. You see friendship bracelets. This is a Disney fan here. But on the other side, we have somebody who also respects Sapphire. It's Sapphire Ruby, and from what I can tell, it is very similar to the last matchup as far as what Ed was running, but it couldn't be more different of a matchup because it's Sapphire Steel, and that deck is really, it's the Steel's removal. Then, you know, you have a little bit of Sapphire ramp, but I'll be interested to see how she melds it, because the reason I'm kind of pausing there is there's a few different directions you can take Sapphire Steel. It's a kind of choose your own adventure.
For sure. I've seen Sapphire Steel be played on maybe a more lower to the ground, aggressive version of the strategy. We saw the Alice Savvy Sailor, you see the Bodyguards, you see that type of deck that plays, you know, the bell and the popsicle, and you can draw and you can sing. That could be a way that you can go. It's a very popular strategy that you can play. Or you can play more of a mid-range version. Maybe you can ramp on 2, ramp on 4, or you can just play ramp on 2 and just play like this mid-range control strategy. I've also seen some Oswald variants around there. So however Melissa's going to cook it up, I think it has been working very positively for this Luminaire, as the Maui is going to try his best to get a part of the game early, it seems.
Yeah, and there we go. I was casting with a person out here competing. J-Bomb is who we go by, or Jeffrey, and he mentioned that, like, when you shuffle, one of the things people do is they look away to be like, I don't even know what's happening in a shuffle. But then we saw the predicament. Sometimes a card flies out, but luckily your friendly local lore guides are sitting at the table saying, don't worry, these things happen. We will go ahead, offer the deck to your opponent to cut. So these are little beginning of the game things they do.
Absolutely. Huge shout out to all the lore guys, by the way, for keeping this tournament moving at a very smooth pace. I really love our lore guide community and all the things they do for the game. As we're going to start this thing off, round number 6, game number 2 underway. We're starting Tipo. Ink Tipo, play the popsicle. So more popsicles all around. Sapphire, one of the best cards ever printed, I think, is this popsicle.
It's summer. Let's get out the popsicles. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of the popsicles, as we saw once you pop, the fun don't stop. They keep going. But there's also some other telltale steel things. We're getting some hints here. We see a Fortisphere, which is popsicle, but a little bit different. You get a draw card, it's only 1 cost. We also see Pete and an Angel, Experiment 624. So very, very different than what Efren's game plan is, but a little bit of rhyming.
Yeah, and historically, if Melissa was playing the more aggressive version, I would think that her strategy would be at a slight advantage in this matchup, but it seems as if she's playing more of the mid-range controlier type build, and I think the slight edge goes to Ruby Sapphire there. I think the Ruby removal is just a bit stronger than the steel in this type of scenario, as we are going to sell the Azurite C, use our additional link to play the popsicle now. So 2 pops versus 1. Who's going to come out on top in the pop battle?
Yeah, and I mean, popsicle, like we mentioned, I mean, you can remove 2 damage. You don't see it that often because it's just one of those things you really want to keep cycling them to draw the cards. However, in this case, we have 2 on the board, and then we have a Scuttle Bird Brain, I believe, with Ward. So it's not just Emerald. Sometimes you can have Ward in this Sapphire build, but Efren is Melissa has a few turns before we see the heat of the Ruby Sapphire build. So now, will he hit that ramp onto we talk about?
And we don't, but we have we call this the ramp on desperation. Okay, sometimes desperate times call for desperate measure, as we are going to use the hideaway on ourselves to send our popsicle down into the inkwell just to maintain that level of that speed, that tempo. You want to make sure you're ramping on too. And you do what you got to do sometimes.
You don't see that all the time. There's plan A, a sail, plan B, Tipo, plan 3. Away on my own popsicle, and that's kind of a bummer because, like, as we saw, the recursion of the popsicle is so powerful, but like you said, you do what you got to do to stay in this game, and he has to keep in lockstep. They're both Sapphires, so they truly have to make sure they keep pace. Otherwise, that advantage he has with Sapphire is lost.
And that's a very fair point, Katie. And we're thinking about putting this Beast Tragic Hero down to the inkwell, and I'm doing everything I can to hold on to this Beast for as long as possible. Beast Tragic Hero has been a thorn in the side of the Ruby players for a long time since they've kind of moved away from that Madame Medusa. So if you can get this Beast down as early as possible after that ramp, maybe you can use that Beast to draw you a significant amount of cards. As Melissa's thinking about what we want to do in this spot, do we want to keep the Scuttle or do we want to keep the Beast is the decision. As we're having a little small conversation with the lore guy.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's just making sure that the sequencing, everything of this interacts. So we will go ahead. Oh, and it's about, can you go ahead and sing a song when there's nothing on the board? In this case, with this song, you deal 2 damage, there nothing is. It's not conditional. You can still draw a card even though there's no characters there.
But if you have a character, you do have to
that is the downside.
She's your whole character. So that was a decision. You do have to resolve the ability as much as you can. Huge shout out to the lore guys there, being there to answer that question as the Grandma Tala, keeper of the ancient stories, is back. Check the top of the deck. Check top 2. Add 1 to your hand and send 1 to the bottom of the deck.
Now, Melissa has been dabbling in real estate. We see 2 McDuck banners, but that's one of those things that people like to kind of keep those McDuck banners because it's one of those very powerful things where you kind of get your opponent feeling safe. You're doing some removal, but she goes with that Beast Tragic Hero. She'll save those McDuck banners. She has another Tragic Hero, but that's going to be the engine that powers forward. We talk about the draw engine. 2 cards per turn now, as long as he has no damage, and he probably remain damage-free for a while based on this matchup.
And maybe Ephraim has elected to play the Firefly Storm as well. That could be a nice tool to get the Beast Tragic Hero off the board. But if you don't, this Beast Tragic Hero could potentially stay around for some time, and that could be what Melissa needs to accelerate herself into the late game. However, Melissa needs to maintain some type of threat. We see those McDuck Manors. Maybe if we can hold on to those McDuck Manors for as long as possible, and there is the Firefly Swarm. You hate to see it, but if you can get the be prepared to be played and slam those Manors, that could be a certified win condition.
And I know we've waxed poetic about it, but it is so cool to see a card that just came out of Wilds Unknown being deployed against these kind of cards that are some ancient tech. And then we have Scuttle, which says you will not be hitting the Firefly Swarm on me specifically.
Not me,
I have Ward, I'm a 5/5, I'm questing for 2, but we have backup Grandma on the board now.
And that is the lore pressure that you need. Scuttle Bird Brain has been a wonderful card from Winter's Spell. He can quest for 2. He does have Ward, and he is 5/5. So even if you do exert this character, is going to take both of these Grandmas neurons to take him out. So that is a nice little piece. As we see, she's favoring these McDuck manners. We're going to drag these manners for as long as possible. Wait for that, be prepared. Build a nice little fortress and hope that's going to be good enough as we get a quick pass from Ephraim.
And I love the point you made, because normally we say McDuck Manor comes down after you play your Be Prepared. But in this case, she's like, you do it. In this case, there we go. She favored it again here, inking that Beast Tragic Hero, and then electing to redeem 2 popsicles because
the Tamatoa is back, and he has a really, really cool collection, I've heard, as this character will be able to add 2 items back from the discard pile. I'm beautiful, baby.
Yeah, I'm beautiful, baby. Is that good? Anyway, he drives like you said. I've used the word engine a lot, but I mean that's the middle of the game, is making sure you keep that hand full. Melissa has done a very good job at that. She has 5 cards in hand, and this is not a discard matchup. Everybody gets to keep their cards. Congratulations! But now Ephraim is getting to the top end of his curve, where pretty much it is, as we saw, sharks in the waters. Anything is fair game, and Scuttle is exerted, so he can go ahead and challenge into him once Melissa.
If you want, I mean, or you could play a Maui Hero Tall and take a little chance to rush in, or maybe go for a Vitalosphere and another character. A Liquidator plus Vitalosphere could be a nice little turn for Ephraim, as we are thinking about this bird brain. Melissa is putting the pedal to the metal a little bit, but it's still just it's going to be a long slog. These Sapphire mirrors, or not Sapphire matchups, take a little bit of time. We need more ink and inkwell, and we're going to take a little bit more time to set that up.
And I like her questing with that Scuttle, because as we've seen many times in this tournament so far, once you get to 7 ink, a Be Prepared can come. So if you have a chance to quest, I recommend it. And if she wants to send 2 characters into 1 Scuttle, you can go ahead and do that. So it was very courageous to do it. And there, I think he might be doing the double challenge into it. 1 down.
Or you could be setting yourself up for another Firefly Swarm. The Tamatoa is available. I mean, you cannot use that card against the Scuttle due to the war keyword, but you can. There's nothing wrong with taking out this Tamatoa with the Firefly Swarm.
There we go.
The Swarm is active, and there's about 10 million Fireflies on that Firefly Swarm, I would say.
And she didn't put the damage, because I think she was like, well, of course you're going to get rid of it. But no, like you saw through, it was just about getting a card in the discard, because then it activates that second tier of abilities. So now we have a Scuttle carrying damage. That probably won't matter, because we have a Popsicle, which, as we mentioned, Popsicles can remove damage. They're very tasty and very helpful.
Popsicle might be the card of the tournament. I mean, we've seen this card so much, and it's so versatile, and it does so much for these Sapphire decks. And I've really enjoyed to see this Popsicle just being looped around. A lot of Merlin's carpet bag, a lot of Popsicle, a lot of Tamatoa. It is a certified engine. But we also have this Bell, the Apprentice Inventor, is in hand. It works quite nicely with Popsicle as well. So a little bit of synergy there coming in from Melissa.
And a lot of times we see that Bell coming in on turn 1, but in this case she is saying, I need some characters. While those McDuck Manners are quite powerful, just having ability to respond, build back that board, have more than just 2 locations. Because as we've seen, there are some very heavy hitters that can run in the Ruby Sapphire build. So McDuck Manor is good, but in this matchup, it's not impenetrable. She is deciding here. She has 4 ink left. Scuttle can technically sing, but I mean, Gramatola by herself is not something you should be generally too worried about. But just deciding how she wants to go ahead.
Yeah, I don't hate the play. If you have this Scuttle singing and the Along Came Zeus onto the Gramatola and just start setting up some of these locations, because you have to start applying some pressure to Ephraim, because I believe the inevitability is always going to go to Ruby and Sapphire. The longer the game goes, they will eventually find a way to win if you don't take it away from them, or deck yourself out, as it may be, as we saw in the previous previous game. As now we have the Bell, the Apprentice Inventor is down, and the Popsicle notably not healing the Scuttle. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, these are all choices you can make, because like we've seen, I mean, if you go ahead and remove the damage, you do have to put it to the discard. And she doesn't appear to have a Tamatoa to get it back out, so she might be saying, like, I'll go ahead. You can carry the 3 damage. He's not going to deal damage right now at all. And the only thing she's afraid of is that Be Prepared. So in this case, Scuttle can go ahead, get 2 more lore, and now it is just a situation of, do you have Be Prepared?
Do you have it or don't you have it? As she is shown some immense discipline with these McDuck Manners, and you're waiting for that Be Prepared. You're waiting on something to clear your board, and then she's going to build a nice fortress. Granted, you don't have that 8 ink threshold that you'd like to see at this point of the game, but you take it one at a time, and there it is. The plan is coming together. The Be Prepared has been found, and it has been played. Ephraim is kind of on those, and well, you have 4 cards in hand, but we have that Merlin's cover bag is established, and I don't know if they have access to a popsicle yet.
She certainly doesn't have access to ink here. I think she was hoping because she could have put down a whole neighborhood, but unfortunately she drew an uninkable, so she has another McDuck she can't play. Doesn't have enough ink to do anything with the other cards, so unfortunately that was her whole turn.
And that's not the worst turn. This will force some type of interaction from Ephraim now because this is a legitimate clock that has been established for Melissa. I know it sounds bizarre to say a 2-lure thread is a game-winning clock. It is, and I've seen it happen, especially when you have them in multiples. So Ephraim now is going to have to adjust the game plan, maybe start putting some characters into the field of play to engage with this deck manner. We're taking the Mambo again. Merlin, carpet back, hockety-pockety, getting a popsicle, banish the popsicle, bring it back. You know the vibes.
I've learned the 1-2 step, and there we go. 6 damage onto this. For those playing at home, this McDuck banner, we haven't seen a lot of locations in this tournament. Locations have a willpower. Now, we don't take any damage back, but you have to deal 9 damage to this McDuck banner to get rid of it. So we're going to start the process. As you mentioned, she's got a little bit ways to go. The clock is ticking, another banner's coming, but there's not a lot of downsides to challenging into a location like this, especially when he's got Reckless. He has to challenge.
He has to challenge, and that's kind of what another purpose that this Glimmer serves in this strategy is just clearing the locations off the board. He's taken down so many manners in his career, all the way from set 1. This Maui Hero's all back at it like he never left, just getting active onto these locations. And we have the Along Came Zeus, and I think he might have to take another turn off to just play this Zeus to clear this Maui right now. Let's see if Melissa takes it. No, we need some cards.
Yeah, and it's kind of one of those things that when you want, steel songs are one of the most important things in the game because it can do this removal, but you want singers. Locations cannot sing. She's had an inkability issue in this matchup. She's still holding on to that McDuck manner because we've seen how valuable it is, but unfortunately, when you're not getting the ink, you keep getting songs. We have this Tamatoa, but we don't have enough ink to play at this turn. You're just kind of picking which path you think is the most optimal and hoping you don't pick wrong. But like you said, the inevitability factor. Ephraim is just going to keep getting better and better as the game goes on.
And it looks like we're thinking about abandoning our McDuck Manor strategy and maybe going for this Along Came Zeus. I would have loved to see the Along Came Zeus that turn and then slam another Manor on the following turn, taking it slow as we're going to get another card. Maui Hero to All has 5 willpower, so we have two of the let the Storm Rage on, putting 4 damage on, and we're going to get a quick pass here. So, man, I think that Maui is just such a tremendous got you in a pickle here on this location. I would have loved to see this Maui Hero get sent to the discard pile on that previous turn.
It was just so many things going against each other, and the fact that you don't have the singers to sing, you don't have the ink to ink. So she had to pick, and in this case, the Maui's coming no matter what. In that bell, she's a character. We go ahead, and she put the popsicles in the discard because there's a Tamatoa. So she sees the path forward. She's like, okay, I'm just going to stabilize. I can get my Tamatoa happy as a clam, get these popsicles back, redeploy. We should be okay. But, man, she's operating on the absolute margins with the ink situation she has.
Yeah, and now all that work that you did with a double Let the Storms Rage On gambit all has now been for naught because the popsicle has now fully healed the Maui, and you're going to need to play another card anyway. So I believe you still have access to that Along Came Zeus, and you can play it, but now you have another Maui. This is the Maui Half Shark, and you cannot afford to exert any of your glimmers now in this low resource game state. Ephraim now hands on table, staring at these 2 Maui's in 1 bell, and I wonder what Melissa's thinking here.
She's saying, 3 arrows, pretty cool new card from Pixar's Brave, but not, once again, it's like an action, and so the deck lines, you have your actions, your songs, and your items, but they're all kind of competing because she just doesn't have enough ink to do it, and that is one of the things. Sapphire, there we go, we see this McDonough, she's holding on to it for this whole game. She's like, I think I might have to ink it because that's what I need to do to stay in this game, to start firing the card draw. She will have to ink probably something, because if she even plays out Tamatoa, it's not really quest that you get to play an item for free. You'd have to pay to play a popsicle. It's just, she's had unfavorable math after another.
Yeah, and now we have that Maui Half Shark established. We have that Merlin's carpet bag established, and you're going to have to eventually use this, and then Along Came Zeus at a certain point to probably start getting these Maui's off the board. But to your point earlier, Katie, I think you might have to establish some type of singer. This time until Happy as a Clam can sing the Along Came Zeus onto the Maui Half Shark, so that could be a way that what you're trying to set up now, but you're just trying to find those resources and keep extending, as Popsicle now is going to be played as, like you said, we have to abandon the manner strategy here.
Right, and even with that 3 arrows, that kind of is only going to deal 2 damage, and then also another one to another character. That's not a lot in these very giant Maui situations. at the end of the day, that she just knows McDuck Manor's not going to get it done because it's a simple 2 Maui, 1 manor. The math isn't good. So she goes ahead, keeps it because it might end up paying off, but no.
Dragonfire from the Maleficent Dragon, beautiful and enchanted from the set championship from Fable, looking phenomenal here on the feature match table. You actually love to see it. And the Pirate's Life is going to be played as well. And at these points of the game, that ruby removal is really shining through as we see that Melissa just cannot get anything to stick on the board. No singers. You're going to have to start using these long game Zeus's in a way that you want, because this Maui will run away with this game. I've seen him do it multiple times. Pete Games Referee is a pretty good card here.
Yeah, especially knowing that he wants to do what you called so eloquently an action storm. Yeah. But I think, yeah, we're pointing out the difference between Lucille and Ruby. Melissa has to do a lot of math. She's like, okay, I can do 5 damage here, 2 damage here. Efren reads his cards and says, it just says get rid of your stuff.
Bye.
Just buy. Whatever it is, get out of here as long as it doesn't have a ward. In this case, we have 1 bell, and the face is very appropriate here if we're going, me? By myself? I'm a 3-3.
I can't do this alone. I need some help as the Fortisphere is going to be played. This is Infinity format. Fortisphere is nice and legal. You love to see the Bodyguard Giver is back with the Resourceful and the Extract of Steel ability 1 cost. Also, you can draw a card there. Love to see it. We got Popsicle back again as well. So we are continuing to generate some resources. Ton of cards there in hand, but we need to find a way to get these challenging characters off the board, I would say.
And she does elect to go ahead and use that, and then along came Zeus onto the shark. It's perfectly sized, 5 damage for a 5 willpower character. We mentioned that Pete might be good because it stops that action storm, but another way to do it is just get rid of Maui half shark altogether. So he is now in the discard pile. But Melissa, she's still, it's kind of one of those things. She's able to stop, but she can't necessarily turn the corner towards winning. And even with her hand, there's just not a lot of straight lines forward to like, oh, and here's how I get all the lore to get to 20. Meanwhile, pretty much every card that Efren draws at this point forward will rocket him forward, especially because he has his Merlin carpet bag to keep drawing that forward. So he's feeling a little bit more comfortable, but Melissa...
And maybe looking at this deck that Melissa has built, it doesn't really remind me. I haven't seen any of the indicators that it is, the Alice Savvy Sailor, the Bodyguards, those types of cards. I haven't seen the Strength of Raging Fires and those types of cards yet either. Maybe there is a world, there is some top end in this strategy. Maybe there is some Tamatoa, So Shiny, some Lucky Dimes, maybe some Ariel Treasure Collector could be in the strategy, or excuse me, Ariel, the Treasure Collector, I believe the Sapphire Ariel that can that has ward and that can gain some lore. Maybe you can find a way like that to just pile on a significant amount of lore relatively quickly, because Ephraim also is keeping your board nice and tidy, but he's not presenting tremendous lore threats of his own either, as we're going to see how far I'll go with the Maui here at all.
And one thing I will mention is, as this game, we're on set 12, these ink colors, the players start to develop their own identities. And one of the things I will say, I'll say it on record, Sapphire Steel players, they inspired me because they're always kind of tinkering the deck to kind of say, like, where is the meta, where can we hit it? So I do like that you pointed out, at this point, Efren has no idea what her top end is as much as we do because it is closed deck list. The problem is that if we look at how much ink, Efren has far more. He has more cards, more ink, more options, more characters on the board. Also has more items. So that's why I think that Happy as a Clam is like, well, maybe that's a path forward. But she is still staying in this. She has ways to deal damage. And we have a singer on board. Belle, she can sing, like you mentioned, Strength or the Split the Storm Rage on. But he's just drawing more cards. We're envisioning, while we're talking, he's like, don't worry, I'll just keep drawing. I got my Grandma Tall, I have a vision of the future, shaping the hand to the future he wants to see. And I see a little laugh there, which makes me think she knows.
At least the Illuminators are having a good time. This is round number 6. We have 8 rounds of Swiss today, so these Illuminators have been playing all day long. You're playing these Sapphire. They can get a bit sloggy from time to time, and I'm glad to see that the spirits are still high. Everyone is laughing and jovial and having a good time. That's very special about our game of Lorcana. Even when the competition is fierce, and this is some fierce competition, you're still able to throw your head back and laugh and share a good time, and that's what this game is all about, Katie.
I do love, there's certain things you see players do where you're like, are you doing what I think you do? He did a vision and counted how many actions he has. So I think they were giggling, being like, I think you might be looking for a snowman. You want to build one. And there he goes. He is going to deploy Olaf as the snowman of action. And we've seen him. And we talk about Popsicle being impactful. This card is very impactful.
This might be my second choice for card of the tournament so far. Olaf, snowman of action, has been really pivotal and vital in these Ruby strategies that we've seen on feature today, being played at a discount. Also, being able to reduce your opponent's lore. So Melissa was working very hard for the lore that she had. The 5 was so generous that she would would have loved to have more, but 5 was enough, and now Olaf's going to take 2 of those away.
Yeah, it's hard to be mad at him. He's just kind of looking, and it's hard to be mad at that little snowman. Pirate's Life, I get angry. Olaf, well, that's quite nice. He's kind of fun.
He's having a good time.
He loves warm hugs, but Melissa would love to see some characters. I think that we talked about like Beast Tragic Hero, Pete, good cards, but they all feel temporary in the face of Ruby. Now, along came Zeus, perfectly sized once again for one of these big bodies, but she just has a lot more work to do. Starting with 3 arrows, a newer card here.
3 arrows, we'll be able to put 2 damage onto one character, 1 damage on another, and the bell will be able to finally rid the board of this Maui Hero Tar, who was giving you a little bit of problem. We still have that Grandma Tala, and we have that Olaf Snowman of Action remaining, and we still can kind of do the popsicle loop, but we have to figure out a way to get the rest of these glimmers off the board. Like you said, Melissa needs some bodies. We need characters. Pete and Beast could be a nice energy there, I think, and you can set up we can set up another McDuck Manor on a subsequent turn.
Yeah, and I think knowing that he's going to go on another vision of the future. He's been really looking into the future a lot lately, and I think he sees an Olaf. And the thing that's interesting about that Olaf is as long as there's actions in your discard, it's an eternal discard. Right. But he's looking at his hand, looking at what card he wants to keep here. Melissa has really nothing to interact with on the other side, so he's just trying to put some staying power for him, or possibly looking even deeper in his deck. It's tough to say what he elected to keep there.
I believe, was it that Olaf? I want to say it might have been, or we may just trying to find some question pressure. Could have been this Tamatoa Heavy as a clam there. We're getting those popsicles back again as we have just the one. Remember, we had to use that hideaway on one of our popsicles earlier on in the game as we draw and get to another popsicle. So the drawing continues. Popsicle again, getting another card. I believe that is a Firefly Swarm there.
Oh, yeah, and he has to be prepared, which I'm like, where he's going. He's not. Because you get to the point where the wider your board gets, you're like, well, I don't want to go ahead and destroy or banish all characters. But I will note, you said hideaway. I was like, that was this game. That was this game. He missed ramp on 2, and apparently things are still looking fine because Melissa hasn't had the most swimming series of cards. Both of them had kind of a funky start, but now here we go. We've got lots of characters. Well, 3 characters to pick from. There's that tragic hero and the Pete you mentioned, saying it's not much, but it's what I got.
It's what I got, and he comes in a little bit upside down. I like this that the community does that just to let everyone know what's going on with this Pete. He's blowing the whistle. No action can be played on this next turn, and I think that is a really cool thing that happens. Efren now looking to maybe play some items and not keep the ancient ways, so you can go through another Merlin's carpet bag sequence here and just continuing to develop more characters to the board. Like you said, steel removal is going to have to take 1 at a time. You can just play as many characters as you want and try to just value the steel removal.
Yeah, it's very rare that I say, well, in this case, the Ruby Sapphire wants to go as wide as possible. That we're doing that right now. Against a steel deck, that's what you want to do. The problem is that all of Efren's characters are pretty big and intimidating. The smallest is a 3/3 here on that Grandma Tala. He will go ahead and quest. He can play an item for free whenever this beautiful baby ability engages. And then we're going to go ahead and engage. So he's firing. Everything is going swimmingly for Efren right now. And Melissa's saying, what can I do against this? Not much.
Maleficent Dragon is back again, so that's a second installment of the Maleficent Dragon. Dragon Fire will send that Beast Tragic Hero to the discard pile, and now you're left with nothing but a P. A lot of questing power now generated from the Ruby and Sapphire player. That's 2, 4, 6, 7 lore in play. This could be the end of this game unless we can get some type of remove. Check in hand. We have Angel. We have McDuck Manor. We have Belle. It's not going to be well, actually, we can take down one character, but the fist bump is going to be issued, and Melissa will go down. Efren is going to be our winner on Ruby and Sapphire, still alive and well, trying to set themselves up for day 2. Both of these Lumineers are very much alive and well for day 2, as it may be, but it was a phenomenal match, a nice, grindy slugfest. What I love about the Infinity format, you better be ready to play. You better be ready to play for some time. What do you think about that match, Katie?
I love to see it. One of the things at the end, that Maleficent Dragon, she came out in set 1. We saw it in Fabled, and I love that we have Pete saying no actions. What if the action's on the card with the abilities? Dragonfire's a card, Dragonfire's in there. It couldn't be more poetic, and it's just very exciting to see some of these cards come full circle in this Infinity format, and Ruby Sapphire seems like a pretty formidable deck. I wonder if anyone picked it today to win. I don't know who would do it.
You know what? I'm feeling pretty comfortable about my pick, but I still like Melissa's strategy as well, and I think she still has an opportunity to make some deep strides, maybe against a different matchup. But we got Ephraim over in the interview area. Let's see what that Illuminator has to say about their particular strategy.
I'm back in the interview booth with Efren, also known as Tito.
Yes, sir.
After watching you win that match against Sapphire Steel, not a very well represented deck, but a fun deck. You're on Ruby Sapphire Actions.
Yes,
and how are you feeling, and why did you bring that deck into this tournament?
So I have the lowest amount of, I wasn't able to put too much time to play in like Infinity. I really like core a lot, but I wanted to come and support my friends. I asked a buddy that I trusted, I said, hey man, what deck should I run? And I was thinking about doing the Ruby Amethyst, and he said, man, I think the call is at Ruby Actions. And yesterday, I played it in the Ticket Quest, and I was like, I don't want 3 Fireflies, I want maybe 2 and 1 Brawl just for the dogs. And that costed me during that matchup, so today I put a Firefly in there, and I tend to have foils in my deck, but this one Firefly is a non-foil, and it keeps on showing up over and over again, and it just, every single time it's been clutch.
It's a lucky Firefly. It's a lucky bug.
This ain't the angel numbers, you know, but it's showing up, and it just, it's been saving me a lot of times, for sure.
Yeah, sometimes one microphone, I gotta do this. So one thing I always love to see in these games is like fun, creative plays. There's the standard players, there's fun, creative plays. You had a moment this game where you were behind on ramp and you leveraged a hideaway to hide away your own popsicle. Talk about that.
Yeah, you don't want to fall behind versus a ramp deck. You want to be able to stay in the game and give yourself a chance for the deck to go. Falling behind one turn, especially on the draw, you don't want to do that. So I missed ramp. I went, I think 6. I kept the popsicle, and I said, you know what? I'm going to do this and see what happens. She plays blue steel. She has Merlin's carpet bag. Yeah. And I said, that might cost me, but I need to stay in the game right now.
And last thing, we're talking to you a little bit before this. You're 5-1 now in this event. You're well in the running for day 2. And you told me this is your first TCG.
It is. It is my first TCG. I went into Lorcana. I went to a GameStop, recently got laid off. And I'm like, you know what? I want to rip some Pokemon or something. And someone said, hey, man, there's Lorcana. In the first 3 packs, I ripped a Mickey Sorcerer from Chapter 1, and I was hooked from there. My girlfriend loves, shout out to my girlfriend, Stephanie, I miss you, baby, I love you. She loves Disney. We're always going to Disney all the time, and I said, maybe we can play this together. She didn't like it so much, a lot of math involved, but I met some really good friends, a really good community in our area, and this is the first, and I enjoyed it a lot. So it's the first time I've been playing any TCG really competitively or anything at all, so it's working out so far.
Yeah, well, here you are, 5-1, well in the hunt for day 2. Congratulations on a win. Can't wait to see where you go from here. Good luck, Tito.
I appreciate it, man. It's a pleasure being here, man.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Wow, huge shout out to Ephraim, first TCG, and you're doing so well in a Disney Lorcana challenge. You absolutely love to see it. These are the stories that I love to hear, and that if you're out there watching, if you want to get into a really cool, fun trading card game, this might be the one for you. You could be the next Ephraim, and I love what he had to say about it.
I do too, because I think that's one of the things we hear in this room is that these Disney Lorcana challenges, we talk about the players, we're like, we all know. Every tournament, there's like, who's that? And it's very exciting when you hear that somebody's like, maybe I could have my shot at this. And there was a friend going ahead and taking a shot and being pretty successful with it.
And that is really cool. But I'm excited. I'm excited about this tournament. It's been so lovely here in Infinity in Indianapolis. But I'm really excited, Katie. We got more card reveals. You guys stay tuned. Keep it locked. Please don't touch that dial. Don't go anywhere. Tell your friends to get into the stream right now because there are more card reveals coming your way right now.
We are back in the
From Attack of the Vine, or should I say Attack of the Vine?
Exclamation mark included.
Yes,
Okay, you better not leave it off.
You can't leave off the exclamation point. It's very important.
For sure.
Yes. We've already seen a few reveals today. There's that Mother Gothel, evil as ever, the Emerald character, so cool. And then a brand new steel action. Look what you've done.
Oh, I am excited for the new mechanics. All the different things, the different synergies, and gives players a lot of room to be creative and make their decks kind of unique to themselves. So it's really nice to see how far they can push this beautiful game that we play.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see our next card reveal, JDZ.
Ooh, I'm ready too.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Are you going to read it off for us?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's bring it up. And here we have our new
Oh my goodness.
Look at her.
Let's go.
She's so great.
Another Rapunzel.
I
Can
love
you believe
her.
it? I absolutely love it.
Rapunzel.
This is a one-cost inkable character, Rapunzel, escaping the tower. 2 strength, 1 willpower emerald character with the ability name, the Call of Adventure. Once during your turn, you may discard a card to give this character +1 lore and evasive until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
A quest for 1 naturally.
Okay.
But you can discard a card. Now I see the puzzles.
The wheels are turning. I'm seeing the synergy now. We've seen 2 cards that say when you discard it that you can play it from your discard, and now we have a reason.
A nice discard outlet, and you mentioned that Mother Gothel character that we saw before. Now that pairs quite nicely with this Rapunzel escaping the tower, because you can discard, give this evasive, and then pay the 2 ink to play the Mother Gothel. You're not losing any tempo, you're not losing any card advantage, and you're fine because it plays well on the curve. So this card is phenomenal. The artwork done by Emily Abendera is so nice. You just see her using that hair to escape from the tower, it looks like.
Yeah, the art is so fantastic. Her hair, she is, going down, trying to escape from Mother Gothel and the vine, too, probably, right? We've got the
Who
vine.
knows what's going on? We're going to find out more. But I love her outfit so much so. I don't know if you can tell. I got a little...
You do a little
something.
Rapunzel.
A little something. I'm
Rapunzel
a little
going
Rapunzel
on
myself.
here.
I've been told. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Turn 1, Rapunzel, escaping the tower. Turn 2, discard Mother Gothel and just play her right away.
Play it right away.
So good.
And it seems like there's a lot of discard synergy happening between the Emerald and Steel. You have so many other discard outlets, and being able to get value from discarding from your own hand is so unique and creative, because a 1-cost, 2 questing evasive character is extremely powerful.
So powerful.
And you can trigger this effect over time, over multiple turns.
Yes.
So that is a really, really cool card. I'm excited to try this.
I see
Rapunzel.
why it's a super rare.
I
can see why Rapunzel is a super rare card, because that ability, like you said, is so great. Yeah, being able to just quest for 2
right away. And you can probably get
good.
multiple of these together, and now you can trigger this special ability multiple times with multiple different characters, and now you have this almost like an aggressive outlet. So it's a really, really cool card, and all the Rapunzel fans in the community are probably going to be overjoyed to see another Rapunzel character being added, and it just looks so very cool.
Yeah, I think Rapunzel and Tangled, of course, is the movie that she's from, and Tangled is a fan favorite of Disney movies. It's got great characters, great glimmers, and the other thing that I love about this card is the little bit of flavor that you get here with the name of the ability, the Call of Adventure, which is so Rapunzel because she's all about adventure. And so I love that, even though it doesn't have flavor text on it, you still get that flavor. You still get the flavor with the ability name.
This one's an absolute slam dunk. I cannot wait to try this card, Rebecca.
Oh, I can't wait either. And I can't wait to share more card reveals with you all watching. But that's it for today. That's it. That's all the card reveals we have
We
today.
need more. No, Rebecca, not like this.
Don't worry. We have more tomorrow. There's
okay.
more tomorrow,
We're fine.
Lumineers. So tune in back with us all day Sunday, because we have more Attack of the Vine card reveals coming for you.
6 match. A couple of matches those were. We are heading into round 7. As always, I am Brent Mukai, joined by the lovely...
Oh, lovely.
The lovely, the dashing... Oh, perhaps a bit devious as well.
That's a bit more like the words I'm used to being used to describe me. Brent, it's great to be in the booth with you. My first time in the booth all weekend. You've been smashing it, man. You've been having fun?
I've been having tons of fun.
You look like you haven't been.
Oh my gosh, I don't want it to end.
Oh, well, thankfully, mate, we got a whole nother day of it tomorrow. 4 more rounds of Swizz into our top 32. Who's going to be the next players qualified for the North American Championship? Who's going all the way? Who is our next Disney Lorcana Challenge champion? And most importantly, who's going to Worlds?
Right? And who's still here? Who's still in the race? Because to make day 2, you need at least 18 points, which means that you need to win 6 out of the 8 matches today. And people are, my wife has already dropped out.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Bless her.
Yeah, when you get Dale Bolito round 1, it's like...
Oh, okay. I have no further questions.
You got nothing to, you got nothing to be ashamed
He's
of.
Been smashing it as well today, as well. A lot of well-known names in the community, but also rising stars. That's part of the story, right? Some players are looking to get back to championships, back to Worlds. Some players saw Worlds and were like, I'd like a bit of that, mate. So they're trying to get there for the first time, and we are here to tell their stories. But I do believe we're ready to jump straight into our round 7 feature match. Are you ready, Brent?
I'm ready. Let's get pumped and take it to the table.
Okay, I need to give a very brief backstory here, if you would permit me a moment of indulgence, friend. So this player on the right-hand side here, this is Jeffrey Modlin, commonly known by friends as Geo. And I have known this man since before I discovered Lorcana, since before Lorcana came out. We met online through for a forum that will go unnamed, and we played D&D together every Sunday for the last 5 years. And he is a Goliath monk in the campaign that I have been running for the last literally 5 years. So I know Jeffrey really well. I think this is 3rd or 4th DLC. He always gets right to the cuff of getting to day 2.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite get over the mountain. It's his first feature match, so I'm incredibly proud of him. I'm very glad to see him performing extremely well today, and it is, of course, all to play for. And he is rocking my colours. I might have abused my power a little bit, Brent. I'm not going to lie. That good old-fashioned ruby amethyst. And on the left-hand side of the screen, what do we see, Brent?
We see Irvin on the old emerald steel. I got to assume it's discard. Obviously, there are different variations of the deck, but that is the typical package. You know, we see the Prince John, we see the sudden chills,
of course,
what have you. And of course, Geo is your friend, rocking the ruby amethyst.
Of course, yeah. He learned well. I'm not going to lie, he was crashing out very recently, and he was like, I might play dogs. And I was like, bro, I will never forgive you. So I'd like to think that's the reason he's doing it. But here we go, turn 1, inking that muses, down comes the Diablo.
Yep, this Maleficent Spy will allow Irvin to spy the hand of Geo. So we will see a few key notable cards in the ruby amethyst build. Our old friends, right? Merlin Crab, we got Merlin Rabbit, but sitting next to him are 2 new friends, Jebediah Farnsworth.
Absolutely, and that Jebediah Farnsworth is going to be very important in this match, Brent, because where there is Emerald Steel, there is Evasive Diablo Devoted Herald, so that's going to be a really key piece to be able to shut off that bird as soon as possible.
That's one thing that we are desperately trying to do when we are playing the Ruby Amethyst. I'm also a Ruby Amethyst fan.
Ooh, look at the Archimedes in here, Brent. A bit of spice. What does this card do, my friend?
When this card comes down, you can banish an item, and whenever an item is banished, you can draw a card and discard a card, but it's going to hit the inkwell here. This resourceful owl will not see play, at least for now.
Not really for this matchup. Ruby Amethyst doesn't traditionally play items. Maybe some aggro versions might play Amethyst Chromacon, but again, we've seen the hand. And we're actually going to take a second look at the hand. There weren't any songs the first time, but hey, information is power, right?
Yep, this Ursula Deceiver says you'll never even miss it, but she's the one who's missing out here because there were no songs in Jeffrey's hand. As this Diablo, Obedient Raven is going to go for a quest. Now this card, with his ability, Fly My Pet, will allow Geo to draw a card when this card is banished.
Yeah, and just a really solid one drop. You don't really care too much if it is taken out. You are the card's immediately replacing itself, but more importantly, perhaps tempting something to challenge into the Diablo, which would then immediately be answered by the Jebediah Farnsworth with that 3/3 stat line. If it was the Ursula that took out the Diablo, the Jebediah would take it out and then live to tell the tale. We do see that Devoted Herald come down, but just a hard summon for a cost of 3. No shift, Brent.
No shift at all. As this Scrooge McDuck, the Ghostly Ebenezer, is going to come down. One of the cards from the Whispers in the Well set. He has boost 1. Whenever you put a card under him, he gets +1/+1. Strength and willpower for every card under him. So that card can snowball out of control if Irvin doesn't do something about it pretty immediately. Steel struggles into this card.
You're absolutely right. I love this Scrooge McDuck. Actually, was from Winterspell. The debut of Boost was in Whispers in the Well. You're absolutely right. But we got more of those Boost characters in Winterspell, and this Scrooge McDuck has very quickly become one of my favorite Ruby cards, Brent, and I'd love to tell you why. 3/3 is already a pretty good stat line for a 2 cost, but for a cost of 1, boosting and putting a card under it from the top of the deck, it can get absolutely carried away. If your opponent doesn't answer it, we're going a 4/4, a 6/6, an 8/8. It gets to the point where how are we getting the Scrooge off the board? And not only that, Brent, all cards under this Scrooge, if we were to return it to our hand with something like a Madam Mim Snake or a Madam Mim Fox, this is going to act as pseudo card draw, but it's not actually drawing a card. So even if there is a exerted Diablo, they're not going to draw cards for that. So this Scrooge McDuck can it can serve many purposes, and I think it's such a solid inclusion in the deck.
And Ursula, Deceiver of All, is going to come down. We are not going to save and get greedy with the Strength of a Raging Fire. We're going to sing it with the Diablo right here, right now, taking out that Jebediah Farnsworth. That is one burnt cookie heading to the discard pile.
He's going to want some bacon grease to get over that challenge right there. But yeah, Irvin identifying, I need to get rid of this evasive character, singing the song with Diablo, so now we're going to be drawing cards. And now, because this Merlin Rabbit comes down, which is going to let us draw a card, Irvin's draw engine is underway, and Jeffrey really needs to prioritize getting this bird off the board. Otherwise, Irvin's card advantage is going to get absolutely out of control.
And I got to imagine, I haven't been able to scope his hand too much, but when the Elsa Fifth Spirit hits the Inkwell on turn 4, I got to imagine we have another one in hand to deal with this Diablo. Otherwise, Gio is saying, oh, you know what? I like this Diablo guy. I'll let him stick around. Could not be the case, right? As Irvin is going to go ahead and draw a card.
And there's a really interesting decision here, right? Because Irvin, again, Irvin's going to make that same read that you just made, Brent. Okay, you inked an Elsa. That probably tells me that you have another one, right? But, okay, so maybe you'd go, all right, well, since you're just going to exert my Diablo and get rid of it anyway, I'll just quest. I'll draw an extra card. It doesn't matter. You're going to get rid of it anyway. But because we have the Zer's the Deceiver of All on the board, which is also a very important character for double singing songs, maybe Irvin doesn't turn the Diablo sideways, which makes Jeffrey have to make a decision of which he's going to fear more.
Because you don't want that Ursula Deceiver of All to stick around either. And now a second one hits the board. We're just talking about how dangerous this card is. Whenever you use her ability, you can use a song that is sung by her to sing it twice.
What a deal that is, Brent.
Oh, what a deal indeed.
Oh, and wouldn't you add them any of it? That is the name of the ability. The theming of the Disney card trading card game is on point. But yeah, double Ursula Deceiver of All on the board. It looks like we are going to double in and get rid of that Scrooge. Didn't get a look at the cards underneath it. Jeffrey playing his cards close to his chest.
But now we are going to elect to turn the Diablo sideways, get a little quest in, draw the extra card. And this Diablo, I mean, look at how many cards we've already gotten, how much value this single Diablo Devoted Herald has given. And now we play, sequencing very important here, now we play the Friends on the Other Side from the Merlin Rabbit. We sing it and draw the 2 cards before, or after rather, the Diablo Devoted Herald hits the discard.
Yeah, expertly pointed out there, Brent. Again, if you're a newer player, sequencing your cards is something that you need to learn to master as soon as possible, because of course if that Diablo was still on the board, then that when Jeffrey drew 2 cards, Irvin would have done the same. But Jeffrey getting rid of the Diablo first and prioritizing that card, one, because it's a little trickier to get rid of with that evasive keyword, and again because Jeffrey wanted to sing Friends. And here's another look at the hand. We see another Elsa Fifth Spirit, which has got to feel good for Jeffrey to have that Friends on the Other Side. Man, it's been a long time since I've done that. It's good to see. And Lady Tremaine, the Imperial Glorious Queen, one of the ladies in red, you got to think in the deck for that Ruby Sapphire matchup more than anything else.
She's sitting on that chair. She's waiting to get played, and when she does and her ability activates, Irvin will have to choose one of his characters to put into the discard. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Irvin with a decision. Sometimes when you look at a player's hand, it gives you all that information and you're feeling good. Look at Irvin's body posture, his face. It looks like he's in a bit of a struggle here to figure out what to do. There is a sudden chill in the hand of
There is, which
Irvin.
we could double sing. We don't have the Prince John greediest of all on the board, which would allow for some even more card draw, but just getting rid of 2 cards in Jeffrey's hands also seems pretty good. We are going to play that Diablo, which is interesting because we know there's an Elsa 5th Spirit in Jeffrey's hand, but again, making Jeffrey make a decision, I still think he's probably going for the Diablo. And
forcing him to use it right now. I mean, and we sing the friends on the other side. We get 2 fresh cards, and it's hard. It's hard to discard an Amethyst deck.
It certainly is. Again, with all this card draw, when it comes to the cards in Jeffrey's hand, at the moment, it's all gas, no breaks, you know what I mean? But Jeffrey looking real good right now. Again, if Irvin can get some discard going, then Jeffrey is stocked up.
And I mean, even look at the 2 cards on board. We have Diablo and the Rabbit, which are both going to draw 2 extra cards. It's basically like putting a deposit into the bank and withdrawing those card draws later on.
Interest-free is what I like to call that. But yeah, a couple of Stone Servants coming down with that villainous bond. If it's exerted, then you cannot challenge another villain character. And I took that personally, looking to potentially protect this Ursa Deceiver of all. Of course, the Diablos do need to be sideways first. We need to have exerted them, and because we have a villain on board, those Diablos have a 3/3 stat line quest for 2. And look at this wide board, Brent.
Oh, this is tough because Irvin, typically in Emerald Steel, we don't see any widespread removal, right? And now we see 2 more old friends, the Merlin Goat, which will on play and when he leaves play give you 1 lore as well as the Chernobog's followers. This 2/1, whenever you quest, you have the ability to banish him and draw extra card. Draw an extra card. If there's, let's say a library, then you can get more value out of that. Who knows? Who's to say if Geo has that card in this deck? But
that's the thing about Infinity format, right? Because in Amethyst, we had such incredibly strong 1-drops like the Chernobog's followers and something like the Magic Broom. And is Irvin packing it up?
I feel like I blinked and Geo's at 11 lore. We're calling it. We're taking a one-way ticket to Scoop City here with Irvin. Now Irvin will be on the play. We're going to see how this deck operates into the Ruby Amethyst deck in just a moment here. But what did you think of that? Like, if you're Irvin, what are we trying to do here?
Honestly, like, Jeffrey just had all the answers there. He was able to sing friends on the other side twice without giving card advantage. He was able to get rid of the Diablo quickly enough. He had double Elsa 5th Spirit. If I'm Irvin, I want the dream curve here. I want the turn 2 Diablo. I want to play Prince John on 3 and then immediately be singing something like a Sudden Chill, deplete Jeffrey's hand. It's just because that last game was just a subject of card advantage, right? Just Jeffrey had too many options on the board. Irvin had an okay start. He was able to play a couple of Diablos, but Jeffrey just having the answers straight away. So I think Irvin needs Jeffrey to have a suboptimal start, and Irvin really needs to come out of the ground cooking, because in previous formats, Emerald Steel was one of the worst matchups for Ruby Amethyst. We didn't want to see it at all, but with the Jebediah Farnsworth to answer the evasives, it's a lot better. And again, with that Scrooge McDuck, who's just an incredible beat stick and another way of drawing cards, I do feel like we are a little better into Emerald Steel, but Irvin's going to hopefully show me why that could be incorrect, why he could still be in this game.
But that's rough when you're altering for 6 fresh cards. I mean, that is a lot.
That's a lot of cards,
That's leaving a lot to the top of the deck. We'll see if Irvin draws into what he needs. I think you said something great. The Jebediah Farnsworth has really changed the matchup a bit here. Remember when we used to play that Pegasus 3-1? It was, and hope that they don't have something that deals 1 damage, pings us, and then, Yeah,
just a simple storm. It was the Pegasus, or a little later from Raina Jafar, we got the Vanellope von Schweetz, which is the same stat line, 3-1 evasive. But you're absolutely right, Brent. All they needed was a storm, and he was out of there. They can still potentially play Strength for a Raging Fire, but it's one less option for them to immediately remove the cookie.
But let's stop theorizing, and let's get into the game here. As Diablo Diablo Maleficent Spy lets Irvin once again spy Jeffrey's hand. We will see if Irvin has the shift line into the Diablo. A lot of the power of the deck comes from drawing the cards with its unconventional draw engines. Diablo Devoted Herald being one of them, but Jeffrey says, I'll answer your Diablo with a Diablo of my own.
Yeah, these two Diablos pointing at each other with those black feathers menacingly. Of course, the Maleficent Spy, we got a little peek of Jeffrey's hand. I'll be honest, it was so quick, and Irvin was like, yeah, cool. I barely saw any of it, to be honest. There is a Chernobog in there. This Diablo is pretty safe to quest here. There's no real punish. If Jeffrey was going into a 3-ink turn, then a Merlin Crab could potentially answer this, but that's a pretty safe quest, and Jeffrey says, oh, I think I might do one myself.
And here comes the card again, Jebediah Farnsworth, one that I'm sure Gio was very happy to see in his hand.
I think you hard alter for this Jebediah Farnsworth.
Absolutely.
If I'm honest.
You can't let the Diablo Devoted Herald get too much value. If it draws even 2, 3, 4 cards, get out of here. The game could be close to over. That's a lot of value. We'll see though what Irvin has. He does have the Devoted Herald in hand, but what do? You don't want to. I don't think you want to put the cat out of the bag here and let the Jebediah Farnsworth just eat for free, right?
And don't forget, we need an action to be able to shift this Diablo. There is a Beyond the Horizon and an Along Came Zeus. So yeah, we do have the actions, but you're absolutely right. What's the point? We want to be able to get rid of this Jebediah Farnsworth. But Gio says, how about that? I'll play another. So now 2 threats that are keeping the Devoted Herald at bay. But down come the Proclaimer of Heroes. What does this card do, Brent?
The Muses, whenever you play a song, Irvin will be able to bounce back a character with 2 strength or less, his own cards included. So if he wanted to get cheeky, do something like maybe shift the Diablo, get a draw in.
That's the Ursa Deceiver and Sniper, take away another song or something like that.
Absolutely.
And you see Jeffrey popping that Chernobog's followers, going on a quest and immediately popping it to draw a card before there's a Diablo on the board. But of course, we would have the Jebediah anyway. So Gio looking real good here, and down comes a Merlin Fox and re-establishing that Diablo.
Gio doing everything that Ruby Amethyst wants to do. I mean, obviously, we would have loved if we could have challenged in with our Madam Mim Fox with the Rush, but other than barring that, I mean...
We're establishing a character that can sing friends.
Exactly.
And we saw him put that to good use in the prior game, and again, just establishing this beat stick is great. Obviously, utilizing Rush is very powerful, but I think this is absolutely fine.
And now we have an Along Came Zeus, and you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You obviously want to get this Madam Mim Fox out of the way because she can trade neatly with the Muses if they turn sideways, but you also don't want these Jebediah Farnsworth, but also there's 2 of them, so even if you take out one, you still got another one to deal with. I mean, if you're Irvin, can you say rock and hard place? Because that's where he's living right now.
It would be a choice as well, right? Because if we want to play this Zeus, sure, we could pay the 4 ink to do it. That's pretty slow. You could also sing with the Muses, but then that makes it exposed. And if there's another the Fox, or indeed the Maui Hero to all, which would be able to answer this Muses pretty simply. So I can understand Irvin maybe being a little hesitant to turn this Muses sideways, because that ability is so good. We are going to do it, though.
Oh, Beyond the Horizon comes down, and what this card says is we can sing it together with the Pete and the Muses. That makes 7. You have the ability to choose between you and your opponent. You can discard your hand and draw a fresh 3 new cards. Now you have the ability to say, no, I don't want my opponent drawing in if they have 0 cards. If they have 3 cards or more, then it might be worth saying, hey, I don't want them keeping these cards that
especially if you've seen the hand, right?
Exactly, with the Diablo, Maleficent Spy, or the Ursula Deceiver. So all these cards working in tandem with each other.
Information is super important. Irvin taking a look at the hand. We did get rid of a Diablo and also the 5th Spirit, very important piece. A Brawl, and of course, Brent, that almighty 7 cost, uninkable, be You're just teasing them with it for when it comes in.
Because it might not, right?
We need it to.
I do need it to. And the amount of people that I've met out on the show floor today that have been like, why have I not heard Be Prep today? I've been like, I'm sorry, I ain't been in the booth.
You ain't been in the booth?
I'm backstage. I'm doing interviews. I'm doing the lounge. I'm picking the feature matches. So it's good to be here with you. I can only pray that that time will come.
This is our shot, Baker. This is the one match you're casting today. We need to give the people what they want. Neither of us have seen this match, obviously, so we don't know. But if it comes down, it will be epic, and we will be pleased. We are going to challenge into the muses here. We say, get that out of here as the genie magical researcher comes down. This is another card that I believe came in set 11, Winter Spell. It has boost 1, and what that does is when you put a card underneath it, he gains an extra lore pip every single time. So with that card under him, he's now questing for 2. We boost him again. He's gonna be questing for 3.
And it just creates a very important clock. We are going to play Ursa Deceiver. No songs in hand. It's a Scrooge, a Snake, and a Merlin Rabbit. But yeah, this genie, as you were saying, Brent, it does create a very frustrating clock where Irvin may be forced to just deal with it with something like the Along Came Zeus or Strength for a Raging Fire. If we can get another character on the board, it's not something that Irvin can just ignore for too long.
And with the boost, as you were saying earlier, it used to just be, we play the rabbit, we bounce it back with one of the Madam Mims. Now with all of the boost characters, we can put cards underneath them, and then when we Madam Mim Snake, not only are we putting a powerful 3/3 out on the board, we are bouncing back all those cards to the hand. So another form of draw engine here.
Yeah, it'd be very easy for Jeff to just say, okay, I'm going to boost this one more time. I'm going to quest for 3. I'm going to play my Madam Mim Snake. I'm going to return the genie to my hand. I'm going to get +2 cards from the things that were under him, and maybe I might redeploy my genie. So Irvin, I think, must be tempted to try and get the magical researcher off the board. We do say a Strength of a Raging Fire in the hand there.
And now, I mean, he's doing some math. He's trying to figure out exactly what the best course of action is. And sometimes the best course of action is save that Strength of a Raging Fire for another target. Maybe this Merlin Rabbit might be up for grabs. Back in the old days, you used to say, protect your rabbit. That's the way to win the game.
Or get rid of the rabbit. Again, I played a game against Kendall Badette pre-rotation where he dragon-fired my rabbit, and someone watching was like, really? He was like, you gotta get rid of the rabbits, man.
You gotta get rid
of the rabbits, otherwise one card turns into 2, into 7, into 17, and it all gets a little bit carried away, Brent. But yeah, this Merlin Rabbit is actually quite slow in our format at the moment. You know, if you're playing against a control deck, then it's fine, but that's why this deck has a plethora of other ways that it can build card advantage.
Can I tell you what I love about this match?
I'd love it if you told me what you love about this match.
These are such standard decks.
Oh, mate.
From season 1, there's a couple, great times, man. And there's only a few added extras, right? Stone Servant Diablo on the side of Irvin, Jebediah. But it's completely flipped the matchup, and it's interesting to see how much. Oh, wait, hold on. We're going to Strength of a Raging Fire the genie.
Gotta be done.
Get it out of here. No time for the bounce tactics. And Irvin says, that's what I was saving the strength for.
But the thing is, that means that Irvin hasn't been able to remove that evasive character in the form of Jebediah. Already 2 damage on it, but no way of dealing with it with that evasive keyword. But it does have Reckless, and you're going to see here, Jeffrey does take that challenge into the P. You got to do it. If you've got a character of Reckless, they must challenge if able. So goodbye, Jebediah. Back to your bacon grease.
As we brawl! Oh, another old friend here.
Friend of the past.
Taking out the Ursula Deceiver of all, obviously one of the biggest threats in the Emerald Steel deck, allowing your opponent to sing a song twice.
Oh. It's a sad story, Brent, but I know it makes a lot of people happy. Beast, tragic hero. Tell me about it, Brent.
Well, when this card comes down, whenever...
At the start of your
turn.
Let
me restart it. Let me run it back.
Take it one more time.
At the start of your turn, you're able to draw an extra card if the beast has no damage on it. But if the beast does have damage on it, there's still a benefit because he gains +4 strength.
Yeah, it's better this way. Very diverse. I think we're primarily playing it for the card draw, but becoming a 7-fight beat stick is also pretty significant, and we are going to get that extra draw at the start of the turn. There's a Diablo, and there's an Ursa Deceiver.
And we're already, you know what it is. You saw what's in Gio's head. Say it ain't so.
Oh, we were so close, man. We were so close.
We're up to 6 ink here, and we were 1 turn away. And then we draw into the Ursula as showcasing why the tragic hero is so powerful. Oh, his ability, man. Back in the day, I used to see that guy and be like, where's my Madame Medusas? I gotta get him off the board.
Madame Medusa, the boss, and there you go. We do play that Deceiver, and Jeffrey, wasting no time, reveals the library and slams that B-Prep into the discard pile, and that clears the way, Irvin, to play this Diablo, and pretty safe quest here, I would say.
Now the question is, it looks like Irvin was thinking he would discard his Strike a Good Match to shift the Diablo Devoted Herald, but he's got 3 ink. He doesn't need to do it. But far be it from me to question a pro like this. I mean, he decides to shift it anyway.
If he wants to turn it sideways this turn, right, he's got to do it like that. You know, if he wants to immediately start drawing cards, he knows that Jeffrey only has a location in hand. So this Diablo is pretty safe. So I respect the choice to just shift it and start turning it sideways straight away. We are actually going to challenge.
We're going to do 2 damage, and I assume that these 2 Ursulas are... Oh, no,
we're singing Storm. We're singing Storm. We're singing Storm. We're singing... I was going to say, that Diablo would not live that challenge, but we are going to sing that Storm Rage on and put 2 damage on the Scrooge, and Beast finishing the job, Brent. What do you think about that?
Ooh, I mean, you gotta deal with it, right? It's one of those cards that if you let it get out of hand, then it can just take out the beast clean, right? You can start bouncing things back. You can start replaying it, redeploying, boosting it up all over again.
It's an interesting one. Like, we've turned off our draw engine, but we do have this safe Diablo, so I imagine that was something that contributed towards the fort child there, but the library coming down.
And we move the rabbit into the library, we take that challenge, and we draw 2 cards. But if you're Jeffrey, you're not even that happy about it because this Diablo is going to allow Irvin to draw 2 cards as well. We're now sharing the draw engine of Jeffrey in this case, and this is going to be difficult. The good news is Gio is at 11 lore, right? So he can start getting to the point where he's just racing. He's already won game 1.
That's the story of this match so far.
Yeah.
Like, Jeffrey, like, just those early quests with the Diablo Obedient Raven, super, like, not wasting any time, just taking all the chances he's got to quest out. And as you say, he's already halfway to game.
And I'm seeing this card that got inked, the Queen, but he has another one in hand. This devious disguised Queen will be able, says that when you play her, if your opponent has more lore than you, she doesn't quest for just 1, she quests for 3. So that might be a way, because typically Emerald Steel does not have a lot of high lore-pipped questers.
For sure, it's a very slow deck, but this Queen also potentially drawing you a card if you give your opponent 2 lore, which sets you up to, if your opponent isn't already winning the race, and that sets the Queen up to suddenly be questing for 3, and you may be thinking, wow, giving your opponent 2 lore sounds pretty bad, and yeah, it's not great, but drawing a card is very good, and it's setting up the Queen's second ability, like, hey, you might get 2 lore, but now I'm going to jump ahead of you by questing for 3, so it actually works out pretty miraculously. We've seen this card do some pretty cool things.
As Elsa the 5th Spirit comes down, we're going to be able to challenge into this Diablo. The other Diablo Devoted Herald is not exerted, which means that if we elect to pop this broom afterwards, right? If we play another character, pop the broom, we're going to be drawing 2 cards, and that's 2 cards that Irvin will not be able to draw. Okay, but he exerts the other Diablo Devoted Herald, which leads me to believe he's not going to take that line. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a sequencing issue, but
yeah, for sure.
Maybe not another character in hand. This Magic Broom, for those of you wondering what I'm talking about, says when you play a character, you have the option to banish it, pop it, put it into your discard, and draw an extra card with in tandem with the library. That means you'd be able to draw 2 new cards and your Diablo, and if the Diablo Devoted Herald was exerted, Irvin would be able to draw 2, but it's really a non sequitur, right?
Yeah,
like,
but still,
no
I
point.
appreciate you pointing it out. Again, the different sequences and the different options available. And I talked earlier about the powerful 1-drops that were available to Amethyst pre-rotation. We showed the Chernobog's followers earlier. And this Magic Broom was another one. It was really hard to build an Amethyst deck and not just immediately start with 4 Broom, 4 Chernobog, because they're just such solid 1-drops that provide card draw. But here we go, the library being banished, going to the discard pile, and now we're going to get rid of that Magic Broom. And Jeffrey at 14, just hoping to win this race. Like, it looks like we're losing the board here.
It does look like we're losing the board a little bit. Will Irvin, the real question is, will Irvin be able to establish a wide enough board that will allow him to quest to 20 from 2 when we have Jeffrey already at 14? Many of the cards in Jeffrey's deck will allow him to keep drawing more cards, or that Be Prepared comes off the top. There's really nothing Irvin can do about it, and
there's another option here because there's an Elsa on the board. We've seen the Fox. Oh, no. I was about to say that we could bounce this. If the Diablo wasn't sideways, we could bounce the Elsa to our hand with the Fox, and then we've still got enough thing to replay the Elsa to exert the Diablo and get rid of it. But a sudden chill at the door, Brent Mackay. Getting rid of that Fox, and suddenly Jeffrey is top decking. There is a Merlin Rabbit on the board, so potentially a way to draw another card. We are going to pass over. Jeffrey probably going to 16 lore this turn. And let's not forget, the Merlin Go, the Here I Come ability, which gains you a lore on play and on leaving play. So these next couple of cards of Jeffrey really need to be top tier. That's a Diablo.
That is not the card that we were looking for.
It draws a card. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. Like,
yeah.
You want characters here, right? Like something like a Brawl would have been like, okay, get rid of the Ursa Deceiver, but with Deceiver of All, I apologize, but we just want bodies on board. At least this Diablo will draw another card for Jeffrey. Yes, it's drawing, well, the Diablo's gone, but Jeffrey just needs to win this race.
This is only game 2.
This is only game 2.
Baker, this is only game 2. You're here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Indianapolis, round 7. It's Emerald Steel Irvin versus Geo on the Ruby Amethyst. And now the worst comes to worst, which is the Ursula Deceiver of all, being able to sing Let the Storm Rage On twice. I mean, not what you want to see. Do we?
Because this Elsa would have just sat there for a few turns and hopefully just won out the game. And you're asking, do we do it on Merlin Rabbit or do we do it on the Diablo? I think the Diablo.
I got to
just
assume
get the lore
Diablo. Yeah, get the lore off the board, and then you can challenge in with the Pete into the Merlin Rabbit. Of course, you're going to let Geo draw an extra card, but like,
it is going to be the rabbit.
It is going to be the rabbit.
I guess maybe we're going to finish it off with this Ursa Deceiver. Maybe is the Fort Trail there? No, change our mind. We are going to get rid of the Diablo. Draw a card.
Utilizing the take-back rule, which started at the start of this season.
Yep, again, as long as there's been no new information revealed, then absolutely do a take-back, no problem at all. This Pete is going to go into the rabbit, drawing a second card. Is that a Brawl and a Friends or a Jebediah and a Friends?
I couldn't see. It looked like a Jebediah
out
of the corner of my eye there, but that is definitely Friends on the other side.
And finally, Irvin getting on the board when it comes to lore, where we're establishing, I think that was a Queen that just came down, the new legendary one, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on board from the characters we can see, and then I think that Queen, which will actually quest for 3 because Jeffrey's ahead. Here we go, Jeffrey Geo playing down Jebediah and Chernobyl. We can go to 17. I'm not sure if he's going to be fast enough to win the race. Let's find out, Brent.
I don't think he will be. Do we play the Friends on the other side? I got to imagine that you do, but he doesn't. He doesn't hard cast the Friends.
Maybe.
Interesting. I wonder why.
So there's no Diablo on the boards. Right. And, like, sure, your opponent's plays discard, but with this Friends, it's a sitting duck to another Ursa Deceiver. Maybe Jeffrey's just saying, hey, there's 3 on the board. Maybe one was inked that we missed out on. But, yeah, certainly an interesting decision to not just play the Friends there.
Interesting play line. But we are going to quest for 3 first. The disguised Queen here is going to be able to do that. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... other lore that we could go to. We could quest all the way up to 14 here.
We're questing for 9 next turn, even if we don't turn anything sideways here, which would, so...
Do you play out everything?
Or
and then
there's another Queen.
I don't know, because you might be playing right into the hands of Jeffrey. Jeffrey might just pop this.
If we see a big
Turtle
rep
Box
off the top
followers.
here,
This would be incredible.
Lose my mind. We are going to turn them all sideways. So we are winning the game next turn unless Jeffrey finds off the top. And that's another reason I would have liked to have sung Friends next turn, right? Just to dig for it. Do we have it?
It's B prep or nothing. We also have the Turtle Box followers. We can banish and draw an additional card here.
We're
going to see.
Come on, Geo.
Geo, are you going to see the play
pressure,
line?
Geo, but also a lot of pressure.
Okay, as he considers everything here, he's very cautious.
Jebediah, of course, can't quest, has that reckless keyword.
We'll be able to challenge into that Queen, but, I mean, not really what we're looking for. It's B prep or bust.
Here. We can't be
It is literally.
Or go bounce, something like that. But, yeah, I'd love to know why he didn't sing the Friend. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there was... Wait, was there a P? Was that why he didn't play Friends?
Oh, there was. Maybe there was a
P.
Maybe that's why.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, chat. Took us a moment there. Yeah, that would make sense as to why. Geo, I apologize.
No Friends!
No, it's
and
not.
This game is over.
Oh.
One way or another, this game was going to be over, and it's unfortunate that the deck that we love, Ruby Amethyst, which we were so excited to see.
A deck that you're well known for yourself as well, Brent Mackay. And there we go, packing them up. Let's go to game 3. But Geo this time, for the first time, will be on the play.
Let's see how this deck operates on the play. I mean, he was able to sneak out that win on the draw, game 1. If I'm Geo, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, these Jebediah Farnsworths really do flip the matchup.
Will he find it this time? He's found that Jebediah both games 1 and 2. Is he going to find it this game? It would be a typical to, on your on-the-play game, not get the ideal start.
Exactly, right? That sometimes happens. However, what I will point out is because he's on the play, Brawl is in full effect. I mean, when you're on the draw, Brawl still works, but it's like, oh man, I've already let him draw a couple extra cards here. It means that if Irvin has the perfect start of the the Diablo Maleficent Spy into the Shift Diablo Devoted Herald, well, then that still means that Jeffrey's only a turn or two away from playing that Brawl and getting it off the board anyway.
This is looking okay.
We already have the Brawl, see?
We see the Brawl. We see a few one-drops in hand as well. Is that a baby head? No, it's a Maui, hero to all.
Maui, hero to all.
Okay, so we don't have the Jebediah. You've got to think Jeffrey's going to want to dig for it. We're going to keep 3 cards. It's probably a Brawl and a couple of one-drops.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, forward card, altar for Geo. What is Irvin holding? I'm not seeing any Devoted Herald. I'm not seeing any Maleficent Spy. I'm seeing a lot of actions, Brent.
It might be a full send. It might be a full 7 altar, and Irvin takes a little bit of a sigh here. We'll see what this fresh 7 gives him. This altar is going to be everything.
There's the Jebediah.
There is a Jebediah, and I don't know if you saw Irvin's hand. I don't think I saw either of the Diablos there.
I haven't seen his post-altar hand, but yeah, if I'm Jeffrey, this is where you want to be. This is pretty good.
Yes, you have the 1-drop, you have the Jebediah to contest right away. I mean,
to get rid of the Ursa Deceiver of all, if that comes down instead. So, from what I'm seeing of Jeffrey's hand, this is already pretty good. Game 3, round 7 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Indianapolis. There's the fist bump, and here we go.
Yes, I mean, talk about stakes. Chernobog's followers is going to come down, but what I want to say about stakes is that both of these players, whoever wins this, will be guaranteed. Oh no, they won't be guaranteed into day 2. They will. This is basically win and in. They need to win out.
Well, it's win and not be out, basically.
Yeah.
Both these players are 4-2.
And we missed a 1-drop on the side of Irvin. We did not have the Diablo Maleficent Spy, and it looks like Jeffrey is off to a commanding start here as the Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer is going to hit the board. I mean,
this is perfect.
This is maximum perfect because next turn we can play out
Fox,
the
Jebediah, Brawl,
nothing.
Merlin Rabbit. No songs. I think this deck is only running Beat Preps and Friends on the other side as the songs anyway. And you definitely wouldn't be holding on to a Friends. You could have altered into another B prep, but not this time.
Yep, and here's the genius, right? We're going to be able to ink this Merlin Crab. We're going to play, we can play out this Jebediah Farnsworth and boost the Scrooge.
This is
turn him sideways, and then what is Irvin to do?
And that,
instead we're going to
hard cast the Friends on the other side. Okay.
Gio says, I just want the cards before that Diablo. I know, after playing so many games against Diablo, it's like, I'll take the cards where I can get them.
Sure, but like again, I would still question it because there's no world where a Diablo can come down and turn sideways this turn, right? Because you could hard summon it, sure, but it's not sideways yet. It's not exerted. We can't shift it. So certainly interesting. I would have really liked to have seen the Jebediah and boost the Scrooge. And that's the other cool thing about this Scrooge McDuck, right? It really adds a lot of interpretation to how you curve out. Like traditionally you want to play a 1-drop into a 2-drop, into a 3-drop, into a 4-drop, and hey, that's still good. But this Scrooge McDuck provides different opportunities to curve out. As you said, we could have played that Jebediah and boosted. And then on our 4-ink turn, maybe we'd play a 3-cost character and then boost the Scrooge again. So I just love the creativity that Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer can bring into your play patterns.
It allows so many lines where you have extra ink at the end of your Ruby Amethyst turn that now, especially with the Magical Researcher as well, you're like, oh, I got an extra ink? Well, that's not going to waste. Let me just boost up my boys here.
I love the boost mechanic. I think it's a really refreshing new feature to bring into the Disney Lorcana trading card game. I'm a big fan. We're going to ink that Pete, and here's that Deceiver of all. Do we still have the Brawl?
I believe we still have the Brawl. Oh, you saw what came off the top here. Okay, but the Brawl is going to come down, and now we can.
I agree.
Now we can boost this Ghostly Ebenezer. Oh, but who needs that when we can still keep drawing? I mean, Irvin has shown that he is not necessarily super focused on this Ghostly Ebenezer.
And to be fair, a lot of Irvin's deck, there's not a really, it's not got a lot of big, bulky characters, right? Like, sure, we would still love to boost up this Scrooge, but you don't need the biggest stats in the world. Most of the Emerald Steel characters are the little guys.
Mm-hmm.
They're just little guys, you know?
Just a little guy.
Just little guys.
And, you know, you might argue and say, oh, I would love to have the boosted Scrooge a couple times so that I can bounce back with this Madam Mim Fox.
I would argue that.
Right, but when you have the rabbit in hand as well, you're not overly upset about it, as the Strike a Good Match will be sung by the Ursula. 2 cards into the hand of Irvin. We will discard a card.
There's a choice here as well. Jeff, there was a small instinct there to go pick up the broom, but then he realized, you might want to boost back your own Ursula Deceiver so that you can replay it. So Irvin does get to draw the cards first. We missed the trigger?
We haven't missed the trigger, so he gets to make the decision of the Strike the Good Match first. So he has to discard a card, and now the Muses will. Oh my gosh! So he doesn't bounce back his own Ursula, which means that Gio is going to keep having this B prep in hand. Maybe that's coming up soon. Maybe that's in the back of Irvin's mind. I mean, to get to round 7 and still be in it, you got to be a terrific player, right? So we will see what Gio elects to do here. I mean, the Muses. The Proclaimer of Heroes is just a real annoying card.
It really
That's the adjective I think of.
Annoying is very reasonable with that ward key word, and yeah, doesn't need to turn sideways. Sure, you might do it just to sing a song, but yeah, this Muse is it's not legal in standard play, but here in Infinity, the girls be singing.
And Gio very smart here, taking out the Ursula Deceiver, probably understanding, okay, I don't want you to have that as bounce fodder here. I don't want you to take it back. Obviously, we can see here that Irvin has the Deceiver, another Deceiver in his hand, but smart heads-up play by Jeffrey here.
Is there another Ursula Deceiver in hand?
There is another Ursula Deceiver. It's the first card in hand. We'll see what happens, though. I mean, we're still certainly very far away from a B prep turn, right?
Yeah, we're
4
a few
ink.
turns off. Down comes the Max Goof, who allows you to pay an ink to return a song to your hand, and we're going to return that Storm. Now we're going to turn the Muses sideways. Do we have a Maui?
I don't think we have a Maui here at all. Oh man, and you hate to see it too, because this is the turn
back to hand as well. Sorry to cut you off. Please continue.
This is the turn that you would want to play a 1-drop, then bounce it back to play the Madam Mim Fox to take out the Muses. Now Irvin can mostly safely assume that unless Jeffrey has another Madam Mim Fox, that it's just not going to happen and his Muses are safe. And yeah, that Max Goof Rebellious Teen is going to be a little bit of trouble. This 3-cost 2/2 character can use personal soundtrack, which means that he can pay an additional ink and grab back a song from the discard in an infinite loop almost, because when you play that song with the Muses, you're able to bounce back the
Max Goof back, yeah. And that can sure shut down games. But yeah, I would have loved a Maui Hero to All from Jeffrey on that turn just to get rid of this Muses straight away. But didn't have it. Instead, deployed the Rabbit, drew a card, putting down a Scrooge, which is not bad.
Yeah, and I mean, Irvin showcasing exactly why they say make them have it. That time, Jeffrey just didn't have it.
Didn't have it, and yeah, sometimes that's the way to play. And Jeff now slowing right down to consider what we're doing.
Oh, so many cards in hand. He's riffle shuffling them so hard, but I believe I see 2 B preps in hand.
Is it 2?
Even with the Ursula, if we are able to get out this B prep, right? I mean, and
we got to get rid of this Muses, though, because it's just going to keep returning the Ursula to hand.
Exactly.
And we can see that 7-cost uninkable action constantly discarded. So I do see the Prince John in the hand for the first time for Irvin, a card that we've not seen hit the board so far this game.
Speaking of Prince John, both the Muses and Prince John are what I would classify as those, maybe not annoying cards, but they have wards, so there's really no way to take them out unless you take them out as a big group, right?
I feel no shame in saying I despise Prince John.
I get it.
It is spoken as someone that lost to it multiple times pre-rotation with Ruby Amethyst, and down we see him, the greediest of all. Whenever your opponent discards a card, you may draw a card, and there's that Ursula Deceiver, and it's a choice, friends, and a couple of preps.
Oh no, and now the cat is out of the bag. Irvin can see that we have 2 B preps. He'll be able to bounce back his own Ursula Deceiver.
But we can't play it this turn, and we're going into a 7-ink turn for Jeffrey, right?
True.
Are we going into, I'm not sure about it, because on the last turn he played a Rabbit and a Scrooge. So that must have been 6 ink worth of characters, right? So I'm pretty sure...
5, 6? Is that 6?
I may be wrong.
Are we getting into 7? I mean, that would be huge. If we are getting into 7 ink, it's a little tough to see with the matting of the
Irvin only at 5 ink though, so maybe
which
not
makes
1,
me
2.
think that he's only at 5.
Yeah, it could just 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's 6. It's gonna happen.
It is 6.
Brent, it's gonna happen. I think it might actually happen. I think we might just quest both of these characters out, and then it might not be the correct decision. How many cards does Irvin have in hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jeff might want to get a little bit more value, but again, he keeps losing them to us, the Deceiver. We are going to play the Diablo. I respect holding back a little bit. I do.
Yeah, but you're playing with fire. You're playing with fire. You're saying that you could B-prep this juicy board, get these 2 warded characters out of here, but Gio is saying, nah, I'll just wait for a second. You already have the muses with the Ursula Deceiver. That might be I mean, we're talking about Prince John. Gio right there might be the greediest of all with this play here. But we'll see if he has to pay for it or not, or if it's the genius play we were all expecting.
I've seen greedy plays win games.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you have to be. Sometimes it's like, I am not winning this game unless I, take every advantage I can. I don't want a little bit, I want it all. But Jeffrey being patient here, getting down the Diablo, getting down the Jebediah Farnsworth with his biting grease. I love Atlantis, man. It's such a good film. It's a banger.
It is a banger indeed. As Irvin riffles through his cards here, he has a little bit of a reprieve, but the tricky part is that he knows that Jeffrey has it in hand. If that's me playing, I would get too nervous. Now, this might be the absolute best play.
It might have been the right decision, but honestly, I would have been thinking, you're going to play Ursula Deceiver, you're going to sing a song, you're going to bounce back the Ursula Deceiver, you're going to play it again.
And now we're going to have to discard a card with the sudden chill. We're going to get another card. We're discarding the B prep. Now he can just bounce back the Ursula, play it back down, and now we're. Oh no! Baker, what is going on?
It's not meant to be, Brent. I am not. The time has gone. My time has gone.
Hey,
gone
we
are the
still
days.
got more turns. It's only 7-0.
We had a good run.
Baker.
It might be time to retire, Brent. I'm not going to lie.
Like that. We still got 2 more B preps in the deck. I'm assuming.
Maybe he's going to pull a Brent Mackay off the top of the deck, put it face down, swipe it around the table, and maybe it will be there. But I don't know, man.
That extra luck sometimes. We'll see if Gio's got it.
I hope he does, man. But no, I think we really just need to prep on the last turn. I can respect what Gio might like, again, hoping to get more value out of it. But because of the board state with the muses and the Deceiver, I think I would have just hit the trigger, push that big red button.
Yeah, that is real tough. And now we're going to be able to sing another and just discard Jeffrey all the way. Now, obviously, we're going to be able to draw 2 off of the Merlin Rabbit, as well as the Diablo in combination here. But we're going to bounce it back to hand, and we'll see if Jeffrey is even able to get the Diablo to stick, because
he's only got 6 ink now anyway, because he didn't ink on the previous turn.
Boy, oh boy, and the Muses Proclaimer, this card is so powerful, not just because it's able to be so versatile, but because there is no limit to the number of times you can do it. So the number of times people just keep cycling back the same songs, running it back, and using the Muses effect is just, it can get real nasty.
It's going to be rough, and this loop can be so back-breaking to so many players. But here we go, Gio sticking in there, playing everything down. Here I come, the Merlin Goat, the Diablo Obedient Raven.
And I mean, here's the thing. That Scrooge, I believe, has 2 cards underneath it. If nothing is done about this Scrooge, we might see a world where Gio comes back in this game by bouncing back the Scrooge, taking those 2 cards.
Sure.
Maybe one of those 2 cards is something really nice that gets us back into this game. But, I mean, look at the hand of Irvin. I mean, he just spread it out for a quick second here. It looks like almost 7 cards in hand. 7 cards in hand. A full starting hand against... How many times have you seen this? Emerald, Steel versus Ruby, Amethyst. Oh, he's already at 10. He's halfway to game.
He is halfway there, and there are a couple of characters here, the Merlin Rabbit and the Obedient Raven Diablo, which could draw us some more cards. But, man, that hurt to see that double B prep sent away.
Oh, it does. It does. I mean, it's just flashbacks, right?
Flashbacks. Whole life flashed before my eyes.
Oh, no, not the B prep getting stripped away by the Ursula Deceiver. Not again. Oh, you and I have both probably had that happen way too many times to count.
Oh, yes.
Oh, man.
Thanks for reminding me, Brent.
And if you're Irvin here, you're at 0. Your opponent is already up to 10. There's a quite wide board on the side of Gio, so it's not all doom and gloom.
No,
here.
absolutely. He's nice and wide.
My question is, how do we close this out, right? We were talking earlier about how how Emerald Steel doesn't have a lot of big questers. So it can take a little while. It
That's
feels
what the Queen's there for, I think.
That's true. That is true. The Queen will flip this game around. We will bounce back. But look, I mean, you don't want to bounce back that Merlin Rabbit, right? So I think the bounce
Or the
of the
Scrooge.
Muse is more or less done.
Well, the Scrooge is too strong anyway.
Right.
But yeah, it's just between. Yeah, the Diablo I think is the right choice.
Yeah. So so even if more songs get played, I mean, you really don't want to bounce back that rabbit and keep giving Gio draws and ways back into this game. So that is somewhat good news here. That Merlin Goat off the top last turn for Gio was not bad.
No, not
that
at all.
Was a great card.
As far as board states go, when you've got no hand, that is pretty good. We're at 10 law. We might still be able to cross that finish line.
And now Irvin is asking the question, how do I cross that finish line? What are the combinations of cards? Almost spoiled for choice here is Irvin as he's riffling through. That's where the decision is coming from, I think. We only have 12 minutes. I do want to keep that in mind as well. It would be brutal if this game went to a tie.
It really would. And that's Scrooge McDuck with 2 cards under it at the moment. We're going to play Ursa Deceivable and Pete going to blow the whistle. The game's referee says no actions for the next turn. So even if Jeffrey was to find a B prep off the top of the deck, it would not be possible to play.
And now the question is, what are we challenging? I mean, we don't want to 3-for-1 into the Scrooge McDuck. I mean, we don't want to challenge the rabbit and give him more outs into the draw. I mean, if this is a B prep right here, that actually I think it's too late. You don't want to play the B prep if you're right here. You kind of want to race. You want to get all of your cards out.
You've got a wide board, and again, if you find something like a fox or a snake, then bouncing this Scrooge is hopefully going to replenish your hand. Jebediah are going to take out that Ursa Deceiver. These Jebediahs have gotten a lot of value over the course of the game. We're going to quest out, taking it up to 12, 13 law, 7 away with 1, 2, 3, 4. Jebediah can't quest, so 1, 2, 3, 4 law on the board, but
Merlin Goat represents an extra lore.
So Gio could still get over the finish line here. B prep, be gone. B prep, be gone.
B prep, be gone. Let's see what Irvin decides to do here. I mean, this is the good news for Gio, right? Like, Irvin has not gone super wide with a bunch of high strength characters that are going to allow him to effectively trade in. So Gio's doing really the best job I think he can with the limited resources that he has.
Sure. Yeah, again, we're nice and wide. We've got a couple of cards that are going to get us some more card draw. Really, Irvin would love to make Jeffrey draw the card by getting rid of the Diablo or whatever, and then immediately make him discard whatever he just drew.
I'm curious what Gio has in hand. I haven't seen it yet, but he did not elect to play something last turn. I would have thought that because of Pete.
Because of the Pete.
Games referee might have been Brawl.
I'm not sure if he inked it. Hopefully we'll find out pretty soon. 2 B preps in the discard pile. Not sure how many Jeffrey is playing. 3 is pretty reasonable to be the max count.
Oh no, we're going to double sing Let the Storm Rage on. We're going to be able to deal 2 damage twice. And draw 2 cards.
But the Scrooge at least is going to live to tell the tale. Currently a 7/7 beat stick. I believe there's 4 cards under that Scrooge. So 4 damage is a lot, but lives to tell the tale, lives to count his money. We're going to bounce back that Max Goof Rebellious Teen, meaning that we can continue to return these song cards to our hand. Of course, the Ursa Deceivable. When you double sing a song, it puts that song at the bottom of the deck.
Oh no, but the card that we drew into was another Let the Storm Rage on. We'll be able to sing that. We're going to be able to take out this Scrooge pretty cleanly.
Not yet. No, it's a 7/7, and you can't double sing it again.
Right, but what I'm saying is when that Max Goof comes down, he's going to be able to pay 4, bring back the other Let the Storm Rage on, sing it with the Muses if he wants to. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's a world where you don't want to turn the Muses sideways. And you say, oh.
This Muses is definitely putting in so much work, but maybe you get rid of it?
Yeah, well, he didn't elect to choose the Let the Storm Rage on, but he will be able to sing it on another card. I mean, what card do you choose? If you're Irvin and you want to just sing it with Pete, which card? I mean, you need to start thinking about how close Jeffrey is to winning here. I mean, we were talking gloom and doom a few turns ago, but Irvin has not found the... Whoa, and he sings it with the muses. Interesting. Oh, and I guess we were wrong. It was only a 6-6.
Was it
not
only
a 7-7?
There were only 3 cards.
Oh, that's even
okay.
more tragic.
My apologies, chat, for miscounting the cards under there. Okay, so yeah, that math works out a lot better.
Oh, boy, and Gio, look, I mean, just look at the look on his face. It says it all. We're bouncing back the Diablo. I don't think this Diablo is ever going to see play, man. I don't think that Diablo's ever going to be
You are never
questioned.
turning this sideways. I will bounce this back to your hand for the rest of my life.
And now Pete's going to be able to clean challenge into the Merlin, stick around with some 2 damage on it. I mean, Jeffrey will be able to draw a card off of that, but how good is that? And now with a sudden chill comes down. Luckily, the good news is we don't have a Prince John, greediest of all, to be able to draw onto that, but instead we're going to choose the Merlin Goat.
Yeah, I respect it. You don't want this goat to be bounce goat plays just to race the lore to game, right?
Absolutely. So another lore gained for Gio. However, it might be a little bit too late.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
That
As
is
far as
not
cards go, it would be hard to get rid of the muses. We would have to invest a double challenge. And to be honest, we might just do
Jebediah and Elsa maybe. I think Elsa and the rabbit.
I think we put the Elsa and the rabbit into the muses here.
That is so smart.
Yep, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
And just like that, we're at 14-1.
And Irvin has a big hand, but all of it looking pretty slow, really. We do have a Pete, we've got a couple of Diablos, but Jeffrey is Max Goof could take out this rabbit, but if not, Jeffrey's going to quest to 16 next turn. I imagine the rabbit is not long for this world.
Yeah, Emerald Steel not known for having rush characters, right? So nothing that's an immediate threat to Jeffrey here, as well as the Elsa being evasive, right? That's important because that means that the Beast, the Max Goof, won't be able to challenge in, and we are in the territory where we need to start getting characters off the board, which means this Elsa's going to be able to stick around again. What cards are in Gio's hand? That is the name of this game.
Yes,
another Elsa to take out the Diablo, and now we got double evasives on board. I mean, Gio might be able to... He might be able to just get over the finish line here, Baker.
The 5th spirit is Jeffrey's spirit animal at this point. It might get him over the line. Again, the storm isn't going to be enough to get rid of either of these Elsas. We would need to play 2 more characters and then play Strength for a Raging Fire. This Beast Tragic Hero is going to let us keep drawing cards, though, so helping us dig. But Jeffrey's in as good a position as he could possibly hope to be in with this double Elsa.
He's still in it. What a match this is. We're inching our ways, and who's going to take it? Will Gio be able to find the Yes, it is. Double strength was what he pulled off of the Beast draw as well as his own draw. Oh no!
And completely cleans up that double 5th spirit, leaving himself a Diablo, a Pete, and a Beast on board. There's a Genie Magical Researcher.
Whoa! And you just wasted your Strength of a Raging Fire. I mean, Irvin needs to find an answer to this Genie, because in a few turns, if nothing is done, this Genie will get boosted up and be able to just quest out and win the game by himself.
Jeffrey with 1 card left in hand, but yeah, this Genie, potentially this is a 2-turn clock now, right? Next turn it's going to be able to, Jeffrey should not quest this Genie until it is winning him the game, but at the moment it's questing for 2.
We found another Strength of a Raging Fire off of the Beast Tragic Hero. Tell me how that's a fair card. I'm just joking. I mean, Tragic Hero, I've seen it all, Baker, but to find 3 within 2 turns is absolutely bonkers.
That is... bonkers is the perfect word.
It's the only word I think, man.
Our heart goes out to Jeffrey.
Oh no! Friends on the other side.
We found a library, but there's plenty of stats on the board. Again, this queen, she's a hit of 5, right? She's a 5-3, isn't she?
Baker, I just want to point out a small bit,
please,
of sportsmanship here. Jeffrey played the friends on the other side. Irvin wasn't paying attention.
And he reminded
him.
He
missed the trigger, and Jeffrey, even though it's a May trigger, he didn't have to do that. Whoever wins this game, I want to say that just touched my heart, man.
It's lovely to see. And
I mean, you know him, you love him.
It doesn't surprise me at all knowing Gio. Like he wants a good, clean game.
What a
I don't know if it feels like it after all those Strength for a Raging Fire, but he still wants a clean game.
Right. Even after that happened, he's still willing to do that.
Inks the snake so that he has Be Prepared open as an option to him on a turn. I think it's that Broom in her.
Smart.
No, it's also
Lady Tremaine.
I don't think this library is going to be surviving. I imagine you just put the queen and the Pete into it immediately. We do reveal that Imperious Queen.
Yeah.
It seemed like for a moment there, Gio was still going to be able to cross the finish line, but those double strength for Raging Fires, that's a lot.
I mean, that's all she wrote sometimes. Oh, what a rough one for Jeffrey. Will he be able to? I mean, he's still at 15 here, but looks like we're going to quest the queen because Jeffrey has more lore than Irvin. He's going to be able to pump that up for 3 lore. We're getting up to 8 here, and this library is just pretty much done.
Yeah, Along Came Zeus can also target locations for that whopping 5 damage, and then Pete Games referee will finish the job. This needs to be a beat prep at the top. Jeffrey, come on, brother.
Can he summon it? I am rubbing my hands on the playmat in front of us. Please, mister, please. I believe.
Please. Please, Joe, please.
I believe.
Oh, we're going to get it.
Let's see. This would be the most epic top deck.
It really would.
Ever.
Really would.
Because it would really actually kind of put him back into this game.
It would. It would. With only the 3 cards in Irvin's hand, a Diablo and Max, and I think that's a Beyond the Horizon at the end there. So, come on, Gio. I believe in you, my son. Let's find it off the top. We've got the 7 ink. Can we find that 7 cost uninkable? It's a crab or a goat.
It's something with lore. It's not a B-Prep Baker. Oh, no.
Sorry, guys.
We are at 4, 6, 8, 9 lore next turn. Irvin has it on board already. So if Jeffrey does not have some... Oh, no. Now you find the goat. This would have been great. Finding a few goats a few turns ago would have changed this whole game around, but unfortunately, the timing does not work out for Jeffrey, and I believe that this is 9 lore on board. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It is, yeah. No, it's 8, I think. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Queen quest for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, so Irvin has the ability to go to 19 this turn. If the goat survives, then sure, next turn Jeff quests to 17. Maybe he finds a snake to return it to the hand. That takes him to 18. Then he redeploys
the goat. That's only to 19.
So unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be Gio's match. But man,
we gotta get that double dash par in there.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey, maybe, like, I know in the past he's played a one-off dash par. So maybe there's a one-off dash bar in there. You never know. It's not over until the story star shines.
I love that. It ain't over till the story star shines, people. No, but we're getting rid of
another strength. That is the 4th strength of a Raging Fire. And unfortunately, I just don't see a accumulation of cards that is going to help Jeffrey get back into this unless it's literally Goat Dash.
Irvin top decking like he's the mayor of Disney Lorcana Town. I mean, what is there to say? Sometimes there's skill, sometimes there's luck, and sometimes it's both. Both of these players did a phenomenal job. And again, I do want to highlight how, noble that was of Jeffrey to do that.
Yeah, again, that doesn't surprise me at all. I've done that before in the past. Like, again, it's not something you have to do. It is it is the responsibility of the player controlling the Diablo to identify those things. But I don't know, man. Like, if I'm a Proxima player, they've been pleasant. Like, you got Diablo, man.
At the highest of stakes,
3 cards
here to do that. I think that there's a lot of players who would go, that's not my responsibility.
And I would not judge them at all for
Me neither. It's a part of the game. I'm a fan. Gio, wherever you are, you've made a fan out of me. Congratulations on a well-fought battle. What a game. Irvin was able to take that match, and wow.
But huge shout out to Irvin. Again, was on the draw for that 3rd game, and again, I think he was very much at a disadvantage. I think Ruby Amethyst has a lot of tools to be able to deal with Emerald Steel, but he took it home and is still live in this tournament. So a huge shout out to Irvin. Good luck for the rest of the day. One more round to see if he will make it into top cut. And to Gio, I know you're watching this back, buddy. I'm super proud of you, man. Don't sweat it. It's been a super long day. You're absolutely smashing it, my friend, and I promise next time we play D&D, I will be extra nice.
All right. And with that, let's throw it over to the interview booth.
Let's do it.
Greetings and
and salutations again, my fellow Luminaires. I have another interview with round 7 winner Irvin on Emerald and Steel. And Irvin, you had me worried there for a minute. I thought it was over for you, but you managed to pull it off. Talk to me about that deck. Talk to me how it worked out for you, and talk to me about Emerald Steel and why you brought it.
Yo, I thought I was cooked. And the Where's the JDZ, I thought I was cooked. I looked at his hand. I was like, this guy, and it's like a terrible matchup. I'm on the draw, but there's just that little voice. His name is Dale Bolito. It's telling me that I need to keep in it, stick with it. You got more value. You just play really well. So yeah, and you're asking why I brought it. I mean, obviously I'm on Slab Sharks. I got the GOAT of Green Steel on the team, Dale. So it's like before. I used to play dogs. I won a couple 5Ks with dogs. I had the GOAT of dogs on me with Diego. So obviously Slab Sharks being like the team that it is, we got to bring the GOAT's decks, right? So that's what we brought.
Right on, but talk to me again. You see Ruby and Amethyst. That deck's in the field less than 5%. Your deck's in the field less than 5%. Here you are at a very important, critical match. What are your thoughts when you see Ruby and Amethyst on the other side of the table?
This is ridiculous. I have played 0 dogs. I played 1 dogs, I think. My 2 losses are Purple Steel Burn, like where I just like got a brick hand. One of them's Tiago's like dad, who just like dad blasted me and just destroyed me. But yeah, like I can't believe I keep getting these matchups. So maybe in the last round I'll get dogs and there'll be a cakewalk into day 2.
Right on, a nice, easy cakewalk is what you want at these critical moments. But we're still alive and well. How's your event going so far?
It's going great. It's less than 5%?
Less than 5%?
Yo, that's ridiculous, man. Oh my gosh, I didn't even know the number. Okay, but yeah, no, the event's great. This event has been run smoothly. Like we're gonna get out of here early. I'm happy, and the whole team's here, so I love it.
Right on. Well, I'll let you go to get ready for that last round of Swiss. But before we do, we always like to get some shout outs. Anybody else that helped you get to this critical moment, go ahead and shout them out right now.
The whole Slab Sharks team, our sponsor Slab Sharks. Just, yeah, all the friends. That's the best part about our team. We're all like really close friends from back in the day with Yu-Gi-Oh! But yeah, just being able to travel with them again when we're in our older ages.
Right on. You absolutely love it. Don't say a number, please. I don't want to feel that because we're about the same age, so please. But we're gonna let you go to get ready for the next round. And just like that, we're kicking it back to the booth. Emerald Steel is back in a major way. Let's go, baby.
Let's go, indeed. Thanks, Sheriff Andy. Should I say Sheriff Woody? Sheriff JDZ.
Lorcana Sheriff.
We love you. Yeah, our Disney Lorcana Sheriff. We are back here in the booth. It's Brent Mukai with Baker, Lorcana Villain. I mean, what more do you have to say about that match?
It was a banger, mate. I had a wonderful time again. Like Emerald Steel Ruby Amethyst is a very old school rivalry. Again, I think the tides have changed a little bit with some of the new cards, but it's just great. We said it earlier, like a lot of this matchup feels like old times, right? So it was great to get to watch that match, but we have a second match to bring you. And if you're a big fan of the Lorcana space, if you keep up with content and you really have your finger on the pulse of the community, I think you're going to be very happy to see who we have brought onto feature to show you today. Let's waste no more time. You may recognize on the left-hand side of your screen the new host. I say new, he's been smashing it for a while now, but the new host of the Podcana podcast. We have Garrick, otherwise known as Garrick's Lorcana Lair, an incredible human being, an incredible content creator, an incredible player, and here he is, 15 points, Brent Mackay.
Oh boy, Spencer on the right here with 15 points as well. Emerald Amber, I got to assume it's the dogs. I'm looking at it. It looks like, yeah, I'm seeing all the usual suspects here. So this is going to be one of those throwback matches. Speaking of last game, right? In contrast to two old friends, this is some of the best one of the best decks of the first season versus one of the best decks of the second season, going toe to toe. Who is going to be the victor?
And the two most represented decks in our metagame today, dogs. 21% of the meta share, Brent Mackay, followed not too far behind by Amber Steel. These are the two decks that have been getting it done this weekend, today. So let's see how the cookie crumbles. You got to think that Garrick is very well positioned here. Again, a lot of these dogs are they're little guys. Storm Rage On is going to be able to pick off things like that Grandmother Willow, which is such an important early piece in the curve here.
I mean, Spencer is going to say, I don't want to leave my characters too vulnerable. And Garrick is kind of going to have the other side of the conversation, which is let me start banishing some of them with some of the songs that I have. We will see this. I mean, this is one of the new great matchups, I would say. Emerald, Amethyst, and Amber Steel, both working with getting discounts off of the Grandmother Willow sometimes, or at the very least, Akud Edamudi from Garrick. I'm sure he's spoken very highly of the card, says it's one of the most powerful in the entire format, and probably will
pretty
continue.
Reasonable take.
Oh yeah. So, I mean, I didn't see who altered first, but we'll see who's beginning the match here. Did I see him just? He's got a full art Cinderella Stout-Hearted. What a flex here!
Yes, that DLC promo Cinderella Stout-Hearted. You love to see it.
As well as the Rapunzel promo. I mean, he's flexing on the season 1 stuff. Cinderella ballroom sensation.
Yeah, I would. If I was going to sleeve up Amber Steel, I'd be showing off those Rapunzels. I'd be showing off those Cinderella Stout-Hearted. And we see the Nala is going to be the turn 1 drop from Spencer, which is pretty good as far as 1 drops go when you are facing down the ballroom sensation. And here's another singer. We've got a singer 3. Here is the singer 4, the Ursula Vanessa.
Yup, and this Nala Mischievous Cub might seem, you know, not too shabby. It's 0-4, right? However, one of the cards in Spencer's deck, I got to imagine when you're playing this Nala package, is probably going to be the Dale.
The
No!
I was going to say, did we manage to get a very rare miss in this Amber Steel deck, affectionately known as Steel Song by the community? You're expecting a lot of songs. I wondered if maybe Garrick had gotten away with it, but no, the Akuda Edamudi, be gone.
I'm sure that Garrick is smart enough and heads up enough to realize that Ursula and Mowgli are probably going to be large parts of the Emerald Amber combination, but you cannot ink the Akud Edamudi. Wasn't able to sing it there, and oh boy, that is a rough start as Pete, games referee, comes down, which means that Spencer won't be able to play any songs or actions. However, this is not a deck necessarily known for a lot of songs or actions. The good news
Definitely
is...
not at this point in the game. Of course, Under the Sea, we would expect to come along a little later, but I think Garrick just importantly just establishing, playing out the curve, establishing a 3-cost character that can sing Strength for a Raging Fire, sing Let the Storm Rage On, sing Aku et Amudi.
Yep. I mean, Spencer doing exactly what Spencer wants to do, as we do see that Tramp Street Smart Dog in the hand here. I mean, so many play lines, right? This Ursula, same thing. It's 1 strength, 3 willpower, but that Dale ready for his shot comes down.
Yep.
That means that we are swinging for 3 and for 4. And to boot, we always got to be aware. Oh no, the Grandmother Willow's going to come down. We're going to discount 1. We're going to play the Ursula Deceiver. We're already establishing a wide board here. However, the good news for Garrick is that these are not necessarily the cards that you want to be putting down if you are the Emerald Amber Dogs player.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see that aerial, ethereal voice come down on the board. 4 cost, you can boost it, and if she is boosted, but the first time you play a song during your turn, you may draw a card. We're only at 4 ink, so not able to boost it just yet, but this is another fantastic draw engine. And interestingly, Brent, a lot of these Amber Steel Song decks not playing a whole new world anymore, which was the very traditional way of playing it in the past, but a lot of players saying, no, like the way the meta's shaped at the moment is you can't afford to give your opponent a fresh 7 cards.
Right. A lot of them on the Beyond the Horizon now, because it gives you the flexibility to draw when you need to draw and discard your opponent when you need to discard your opponent. If they start getting huge amounts of cards in their hand, it's kind of a great equalizer.
You're absolutely right. Down comes Nani, Stage Manager. Tell us about this card, Brent.
Well, Spencer was able to just look at the top 4 cards of his deck and choose one of the characters 2 cost or less. But the more important card that's coming down here for 2, because we already have 5, is Tramp Street Smart Dog. Now it's a party. His ability allows him to pay 1 less. You pay 1 less for every character you have on board. That's 5 characters. We had 2 ink left, and now on turn 4, where we only have 4 ink, we've gotten a humongous amount of value out of these cards here. He will also be able to use his ability House Pickens, which will allow him to draw a card for every single character he has on board, and discard that many cards, allowing him to cycle, if you will, through his deck to find the exact card that he needs.
And not just that, again, we don't know the lists, but Spencer could potentially be playing that Sherna Bolg, the evil doer, where of course you pay 1 ink less to play him for each character in your discard, and then you shuffle those cards back into your deck. So as well as letting you draw cards and filter through the deck, finding key pieces, and just establishing a 2/6 quest for 2 body, you're also fueling cards like that. Again, the Sherna might not be in the deck, but it's a card that has very commonly synergized with this Tram. Go on, Brent,
Okay, so we just sang the Strength of a Raging Fire to take out the Nani. I was like, oh, I wonder why, you know, the Nani of all the characters, it is the one that we were able to take out here. Tramp would not be banished if we sung that on him, but now we have the Along Came Zeus in hand off the back of the Aerial Spectacular, or excuse me, the Aerial Ethereal Voice and her commanding presence, allowing Garrick to draw. So now you have the ability to sing this, but do you want to...
Thing is, we sang Strength with Ursula Vanessa as opposed to Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. Otherwise, the Ursula Vanessa would have been the perfect character to sing this Along Came Zeus.
Right.
It's looking like Garrick is toying with the idea of using Aerial Ethereal Voice to sing this Zeus. It has been boosted, so it would allow Garrick to draw a card. I think you want to get rid of this Grandmother Willow, though, more than anything.
I think you do want to get rid of the Grandmother Willow. I mean, oh boy. But I mean, it's just a 2-cost card, right? It is giving Spencer a discount every single turn.
Oh,
Spencer's already at 4 ink, though. So maybe we save it for a bigger target. Maybe that's the thing.
I can respect that. Again, like something like a Storm or another Strength will do to get rid of the Grandmother Willow. But yeah, this Grandmother Willow is a pretty powerful card. Again, the fact that it doesn't need to turn sideways, just needs to merely exist. This is a static ability. So the first time you play a character, you pay 1 less for it. So definitely something that you want to prioritize getting off the board. But Garrick choosing patience in this instance.
And the toughest part of this is you've left 8 singers, a total of 8 singer on board, which means that if Spencer is able to sing Under the Sea, he'd be able to wipe out the Cinderella and the Ursula, take away 2 of the dangerous singers on Garrick's side of the board. I mean, that would be pretty backbreaking here. We'll see. I don't see it in Spencer's hand, but it's always a looming threat, something that Garrick is going to have to keep thinking about and consider. Now we'll go back to Spencer here as the Eleanor Renowned Diplomat comes down. And another Tramp! Street Smart Dog, we're going to cycle. We pay only 1 because we have 6 characters on board.
Now it's a party.
Oh boy, now it is a party. And how's those pickings? Because if we find in Under the Sea, we are going to be in a world where it is 7 characters to 2.
Yeah.
Baker.
And I think we saw a Lilo
I see it.
on there.
I see it all the way at the... he's kept it.
Yeah, he has kept it. And a couple of Lilos go into the discard. This Lilo escape artist loves being in the discard pile, Brent. At the beginning of your turn, in the set phase of Ready, Set, Draw, you may play this character from your discard. It enters play exerted, and you still have to pay the cost, but you love to get rid of it. But there it is, Brent. We didn't get to sing the board wipe, but we do get to sing Under the Sea.
Of course. As 2 cards go to the bottom, the Cinderella Ballroom Sensation and the Ursula Vanessa, Garrick takes a big inhale here as he's realizing this game is starting to slip from his fingers a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. This, again, it just shows you the power of dogs and why 21% of the room has brought this deck the ability to go wide so quickly, play these Tramp Street Smart Dogs on the cheap, digging through the deck, finding the key pieces that you need, getting rid of the fluff, and then this Eleanor Renowned Diplomat has really just tied a ribbon around the dog's neck, and it's not even a slow card. Like, Eleanor doesn't need to be exerted herself. Like, yes, it triggers at the end of your turn, but you just play it on a turn where you are going to be turning everything sideways. You ping 1, you draw 1, you gain 1.
With her powerful ability, when 3 or more cards are exerted on your side of the board, characters, you are able to deal damage. Gain lore, draw a card. I mean, I feel like I could walk out onto the street, find anybody, and show them this without them knowing the game and say who's winning, and they would all know Spencer's on the winning side right here.
Universally understood board states.
Okay, and the good news is we did keep the Along Came Zeus for a good reason. That Eleanor was probably something in the back of Garrick's mind that he was thinking, I would love to get rid of a higher value target, and now Eleanor is banished. That's a bit of good news as the Beast Tragic Hero does come down, this card, if Spencer does nothing about it, and I'm trying to think of anything Spencer could do about it, there's no exert your opponent's card. There's no ping some damage now that Eleanor is gone, right? So Spencer has to draw another Eleanor here. Otherwise, that beast is going to be drawing Garrick an extra card each turn.
I love that both of these players are using the Emerald badge as a hand token for this.
I know.
These cool badges that players have been able at DLCs, try and collect the lot, badge trading. You love to see it. And in this instance, hand marker.
Can I say that I love that Garrick's using the Emerald button and he has the Amethyst shirt on? Two colors he's not using.
But he's playing Amethyst.
Maybe a little bit of mind gaming
Where's the Ruby? Where's the Sapphire? I need to know, Garrick. Are you representing all of the inks?
As a bit of a reminder to all of our Illumineers out there watching, these are not open deck lists. So Spencer would be sitting there not knowing what Garrick was playing. It does affect how you choose to alter your hand a little bit.
Sure.
Oh boy, his two Lilo escape artists are going to obviously come down and be a tough
Dale.
time.
Like, we just found Dale ready for his shot. Young, scrappy, and hungry, and ready for his shot, which is a card that you have to respect. Like in the past and still in today for Infinity format, you had to play around a card called Rapunzel, gifted with healing, where if you turned something sideways and allowed your opponent the opportunity to challenge
Yep. Then you would be able to heal the character immediately and draw a card for each bit of damage. Each bit of damage that was healed.
Exactly.
But
and
now there's another threat.
Exactly. It's not exactly the same. It's not drawing you cards, but if you turn things sideways, suddenly Dale comes down and it completely changes the math. So this has been a very impactful card. I think we're going to see it a lot, even post-rotation.
And now we're going to quest for another 2 off the back of this Ursula Deceiver and the Nala Mischievous Cub. Oh boy, things are not looking great for Garrick. The good news is we have found another, and then along came Zeus, so we can sing this onto one of the tramps, take one of them out, but these Lilos are going to be pesky. They're going to keep coming back every single turn that Spencer wants. Obviously, if Garrick were to take them out now, Spencer would probably be playing the Dale so that he can challenge into this beast neatly. Yep. But, oh boy, and a second beast tragic hero comes down. That's not bad.
It's not bad. Unfortunately, with this double Lilo on the board, I think Spencer has just got all the gas he needs to be able to jump over the finish line here. Again, there's only 1 tramp left, only 3 willpower on it, but we've got a lot of gas, and I think if I'm Spencer, I'm feeling very confident right here.
I'm thinking that there's no breaks, and I think I know what you mean.
Oh, do you know? No breaks.
I had to flip it on you a little bit.
Absolutely, brother. I would be really insulted if you didn't. But a couple of beasts is still pretty good for Garrick. He's going to be drawing now 3 cards per turn. 1 for the draw, a ready set draw, and 1 for each of these beasts with the "it's better this way" ability. But yeah, Spencer's board is just so wide. These Lilos questing for 2. If I'm Spencer, I'm confident. But I think a lot of Garrick is a fantastic player. If there's a combination of cards that can get him there, I know that Garrick can find them.
A path to victory, if you will. I gotta say, 2 beasts on the board represents the 2 beasts we have playing each other right now. As the Dale, ready for his shot, does come down, we are going to trade the tramp for the beast. Oh, buddy,
I respect
it. It's 6 lore that we're getting up to. I believe that takes us to 13. That Dale also quests for 2. I mean, you got the spiky suit. All of your opponent's characters now use their willpower as strength, even when you challenge them. I mean, Baker,
Dale,
this is tough.
It is. Dale with a scholarship to Chipmunk College, ready for his shot with that spike suit ability. It is so powerful. We do see the aerial spectacular singer come down for Garrick, which is not a bad start if you're looking to mount a comeback. And there's the along came Zeus, taken from those 4 cards.
And usually you're real happy to see 3 and then along came Zeus's, right? That you're able to sing. But we're able to take out the Dale, which is a bit of a start. Unfortunately, there's not much else we can do. There's 6 lore on Spencer's side of the board, and even if we do take out these Lilos, they're just going to keep coming back. Baker, I mean, how does Garrick find a way back into this game? I guess if maybe the Beast isn't challenged, we can draw 2 additional cards. We'll see if Spencer lets that happen, but I mean, what are you thinking? What's going on in that brain of yours?
I think that Garrick he needs some bigger beat sticks on the board, right? Because at the moment, if he wants to be challenging these Lilos, there's a couple of things. Like, you've got the Angel Siren Singer, which is not bad. That can take out one. You don't really care about exposing that. But challenging with the aerial, you might have to do it. But this is just Singer 5 character, man. You want it to be singing songs, and you definitely don't want to be putting the beast into anything, because this is the only thing that's drawing you cards. There's a Cinderella Stout-Hearted. We don't have a shift option. And that you have forgotten me. But no, Gary's going to call it and say, I've seen enough. Let's go to game number 2.
I mean, even if there was a Cinderella there that we could have, that might have brought us back, right? Cinderella Stout-Hearted, a very good card. We would have been able to get a bunch of challenges in, but it just felt too little too late.
Yeah, I think so too. I think those 2 Lilos, they were discarded super early with the first or the second Street Smart Dog. And yeah, like, it just puts so much pressure on the board. Garrett going to be on the play here, looking like we're going to be altering 4 cards, keeping
4 or
2.
5. 3, 4, 5.
Oh, it's 5.
5 cards.
Okay, all right. So we're keeping 2.
And what is Spencer going to be doing here? Typically, Emerald Amber Dogs, if you don't have the start that you're looking for, you don't mind altering pretty aggressively to find what you want.
The deck is just super consistent. It's all low to the ground, so you can afford to be quite aggressive in your alter here. But I think Eleanor is the card you're really looking for, and we do see Spencer put that to the front of his hand. Again, you'd like to find the Grandmother Willow as well. Let's see what Spencer prioritizes here in his alter phase.
I would kind of think you don't want to keep 2 Lilos. Yep. Wow,
so
doesn't keep the
Eleanor.
Typically, you want to. A lot of Dogs players will keep the Lilo Escape Artist if they have the Bobby Zimmerowski Cheese Spray Kid. I'm wondering why Spencer decided to alter both of those, because it's a perfect one-turn play, right?
It is, but I think I don't think he had a Grandmother Willow, which I think is a super important piece of this. And again, you can just find the Lilo off of the Tramp Street Smart Dog later, right? Like, you're absolutely right. That's a very important combination to point out. If you've got the Bobby Zimmerowski, the Cheese Spray Kid, who on play lets you draw a card, discard a card. Yeah, that's great for getting the Lilo into the discard, but is that Bobby enough? Like, does he have the cards to feel like he can win the game? If not, sometimes you've got to throw back cards that you would have liked to have kept, but you need to find something better.
Yeah, and let's see if he did find anything better here. I'm seeing another Bobby Zimmerowski. I'm seeing an Eleanor, one of the key pieces of this deck here. I mean, how much have things changed over the past few weeks that Eleanor, that renowned diplomat, has come into the equation here, as Nala is going to...
Especially because I don't think you really want to play Bobby in this matchup against Let the Storm Rage On, right? You want to play things like this Nala.
True.
Pluto's reasonable, though. A weak character, only 2 willpower, but on Exert, you may pay 1 less ink for the next character. So maybe we don't have the Grandmother Willow, or maybe we've got both, and we just want a real bargain, is what we want, Brett.
Yeah, that friendly Pooch using his ability Good Dog. We'll see it here probably. We'll be able to get things out at a discount, which is one of the names of the game of this Emerald Amber deck. And now we're
3 of a kind.
3. I mean, a full house if you wanna talk some poker here. But 3 aerials and 2 beasts is not too shabby. I mean, Garrick off to a great start here, as well as that Ursula missing, and that's kind of what you want over the songs in your hand against a deck that runs Ursulas and Mowgli's.
100%.
You'd rather have it, because then you can search the top 4 cards of your deck and then spectacularly sing them. Don't tell me we're gonna miss. We're gonna miss.
Oh no! I need to know how many songs Garrick has in his deck, because the odds of missing, even if you've only got 18, which is like the bottom end you would expect. Traditionally, I would expect 22 to 24.
Did he draw a 4th aerial?
4 of a kind.
Okay, so the good news is we still got 3 left. There's nothing that Spencer can really do about this, but the Eleanor is not what you want to see.
This is what I mean. This is why you keep it in hand. It's just immediately, okay, I know I'm going to be able to go nice and wide. I'm going to start pinging. I'm going to start drawing. I'm going to start gaining that lore.
And now, I mean, Garrick in a kind of awkward position. If this next aerial does not hit, and this Eleanor is able to keep generating lore, draw, and damage onto one of Garrick's characters, it's going to be bad news bears. Let's see what Garrick draws into here. Did not see it, but we are going to play the
Come
aerial.
on, there we go. They're all
we
going
need
to be
something
songs.
that can take it out. No!
3 out of 4.
Oh, but we missed on something that would be able to take out this Eleanor, which means it's going to get value again. Now, obviously, when we sing this Let the Storm Rage On...
We're going to draw another card.
Yeah, which might be the removal that we need.
Or just another storm, right? Like, if you do put... Like, you probably take the... No, do you take the Pluto here? Do you put the aerial into it?
Yeah, you kind of don't want to leave 2 damage on the Eleanor because then the Rapunzel trap that we just talked about, right? We can challenge into the Ursula, put 3, make it real nice and neat. And Garrick doesn't find it. He's going to ink another Beast Tragic Hero. Oh, that's not what you want to see hitting the inkwell. What are we playing? A Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. I get it. Garrick's saying, I'm going to go wide, and I'm going to put more singers on board so that when these next 2 aerials hit, I'll have a full board full of singers ready to take out your characters.
Yeah, we're not quite at under the sea range yet for Spencer, although if we were, the Garrick's entire board would be swept under the deck, down where it's better.
Ooh, I know. Luckily, only 7 singer represented on board here. We'll see what Spencer elects to play, and Spencer does have the Rapunzel in hand, which is so smart of Garrick to not put the damage on the Eleanor. A lesser player, myself included, might have forgotten and said, okay, I'll put 2 damage on her and then hope that I draw more removal on this next draw. Would have been bad news.
Yeah, but Garrick, you mentioned forgetting. Garrick, we saw in that last game, he didn't play it, but drew into a copy of You Have Forgotten Me, which forces the opponents to discard 2 cards. I imagine Garrick has been catching people off guard with that card all day long.
Yep. I mean, You Have Forgotten Me, not typical in the Amber Steel.
Every now and then, like very rarely, but every now and then I've seen it crop up. But no, it's not
nice little bit of spice.
Nice bit of spice. And again, not a card that I think most players would play around, knowing that you're a generally pretty traditional Steel Song deck.
I mean, the good news here for Garrick is that Eleanor will have to turn sideways if Spencer wants to activate her ability, because we can't get 3 characters out onto the board exerted otherwise, as far as I know. And the Trap Street Smart Dog comes down for Spencer. We're going to draw 4 fresh new cards. We're going to have to discard 4, but now, I mean, look at Garrick. Eyes up. He's getting locked in, a little laser focused here because he needs to. We'll see what Spencer takes, but if this, I mean, oh boy. If he found Under the Sea here, this would be absolutely brutal. I didn't see what he took.
Both these players at a 5-1 record going into this game, so both can lose and still potentially be live, but then the pressure would super be on for round 8. Then you absolutely do need to win. And hey, if you go into day 2 with an 8-2 record, you cannot lose a single game.
You gotta keep winning.
Yeah, and you would love to be able to allow yourself that leniency. Okay, I can lose once in day 2 if I have to. I'd rather not. But if I need to, down comes a Pete Games referee, going to shut off those actions. So there will be no Under the Sea chorus this turn.
Garrick with another heads-up play, smartly identifying that. I mean, both of these players have been they've been going around the ring a little bit. They've been throwing a few jabs. They've been throwing a few little feelers here and there. And oh boy, it's tough to look at Spencer's side with that Eleanor still there, and think that there's a whole lot of hope for Garrick. However, we are still only at 3 lore on the side of Spencer. This Dale, might change things around. We might go full send, exert everything, quest it all, gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore, keep the Eleanor up, gain another lore 6, draw. I mean, this Dale kind of morphs things around, and Spencer deciding not to do it.
And again, just even things like this 0-4 Nala just become just tanks next to Dale, ready for his shot. Here's the 3rd aerial of the game. Okay, I was going to say it then so, Garrick. Say it then so, man.
Yeah, but this doesn't put him off of Under the Sea. So Spencer, if the last card in Spencer's hand is indeed an Under the Sea, then the game might be all but over.
Again, I think that's what ended the game for game 1, really. It was that turn where we sang Under the Sea that really...
Even just the 2 characters. Now imagine where we take 6 characters off of Garrick's side of the board. Ugh. I mean, yeah.
Yuck.
That's the only noise.
Hard
That's
and
the
Sweet
only
would hate
word.
that. I know he would.
Oh.
I know he's watching this thinking,
Boy.
It's sad times, sad times.
Oh, what do you take, Garrick? I mean, you're probably tempted to take the look at this family, maybe, and sing that together, grab a couple characters off the top of your deck.
Find a Pete? Can we have 2 ink still floating? Have we inked this turn?
I don't believe we have, because that ink from the new rules would have to remain face up until the end of the turn.
There you go.
I believe that
expertly pointed out, Brent. Excellent point there, my son.
Thank you.
We are going to take that look at this family.
Appreciate it, Papa.
And you're welcome. You're welcome, my son. Sing together 7, meaning that multiple characters may exert, as long as they are reaching a cost of 7, to sing this song of the Madrigals. Yeah, finding a Pete seems necessary,
and
to be honest.
5 cards deep is pretty good.
Not bad.
And Garrick, I mean, something Garrick might be thinking about too is he's found a lot of songs, and because of that, he's had to put a lot of songs on the bottom of his deck. He knows more or less what has hit the bottom of the deck. I don't believe I've seen a lot of Petes from the aerials, from the aerial triggers. I don't believe I've seen a lot of Petes have to go to the bottom. So I think that might be why Garrick did it.
Good odds that we shouldn't be too far away from finding those game referees, hopefully.
The only problem is we still got the Dale, right? Because if that Dale didn't exist, this would be such a great play, but that Dale changes everything, because now we can't even turn sideways. It's not like we can even do it. All we're doing is delaying the under the sea if Spencer has it. Spencer, with a stone-cold poker face here, I mean, just kind of meditative almost, just sort of thinking out what the next turn is.
It's a big turn.
Eric's doing, yeah.
And again, like playing this look at this family, like either you find what you're looking for and you keep yourself in the game, or you even start to build some momentum, or it probably loses you the game on the spot. He needs to find something from this last card. It's not what he was looking for. And that last one is Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, so no.
He even looks up because 2 of the Strength of a Raging Fire's cards that he would have needed, cards that he would have found off of the other aerial, are going to the bottom of the deck. It's just one
Garrick
unfortunate incident.
Up to the great illuminary, say, "How have I forsaken you, curator? Why have you forsaken me?"
Listen, we're saying this, but I don't. Yeah, I mean, I do believe, right, Spencer? We did see that Under the Sea was in hand. I'm starting to get the games a little crossed here because it's his game too. Do you remember straight up off the top if it was? Oh no! And now we find the Pete. Garrick shaking his head. I feel for him. I feel for this man. It's all sliding downhill.
All coming up in the exact wrong order that we wanted it to.
Exactly. All when it's a little bit too late anyway. This was the last ditch effort of Garrick. Will he be able to find a way out of this? What are we going to do? We're going to sing, obviously, the Let the Storm Rage On here. We're going to find the Along Came Zeus, but we don't have anything to sing it, right? No. Oh, we do.
Yeah, the aerials. One of the aerials is dry, right?
I don't believe that the aerial is. Maybe it is. I think he just played those 2 aerials.
In which case, then
no,
Surge,
we don't have something to sing it. Garrick shaking his head here. I mean, now some of your best singers have turned sideways, and with this Dale, I mean, even the Nala is going to be able to take out the Ursula. I mean, and then we're going to be able to heal everything up with the heal 1 card up with the Rapunzel. I mean,
and that's it. There we go. Garrick's just going to shake his hand. I think he knows that he's got the Under the Sea.
Yeah, Garrick might have asked, do you have the Under the Sea? And if it was, I mean, we were essentially, I mean, that game was essentially over.
Yeah.
From the minute that Tramp Street Smart Dog came down and he was able to draw into that Under the Sea.
Aerial as well.
Right, we missed the beat. We missed the, and then when we look for the songs, when we miss the Pete and 2 of your Strength of a Raging Fires go to the bottom of your deck, and then you play the aerial, and then you find the Pete, it's just like, what do you do? But again, he's still in it.
He's still in it again.
Both of these players still in it.
Both of these players, again, Garrick now on a 5-2 record, but I like a comeback story, and if there is anyone capable of now just going fully undefeated, one more round today and then 4 rounds tomorrow, I believe it is Garrick's Norcana Lair. But a shout out to both of these incredible players putting on a fantastic game. It was tense. I loved every minute of it. But Brent, I'd love to hear from our winner. We've got a little interview. Are you ready?
Let's listen to Spencer, brother. I am prepared.
I hope so. I'm so upset we didn't get to sing it. Let's send it over to the interview.
Greetings and salutations again, my fellow Lumineers. We are back with the winner of round number 7. I have Spencer playing the Amber and Emerald Dog strategy. Spencer, how does it feel getting that victory and putting yourself in a position to make day number 2 in this digital kind of challenge?
It's a huge relief. It's always those nerves, like, you think I'll make it while I lose, like, but just getting into that day 2 is a great goal to achieve, and I can kind of rest a little easy now in that last round.
I know, but you can't let off the gas pedal. You have to maintain that momentum. But talk to me, why Amber Emerald? Why did you bring that deck to this tournament?
I typically in my Lorcana history, I've played blue. Last set, I wanted to branch out, try something new, and I tried dogs, and I just really loved it and thought I would continue into infinity.
Right on, to infinity and beyond. What are some cards in that matchup you think that overperformed? What are some cards that propelled you to victory there?
In this matchup in particular, Ursula is an MVP, be able to get those songs, especially the Cood, that can really, really cause some problems. And Dale is another really great card that can help fight the board, because in that matchup, Dogs kind of needs to play control a little bit until we can kind of move forward with lore. There are a few times where I could have gone aggressive and just quested out, but I know the power of Boost Ariel and of Beast to just find tons of songs. So lots of challenging at first, and then I was able to get to.
Absolutely. It was a stellar matchup. We love to see it. Like you said, you have this huge sigh of relief. You're already clinched into day 2, but now you need to go and get that serialized golden Mickey Mouse, brave little Taylor. That's what we're on the line right now. But before I let you go, you got to prepare for that next round. Any special shout outs you want to give for anybody at home that may be watching?
Yeah, I want to thank my wife and my daughters. They're so supportive. My team, Nashcana from Nashville, Tennessee, and my coach, Sailor, and Taylor's River Bend. Huge help. I would not be here without all of those people. So.
Right on. You can't do it by yourself. So thank you so much, Spencer. Again, congratulations on the stellar performance, and I can't wait to see what you do next. So we're going to kick it back over to the booth and hear what's going on.
Another heck of an interview there, Sheriff. What can I say but yeehaw? I loved that. Shout out shout out Spencer. Shout out your wife. Shout out your daughters. What a great shout out that was.
I love that Woody doll. You know what? I love it so much. I think I'm gonna play with Woody.
You think so?
Yeah.
You're not gonna break it now, are you?
Would I ever?
Come on now.
Would I do such a thing? But yeah, it was a pleasure to be in the booth. Great to work with you again, Brent Mackay. You absolute legend. You're absolutely smashing it. And again, I love my new job, but I do miss being in the booth with you guys. So
we miss you, man.
It's good to be here, man. So it's great to get the chance. And I am doing 1 round tomorrow, so maybe we'll still get a chance to sing at the El Clasico. But I know you're going to smash the final round. I'm going to get out of here. We're going to send it over to the lounge. We'll see you very soon.
Liam and JDZ, both of you, vibes today have been.
Rebecca, I feel a little bit of attraction to my co-host here because there's little Bo Peep Woody's.
The Woody Bo Peep.
Yeah.
It's Woody Bo Peep.
Vibing all day.
We're having a good time. It's been such a blast. I'm having an amazing time here.
Yeah, walking around the venue and interacting with the community has been so much fun. I know, Liam, that's one of your favorite parts of Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Oh, absolutely. Getting out there, talking to the players, seeing friends, making new friends. And one of the best parts here, like, I can see the floor out in front of me and everybody's socializing, having a good time. Even though a lot of players are eliminated from the tournament, they're still hanging out, watching their friends play. And it's I don't know. It's just a ton of fun.
Yeah, that's like a trend I've seen so far. You talk to someone, hey, how's your tournament run going? Not so great. Are you having a good time? Absolutely. Yeah, the resounding
A buddy's
yes.
still in.
For sure, yeah, everyone's cheering each other on. So it's just been such an amazing weekend.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that we've been having a lot of fun with is backstage. We've been keeping up
It's
with
serious.
our Caster Fantasy Draft, and this is an update for you after round 7. Here we go. Team Liam in the lead, and Team JDZ actually, unfortunately, bringing up the rear there. JDZ, how are you feeling?
Rebecca, I gotta say, I'm not feeling too great, okay? When I picked my team this morning, I was so confident that I would be way out front, so far ahead that it wouldn't even be close. I got the current and reigning Disney World Kind of Challenge World Champion. I got the current and reigning Disney World Kind of World Champion runner-up. I have Oyola on my team. I have Jack Shadows. I thought I couldn't lose.
You've got an amazing team. But you know what? It's not over. It's not over.
You're right.
But
You're absolutely
Liam,
right.
you've got to be feeling pretty good right
You
now.
know, my players showed up. My players came to play. Some of them brought some spice, and they've been working hard. I have to give it. Look, so part of winning a draft is about getting players who are willing to fight for the team. I have to tell you, I give a special shout out to my local Brian Sarita, who actually, I say on camera, he was eliminated after round 5. And he kept playing it out all day long to grind out points for the team and to keep this thing alive. So shout out to Brian for all his effort.
You are in the lead, Liam, but this is a tight race. You have 78 points. Team Katie is right behind you with 76, and I'm 1 point behind her at 75. And I'm feeling pretty good about my team. And then Team Brent, again, right behind Brent with 72. So it's
almost anybody's
game right
now.
now.
What? We're never going to give up. I demand a recount, okay?
The leader gets the hat.
I want to demand a recount. I'm talking, hey, turn these machines back on and figure this thing out.
Wait, is this how it's going to go? Is the winner of the Caster Fantasy Draft
gets the crown.
Get
That's right. It's the leader's hat now.
It's over.
I love that so much.
You know, I'm still incredibly proud of my team. You know, I deputize all the deputies out there to hope for a great run, and it didn't work out this time, but I'm still extremely proud of them.
But it all comes down to the number of players who you have make day 2.
Yes.
And so there's all of us, I think, have players who are out.
I think everyone has some that are still in, though.
Yeah, right. And everybody has some that are still in. That's why you say it's anybody's game. Now, the players that are left are going to fight for these teams tomorrow. You know, I know they want the Golden Mickey, but they really want to help us win this draft. I know that's what they're really playing for.
It is actually fun talking to the players out on the floor, and they're like, I'm getting you points.
I got you another one.
I got you another win.
Can I tell one sad story? I had Disney's Color Con is all about storylines, and I had 2 of my players, Mo Shamlin and Clara Sarah, 2 of my favorite players in the game, and they played each other in a knockout match, and Mo Shamlin knocked out Clara. It was heartbreaking to watch, and heartbreaking for me and Team Cosma, but anyway.
Such a fun time playing with this fantasy draft. We hope that you watching at home are playing. Let us know in the chat, whose team are you rooting for? We
welcome all
we need
fans.
help. Team JDZ needs all the help we can get. So please, bring some energy in there.
From the community, yes. And we're very excited to see what happens tomorrow. We'll have updates of the fantasy draft. You know what else we're going to have tomorrow? I have one more reminder for everyone before we get into our round 8, and that is we saw 3 amazing new cards that are coming to Attack of the Vine, which has pre-release July 17th. Oh, it's only a few weeks away, which is super exciting. And tomorrow, we are going to have more card reveals for you. So tune in tomorrow. We'll be back here for day 2 with some more Attack of the Vine card reveals. But, sir, are you ready for some more Disney Arcana gameplay? Are you ready for round 8?
Round 8. It all comes down to this.
Hey, Brent and Katie. I'm going to throw it right over to you. Take us into round 8. Take us home.
I hope that all of you Illumineers are ready. It has been a grueling 7 rounds to get here. We have our last round of the day, round 8, before we go into another 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow. Then cutting to our top 32. Katie, how are you feeling?
You know, we talk about fantasy draft, but it is real out there because a lot of these players, this is the round that matters because after this, it's day 2. So you need to have 18 points or 6 wins to make that day 2. So a lot of these Illumineers, they are playing their hearts out, and I hope we get to see some of that exciting match in this round.
Absolutely. Speaking of in this round, we have the match for you. 18 points is the cutoff to make day 2. Let's throw it to the table and watch some great high-level play. You might recognize this player on the left. Katie, have you maybe seen this guy around?
He's an up-and-coming player. No, this is Edmund Chu, and you got to put some respect on it because he first made his debut or not first made his debut, but the first big splash. He won Disney Lorcana Challenge in Fort Worth, and then he came and won, the North American Championship. So he is a storied player, and he has had, a few other great showings, even recently this season.
Mm-hmm.
And
on a DLC, I mean, Ed Chu, nobody to sneeze at for sure. We have John on the right here on Amber Steel, and another one of the classic matchups. It's going to be Amber Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. We'll have to see which deck Ed is playing. We don't know because typically last season it was all items all the time. Then we were doing some of the Shark Manor stuff, right? But now there is an actions variant that is action heavy. We'll see which one Ed has elected to go with here.
Yeah, and now we're going to do our alter. It looks like John is only sending back 2 cards. Then Ed, who appears to be going second here, gets to, you're going to be going ahead and deciding how many to send back, and he sends back a full 6. So that means to me he is making sure he is getting that ramp onto. It sounds like silly, right? It's just your turn 2, but it matters so much in this deck.
Right. Missing your ramp, or another way of putting it is your cards like Sail the Azurite Sea or Tipo Growing Sun that allow you to put an additional card into your inkwell, thus ramping up your ink so that you are 1 turn ahead on ink of your opponent. I mean, one of the staples of any Sapphire deck, if Ed is... Typically, that's when we see the big 7-card altar, right? The 6-card altar is when a player is missing that. We'll see if Ed finds it. If he does not, that's actually pretty critical. So something to look out for in this match. Another thing I want to bring up, look at these points. 15 points each. And what was the threshold to make tomorrow, Katie?
Oh, it is 15 plus 3. That is 18 points. So they need to wake up and get ready because this is round 8.
This is a must-win situation with everything on the line. Disney Lorcana Challenge Indianapolis, the last round of day 1, round number 8. We are beginning here with John having a small think.
Yeah, and it's kind of the beginning of the deck for the script is very not simple but more straightforward for Ed, but John, it can be a little bit more fragile. He's going to want to go ahead and establish his singers, and he's doing a great job with this ballroom sensation. Now in some matchups you get a little scared putting out her. She's a little fragile out of 1-2, but soon it'll become apparent that she's pretty safe for now.
And now here we see an old friend, the Popsicle, come down. When we ink the Tipo, that tells me we already have the ramp, right? We already have something, otherwise you never ink that Tipo. On the side of John, we will be inking something. Right? I mean, dude, how intimidating is it to be sitting across from Ed Chu with the classic Ed Chu stare, the champion stare?
He's looking a little. He looked really friendly as you said that.
He did.
Like, this there, and then kind of smacked his lips. So, but yes, no, he's known for that because he's a player who flies all over the world, playing Disney Lorcana to Illumineers of all skill levels. And this does not look like someone who's no slouch because he's playing Bare Necessities before he does anything because he wants to know what am I up against, and this gives him a very good hint.
He'll also be able to discard any non-character card of his choice. And when you see the Popsicle come down, you're playing Sapphire. I mean, items and actions abound. So a smart first turn play here.
Well, I mean, I'm looking and I'm like, well, normally he inked Tipo, and it's like, okay, well, he has a backup. He has a backup.
Yep, just in case of the Bare Necessities, probably.
The simple Bare Necessities can be quite the problem, because like we talked about, you got to go ahead and increase your ink by 1 extra on that turn 2. And so that Tipo does it, and he leaves a body behind. But there we go. That Sail Azurite Sea is another way to do it. You get to draw a card, and it feels pretty nice if you're trying to keep your hand size healthy, but he takes that, it's inkable, it draws a card, it does the ramp, but now it's discarded.
Yep, and because we sang the Bare Necessities, we now can put down a card into our inkwell, play this Ursula Vanessa, got him confused. And on the side of Ed, I mean, John, I think that was a pretty smart choice because Sail the Azurite Sea allows you to draw an additional card, whereas Tipo does not. And when John took a peek at that hand, there wasn't a lot of card draw available to Ed, so we'll see what happens here.
Interesting. He inks that Ursula Vanessa and says, where I'm going, I need the ink. And he does not have a turn 2 character to stick to the board. Now he knows another character is coming on the side of the board. With this Amber Steel deck, you do want to have a pretty dominant song engine early. You also want to, because you're not necessarily, you're more of a mid-range deck. You're strongest in the middle of your deck. But right now, it's kind of a rocky start. But here we go. This is a good stabilization.
Ooh, Ariel, Spectacular Singer is going to come down. We're going to pay 3. And with her ability, she is able to look at the top 4 cards and find a song. Pick one of those songs, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom. Many people said this is one of the most powerful cards from the first chapter. And her musical debut is going to be, I guess,
lots of options.
I guess the song we chose is The Bare Necessities. Smartly identifying, Ed's got a lot of different actions in hand. It looks like he is going with a shark action variant with the McDuck manners to put on that pressure. We'll see what John prioritizes here.
And it's, like you said, it's a cornucopia of choices. Obviously, Be Prepared can be very devastating, but we need to think more short term. What can be devastating right now? He has enough ink to go ahead and play the other 2 options here of Firefly Storm and Vision of the Future. So I think we're prioritizing something either inkable, in that case, the Vision of the Future.
I think it is Visions of the Future. That would be my pick, because you don't want Ed to search deeper in his deck to find more bad news, let's call it.
Yeah, because no matter what, that card's going to get value. You're going to look for something or it's ink. Obviously, Shark is inkable as well, but
Ed doesn't want to ink that Shark.
He doesn't. He has plans, because you're right. That is a lore-generating engine here, and it gets some of his actions back that Sail can come back with Shark. So he is deciding this is a pivotal choice here, and he is narrowed it down and picked that Firefly Storm. We've seen this card be very, very good. It's a brand new card from set 12, but it is so powerful because of that ability to banish a character just right off the bat.
Strength or less.
Yes.
But if you've put 2 cards into your discard this turn, you can banish anything. So that is very, very threatening. Ed just chose quick. I didn't even see what he chose. That was so fast. I blinked.
He thought about
the
Vision of the Future. He's like, I've been thinking about that. And he got a popsicle.
Oh,
Makes sense, right?
Makes sense. Makes absolute sense. We're going to ink something. A Liquidator, iced over, is going to freeze up the inkwell for just a little bit here as he hits it. And now we pass back to John. John, a big part of the Amber Steel matchup into Ruby Sapphire feels like John knows he's got a timer, because Ruby Sapphire is a little bit.
Oh, the timer just went
timer.
timer.
No! Another! You have forgotten me!
And it's not a song. That's the thing, is this card is so powerful that it's not even a song. But what it does, I mean, it goes ahead and just discards 2 cards. It doesn't matter. You have to pick 2 of your cards and discard. Ed gets to pick. But no matter what, it's intensely bad because he's trying so hard to get that card draw.
That is one of the... I'm sure that is tech for exactly this kind of matchup, because Ruby Sapphire can start running away with games. However, Ruby Sapphire does tend to struggle into the Emerald Steel, some of the discard packages, because they don't have a large draw engine. Do you want to tell us why they don't have as much draw as they might have used to, Katie?
Oh, we don't talk about that anymore. But yes, we talked about the beginning of the show. There is a card that was Hiram Flaversham, but he very, very powerful. And in this case, they found other ways around this. That Merlin's carpet bag we've seen, the popsicles, but all of it requires a lot of real estate. By real estate, I mean ink. And so by going ahead and discarding a card and making him really work hard for this, he is having to make some difficult choices. He's laying out his discard, which makes me think there might be a snowman of action, which I think I saw a peek of. But in this matchup, anything he plays might not be around long. He goes ahead, he inks this desperate plan. I'm wondering what this last card is, but man, if you're Ed, you're just like, this has been a very rough start for you. But John hasn't exploded yet, but he's done a good job.
And John kind of lucked out a little bit here, because Ed ran out of ink to play this inner strength. He would have been able to boost up his TPO with +1. He would have been able to draw another card, put it into his hand, and then take out that Cinderella Ballroom sensation. But now, let's see what John does as the Carefree Snowboarder and the Cinderella Ballroom sensation comes down. This is one of the new cards from Winter Spell. Stitch, Carefree Snowboarder, 4/5 that quests for 2. And when he quests, if you have 2 other characters, you get to draw a card.
That feels good. He's saying, you have to discard cards, I get to draw cards. It doesn't seem fair. But then we go ahead, we get that Olaf down here, but we're going to put it in a discard, which means there might be a crab come. Before we get to that, he is just deciding, does he want to go? And he does. He puts both popsicles into the discard, immediately plays Tamatoas and gets them back. That's a plan for later.
Tamatoa happy as a clam, using his ability to grab back items from the discard. One of the main strategies and draw engines of this deck is exactly what you just saw. Popping the 2 popsicles, putting them into your discard so that you can recur them with the Tamatoa happy as a clam. Oh, boy. Okay, and if you're John, you're not quite happy to see that, but you get off to a good start. What do you see?
He said, you know what I'm afraid of? At turn 7, there's this card, Be Prepared. It's pretty bad. And he said, Pete, let's take a beat here. That's Pete Gaines, referee, coming down and saying, if you happen to have Be Prepared, you won't.
He just drew it into it. I think he just drew into it. John was predicting the future.
Yeah, Ed plays Vision of the Future, but John said, I have the Vision of the Future. And it's a pretty good bet, right? That deck loves to build towards this. So in the meantime, Ed is working double time trying to make this happen. He has just this little Tipo out here by himself.
As the Merlin's carpet bag comes to the hand here, and Ed elects to play it down. When you exert the carpet bag and pay 1, you are able to return an item from your discard to your hand. So now Ed has found his draw engine. John is starting to get up there in lore, though. He's going to be able to quest for an additional 4 up to 13 if he wants to. And you got to wonder, is it too little too late? However, if I was correct and Ed does in fact have that Be Prepared, if John plays any other character, Pete comes down.
Go on.
I didn't see it. I missed it. I was too busy looking at Ed's face.
That's a sneak peek. He puts it down there, and it's devastating. Because another thing that happened while we were on that turn, that Tamatoa, when you quest, you get to play an item for free. So suddenly that 5-cost item that's so expensive is a little less of a heavy burden. So Ed had to play his entire turn. And then meanwhile, John is getting hit after hit. It's like the greatest. If you're saying what are the best cards in Amber Steel, he's showing you them right now.
Mm-hmm. And the main issue is, even if Ed is able to get this Be Prepared to pop off a turn later because of this other Pete Games referee, it might be too little too late, because John is slowly starting to get up there in lore, and after a while, Ed is going to run out of answers. There is an inevitability that now John is posing to Ed. How calm does Ed look right now?
He looks like, every time you say, Ed must have heard us in season 1 being like, look at that stone cold face, and he's done a lot of the trilling hanging out, so he looks pretty chill.
He does. Can you believe that this is 13-0? At this point, I'm sweating bullets. Ed is looking like he's watching some golf or something. Yeah.
Day at work. All right, this is just Tuesday for Ed.
He knows the deal when it comes to these control decks, right? These Ruby Sapphire decks do tend to take a little while to ramp up, if you will. And we are going to use the popsicle strategy with the Merlin's carpet bag to draw a few extra cards. Ed knows that he can't play the B prep this turn, but he's not worried about. Look at this guy. Oh, Olaf, Snowman of Action comes down. If you're wondering how he was able to play that, for every single action card in your discard, you pay 1 less to play this 9-cost character that is a 4/4 and quest for 2. And Ed's off to a great start here, because this Olaf will be able to sing Be Prepared.
He's prepared. He was prepared this whole time. And I think it's one of those things that we talk about, what are the advantages of running these ink colors? Amber Steel has that spot rule. We've seen it. But Edmund Chu, like we just talked about, has that wide border rule. So every single card that John plays is another card he could be.
No! Is that a bare necessity that I see? Are we about to take away the one card that can bring Ed back into this game using a Cinderella, a 1-cost card to sing it? Look at the value that you're getting out of this Amber Steel deck. This is Amber Steel firing off of all cylinders.
Oh yeah, this is a V8 engine here, and it's these singers, because we talk about that. You said we've talked about ramp so much. Singers kind of bypass the need for ramp because you're able to generate value off of using these characters to sing your actions. So, like we said, this Be Prepared, this Parent says he's kind of sitting on it because he does want to be careful because he's used 2, so he doesn't have infinite in his deck, only up to 4. But, it is quite tempting to go ahead and make sure you protect yourself, because every turn it gets more and more costly. Here we go.
Ed, without a care in the world here. And, of course, it's getting discarded. Look how calm Ed. I can't believe it. I am so expressive and emotive when I play. Ed is taking this like a champ. I guess because he is North American.
Wow, that is so funny. He took it like a champ. He's like, yes,
from
that
last
is
season.
On my resume.
Oh, boy. What a thrilling game 1 here. Oh.
And he doesn't need to do much from this point. John is like, what we talk about inevitability. He has reached the inevitability where all he needs to do is get 2 more lore, even if it be prepared. No matter what happens, he just needs a little bit more. He's so close to that finish line. Now, Olaf's Snowman of Action can take lore, but he's digging desperately for answers here with these sales. Can he get what he needs? He does have an Olaf Snowman of Action, so but
we'll
it's not
be able to put 2 lore down, right? But that's not going to be
You're
nothing.
right. You're like, Katie, 18 minus 2 plus 6 or 8 here. It's not good. So he's doing the math one more time. You do not, when it comes to Disney Arcana, you can move on to the next game. But in this case, Ed is just making sure, checking, does he have any other outs in the situation? And no, we go to game number 2.
It used to be that you had to think about how much ink was in your inkwell when you're considering how deep you're going to dig. But this Olaf Snowman of Action has really come in and kind of changed how these Ruby Sapphire decks are able to generate value, right? Because he number one, is able to play a character for free, and then on the next turn can sing Be Prepared. Ed was able to keep drawing and utilize all his ink because he knew that at the end of the day, as long as he found a B Prep, he'd be able to sing it with the Olaf. Something just to think about how these new cards are affecting these old decks. It's really beautiful.
And I've talked about this before today, that I love that there's a card that we've seen a few times, Pirate's Life, where you're losing 2 lore, gaining 2 lore when you play it. But Olaf, he's so cute. When I see it, you lose 2 lore. It's the same as Pirate's Life, but I'm not mad because it's Olaf, and I think that's,
He's got a big old smile on his face.
Right?
He's so enthusiastic.
Yeah.
He wants to get out there into the action.
Yeah.
And it's actions in the discard. I just put that together.
Yeah. So
I just put that together, Katie. He's called
that's
Snowman
a round
of
8
Action.
magic. You made it to day 2, Brent. You've been promoted.
My goodness, we are here, round 8. It's John versus the North American champ, Ed Chu. John just made that look easy.
He did. He said, I am calm and collected. And I will say, you got to stay absolutely alert. In the words of JDZ, seats in the upright position. Because, like you said, this is a champion. He's played this deck before, the same color before. And now we're going to get a popsicle on turn 1, drawing cards. He is off to a good start. This is good for Sapphire at Ruby.
Ruby Sapphire. Usually when I think of Ruby Sapphire versus Amber Steel, it is like uphill battle. You got to play really well, play to all of your outs when you're Amber Steel. But John was just cooking there. So a very smart version of this deck here, a very consistent version, it looks like. As the Cinderella Ballroom sensation comes down, Ed is probably going to ramp here. Yep, no big news here. Firefly Swarm hits the inkwell. Typically, that's an uninkable card. However, Tipo says you can ink a card without showing it, no matter what it is. So Ed getting an opportunity here. It does not look like John has the bare necessities, though.
Well, he had 3 last game.
But a Mowgli there, so he'll be able to take something else if he wants to, and probably what he's thinking about right now. Do you need, is there a more powerful play? Because I also think I see the Ursula Vanessa there sitting in hand. So what's more important? Getting one of the non-character cards out of Ed's hand right now? Ed will be able to choose. That's the difference between Bare Necessities and Mowgli.
Yeah.
Or do you establish another singer? I don't know, Katie. What do you think?
Well, in this case, I mean, Ed has 4 cards in hand. He has that popsicle on board. In this case, yeah. I mean,
that's the sound that I make in my brain when I have to.
And the reason I'm kind of going back and forth is because it's like there's benefits to each, right? Mowgli only works if you get a card from it, and like you mentioned, it's only songs. Obviously, Bare Necessities is better because Mowgli's the apprentice to Baloo singing Bare Necessities, so he can only have a song. In this case, there were no songs in hand, so he only got information. So it was a gamble. It didn't pay off, and that's why you have to kind of go with your gut, but your gut isn't always right.
I mean, as long as you hit something, I do think that is still a bit of a payoff, like the ultimate payoff. But how far I'll go, one of the staples of the earlier sets will come down. Ed will pay, typically we want a grammatala or something to sing that. But look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Put one into your hand, the other into the inkwell. Still a very powerful effect. We'll see how John decides to handle this as Ed once again ramps up a little bit here.
Yep, and so he said, I kind of regret not playing on Arsenal, so I'll go ahead and get it down. And also, because we're talking about every turn, you want to be putting down at least 1 card, an ink a card. In this case, we'll see. I don't think he has a 1 cost, so this is a little bit down tempo for him because he is inking this Ethereal Voice, which is a very powerful draw engine for this song stack. However, he chooses a quest. This is a time where you can quest open and free. Even if a Maui comes in, these aren't the most valuable. He has a backup singer, so it's a little bit scary, but he's getting value where he can.
Okay, speaking of getting value where we can, the popsicle is popped, put into the discard so that Tamatoa, happy as a clam, can return it to Ed's hand. And now we're seeing the early effects of this draw engine here. This Tamatoa, if nothing is done, will be able to quest next turn and Oh, we're putting 3. I was like, wait, what? 3 damage onto the Ursula Vanessa, which means that a Rapunzel incoming. Gleam and Glow will heal the 3 damage, allow John to draw 3 fresh new cards here. And one of them was Along Came Zeus, which we can use to deal 5 damage to the Tamatoa. Oh!
That's such a good idea.
What a play!
The reason that I think is if he has a Merlin carpet bag, because I mean we talked about when he quests, you get to play an item for free, any item, no matter the cost. And in this case, if there is a Merlin's carpet bag, that was the secondary draw engine. So I don't know what he has in hand, but that was a very, very, very powerful turn for John.
This is the North American champion. You see what it is, Katie?
He's a be prepared.
Baker couldn't sing it, but I gotta do it in his honor. It's be prepared. Coming down to banish all characters off of the board. Now John has to start from square one. However, he does have a full grip of cards. Katie.
Yeah, I mean,
is there a better top deck than that?
Nope. Because, I mean, as you see, it sets the clock back. And now, as long as he can draw cards, things are looking good. Because who has the ability to draw cards? Well, with a popsicle, anything's possible. But John, he only has this Beast Tragic Hero only. But he can draw us 2 cards at the end of next turn. But we'll see if Edmund Chu lets this Beast be around. He probably will, because he is just digging, refilling his hand after that Be Prepared. But so, yeah, for people that don't know, that's Tragic Hero. It's not so sad. He gets to draw 2 cards at this next turn, as long as there's no damage on him. He didn't. Ooh.
We're going to inner strength and be able to draw an extra card here. He has to give the +1 strength to the Beast there. But the Beast will be able to draw 2 cards here. Yep. So we're going to draw 2. And John is just still in a firm position, even after that wonderful Be Prepared. I mean, the work isn't over. The good news for Ed is that we still got time, right?
Yes.
We're only at 4 lore on the side of John. Amber Steel, much like Emerald Steel, right? As long as it's not the sort of rushing variant where we're really trying to aggro out, typically doesn't have a lot of high questing characters. So Ed has a little bit of time here. John still has to kind of get his board reestablished. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he says, let's get a little song in here. We have a Kuda Moody, sung by, just playing it. It's an Angel song, but he had to play the full cost because he wants to go ahead and discount that aerial by 2. And now we're looking, and he found one of his favorite songs, it seems like, is The Bare Necessities. And Ed is saying, oh, I've heard this song. It is not my favorite.
Yeah, another replay, if you will, of this. And we're just going to play it straight out. And with so many actions, I mean, playing this version of this type of deck, it is so vulnerable to cards like Bare Necessities, 2 cards like Mowgli. And John knows that, smartly deciding over that, questing for 2 to boot. I mean, Ed has some work to do here.
He does, and the work would have been a little easier with Vision of the Future because while Saily has he does get you a card, Vision of the Future, you get 5 and then pick your favorite. In this case, he doesn't get to pick. It's whatever he gets. He can go ahead and take ability of that ramp, but later in the game, he doesn't have enough cards to be too greedy with that inking right now.
Yeah.
So he has to be very careful because the same way that you can do board wipes with that ruby color, you can do very good spot removal with the 2 singers on board. That Along Came Zeus is devastating to anything. So you got a Vision of the Future back. Let's see what we can find.
You got another one. 5 cards deep, you can look. I mean, this Merlin's Carpet Bag is not a bad choice. We can get it down and just hope that John does not have any item removal. From what we've seen last game, he doesn't really have it. It wouldn't be too... I mean, what's more important? Getting the draw? Something like McDuck Manor to put some pressure on and force your opponent to challenge in, not quest. I mean, giving yourself extra turns. Oh no, I guess we're going with how far I'll go. Drawing a card and ramping a card,
makes sense.
Pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about like how much time does he have? It's not infinite because I mean, with that Merlin's Carpet Bag, he has to. He doesn't have enough ink, so we have to wait a turn, get it deployed, and so in this case, he's just kind of go ahead, get some resources into the inkwell, go ahead and have the 2 popsicles, which could synergize with the Tamatoa later if he draws into it. 2 cards in hand. John has 5. And there's a card, if you have forgotten it comes up, that'd be devastating. We don't know if it will. But he is saying how many cards in hand. If somebody says that, that can be very devastating because it makes you think, what are you going to do?
Especially when you know that the card you have forgotten me exists in the other player's deck. And John does not have it. Instead elects to play Aerial Spectacular Singer here. We will not miss again. We will be able to take the, what was it?
Let the Storm
Rage on.
And Not the most powerful card in this matchup, but it is a song. It draws a card, and that is enough. Because, I mean, obviously Ed is having a little bit of an issue sticking anything to this board. And as long as he has a little bit of removal and some singers, anything is possible. Because he has that Along Came Zeus. I think he has another aerial to go and find more songs in the future. So he's got the foundation. The base of the house has been built, and now he's crawling up to 9 lore. And what can Ed do to respond? Beeper would be nice, but he needs to get some characters on the board at some point.
Let me remind everybody, this is a must-win position. One of these players at the end of this match will not be moving on to day 2. And this is a Goliath versus David Xanatos type of of epic proportions, right? A battle of epic proportions. Ed is struggling here. John has played this to perfection. Now, sure, you can say sometimes Amber Steel doesn't do exactly what you want it to do. It can be a little inconsistent at times, but John is making this look like old hat here, as Ed is probably going to play another Tamatoa Happy as a clam. I do want to say, off of that, how far I'll go, he inked the shark immediately because he knew that John would probably have an answer, right? Whether it's Strength of a Raging Fire or Along Came Zeus. How smart and heads up is this of Ed to say, shark is too slow. I can't do anything on play. Let me get the Tamatoa so I can draw some cards and hopefully get my way back into this game as Olaf, Snowman of Action, pushes John back to lore. And this is the start, Katie. This is how we start to climb our way back if we're Ed.
Yeah, now, I mean, you mentioned what's too slow, and the Tamatoa gets action or gets the value right away. Olaf gets value right away. We're taking the clock back a little with that 2 lore. But that being said, I'm looking across at John, and I see 3 very good singers. 2 of them are spectacular. And knowing that he has a lot of options in his deck, we've only seen one. The Long Game Zeus, 1 Strength of Raging Fire. So if I'm Ed, I'm just saying, will you let me keep these 2 characters? And it's going to be the same question back and forth to each other: is can I keep my board? So I think at this point, John is hoping to get a peek in his hand, but he also knows Ed only has 3 cards.
He has the. You have forgotten me. It looks like we're playing it. I did. Dude, nothing is forgotten here, as Ed is going to throw 2 more cards into the Inkwell: a Liquidator and a Maui Half Shark. Oh, the Liquidator not so much, but the Maui Half Shark, definitely a card that would have been great to come back in this game here.
And then Along Came Zeus on that beautiful...
And then another Along Came Zeus!
That is every answer to every question Ed just asked. He said, do you have an answer?
Kidding me? So, the side of Ed's board, the Ed side, and for the first time, Ed kind of scratched his eyebrow a little bit. Maybe a crack in the armor, just a teensy bit.
This is when I start to look at the camera and being like, all right, is this a prank show? Is this being filmed? I get it, guys, but no, this is real. He puts down this Rhino. It's 116 Wolf, but it is just enough to be another character. So yes, we know there could be a Be Prepared, but he's been parsing down that hand so effectively, where I just don't think he's that afraid. He has enough cards in hand to come back, and now we have a hard far go. At this point in the game, you want to be putting problems on the board. These are just resources. He's not able to get any traction. Third popsicle.
I think that was a B prep. I don't know for sure, but I think it was a B prep. But now, I mean, if that was a B prep, that would be.
It's delicate.
It is a B prep,
but
he doesn't have
he has to hold on to it for a whole turn.
Yeah. And will John allow him to do that? Will John have the removal for it? Does he have the bare necessities? Does he have the Pete?
Mowgli.
We haven't seen Keep the Ancient Ways, but he might have it in the deck. I mean, John has several ways to do this. He's only at 9 lore here. We'll be able to get up to 12. But what do we do? A very fragile position. And Ed, as we were saying last game, sometimes you have to say, do you have it? Ed saying, I'm going to force you to have it.
But then there's Oh, yeah. I mean, the other predicament is, even if he has Be Prepared, is this the time you deploy it? There's only, I say only, but there are only 3 lore questing on the board. So there is a reality where he's like, okay, is it time? But it's the only thing he can do next turn with the current. I mean, depending on what he draws, he chooses not to shift. So this is risky. This says he does not fear the Be Prepared. He goes ahead and goes wider.
And John is walking right into it. We're going to get a second instance here.
All right, are you prepared?
We count out to 7, and you were prepared for nothing. You need to get prepared because we just played Be Prepared. I was trying for something.
I know.
Sometimes you're really searching for it.
And when I go, no, I'm not prepared. How prepared are you? And so the answer is pretty prepared because he's keeping his hand pretty healthy here.
Yeah, I was digging through every word in my brain deck, and I just didn't find it off the top there.
Right, yeah, you didn't top deck.
Be Prepared comes down, and the board is cleared. However, Ed only has 1 card in hand. John is sitting here with
several cards. I mean,
Get 3 or so, and he's doing the audit here, saying, okay, 2 be prepared, you can run up to 4. Ed seems to like it, and it's really his only avenue to stop the clock. So John is saying, what is the punish if I go wide here? I saw the punish last turn, didn't love it. But he does need to establish his board again, because as we see, his board is going to be the singers that propel the power of these songs. So he just has to calculate here. How risky is it to go wide? Is it now or never?
The last time I saw John's hand, there was not... He discards the most important card, Tipo. I don't think John has any characters, so this is the time. Ed, taking the Tamatoa happy as a clam. This is like one of the best top decks because he can draw an additional 2 cards here. He'll be able to also, does he want to ink the pop? No, he doesn't want to do the McDuck Manor yet. And oh my goodness, he's back in.
And that is so powerful. Some of these cards you have to wait a turn to get the value, like this Beast Tragic.
And the top deck off of John's deck is also incredible here. The Beast Tragic Hero, another one. We are going to be able to draw an additional card here. We can pop both of these popsicles, put them in the discard, and then use 3 to Firefly Swarm the Beast Tragic Hero, and that's exactly what Ed does here.
And this is what he needs. I mean, at the end of the day, he's still in this game. We have this Tamatoa.
We get the McDuck Manor out.
Yeah, and that McDuck Manor is very valuable in this matchup particularly because we've seen... Well, we're going to get 2 damage here with that. Let the Stormage on. But McDuck Manor has 9 willpower, so it's going to be a round for a while. And no matter what, it's a time clock of 10 turns if you have 0 lore, but less here. Rhino coming down, that's 1 character.
Not a bad character to have, though. One of the bigger strength characters. This McDuck Manor has 9 willpower and will gain 2 lore every single turn. So now Ed is putting a clock to John and saying, how quickly can you dispatch not 1, but 2 McDuck Manors as the second one comes down, Katie?
Wow, can I interest you in some real estate? Because I mean, Rhino, he has 4 strength, but that is I don't think he has time to even think about
That's not even enough to take out the Tamatoa. We're putting 4 damage in. We're going to take 2 damage back because when this Rhino has no damage on it, he has resist +2. But now we get the resist +2 back because Rapunzel, gifted with healing, comes down, and Gleam and Glow will heal it up and allow John to draw 2 fresh new cards.
Ooh, and there's that Pete we were waiting for, saying, hey, if you have to be prepared, we're done with that here. And this is the power of Ember Seal, is it's able to do a lot per turn, more than Edmund is able to do in his hand. Now, we've seen him do a lot. That Tamatoa can put in work. Now, he's going to gain 4 lore at the very, very beginning of his turn. We're going ahead and lane. Oh, this is not the card you want to be playing.
Liquidator is not it at all. Is that a Vitalis Sphere that I see?
Okay, it's getting a little bit better because Vitalis Sphere can give it rush. So suddenly we have an answer for this problematic power hamster. And that was for what
That's
he had
not
in hand,
bad.
That was good.
All Ed has to do here is keep John's board small enough that he cannot deal with these McDuck Manors. And John is struggling to find characters here. So I think Ed has a real shot of winning this. I mean, how quickly did he go from 0 to 11 here?
They say that Ed goes to 0 and 11s so quickly.
He goes all the way up to 11, Katie.
Let's get it to 20 because, I mean, I want to see it. I want to see a game 3.
A game 3 is always what the casters want to see. We will see if John has what it takes to pull it out here and now. I mean, we could just start turning sideways. Ooh.
Yeah, he paid the full 3. He says, no one's singing it. I need the lore, and I need the cards, and I'm not too greedy to do it. There's no cards to look at in Ed's hand, so we're done with the bare necessity phase.
Ariel's going to come down here. I mean, the good news for Ed is that I believe there are 2 Along Came Zeuses in the discard pile, right? So those cards are the cards that you would normally use. You can deal 5 damage to a character or a location. But we have neither, and now we're in sort of this weird race scenario where it's characters versus Scrooge McDuck's real estate on the board here.
Yeah, and I think like this might be not the card you need. It's a bit of an engine. This is gonna, like we talked about, the engine that drives it forward, the carpet bag. We're hockety-pockety going in with that ability, exerting when we.
And we already have 5 on the side of John.
Oh no!
Ed just passed. He doesn't have any way to take out any of the characters, and just when it looked like he was coming back, John takes this match against Ed, the North American champion. Wow. Will not win round 8. He will be eliminated. Will not make day 2. Has no shot at the top cut. Katie, what did we just watch?
We watched Amber Steel show that it is a very, very powerful deck, and in the right hands, it can take down the North American champion.
Yeah, seriously,
A
David
real-
and Goliath
he's good.
story.
Yes.
And Ed just was not able to get anything going there. Every time that it looked like Ed was going to turn it around, John just had the answers, and smart of John to be able to find the right lines that would lead him to the path of victory.
And I think what we saw there is the power of some of the things he included. One of the most powerful cards in the deck wasn't a song. We call Amber Steele's song, You Forgot Me, famously not a song. But he knows, like he said in this matchup, if you hit him at that sweet spot right before they get to the card draw engine, you basically completely derail everything they plan to do.
Yeah, you can't always deal with the cards when they hit the board, but that You Have Forgotten Me showcasing why the discard strategy is so good into Ruby Sapphire. And speaking of good strategy, let's throw it on over for an interview with John to see what he thinks of his strategy.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the interview booth. I'm here with John, who we just watched take down an incredible player. We'll talk more about that in a moment. First, John, congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much.
And let's talk about your deck. So you brought in Steel Song. It's a deck that I think a lot of people knew were pretty strong. It is represented fairly well in the meta. Why did you think that deck gave you the best shot to win today?
Personally, it was a bit of a comfort pick, so in that sense, I thought it just gave me the best shot to win today. But I'd actually given up on it for a while in testing until I started playing the discard cards, which came up in this match, and it gave me a little bit more hope. And yeah, I just liked it all.
Yeah, well, I mean, it certainly served you well. So that was your winning in for day two. Yeah. And now, John, I think we have to talk about what I think is the elephant in the room, the Ed in the room. You just had to go through the second place finisher in Worlds, the reigning North American Championship champion, Mr. Ed Chu. What's it like sitting down across from such a great player, knowing you've got to go through him to make it to day two?
It's very intimidating, and I certainly didn't expect to 2-0 him. But I don't know, he was also really kind, so I think we broke the ice, and it was a relaxed vibe, I think. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, it always feels good to have to go through the best to make it to day two or the top cut or wherever we're trying to go. So congratulations on a fantastic win. Any shout outs before we get you off to rest?